at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Misty skies this morning in San Francisco with a high of 63.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
It's time to wake on up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
Hits that one hard and off the glove into center field. Gilbert somehow got the stop sign and doesn't score. Oh, my goodness. Hector Borg, I think, didn't see that it got deflected and rolled away from Stott. Home to center field. And that is going to be deep enough. Gilbert is going to catch. Garcia tags. The throw is going to be late, and the Phillies walk off the Giants twice in one day.
Well, I was going to say happy Friday, but it doesn't feel like a happy Friday because of what happened in Philly to the Giants yesterday. Welcome in. It's the morning roast. No Spadoni today. Grandy in, so Shasky and Grandy with you. Man, Shasky, that Giants doubleheader last night. Consecutive walk-off losses at the hands of the Phillies in Philadelphia. You had both those games won, it felt like, and yet you come out of that losing both and you get swept in Philly. Coming into that series, Philly was the worst team in baseball, and the Giants lose all three games. Good morning.
I know.
Sorry.
No. I mean, it's just this team. The Niners drive me crazy. The Warriors drive me crazy. This team, the part that's so maddening, and like there's like the two blown losses yesterday.
Yep.
And then there's like the macro, which is like, I'm not sure I believe in this, core of guys that they have right now. Let's go small first. We got a shortstop who's got paid $182 million. There was a Giants tax. I acknowledge that. People will say that's flawed thought process, but I don't think you're bringing him in unless you dramatically overpay. That being said, we probably overpaid for Adames, and we all like him. I like him. Like, I really like him. I want to root for him. I really, really do like him.
Yep.
Like, I do.
Yep.
As a person, he seems like a great guy. As a teammate, I'd love to.
As a clubhouse guy?
I'd love to
absolutely
play with him. Like, legitimately. We probably gave him $85 million too much. And that's a lot. I mean, like, is anyone going to deny that? And I was here for the signing, and I understood why you brought him in. I understood why you overpaid him. But that even being said, you still probably overpaid for like $85 million. That's a tough play in the hole. But that's a play. How many athletic?
You're talking about the end of game one.
Yes.
The infield walk-off by Crawford.
It's a tough play. I'm not denying that it's not a tough play. But he has no mustard on his throw. And when you pay a guy to be your shortstop, not just for the now, but all the way to 2031, which is 5 years from now, 2032, 6 years from now, you got to be able to make that play in your prime. What's it going to look like 2-3 years down the line? And I have questions about him playing the shortstop position just a calendar year from now. And then I haven't even gotten to the at-bats.
Well, the at-bats is where I'm concerned the most. Top of the 10th of game two, runners on first and third, nobody out after the
swinging a mile outside of the batter's box.
After the terrible decision by Hector Borg, the third base coach, to not send Drew Gilbert on a single up the middle by Ramos that got deflected at second base, which makes it the easiest send in the history of sends. But all right, still first and third, nobody out. Get a run in. Just give us a positive AB, a productive out.
Yes.
Willie, and what does he do? As you mentioned, swings at a ball that is feet off the plate, strikes out.
Not even close. And I just don't understand the two-striker push. But back to Willie for a second. Like, I think he's got to make that play. To defend Ryan Walker for a split second, I think he's got to make that play. That's a play a $200 million shortstop should make. Is it tough? Absolutely. I've seen Craw make that play a gazillion times.
Oh, yeah.
And was never a $200 million shortstop. That being said, we all know Craw's way better than him defensively. It goes without saying. Ryan Walker, fair or not, the stats tell you he has the fourth most blown saves since 2025. He is not a closer. I don't think that's a knock on him. He can be a useful bullpen arm for you somewhere in the 7th or 8th. Maybe it's certain high leverage situations. He's not a closer. And when Randy Rodriguez went down with Tommy John last year, after you traded away Camilo Duvall, your job as a front office executive, Buster Posey, was to solidify the closer spot. Every bullpen that has ever been good, whether it be the Giants or teams elsewhere, you work closer down. Do you not?
Yeah.
Everyone falls in line after the closer is solidified. Closing games is very difficult. The 9th inning is its own unique, tapestry that you have to navigate. And Ryan Walker, for whatever reason, buffers in the 9th inning more times than not.
Feels like he always falls behind 2-0. First guy he faces.
Because
always.
It's just...
And that's what happened yesterday, and then Adolis Garcia let it off with a single because he was ahead in the count.
And Logan Webb, 13 strikeouts, was absolutely brilliant. He's been scuffling coming into this game.
He doesn't have 13 strikeouts.
Or 13 whiffs, 13 swing and misses, 6 or
7 strikeouts.
Yes.
Right? He was great.
No, he was awesome. He was absolutely awesome. But we haven't seen the swing and miss stuff from him in a long time. And I think that was the big thing for me. And he looked fantastic. And for them to not capitalize on how many runners left on base. How many in game 1?
Oh, I'll look it up for you.
14? 15? If you'd have told me it was 25, I'd have believed you.
9 left on base in game 1.
In game 1, only 9. Wow.
15 left on base in game 2.
There you go.
So 24 left on base yesterday.
And
everybody's terrible.
You got $450 million in dead weight offensively right now.
You're talking about Devers and Adames.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm looking at just like overall this year. You had 2 guys with 40 strikeouts. 2 guys with 40 strikeouts. They have a combined 232 at-bats and a combined 80 strikeouts. That's almost half the at-bats are strikeouts.
And those are supposed to be your 2 best hitters.
I don't know.
Your 2 best hitters.
I don't know what
and the 2 cornerstone pieces of Buster Posey's tenure.
I know.
And so far they've been
and a C&I single.
Yeah.
Which was like, we were like, get through. Thank you, God.
And if the runner wasn't in motion, it's a double play. But we're celebrating it.
It's just...
That's how bad things are. How about this? Rafi Devers, his OPS. And I know, maybe not everyone knows what that stat means. It's on base plus slugging. It's a really good measure of,
I agree.
of how good of a hitter you are. It's better indicator than the batting average.
It's probably my favorite of all the offensive statistics.
Rafi Devers' OPS is 530. Among every Major League Baseball player this season with at least 120 plate appearances, that is worst. Of all Major League hitters with 120 or more plate appearances, 530 OPS, worst in the entire game.
Were you listening to me the other day? This is 2 days ago. I play fantasy baseball. I'm not sure if you do.
Not this year. I have in the past.
Where do you think Rafi Devers in baseball stacks up as a fantasy player this year?
This year? Oh, I mean, I don't know.
771 after
I was going to guess 300. Wow.
Oh, no. 771. He is the 771st ranked baseball player.
That's impossible.
How? That's exact.
Oh,
so
God.
you get what
Are
I'm...
you kidding me?
Like, it'd be one of the... He's the 120th best guy in fantasy baseball.
There are 700 people in the majors? That's crazy.
It's jaw-dropping.
I don't know what the salute, like, what do you do?
Now we get to Devers. I'm still doing the deal. As crazy as it sounds, I'm still doing the deal. He cannot be your best player for like 6 or 7 reasons, right? There's like, my best player has got to be a forward-facing person. Like, you normally need your best player to be someone who's of great stature, who can stand in front of the media and talk to everyone. It doesn't have to be that way, but it's a lot easier. Bobby Witt Jr., for example, Aaron Judge, for example. Now, does Shohei stand in front of the media and act as the number 1 for the Dodgers? Not necessarily, but they have Freddie Freeman. They have other stand-up guys.
Mookie.
But Mookie's not necessarily... like the clubhouse guy.
Who was the guy in Boston when it was Mookie and Devers?
It was not those two. Well, Mookie was more so than what's
They
this?
won a World Series.
No doubt. But, I mean, we went through that team the other day, and they had a lot of really good contributors. J.D. Martinez was a lot older, and he was like a veteran presence that they had brought in, and he was a clubhouse guy. It's just, we're in the same spot, the Giants, and this is where I always get depressed. Because at least the Niners and I've talked about the kind of the Bermuda Triangle of loserness that they've been stuck in, and it's driven me insane. The Giants just make me really sad. And the reason why I feel really sad is that it just feels like though the front office has changed, coaching staff has changed, they're in the exact same spot it feels like they've been for about a decade, meaning not good enough and just good enough to make you rip all your hair out of your head. And they just don't have the prerequisite stud that everything can be built around. And I thought bringing in these guys would jumpstart it.
I thought Devers would be that.
He's been awful.
I mean, Devers for almost a decade has been one of the best hitters in the entire game. And then he comes to the Giants, and he had an all right second half of last season.
Okay.
He's all right. But this year, I mean, he's legitimately the worst hitter in baseball. Like, look, we've witnessed some amazing times as Giants fans, and there's a lot of fan bases out there that have it worse from a macro perspective, but it feels like this team is cursed offensively. Like we're sitting here, and we didn't do a lot of shows leading up to the start of the season, but the conversation in general was this has the possibility to be one of the Giants' best lineups in a really, really long time.
Let me give you
and they're the worst offense in baseball.
Well, they have
what is it?
Almost dead last in homers.
How does this happen?
Almost dead last in walks.
They've got some quality bats.
Almost dead last in OPS. You know what's the most? You want to hear a stat? You want to blow your guys' minds away?
I don't know if I'm ready.
Can you name who? I mean, you know who last year led the team in stolen bases, right?
Was it Chapman?
No, it was Adames with 13.
Oh, was it Adames?
Yeah, Jung Hoo Lee, I believe, had like 12. Chapman got hurt, so he missed a bunch of time.
I think
right?
he had double digits. But.
Yeah, but do you know who leads the team in stolen bases this year? This is just I saw this and I go, you can't no.
Is it Drew Gilbert?
Luis Arise.
With
4. Dead last in stolen bases. And then I get to the defense, and the defense has been just a little like all over the place. They've got one of the worst left fielders defensively in my eyes. Ramos is just
an adventure.
Atrocious defensively. Chapman has had moments where he's been brilliant. He's also been underperforming defensively at third base for a man of his caliber. I have big, legitimate, sincere questions about Adames at shortstop long-term. Arise has been a bright spot. First base, adventure doesn't begin to describe it defensively. Casey Schmidt made a play over his shoulder in foul territory yesterday, and I'm going, there's not a chance in hell Devers makes that play. Not a chance. And then you get to like the bright spots. Jung Hoo Lee, big bright spot. Farhan era. You know, that deal didn't look great last year.
Yeah.
It's looking great for a couple weeks right now. I'm really happy with Jung Hoo Lee. Casey Schmidt. Oh my God.
He's been amazing.
He's been incredible.
He's their best hitter.
By far. And it's so ironic. He's known for the glove and the arm. And what's the thing that's keeping him in the lineup? Where would they be without him? Drew Gilbert, though not the most spectacular, though he can't be measured by box score, similar to GP2, he's a guy you just got to kind of watch the games and you go, he brings a lot of little things to the table. Now, is he the greatest? No. He's probably a fourth outfielder, but I like Drew Gilbert. But
did you catch what he did at the end of the game last night?
Of course, 2 things. Number one, he waited to catch it till the very end to see if that guy would jump off the base, which was genius, and then tried to throw a lollipop in, from dead center field without throwing it on the fly to home plate. It
was a pretty good throw. Now, it didn't matter because it was so deep. He had no chance of throwing Garcia out, but
I love that.
I like Drew Gilbert.
And then we haven't even gotten to the situation in the second game where I don't know what the third base coach is doing. Last year we had Matt the Windmill Williams at third base just waving guys home.
No matter what.
And they're getting thrown out by a mile. We've had Jung Hoo Lee get hurt on a play at home where he starts at first. And it's a single up the middle. And we're treating this guy like he's Willie Mays in his prime, and we're writing a novel about, some play that nobody ever actually saw, because that's what happens with Willie Mays stories. There's no video to corroborate it. He scored from first on a single to right. It was a flare to right. He scored from first. They're sending Jung Hoo Lee 2 weeks ago, and he gets hosed at the plate. It's one of the most ridiculous plays I've seen all year. And then yesterday in extra innings, base hit up the middle, and we're not sending Drew Gilbert?
Yeah, so Gilbert's the lead runner, the automatic runner at second to lead off the 10th inning. I
just don't get it.
Ramos, a single up the middle, ticks off the second baseman's glove, which keeps it far away from the center fielder, but it rolls far enough away from the second baseman that it's an easy send, and Gilbert would score standing up, yet for some reason the third base coach, Hector Bourne, holds him. Now, luckily, the Giants actually converted later on in that inning and scored a run. No, they didn't score a run in that moment. In that 10th inning. But I don't know. Like, if I were to ask you, Shasky, what do the Giants do well? What do they do? What's their identity?
Drive
you crazy.
Nuts.
They do a very good job of that.
I try to bleep myself out there.
Good job.
You know, I was listening to a song driving in. I love blank blank. That's my blanking problem. And I think it's ASAP Rocky. Is that the guy's name? Is that what it is? I love bad baseball, as in the Giants.
And
that's my big problem. I know my team sucks. It's my problem. And it's driven me into this like chaotic spin cycle. I saw the Keaton Wynn situation playing out a mile away, and I knew when they didn't score with the Drew Gilbert play coming around, I go, they're going to lose this game on a walk-off. I mean, essentially, I walked off twice in one day.
Not essentially, that happened.
It's just
it's the first time that's happened to the Giants, where they lost both games of a doubleheader in walk-off fashion. First time that's happened since July of 1956. 1956.
A young Marty Lurie was covering the game. I've lost my mind with this team. No, like, am I wrong? It feels like the exact same team for the last decade. Well, except way more expensive.
This is worse because it's more expensive and because there's more talent here, at least on the offensive side.
I keep thinking about this one element. Individually, I really like Chapman. Individually, I really like Adames as guys and as ball players. Like, I do like them. Like, I do. And I like the concept of Rafi Devers. I haven't been sold on what I've seen. He's had moments here and there, but overall, he's been so underwhelming. I don't think anyone would argue that. I don't buy in on them being the three best players on a team that's doing anything significant. And that feels like I'm being contradictive, and it feels like I'm being a hater, and I'm not. I want to like those guys. Like, I like Willie. I like Chapman, like, generally. I want to like Devers. Like, the baseball card, there's stuff to like. In a Giants uniform, it hasn't been that pretty.
Chapman hasn't been terrible this year.
Yeah, but he's going to be your third baseman for the next 5 years?
I got bigger issues with Adames and Devers right now.
No, I know, but he's also on a $150 million deal.
He's not cheap either.
You basically have...
I'm not paying Chapman to be the team's best hitter.
No, but
I'm paying Devers to be the team's best hitter.
You have $83 million in those guys' salaries tied up till 2030. $83 million. Mm-hmm. And right now, that's what, a third of their payroll?
Devers and Adames struggling as much as they have also makes Chapman look worse.
100%.
Because you need it from somewhere, and if those guys aren't doing it, you're next going to look to Chapman. But Chapman hasn't been bad, but he's never going to carry an offense.
No, he's a 6'7" hitter, and guess what Willie Adames is? A 6'7" hitter.
Probably.
Right? And so, like, they're miscast in this situation, and it's just, it sucks because I want to, like, love these guys, and I just don't believe in them as the three best players of a team that's going to go anywhere. Yeah. Like, I just don't. Yeah. Where would they bat in Chapman and Adames, where would they be batting in the Padre lineup? 7-8? 6, 7, 8?
Yeah, probably 6-ish. Yeah.
What about the Dodgers?
Oh, like 8?
Okay.
Chapman would be batting 8 in the Dodgers lineup.
Heck, the Cardinals are above 500 right now.
What would be batting in the A's lineup?
Well, the A's lineup is really good. Like, I'm just trying to go like some of the National League teams. Like, look at the Cubs lineup. Where are they batting in the Cubs lineup?
Yeah, towards the bottom.
Okay. Right? And this is the heart of your order. And we've been moving these pieces around. And the reality is, like, if these guys don't play well, we are the Titanic. We're in trouble.
Absolutely.
Casey Schmidt has salvaged the season.
Yeah,
and they're 13-18 after a month.
Yeah. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The Morning Roast, one sec. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
I want to get into the second game and the situation with Schwarber coming up, the guy in the bullpen. I thought this was the second time this week Tony Vitello misplayed his hand. Earlier in the week, I thought he stayed with Malley too long. And then in this game, I thought he didn't go to the right guy. Let's break it down the other side.
Let's do it. Did Tony Vitello hurt the Giants yesterday? 888-957-9570. This is one of the worst days in recent Giants memory. We're taking your calls and your texts on that again. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the game. Sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water, Shasky, and Grandy. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refresh spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly, you're dealing with insurance companies' paperwork and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's where Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
Crawford, ground ball. Going to be tough play. Adames, not in time, and the game is over. The Phillies scored twice in the ninth. The Giants are checking, but I think he was clearly safe. And that's a tough way to lose game one of a doubleheader, 3-2.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
No Spadoni today. It's Grandy in, so Shasky and Grandy with you on the Morning Roast. Happy Friday. If you're a Giants fan, it's hard for it to be a happy Friday because that was one of the worst days I can remember as a Giants fan, Shasky. Is that an overreaction?
No,
I mean,
it was like a triple whammy, it felt like.
One of the worst Giants days ever.
So you lose on walk-offs where you were an out away in both games.
Strike away in the second one.
Yeah, and you blow a Logan Webb game.
Yeah.
You blow a comeback game. You blow very specific situational baseball stuff.
Like 8 things had to go wrong for you to lose that game, the second game, and 100%, they all went wrong.
100%. Yeah, so no, it was like a quadruple whammy. And then you just look at just the body of work from the overall team, and you end the month on such a down note. You literally got swept by a team that had come in scuffling.
And they just fired their manager. They were 1-11 in their previous 12. They're the worst team in baseball. And they sweep you. 7-0 on Tuesday. You mentioned Vitello left Malley in a little bit too long. It was 1-0 after 5. That was a competitive game. Halfway through, you lose 3-2 in walk-off fashion in game 1 yesterday, and then 6-5 in walk-off fashion in game 2.
All right, it's the bottom of the ninth in game 2, all right? Bottom of the ninth, you're up 5-4. And you know you're not going to use Ryan Walker because you burned him in game 1, right?
Yep.
And so, to me, I think because you lost the first 2, because of how big this game is for you mentally, emotionally, you want to wipe away the blown game that you had earlier today. You had to come out with a win in this one. I think you needed to be pulling all levers from the dugout. So I want to break this down. Marsh doubles to lead off the ninth. Keaton wins in there.
He pitched the 8th.
Yes.
Keaton Wynn did, and they keep him in there.
So he comes up. Then they walk Garrett Stubbs. Okay, so you've got first and second. Trey Turner, top of the order, coming up. He grounds into a double play, big double play. So now you have a runner at third. Marsh is now advanced to third. You got a runner at third with 2 outs. You've got 2 open bases.
Up by 1, yep.
You've got Schwarber coming up. You got Harper behind him. And you have Garcia. Now, in my mind, you could go in a couple different directions, and they chose none of them. We could walk Schwarber.
He was 3 for 3.
Well, not only that, his last 7 games, he's got 3 home runs and 7 hits in batting over 300. Behind him, in his last 7 games, Bryce Harper, 300, 7 hits, 1 home run. So both are heating up right now. They're both lefties. Now, when you dig into the numbers this year, and again, the samples aren't huge, Keaton Wynn versus lefties, what are they batting? 250. Keaton Wynn versus righties. What are righties batting? 0.77.
Wow.
So you have 2 open bases, and you're throwing, I think it was a splitter or whatever that was, over and over and over, and he's golfing them foul, okay? This is Schwarber. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, what's Schwarber's batting average versus lefties this year? Now, last year, him and Harper actually hit lefties really well.
Schwarber's good versus lefties. Has been.
Well, this year he's 196. Versus righties, he's batting 250. But he's also red hot, and you have open bases. Okay? And again, I gave you the numbers for Keaton Wynn. So if you're going to keep Keaton Wynn in there, and you're going to go off the numbers, and you're going to use that, I would have walked both Schwarber and Bryce Harper.
So you're cool walking the winning run into scoring position, where then a single beats you.
Listen to me.
I'm just asking.
I would in this situation, knowing the guy on the mound against righties, Garcia's the righty in this situation, 0.77. Now, Garcia, a little better versus righties than lefties. So if I wanted to, that's one option. I'm just presenting the options, okay? You walk both guys. The other option, and then you go righty on righty, okay? The other option is I bring Gage in from the bullpen.
He's ready in the pen.
Okay?
He's been warming up.
I pitch around Schwarber maybe in this situation because of how red hot he is, and I try to attack Bryce Harper, or, I go at both guys. Now, Gage, I looked at his numbers. What's Gage doing this year? I don't know. Against lefties, 0.71. Okay.
That's pretty good.
It's really good. Okay. Against righties, 222.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not saying you had to walk the bases loaded. I'm saying if you're riding with Keaton Winn, play the matchups if you're going to do that, and that's what you're hoping to do. We all know he is not Mariano Rivera. He's our closer. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Doesn't matter the matchup. We like him no matter what.
We like him no matter what.
No.
In this situation, to me, I think I play the matchup. So if I'm going to go to the lefty in that situation to attack both guys, hey, maybe I'm dancing around both guys and hoping to get a strikeout. I'm just playing this out. If you're going to stick with Keaton Winn, I actually do like either pitching around Schwarber, maybe I go at Harper, which sounds insane on the surface, but in the context of the last 3 days, 2 days, whatever it is, I think I'd rather face Harper than Schwarber. I don't know. I'm going eyeball, but I'm also going data.
Yeah, no, I'd rather face Harper now.
And if I'm going to go to the bullpen in that situation, I'm going to Gage to face one, if not both lefties.
Yeah. I'm not walking the winning run on base.
That's fine.
But I'm going to the lefty and I'm bringing Gage out of the pen. And you go at Schwarber. You're careful, but you go at Schwarber. If he gets on base, then you go at Harper. But I'm not leaving Keaton Winn, who's up around 30 pitches.
This is another element of it.
And go at one of the hottest hitters in the game. And the guy that's hit you hard all series long, in Kyle Schwarber.
And then after the base hit, they ended up intentionally walking Bryce Harper anyway. Right? So
at that point, the tying run's on base, and it was a double, so he's in scoring position. You have an open for. That was the right decision.
No, I agree, but
once you get into that spot, it's the right decision. But how you got into that spot, I don't think it was good.
Well said.
Yes.
Now we get to the 9th inning. Okay, or 10th inning, excuse me. This is so you give up the lead in the 9th. We get ghost runner in the 10th.
Yeah, Gilbert on second to lead off the 10th.
Ramos singles on a ground ball that goes off the glove of the second baseman. Not Justin Crawford. He's center.
Stop.
Thank you. Stop. You don't send him. It's inexcusable. I don't know what else to say. I mean, he should have been scoring 100 out of 100 times.
It's one of the easiest sends that I can remember talking about.
Okay,
because those aren't ever things we talk about. Because that is a send 100 times out of 100. It's one of the worst holds I've ever seen, honestly.
100% agree.
There are bad sends. That is a terrible, terrible hold.
Let me make it worse for you. What does the next guy do? Now it's first and third. Ramos, the camera shows him, and he's like, why didn't he go? And I'm being generous here. Next guy comes up to the plate. It's first and third with no outs. You're a professional hitter. Your name is Matt Chapman, and this is my biggest bugaboo with the 3 top dogs right now.
Strikeout.
Swinging!
On a pitch right down the middle.
The 2-strike approach from guys making a combined $550 million, it's going to put me in the grave before I should be. And I'm thinking about Will Clark, because Will Clark did this big breakdown with Eric Burns about why Devers and these guys are struggling the way they are. They are failing to adjust with 2 strikes. And I hear everybody, where's the hitting coach? The hitting coach cannot take at bats for you. You can have concepts and things you're working on. It is up to these professional hitters who are making gobs of money to go up there and figure it out and execute whatever it is in their mind they need to do to get the job done. Chapman has to get that run home. Has to.
It could be a double play. Just get the run in. What did the Phillies do in the bottom of the 10th inning?
My bad. Arise, by the way, the line's out after that, and then Casey Schmidt. Yeah, so you don't score any runs with a ghost runner and first and third with no outs.
And then what do the Phillies do when they have the same situation?
They
sack
execute.
fly.
Thank you.
Sack fly, game over. And sometimes baseball comes down to those small things.
They sack bunted, move the runner
Great
over.
bunt.
Yeah.
Great bunt.
It was perfect.
2 productive outs. That's all you need to score in extra innings in today's Major League Baseball. 2 productive outs. And the Giants had a single, and they still couldn't get a run in after that.
I just don't know what to say. And then, like, I'm looking at these top dogs. And again, I told you, like, how many times do I need to preface this by saying, like, I really want to love these guys. I'm trying my damnedest to love Chapman and love Adames. And for God's sake, Devers, just do anything. Just show me a pulse, just a small pulse. We will wrap our arms around you. I'm dying to want to love you guys. And at every single turn, you're telling me not only have you been horrific signings, you're on the short list of worst contracts in Giants history through a year and a half. The 2 of them.
Yeah.
It's Armando Benitez, Barry Zito, maybe Matt Morris. Who else?
Aaron Rowans, do you include him in there? At least he won a World Series in 2010 while he was on the roster.
I hate Aaron Rowans, but yes, I'm with you. Like, he's definitely on the list, but like, Adames, guys, we might have gave Adames $85 million too much.
It's not
85.
It's not just the AAV. It's not just what he's making per year. It's the length of the contract.
Thank you.
You have issues with him at shortstop right now. Imagine what it's going to be 3 years from now.
I just think he's adequate. I don't think he's great at shortstop. He's adequate.
I think that's fair.
And I'm not trying to be like harsh. I think it's an accurate assessment. His arm is adequate. His range is adequate. But when you look at the young players around the league, like, he doesn't have the range as those guys. He doesn't have the arm as those guys. And how many plays have been hit up the middle where he's failed to pivot and turn and throw? He's made a couple of those plays. And then yesterday in the first game, like, I'm sorry, a $200 million shortstop has to make that play.
It's a really hard play, and that's a lot of speed.
I agree. Does Francisco Lindor make that play? I think so.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
At least makes it closer than Adames did.
I mean, look, if I was holding out hope for Adames, it would be, wow, look what Francisco Lindor did to salvage his season the last couple of years. And I just don't know if he has that kind of high-end streakiness in him to be that good for that long. I mean, for them to get back to like an 85, 90 win clip, they
got to win at 100 win pace for the rest of the season, basically.
Essentially, which feels unrealistic.
Absolutely, it feels unrealistic considering what they've been so far. They're 13-18. 13-18, and they just got swept by a team that had been the worst team in baseball up to this point.
And your 3 best stories, in no order: Landon Roop, Casey Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee. Am I missing?
Whose guys are those?
Arise as well. Arise has been good.
Yeah, I was not a fan of the Arise signing, but I can admit he's been a whole lot better than I was expecting.
Here's why you can't sign him to a multi-year deal, because I might have to move Adames over there in the next year or 2.
All right, we got to hit a break. I mean, I don't know. What do you do if you're the Giants? How do you get out of this? What can you do? I don't know what you can do. We got time for your calls and your texts, 888-957-9570. As we continue here on the Morning Row, Shasky and Grandy with you. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh, no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowe Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Low Riders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen.
So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart.
Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy 2 get 1 free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
No Spadoni, it's Shasky and Grandy with you here on this Friday on the morning roast on 95.7 The Game, reacting to an epic in a bad way day for the Giants.
Have you ever changed a diaper? Keep the speed up.
No, I haven't.
Because the Giants in the 9th inning, it's a blowout, as in a blowout, like a blowout diaper. What the heck is this team doing to itself?
You know what made yesterday more frustrating was All right. They lose game 1. Ryan Walker blows it in the 9th. All right, that's tough to swallow, but you know what? We got another game. You wipe it, you move on. They got down immediately in game 2 yesterday. Trey Turner's leadoff homer, first pitch at the bottom of the first, then Schwarber, another one. They go back-to-back. It's 2-0 before you can even blink. Giants fight back. They tie it up. Then they go back down 4-2. They tie it up again. They take the lead in the 9th. You're thinking, oh, my God, they're going to come back. They're going to show some heart. They're going to show some fight. They're going to wipe away the terrible game 1 loss, and they're going to get on a plane to Tampa feeling good about themselves. And then they say, hold on, we're going to blow this one too. Like, I would have rather just get blown out in game 2, get it over with, but don't give me the hope and show some fight, show some resolve, get me excited again, and then blow it all in the 9th and the 10th inning. Like, it was just gut punch, gut punch, gut punch, gut punch, over and over and over again. And it's just the life of being a Giants fan right now. Like, you talked about how depressed this team makes you. Like, it's hard to watch the games. It's hard. Because that's what they do more often than not.
They got 2 guys in the top 12 of strikeouts. And all the other guys in the top 12 are hitting way more home runs, individually than both those guys combined.
Yeah.
The guy who leads baseball in strikeouts right now is James Wood. But he's got like 10 or 11 home runs. And
that's modern baseball.
Sure.
The issue is the Giants' modern baseball is all the strikeouts without the power that comes with it.
Exactly. And that's the big problem right now. And so, they're just they're in a really tough spot. Cal Raleigh started off the season awful.
He's picked it up lately.
He has picked it up lately. But at least you get a couple of long balls every now and then.
Yeah.
He's got a gazillion strikeouts. All right.
Does he have 7 or 8 home runs now?
Yeah. That's, again, more than combined
and
Willie and Devers. Exactly. And so, they're just... He's got 25 hits on the year, Rafi Devers. And if I were to say to you, like, how many of those have been, like, bleeders or bloopers?
He had one yesterday.
Well, look, they count the same in the box score. But what I'm getting at is that the at-bat quality overall has actually been worse than the metrics might suggest.
Yes.
Meaning the raw, I don't mean metrics. I mean more the raw, like, hey, he's got 20-something hits. It's like, how many actually hard hit balls does he have?
It's not as if he's hitting into bad luck. Like, crazily enough, you know who's actually been hitting into some bad luck? Arise. Also, Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, I would agree.
Patrick Bailey's been hitting the ball.
Especially last week.
His standards are very low.
I agree with you, though.
But he's been hitting the ball hard. 100%. And, he hit one to the wall yesterday. That was a really great play and left.
Game 1.
I think it was by Marsh.
Game 1, who was worse at the plate? Just in terms of the at-bat quality. Willie Adames or Devers?
In game 1, Willie Adames or Devers?
They were swinging out of their shoes.
They both were bad.
And then in game 2.
Don't make me choose. I don't know.
Like game 2, Willie, if there's 2 strikes, there's no approach change whatsoever. He doesn't choke up on the bat. He doesn't get wider. He doesn't, maybe expand his zone and try to go the other way.
Well, I have a question.
I don't know what he's looking for.
I have a question for you because you talk a lot about the 2-strike approach. This is something that I feel like is just kind of leaving Major League Baseball.
Well, we can talk about some of the best players in the game who do have a very specific 2-strike approach, but keep going.
Do you think this is a thing from coaching and from the coaching staff and from the hitting coach? This is what we think is best, or is this individual players just saying, screw that, I'm taking big rips with 2 strikes?
What I had heard last year from a couple of people that were around the team, this is last year's staff, they worked with Jung Hoo Lee all year. They're like, dude, go the other way. And they worked with him ad nauseum. Then he'd get in the batter's box and he reverts back to pulling everything. And everyone's like, what's wrong with the batting coach? Why can't he get Jung Hoo Lee to go the other way? Dude, they've been working on it. Like, they really have. But once these big leaguers get in the box, really, it's up to them.
Yeah.
Like, they're the ones taking the swings. Hitting coach isn't telling Willie Adames to swing at a ball 5 feet off the plate. Now this goes back. Okay, 2-strike approaches. You're bringing this up. There are some guys that get really wide and don't step at all, meaning they just lift their foot up and down. Some guys choke up. Some guys don't change their approach at all. Everyone has their own unique look at it. And, Pete Rose has talked about this. I know him, an awful human being, but one of the greatest hitters of all times. There's a variety of things you can do, whether you're struggling or not, to change up what you're doing at the plate. You can choke up. You can move up in the box, move back in the box, move forward, back, whatever, depending on the depth of where you're at. You can change how you're gripping the bat. You can change your stride length. You can change if you stride or not. You can let the ball try to get a little deeper on you. It just feels like, to me, I think I see a combination of very little adjustments with 2 strikes and situational hitting. Runner at third. Yep. Great example. Guys, you're on a 7-year deal. Who cares if you hit a soft grounder to second and drive that run in? That's winning baseball. I don't care if your exit velo goes down. That is winning baseball. You get an RBI, you put the ball in play, you get a sacrifice. Winning baseball. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So if you
won them 3 World Series.
100%. It looks like we're up there. Everyone's going for the big 2-out, 2-run double. And that's just the feeling it looks like. And I think I'm looking for a certain pitch, so I'm completely fooled when there's something outside. I mean, look, he's pitching is unreal right now. And spin rates, everyone thinks everything's a fastball. When you're working off a 96, 97, you throw a guy a slider away, it's going to fool them. But missing by 3 feet? I mean, flailing and being so unbalanced where you're out front, and that's a common theme. So to me, like, I don't see the adjustments. I would love to hear from them what their adjustments have been or what their two-out approaches are individually. You know, Shohei Ohtani with 2 strikes, and a lot of times he gets super wide and he just lifts the heel up and down, lead foot. He doesn't take a stride.
Yep.
And he's got such a short, compact, powerful swing. And he talks about expanding the zone, meaning he's looking for something to barrel outside of his normal strike zone.
And you can't take a close pitch.
Not in this day and age, especially with the ABS. So, you know, there's a lot of different ways to view it. I know Bobby Witt Jr., for example, with 2 strikes, chokes up on the bat. You know, and gets more closed on his stance. Why? I don't know. That's just what some of the little things that I've seen him working with. Freddie Freeman takes a similar approach. So I think that there's a variety of ways you can make adjustments. What I'm seeing on television, not knowing the nuances and seeing side-by-side bats, it just feels like they're not changing anything. Does it to you?
No, it doesn't. I agree with you. It feels like, I mean,
it looks like they're guessing.
Like it's one thing if on a 2-strike you're guess you have to, I mean, in today's day and age, what you talked about with spin rate and all that, like, it's not an easy thing.
No, I don't. Do I make it sound easy?
No.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, with 2 strikes, like, all right, maybe you see it out of the hand, it's a fastball. It turned out to be a slider, but because you thought it's a fastball, you're swinging early and you think it's over the plate and it cuts out away from you and you're left flailing. That happens. But we're also seeing that on 2-strike or 1-strike counts. We're seeing that on a 2-0 count. We're also seeing them swing through fastballs right down the middle.
Yes.
Over and over and over. So some of this is probably approach. Some of this probably is lack of, I don't know if preparation's the right thing, but it's not approaching the moment with the right way. But it's also, you're just simply missing pitches that you normally hit. And I don't know how to explain that.
It'd be one thing if this was a 2-week stretch for him, I'm talking about Adames or Devers.
Yep.
Like, hey, guys are going to be hot and cold throughout the year. You go in a funk.
It happens.
You don't feel great. You know, you're tired. For whatever reason, you're just in a funk. You know, it happens. Like, that's so natural in baseball. A year and a month slump? Because that's what it's been like for both guys, basically. And, you know, Devers' struggles go back to the beginning of last year with Boston. He got off to a real slow start in Boston.
He was like 0 for 20 with like 15 strikouts to begin last year. But that was only like a couple weeks.
I think everything needs to be scrapped, right? Like, Adames loves to swing out of his shoes on the first pitch, right? All right, maybe instead of swinging out of your shoes, we're just trying to go the other way, you know? Take a little off your swing and go the other way. You know, you watch Luis Ariz. I mean, this guy's a very fundamentally sound batter. He's very different profile than all the other guys on their team.
Bat on ball. Yep.
And he takes tact. I don't love, but it works for him. He takes every first pitch.
He will stand there not moving.
At all.
Doesn't matter what the pitch is, where the pitch is. He is not moving the bat off his shoulder.
I don't love that. I like to mix it up a little. If you like it, like go ahead and swing it. But it works for him. And I look at his results, and it's like, all right, well, the results are there. Like, I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt to have his approach, you know? And I think the reverse is now true for the other 2 guys. All right, we've done it your way a long time. I think you need to do some adjustment here. The Rafi Devers one, and Someone will be triggered in the comments, and I don't want to trigger anyone. I'm asking sincerely. I am dead serious. Can he see the ball? Does he legitimately have some form of a vision issue? Is it the way that his stance is currently, his right or left eye, he's not picking up the ball out of the glove? Or is there a legitimate, like, I'm dead serious, LASIK or glasses thing? Like, does he not see the ball? No, Grandy, I'm not.
I mean, I have no way of knowing. I would think not.
I've met many
we probably
people
would have heard
life.
of something if his vision suddenly went.
I've met many people in my life in their late 20s and into their 30s where their vision changes a little because of, genetics or whatever.
That happens.
Yeah. And so I am asking dead serious, can this man see the ball? Because the way these at-bats look, it legitimately looks like his vision is an issue. And I don't know if that's stance, eyes. Guys, your guess is as good as me. Am I crazy for suggesting that?
Maybe. I think if it was something as simple as he's not seeing it because his eyes aren't as good as they once were, then he would have gotten contacts by now.
Yeah, well, remember Dan Ugla famously had to have LASIK surgery. Paris Harrelson, the old Dr. Bindi commercials here in the Bay Area, talked about it. Like, the stance for me, though, is one that I think that they need to look at. He's got the hands all curled up. He's super, open, and he's missed everything middle in. Should he widen out or close it up a little or just try something a little different? It couldn't hurt. It's been...
I don't know, but he has a track record with that stance, with that setup of being one of the best hitters in baseball.
Yeah, but Barry Bonds talked about this. His stance slightly altered all throughout his entire career. All the great hitters, their stance, you're constantly changing hand placement.
Yeah, things that if you're just watching, you don't even notice.
Maybe
he's already done a little bit of that.
He might have. Hey, I usually use a 34.5, and now I'm using a 35-inch bat. Hey, I used to use a drop 3, now I'm using a drop 2.5 or a drop 2. I used to use a cup bat, now I'm using there's no doubt. Like, there's a lot of different adjustments. I'm just asking sincerely about the vision. It's something, I swear to God, I think about it a lot when I watch him, because he's looking at the bat like it's the bat's problem. Like, is there a hole in the bat? It's like, no, there might be a hole in your eyes.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And we here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
Can you point to 1 week where Devers has looked like the Devers you heard about?
We did a show together on Monday at Stone Tree in Novato, and I mentioned a couple of times, I felt like I've seen some signs maybe Devers is coming out of it a little bit.
Yeah, but not the player you hoped him to be.
But I thought I saw a double, a couple of singles, a couple of hard hit balls, and I was thinking, okay, maybe he's getting there.
He did rip one in that Marlin game, you're right.
But this series in Philadelphia, it's just all gone right back down where it's been for the most of the season. Has he had a week-long stretch? No, he has not. Nowhere near it. Legitimately, he's the worst hitter in baseball. Rafi Devers, in order to be a successful, positive player for the Giants, and I'm talking about when he's still in his prime, which is the next few years.
He's under contract till 2033.
The end of the contract, it was kind of a given. It was going to be rough, just like Adames. Like, you accept that. But in order for that to be okay, they have to be good now.
Yes.
And they have to be better than good now in order for you to be willing to put up with it later. Devers, there's 3 facets to everybody's game. How are you at the plate?
Yes.
How are you on the base pass? And how are you defensively?
I would add in also clubhouse chemistry, but that's fine.
Actual, on-field stuff.
Yeah. My bad.
Batter, base runner, fielder. He's not a very good fielder.
Oh, I think he's subpar.
He's a bad base runner.
100%.
Those are, right now, what he's done this season, those are far and away the 2 best aspects of his game. That's how bad he's been at the plate.
And he's been an adventure at best.
Do you look at the baseball savant, like, it ranks?
I don't ever look at baseball savant.
So there's a percentile ranking where it ranks a lot of what you do in your game, and they break it down just specifically. Batting value, base running value, fielding value.
Love it.
18th percentile in fielding value. Oh. That's bad. You want to be in the 90-plus percentile.
18th percentile.
15th percentile base running value.
That's high. I'm shocked he's that high.
Right?
Yeah.
Batting value, 2nd percentile.
That can't be true.
It's true. It is hard to be worse at the plate than Rafi Devers has been this season.
I thought my fantasy number was
second percentile. He's loads better on the bases and defensively than he is at the plate. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is now who he is for his career, but this is like worse than a bad start. This is worse
alarming
than just kind of some slump.
No.
He is legitimately the worst hitter in baseball. Again, let me say this again for you. Out of 105 major league players that have 120 or more plate appearances this season, Rafi Devers' 530 OPS, on-base plus slugging, ranks last in all of baseball. This is supposed to be the guy that leads your offense. That is reason number one why you're a top 10 offense in baseball. And he not only isn't doing that, he's actively dragging you down with every game that he plays. But I don't know what you can do.
You have to play him.
You have to play him. You have no other choice. You just have to pray that he breaks out of this.
I mean, well, there is a reality, and I brought this up the other day. Like, there is a Bryce reality where, I mean, I'm dead serious on this. Are the Giants, this is just something that has to pass their mind. Are they better off, like, flipping Devers right now for pennies on the dollar and just bringing Bryce up and giving him first base?
Oh, God.
What? Yeah, if it hasn't crossed your mind as a Giants fan,
they do
I'm not saying they're going to do it.
They do have a log jam at first.
Advocating for it. But, like, right now,
you
does
can't do it
Casey
now.
Schmidt's bat have to be in the lineup every day?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So what is your best asset in AAA to bring up to spark you if you were to do that? It would probably be Bryce.
It's Bryce. Absolutely, it's Bryce.
Right? Well, we can't have three guys occupying one spot.
No.
So we've got to figure out a way to get creative here. And so if what you're telling me is true, where it doesn't even cross your mind on moving off Rafi Devers, well, then I say third base, shortstop, second base, left field, DH is where I have to have Casey creatively every single day somewhere in the lineup.
Yes, he has to be. He's been your best hitter.
But I think they need to put him in the outfield every now and then. I'm dead serious. Like,
yeah. You mean he has to get in the lineup?
The bat needs to be in the lineup every day. This is a team that can ill afford to not have him in there.
No, absolutely. This is the worst offense in baseball, and he's been your best hitter, and it's not really that close. Jung Hoo Lee of late has been awesome. But what Schmidt is doing with extra bases, how he's slugging.
Yes.
I mean, he was great. A triple yesterday. Got him a run with a triple. Scored a run on a sac fly.
And the Schmidt diving in home face first. He's been an excellent player. And look, the Casey thing is interesting because we had long conversations about Casey Schmidt, and he never really proved it to anyone. They brought in Chapman. It made a lot of sense. Chapman had a solid year. They re-signed him. I'd be lying to you if I didn't say, like, there's a part of me that wanted to kind of see Casey Schmidt get chances at third base before extending Chapman. And I like Chapman.
I will not sit here. I will not sit here and tell you that Luis Arias has been any kind of problem for the Giants this year. But part of the reason why I wasn't a fan of the signing was I wanted Casey Schmidt to get a look at second base.
And that's a fair point that I think a lot of people had before they saw Arias on this team.
He's been. Look, I wasn't a fan of the signing, but he's been a lot better than I was expecting.
But going back to positional redundancy, I have a hard time locking him into a multi-year deal knowing I've got Casey knowing that Adames is probably not long for shortstop. And I've got to hang on to him. I think it's till 2031 or 2032. And Devers until 2033. So they've got some redundancy with these older guys. You know, Risotto brought up, this reminds me of like when they made the trades for McCutchen and for Longoria.
Oh, 2018.
Yeah, it's like, Longoria and McCutchen, whatever you thought about them at that time, their resumes were more comprehensive by far than Chapman and Adames. Devers has got a very comprehensive track record. B, they weren't joining a team with Buster Posey because Buster Posey's not on this team.
Yeah.
C, the contracts that you have given these guys are anchors.
Yep.
On this organization, unlike in a way when you brought in Longoria, he had a contract left on him, but not like this.
No.
When you brought in McCutchen, he had the 1 year. Was that what it was? 1 or 2 years left on his deal, I believe.
Yeah, and they traded him.
But it wasn't like this.
It wasn't just AAV, the amount of money per year, but it was also the length. It wasn't much in either way.
Show me a contract in baseball.
It was
right
not preventative for them to do other things soon in the future. The issue the Giants are facing right now is these contracts might get to a point where it's preventative for you in the future.
I mean, I'm already counting down the days of when we can buy some of these guys out.
Is that where you are?
How can you not be?
888-957-9570.
I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment. This has been a year plus with Adames. It's been, and again, I want to like him. Like, this is the part I find very.
Well, I mean,
if he was a bad guy, we'd be running him out of town.
He had
He's
30
a great
bombs.
guy.
30 bombs last year. Does that not do anything for you?
It felt very irrelevant, the 30 bombs. Not that it didn't happen. He led the team in stolen bases. He played like 160 some odd games. Like, no, there's a lot that he brings to the table. But you're asking me, is it a good deal? No, it's a horrible deal.
Would you sign Adames again if you had?
I would have signed him to less years and less money.
And if he said no, you would have said, all right, see ya.
And at the time, it made a ton of sense. But today, it has not aged well at all. I'm totally admitting that I am coming with perspective that is unfair to have had in the moment when we signed him.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm asking now.
I know
knowing
they
what
had
you
to
know
overpay.
now.
Like I acknowledge they had to overpay.
And frankly, I don't know if you said it for sure.
Do I sound like I'm contradicting myself?
No. I'm sure you said this in the moment because I know I thought it in the moment. When they signed Adames, you're like, ooh, he's not worth that.
No,
but you got to do what you got to do to get a guy like that in here.
But I thought they overpaid by like 30%. No, they might have overpaid by like, $80 million.
And the overpay thing, for me, it's generally more about the length of the contract than the AAV.
It's both.
It is both.
I hear you. But for me, it's both. You are on the books $84 million through 2030. Chapman, Adames, Devers.
It's not good.
Devers till 2033, and I believe Adames till 2031 or 2032.
Well, what do they do from here? Like,
I don't know.
I think what's scary as a Giants fan, and this is where I want to hear from Giants fans, and I see you, Richie. We got to hit a break, but we'll get you when we come back.
I don't want to get caught in the moment, but I don't know the answer.
888-957-9570. Are you worried about what this means for the next handful of years for the Giants? Because this is bad right now, but when these guys age, it's only going to get worse.
We look like the Anaheim Angels of the 2010s.
Josh Hamilton and Albert Pujols
and CJ
Wilson
and all the horrible deals. Who was the center fielder that got hurt? Used to rob everyone. Gary Matthews.
Vernon Wells.
Thank you. I was trying to think of his name.
Oh my God.
How many guys? Like, that's what it feels like. I'm not saying and again, we just got swept. You lose 2 in one day. I'm feeling low, but this is. Come on, we've been tiptoeing around this for a while, Giants fans.
We have. 888-957-9570. What do you do? What do you do from here? Do you just cross your fingers and pray that they start hitting? I don't know. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Your calls on the Giants coming up next on the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not for profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASM.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowe Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Low Riders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Angela from Modesto. Aaron did a fantastic job. We were having a gate issue, and he came and got us up and running. His customer service was hands down the best I've seen in a long time. Also, I want to give a shout out to Sierra, the office manager. She was very kind and helpful.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Center field and deep. Going back on it, Crawford, and it's off the wall. Karam's back towards Schwarber. Schmidt around second. He's trying for third, and he'll make it there with a triple.
Oh, yeah. Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
No Spadoni today. It's Shasky and Grandy with you on this Friday, and I hope you enjoyed that highlight. Dave Fleming, NBC Sports Bay Area. That was off the bat of the Giants' best hitter, Casey Schmidt. When I say that, Shasky, does that make you excited for Casey or depressed about everything else? Casey Schmidt, best Giants hitter. What is your reaction to that?
No, I'm really happy for him. Like, I really am. It's also like goes back to sports just being crazy, right? You know, like regarding not knowing anything and seeing development. Yeah. I mean, if I would have asked most Giants fans a full calendar year ago, hey, Casey Schmidt's going to have a month that's better than any Giants hitter. Be like,
I mean, he's had some stretches.
No, he has had some stretches, but this is more sustainable than the Mato stretch a couple years back.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not as prolific home run wise as the Tyler Fitzgerald one.
Oh my God, 2 years ago?
But
when was that? 2 years ago in June or July, whenever that was?
Doesn't this feel like, I'm not going to say this is sustainable, but this feels more real than any of those other ones. And I'm not taking away anything from those guys. They had great moments, great weeks. It really feels like, I mean, he had an injury where he missed a couple of days, and it was like, you got to get this guy back in the lineup. And he's doing a lot of little things really well. Advancing on the base paths, putting the ball in play in crucial situations, and then he's driving the ball really well. And he's laying off that pitch that was such a bugaboo for him, which is that down and away breaking ball.
Yep. I mean, I don't think his OPS is going to be around 900 for the whole season. That's where he's at right now. That's an amazing number, but this does feel like maybe this is who he is. He's a plus hitter at the major league level. That's what he's been so far this season, and the Giants are going to need it absolutely. I think what's really tough if you're a Giants fan, Shasky, and welcome back at Shasky and Grandy with you here on the Morning Roast. This for the Giants is a spot where they're clearly not good enough right now. They're 13-18. All the issues that they have. They don't have enough starting pitching. They don't have a closer that you can rely on. Their bullpen's actually been a strength, which is crazy considering what we thought about it coming in. But the back end of the bullpen itself, the closer spot has not been good. They need to address that. They have, I don't know, at most 3.5 starters in my mind right now.
Clear deficiencies in the rotation coming in.
And they didn't do enough to address that, clearly. And their lineup, which we thought was going to be pretty darn good, has failed, and it's because of the big guys that were hand-selected by Buster Posey. I think what is the scarier thing, if we zoom out beyond just what's happening right now and what this season is, the scarier thing for me is this is the Giants' window. This is what win now looks for the Giants. I mean, your best guys, the guys that are supposed to be your best hitters, Adames is 30 years old. Chapman is 33 years old. Rafi Devers is 29 years old, right? Logan Webb is not a spring chicken anymore. You do not have a lot of window left where those guys are good enough to be good.
I know.
Not necessarily good enough to win you World Series, but just to be good and be the better teams on a roster. You don't have that long with this core to try to win. And yet what we are facing is this is very clearly a core that is nowhere near good enough to win anything right now. This is their window.
I know.
This is their win now. This is what win now looks like for the Giants, yet it's nowhere near good enough. So what does that mean 3, 4, 5 years from now?
Well, you better pray to gosh that all these young guys that you have in the minors come up and ball out. Like, you're bringing up all the guys on the current team, and most people probably, I'm going to say this name and you don't even know it. I'm counting down the days till I see Johnny Level come up to the big leagues, who's in single A right now, tearing the cover off the ball.
That's how we've always been. We've always been wondering.
That makes me sound insane, right? Me even suggesting
we
that.
We did it with Luciano. We did it with Matos. We did it with all these guys.
I do it to myself every time. But your point about this core and where they're at, so it's a catch-22. Like, they banked on a lot of guys that were older because that's who's available in free agency, older guys. Rafi was available because of red flags. Rafi was available because of whatever happened in Boston.
Yeah.
And they took a bold risk. And I supported that, and I still support making that move. He's got to turn it around. He's been a great ball player. He has not for the Giants. That being said, I cannot defend how Buster's filled out some of the other portions of this team. Yeah. Framber Valdez, whether he wanted to play for you or not, ended up signing what I thought was a pretty sweet deal with the Detroit Tigers. I'd have been in 3 years, $120 million.
Yeah, 115.
On him, would you have not?
Absolutely.
And if there was a tax on someone to overpay for, I would have overpaid for pitching before I would have overpaid for a position player. Given where they were this offseason, I'm talking about. Did they still need a right-handed power bat? Yeah. They were talking themselves into Ramos, and I watched Ramos all of last year. It was very underwhelming. Now, they would say, hey, the same way we stuck with Casey Schmidt, now we're reaping the rewards on him. We should still continue to support Elliot Ramos. All right, I'll listen to that. You traded away Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall and failed to replenish the bullpen when you knew Randy Rodriguez was out all year with Tommy John. So I can't really defend the lack of replenishing the bullpen. I can't really defend the lack of replenishing the starting rotation. You went with Tyler Mahle, who's been up and down at best, and Hauser's been close to awful.
Honestly, bounced back yesterday. It was pretty good.
Yeah, but before that, I'm saying.
The season as a whole, no, bad.
No, okay, there we go. Thank you. And you're getting more than we expected from Landon Root.
Way more than
maybe
you
they had it in their cards, but I wasn't expecting it, and he's been unbelievable. Robbie Ray's been good, I think, overall. Yeah. And I think Logan's been slightly underwhelming, right, for most people's standards. Yeah. Yesterday notwithstanding.
Super high standards. But you're right.
You needed multiple arms in the pen, and you needed multiple starters that were better than the starters you brought in. So I cannot defend that when you're telling me this core is win now and financially they're win now and you're committed to the win now and you don't finish completing the project and you go into the season saying, we'll see where we're at the deadline. Like, no. Because as the season unfolds, guys have good years and bad years, and you might have to trade for a need that going into the year you didn't think was a need. Or you might have team strength going into the year that you didn't think was a team strength. Like right now, Casey Schmidt is a strength of this team. And I hear a lot of people trade Casey Schmidt. Okay, and lose one of your best bats? I can't do that right now.
What's your goal? Are you trying to win? You don't trade away your best hitter.
I don't get it.
You also don't trade Rafi Devers, by the way. I know that you...
No, I'm just saying that
you put that out there as a question, but like...
It's crossing my mind. Because he's been so bad.
That would be an absolute abject disaster.
You ever bought a car and like you realize like right away, like I bought a lemon. And you're like, I got to flip this to the next sucker. Yeah, I got to flip this to the next sucker.
And move on.
Exactly.
But no, that's not
It crossed my mind. I'd be lying. I didn't say I would do it. I said it crossed my mind.
Something maybe you do if he's hitting the cover off the ball, yet the team still sucks, and maybe he has value. But no, you do not. I think you would trade Bryce Eldridge sooner than you would trade Rafael Devers. And part of that is because of value around the league.
Yes.
But like, and you're not going to trade. I don't want him to trade Bryce Eldridge, but I think that would be a reality well before it would be a reality for Devers.
The more that you've seen Devers at first base in general, you think it's going to get better over there defensively over time?
Oh, for like every other player. No, it'll get worse the older that they get.
So is it crossing your mind that maybe I'm just throwing this out. I'm not creating friction when there doesn't need to be, but does it cross your mind at all? Bryce and Devers coexisting as a DH and first base combo, is that a little difficult to envision moving forward than maybe it was last year when they acquired Devers?
Yeah, I think Casey Schmidt makes it more difficult. Because where are you going to play? Let's just say you bring Eldridge up, and I think everyone expects him to be up at some point this season, and once he comes up again, they want him to stay. Let's say he gets called up at some point this season, and regardless, between Devers and Eldridge, you have your first baseman and your DH. You don't know who's going to play where every single day, but you have. So where does Casey Schmidt play?
Why do you think I've been clamoring for him to maybe get a rep or two in left field?
He's not playing at second base because the rise has been good.
Yes.
He's not playing shortstop because that's Adames. He's not playing third because that's Chapman.
I know.
You have a logjam.
This is why I think trading one of the three, Adames, Chapman, Devers, as crazy as it sounds, it has to cross their mind. Because there's some redundancy of positions here. There is. I know.
There definitely is redundancy. No, you have a logjam.
There is. And then, just look at how poorly they're built. Why isn't Encarnacion and Christian Koss on this roster? What hole are they filling right now?
I mean, you're not using the bench much, and they haven't been the entire season.
Will Brennan got an at-bat yesterday?
He did.
Popped
out. I think fouled out or whatever it was.
So, I don't know. There's a lot of redundant parts, and there's a lot of everyday players who aren't good enough to be maybe playing every single day. There's a combination of issues. You know who's not an issue? Right now, Jung Hoo Lee's not an issue.
No, he's been great.
I don't think Drew Gilbert's necessarily an issue right now. I think Bailey's picked it up. But we will revisit that in a couple of weeks when Susak is healthy.
Yes.
And Casey Schmidt's not an issue. And I think to a lesser degree, Matt Chapman hasn't been a huge issue.
No, I think he's kind of getting lumped in with Devers and Adames because of the contract, but he's holding up his end of the bargain.
Yeah, he's had a couple of mistakes at third, but overall, I've been impressed with his timely hitting.
It's harder to accept.
Yesterday notwithstanding.
Yeah, it's harder to accept Chapman and what he is because he has limitations as an offensive player.
Yes.
It's harder to accept that when Adames and Devers are struggling as much as they are.
Yes.
But if Adames and Devers are hitting the ball well, Chapman falls right into place. He's picking up some RBIs. He's scoring a bunch of runs, and you feel a lot better.
He's a good base runner.
Yeah, he's a very good base runner.
He's a very instinctual good base runner.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. What do the Giants do? Are we overreacting? Because this doesn't look bad for the Giants it doesn't just look bad for them right now, but I'm also worried about the future because you have all this money paid out to these guys that are not performing well, and you have them for a long, long time under contract. Giants fans, we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Richie is in Queens and wants to weigh in. What's up, Richie? You're on with Shasky and Grandy.
Let me preface what you guys said, okay? I'm going 60 years watching this team. Yesterday, and I normally shrug things off, I was so uptight. My wife says, I never saw you upset as long as you have been. A couple of things. The Gilbert thing, totally agree. One of the worst base running things I've ever seen. When that ball was deflected, I said, we got to run, man on first. Let's maybe get two. And he's held up. Guys, you are more on Chapman than I am. I have no use for Chapman in big spots. Again, they never change their batting approach at all. He gets two strikes, I cringe. Absolutely cringe. The other guys, Adames and Devers, totally agree. Another guy you mentioned, the guy that's been another surprise, you didn't mention him, and I think you once before you did, is Gilbert. Gilbert's done a lot better.
I like Gilbert.
I like Gilbert. Yeah, he's making contact.
Richie, you know what he is to me? He's a version of like a GP2. And what I mean by that is, like, you got to kind of watch every game to really feel his impact. I know that sounds absurd.
No, I agree with you. Did you see a couple of plays, too, with Ramos took two pitches down the plate, like he didn't know what to think or what to do in that spot with two strikes. But again, the worst hitting two-strike team in baseball. No adjustments. You mentioned guys that did it. Rizzo did it. I remember when Rizzo was always a good hitter, but with two strikes on him, he choked up. People would say, oh, you're going to be a slap hitter? And he'd get the runner in 60, 70% of the time. How about losing that we had no challenges after the second inning? That guy called twice to catch it, whatever it was. And I was on the golf course for the first game. Thank God I didn't watch that. And I kept seeing runners on base, runner on base, runner on base. And it was 2-1 in the ninth. And I called my brother. I said, they're going to lose this game. And Walker had pitched good. The one thing I touted was the bullpen. It was pitching pretty well. By the way, Hauser, guys, he's got a 1.7 WAR, and he's got a 7 ERA. So yeah, he's been a disappointment. But Devers, yeah, I just. And again, when you watch a team every day, there's deficiencies with everybody. And you look at the Cardinals, they're rebuilding. Look how good they're playing. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. And we've got people, look, you got Adames, you got Chapman, you got Devers, you got Lee, you got Reese. You've got talent on that team. And to hit the way we do in situational situations, it's so frustrating. It really gets to me, and I'm usually calm and under control, but yesterday was pathetic. And you mentioned the bad contracts, guys. Yeah, Zito was a bad contract, but what do you remember about Zito? Game 5, 7-0, won the game, and I made a prediction. One of the few times I did it on WFAN radio. We had Vogelsong and Kane, and we were down 3-2. I said we're going to win the next two. So people will remember he got a championship. And Rowan, too, and he was pretty terrible also. But, yeah, guys, we're stuck with these guys, and I don't see us coming out of this. I'm really, really, really down on management.
Richie, what do you do?
Yes, one more thing, too, guys. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what do you do?
The Gage, I agree, guys. You mentioned the Gage thing. Gage has got to come in to pitch to Schwarber. You don't walk two guys to put the winning run on second. You bring him in. He was pitching up. He's hitting 080 against. And he made all the right moves up until I liked what he did. And even Miller had pitched the day before, I believe. come in for one batter to get out.
Yeah, we're with you, Richie. We're with you, Richie. Appreciate the call.
What do you do with Devers and Eldridge? Am I maybe too hyper-focused on this? Are people not as worried as I am about it?
I mean, if you expect Eldridge to be up to the big league club this year, you're going to have major questions at how do you get the guys you want in the lineup.
It'd be one thing if
you will have to decide between the way that it works. You have to decide between Eldridge, and if he's up, he's playing.
Yes,
but Eldridge,
Schmidt,
Devers, Schmidt, and then I guess Ramos in left, Adames at short. Like, one of those guys can't play every day.
They got too many DHs and too many middle infielders, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And too many 7 hitters.
Yes. And I keep coming back to this other thing. Like, if you are Yordan Alvarez and you crank in, I think he's batting like 330.
It's amazing.
12 or 13 jacks. Oh, yeah, you're my DH every day.
Yes, and you feel great about it.
100%. But for most teams that don't have Shohei or Yordan, it's like we use the DH spot as an optionality to be able to provide some positional versatility for others, and we use it as a pseudo rest day for someone else. Well, on this Giants team, so you're just saying the next decade, DH is just off the board. That limits you when you're fielding out your team.
And for the Giants, it's not necessarily DH off the board for the next decade because the hitter is so good. It's because you have questions about defense and you have too many players that play the same position.
And the hitting is subpar if it's not Casey.
Yes. I don't know what they do.
Am I
overreacting?
No.
Are you overreacting?
No.
Like this is not just bad for right now. And yesterday was frustrating as all hell. I came out and I said at the 6 o'clock hour, this is one of the worst days that I can remember as a Giants fan, just in terms of what happened on a singular day. Those kinds of losses on a doubleheader against that team that was struggling so mightily, like, it's bad now. But I'm worried about the future too as a result of this. Like, look, I love Buster Posey, but we also got to be honest about the moves that Buster Posey's made. I mean, the biggest moves that he's made, they have failed. And there's a lot of time, unfortunately, probably too much time for something to change about them. But as of right now, the moves that he's made, they have failed spectacularly.
Devers and
Adames specifically.
The Tyler Rogers trade has been okay. What do you think?
Yeah, you got Drew Gilbert, you got Blade Tidwell.
Been okay. I'm just trying to think of all the moves he made. The extension on Chapman. Do you get Adames if you don't extend Chapman? I don't know. Does Rafi even want to come here if you never sign Adames?
Well, he doesn't have a choice in the matter. He traded for him.
But remember how it went down in Boston?
Yeah.
Like, he could have easily shown up here with a bad attitude.
But also...
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like an entire amount of dominoes that fell.
But that trade in a vacuum, Kyle Harrison's pitching great for Milwaukee right now, and James Tibbs is like the best hitter in AAA for the Dodgers.
That's true, but Boston made the horrific move to move those guys away.
Yeah.
I think if they were both contributing for Boston, we would have a much bigger frustration. And the other element is like, hey, they also fired Bob Melvin after extending him, and then they brought in Tony Vitello. I think it's been B-, C+. What do you think?
Buster?
On that move alone.
Oh, Vitello.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I don't think he made the right moves yesterday or in this series, but no, he has not been bad at all.
I thought he was really good in the Dodger series.
Yeah.
And the Marlins series, I thought he Landon Root continued. I think he got out 18 guys in a row.
Yeah,
whatever it ended up being.
C+, B- is fair for Vitello.
All right, I agree. So when I look at the Devers deal, right now it's like an F.
Yes.
And then I look at the Adames deal, and it's like a D.
Yeah. 30 home runs last year, but
so you think I'm too harsh?
It felt like the most meaningless 30 home run season I've seen in a long time, and that might be harsh. You think you're being harsh? That might be harsh from me. I was listening to Steiny and Goo earlier this week, and Steiny gave out a stat that I didn't know.
This was what?
I told you about it during the last break. Of all the 30 home run hitters last year, Adames had the worst batting average. And I think, 21 of the 22 bombs were solo shots? And I could go back and I'll go through the game log and I could figure it out during the next commercial break. But it feels like the vast majority of his 30 home runs last year were relatively inconsequential.
I
Down
think
by
a lot of
5
people
runs
do
in the
that.
7th inning.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, congrats. You got to 30, but what did that do for me?
So what do I do? How do I weigh all this? Like, they stuck with Jung Hoo Lee. That's a Farhan guy, but they stuck with him.
He's been great this year. Lately.
Okay. I don't think the Harrison Bader deal has gone particularly well. It's early.
Especially with the way that Drew Gilbert's playing.
100%. How about bringing in Susak? That's worked.
Yeah, Rule 5 guy. You kind of found him out of nowhere.
Landon Roop has worked.
Landon Roop's been great.
Maybe you say the prior regime kind of found him.
Yeah.
You know, I'll give them credit for that. And the Robbie Ray deal was made because they overpaid for Mitch Haniger. And Farhan made a great deal.
It was a great deal.
No, he made a great deal. There's just no other way around it.
You got off
Horrible
of a bad
signing.
You got off of a bad move and got a really good pitcher as a result, somehow.
So I'm just trying to weigh all the deals that he's done, and I'm just trying to put it all together. Arise has been an excellent acquisition.
Yes, I can admit that. He's been a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah. The Gerard Encarnacion thing, I'm done with it. I don't know why.
It's whatever.
You know. But the way that they've handled the bullpen and the way that they've handled the rotation has left so much to be desired, on top of the anchor contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's magnified how bad the offense has been when you're playing in these tight games and you can't finish.
Well, the 650 on the text line writes, Buster inherited a mess to begin with.
Freely acknowledge that. But has he made the mess worse by some of these contracts?
As of right now, he has. And okay, my concern, and again, this gets to the bigger picture. Obviously, this season right now, it's not dead. It's not over. It's not looking great. They're 13-18. There's a ton of season left. Things can turn around. But as we were talking about to begin this segment, this is what win now looks like for the Giants. This is not like 2013 Warriors. Oh, we got some positive developments here. Some young players are coming around, and we're looking like, oh, maybe in a few years we can compete. We're going to get a taste of the playoffs this year, and we're going to be better in a couple of years, and maybe then we're ready to compete. No, this is a team that is supposed to be ready to win now.
I know. And
their best players are around 30 or more or older.
Yeah, but they're not even playing like your best players, and they're not even close to it. And then your team overall is not good enough.
And if this is what your win now looks like, and you have all this money tied up for these guys that will be old and not as good in the future, my concern is, okay, well, what does ownership think of all that? What happens when ownership looks at the bill this year for this performance and they say, well, I'm not signing a player like Adames to that kind of contract ever again, because we saw how that played out.
Well, it's the price of doing business and ownership in modern sports. You're going to have to pay people. Like, it is what it is. I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, we got to look at the Marlins. They're better than the Marlins, right?
Yeah, they better be.
We saw them versus the Nationals. They're better than these are teams with better records than them right now. They're better than the Nationals.
Won both those series.
Yeah, okay. We saw them play the Reds. What do you think?
I like the Reds.
I do too. I believe in them more than I believe in the Giants.
I probably would say the Reds are better.
I would agree. Cubs, haven't had a chance to see them. I've watched them. They're 19-12. What do you think of them?
Cubs are better.
I think so too. Cardinals are playing really well right now. Jordan Walker's been on fire. What do you think? They're 18-13. Okay. Brewers. I'm just going around the National League before I get to the NLS.
Brewers are better than the Giants.
There's a better run organization
Absolutely.
too. All right. Even the Pirates are at 500 right now, 16-16. And then I get to the San Francisco Giants, this division. Dodgers are 20-11. We know they're better. Even though they won the series, I think it's pretty obvious. Their track record speaks for itself. Padres are 19-11.
Better than the Giants. Giants won that series in San Diego earlier this year, right?
I don't know. Yes. I don't know what to make of the Rockies. They've had an awesome, for them, an awesome month.
Giants are better than the Rockies.
Okay, but you got to go out and do it.
But they're not in the standings right now. They're last place in the NL West.
They're one of the worst teams in the National League. They're the third worst team in the National League.
What's crazy is the three worst teams in the National League are the Phillies, the Mets, and the Giants.
And the Mets and Phillies have swept the Giants.
Mets took 3 or 4. But
3 or 4, excuse me.
Yeah. Giants also won a series versus the Phillies. They played them twice already.
That was earlier this year, yes. I'm just talking about more recently.
Yes.
It's just...
I don't know where they go.
You're calling them win now, and they're just not. Like, that's the hard part to swallow. They're just not.
Where they are in their lifespan with this roster and this core and that group, with Adames and Devers and Chapman, this should be win now. Otherwise, why the hell do you have them?
It's a great question. I hate to play consequentialist radio, meaning if you're not a champion, then you're blowing it up, right? You know what I mean? Like those are extremes.
There's a middle ground.
There is a middle ground
for a lot of teams.
All right, there's a middle ground, and I acknowledge that. You're minus 26 on the year in run differential.
Also,
minus 26.
Also third worst in the National League.
Okay, so like that is a really good indicator, as well as win-loss record, but like that's a really good indicator of where this offense and defense is currently. And I look at it and I go, all right, what am I closer to? If we're in the middle of the room and closer to the playoffs or closer to being one of the 4 or 5 worst teams in the National League? Yeah, we are a little closer to being one of the 4 or 5 worst teams in the National League. And it's, to me, the data and the record and all that speaks for itself. The eyeball test, they're not the greatest defensive team. They don't pitch well in more days than not. Their bullpen is closer by committee, which is difficult to navigate. And the middle of their order is putrid. What does this team hang its hat on?
That's why I asked you earlier, what do they do well? And your answer was drive me crazy, which is the right answer.
Cash checks.
Cash checks. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that question is. I don't know. It should be the offense.
Well, it's not.
So we all thought it was going to be, but not only are they not a good offense, they're the worst offense in the league.
What would you do? Would you pull the cord on one of these guys?
No, I think you just have to pray that Devers and Adames start hitting.
Yikes.
I don't know what else you can do. What can you do?
I was
contemplating. You're not trading Devers.
No, but what about, I'm just going hypotheticals here.
Eventually you bring Eldridge up, but like other than just hope, you have to play Devers every day. We got a text that came in and says you got to put Rafi on the IL. He needs to reset and bring Eldridge up to C and then reevaluate in 2 to 4 weeks. Like you don't do that to Rafael Devers. But like, you have to play him. You have no other choice, and you have to hope that eventually he starts hitting like he has for the last nearly a decade.
If you could get off of any of these deals, right, in a hypothetical, would you pull the cord? On not all of them, just one.
How am I getting off? What do you mean?
Let's say the Yankees call you. These are all pure hypotheticals. They call you and they say, we want Matt Chapman.
Well, what am I getting?
Pennies on the dollar. We'll take on the contract.
No, not Matt Chapman.
Okay. Why not?
I don't think Matt Chapman's been bad.
Okay, but that's not the answer. I don't think he's been bad either. Has he been great?
I would contemplate it for Adames.
Oh, Adames, I would have done it yesterday. But I think I would do it on Chapman. I think I would. And not necessarily because of the player Chapman is, but because of the commitment to Chapman and then freeing up a position for Casey Schmidt. And giving my team a little breathing room in terms of this, redundant positional value that I have across the board.
So you're ready to wave the white flag.
That's not waving the white flag to me.
It feels like it is. Chapman's been one of their better players.
I think Schmidt's been better.
Sure.
If I'm banking on who I like over the next 2 years.
It's not like replacing Schmidt for Chapman or replacing Chapman for Schmidt makes you a load better.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Feels like you're waving the white flag, which if you feel that way, that's fine. They're not good and they're giving you no reason to believe. But
do you believe in them?
I believe they're better than 13 and 18. Do I believe in them as a legitimate contender? No.
Not even a contender. Do you believe they could be a playoff team?
I thought at the beginning of the season that they could be.
But do you now?
It's going to be a lot harder. No, probably not.
Okay. Yeah, I would bet no.
What I thought coming into the season was if they're not competing for a playoff spot the final 2 weeks of the season, I will be disappointed. I don't think they had to make the playoffs. I'll put it this way. If they missed the playoffs barely, I don't think I would have been like, oh my God, failure, fire everybody. Like, no, that would not have been how I reacted.
But they're worse than I thought.
They're good enough to compete.
Yeah, and this
for a playoff spot.
Is this worse than you thought?
Absolutely, way worse than I thought.
I agree. But the hitting's just been so bad.
But I'm not trading away Matt Chapman and saying, all right, let's regroup next year. That's far too early for that.
I didn't say you regroup next year. I just think you're opening up spots.
I think about it with Adames because Adames has been so poor and the contract is more prohibitive.
But who's playing shortstop?
I mean, I'd throw Casey Schmidt there, whatever.
That's why I like
he's not a great shortstop.
Yeah, I agree. And all of their prospects in the minors are shortstops.
Okay, well, the 707 says, yes, pull the cord on one of them. Take it on the chin and move on. Is that how Giants fans feel?
I think you have to.
8-8.
I just think you have to contemplate it.
I want to hear from Giants fans.
You know what? I heard from Sam Lubman and Risotto, because they're in the clubhouse. They're like, the clubhouse would be so deflated if you moved Chapman. I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah, he's a big team leader. I'm like,
Risotto, weigh in here. Please talk some sense into this guy.
You're 13 and 18, and you've been...
Shasky. trading one of those guys, you would essentially be rebuilding. Like, you would essentially be waving the white flag, like Randy said, and you would literally be selling 2 months before the deadline.
I mean, they bought 2 months before the deadline last year.
So so this season's over, we're going to sell.
No, it's just, I think you need to open up. Look, is Bryce Eldridge...
I don't think that's opening up a spot, though. It's selling.
Let me ask you this. Before this season started, did you think Chapman, Devers, and Adames were more important than Eldridge?
I don't know if it's a level of importance.
I'm just asking. Did you think they were
important? Well, yes, of course they're more important. Yeah, more invested.
I did too. And now I'm thinking after a month, they shouldn't be. That's where I've pivoted. And I'm not saying that he's the end-all, be-all, he's the saving grace. But, like, if you haven't thought about opening up spots for Schmidt and Eldridge and giving them, like, runway, like true runway, I don't think this core is worth doubling down on and standing pat. If you can get out from one of these deals,
standing pat is not doubling down.
Where are they going to play every day?
We've talked about it. It's an issue when Eldridge is up.
He'll be here soon.
You still feel confident about that?
Well, I think he should be. Like, I'm more optimistic and I'm more hopeful for the younger guys coming up and, like, let's just see what they have than this old core. I don't believe in these three guys as my three best players. That's what I keep coming back to. And I know I sound like I'm being very consequential. And you guys call it wave the white flag. I don't. I think it's just opening up a spot for a younger player that I think is as good now as Matt Chapman and could be better maybe next year.
In this hypothetical, are you getting any MLB ready player for Chapman?
I need arms, so throw me some arms. Like, right? Don't we need arms?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
I don't know. Do you love the concept of Matt Chapman and Adames 2 years from now as that side of the infield? I don't.
I don't love it either, but I feel that's way more about Adames than it is about Chapman.
No doubt, but I don't think Adames, no one wants him. Like, who wants him? Chapman at least has some value. Like, it's a process of elimination for me. And again, I'm trying not to do like, well, if you're not competing, then you need to take. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, I'm really excited by what I've seen from Casey Schmidt, and I would have gave Chapman the deal. But now I'm having a little, like, buyer's remorse, and I do think that something needs to be shooken up so that I can see some young players get some runway. Well, the worst thing they could do this year for me, like, as a fan right now, is continue to be subpar, 5 to 10 games under 500 all year, and not get a thorough look at Casey in the field and Eldridge in the field. That, to me, would be a huge disappointment. Huge disappointment. If you're not going to compete for a playoff spot, I do want to see some of the young guys. And maybe
it's too early to make that decision or that determination.
You might be right.
Far too early.
You might be right. And I'm on the heels of a pretty crummy day yesterday for Giants fans.
It's terrible. Look, I'm
telling you how I feel right now.
I straight up said it was one of the worst days that I can remember as a Giants fan. Like, you're not wrong. It is terrible right now, but it's May 1st. It is May 1st. And look, maybe this continues down a terrible road and the trade deadline comes around in late July or whenever it is. I think it's late July, and they're 15 games under 500 and they're out of a playoff spot. It's all over, and maybe they consider something then. I think that would be absolutely fair to think about the Chapman, Adames, Devers core and trying to move off of one of them. Maybe at that point. It's not happening May 1st. No, it's not even crossing their mind.
Well, it is crossing my mind. And I know I'm a more emotional than most. Talk to a Dodger fan. And they're like, Adames and Chapman and Devers, are you serious? You're coming at us with a water pistol and we've got an entire fleet over here?
But that's the Dodgers. It's the best team.
Okay.
Best
Talk to a Padre
collection
fan.
Of rock.
I got two different buddies. My boy Jameson, who lives down in San Diego. He's like, Adames? You gave Adames? He goes, we thought the Bogarts deal was bad. Then we saw the Adames deal. And I go, really? He's like, yes.
Bogarts stinks too.
I agree. But that's how you think about them. This is how they think about us.
888-957-9570. Are you guys with Shasky? I know you don't like me saying waving the white flag, but that's what it sounds like to me. I don't like
that because that sounds like we're just giving up. We're not giving up. I'm not giving up. I'm opening up spots for younger guys.
Okay. Are you willing to trade away one of the core, meaning Chapman, Devers, Adames, to create spots for Eldridge, for Schmidt? Is that something you're willing to do right now? 888-957-9570. Let's see. The 307 writes, Chapman can pound sand. I lost respect for him last year when he ripped the grounds crew for the infield dirt. Trade his ass. 415, Chapman is the leader of the team. No way he goes anywhere. The 925, Grandy, at this point, they're not competing for a playoff spot the last 2 months, let alone the last 2 weeks. The 209 writes, the move should be for MLB bullpen arms and closers, not bringing up AAA hopefuls. The 707, regarding Adames, his tenure as a Giant needs to come to an end. Let Schmidt be the starting shortstop and see what you can get for him on the market. His happy-go-lucky attitude goes against what Vitello and Posey want to build. Plus, he's just not good. Tired of him talking to opponents during play.
Oh, that doesn't.
The 808, I'd rather lose with young players than lose with these guys making $30 million a year or more. 707 says what you said, not waving the white flag, but pivoting and making room for your highly touted prospect that will excite the fan base. Okay, so are we all in on just what will excite the fan base and move away from what we think is going to make the team the best?
I'm not convinced that these guys are the best, and that's the sucky part about.
Well, they're not right now, but you're going to trust the track record of their major league careers, or are you going to say after a month of the season we're done with them?
Well, I would probably sell on them. Like if you're asking me about Adames in particular, like no one wants him. That's number one. I mean, he's the clear guy to move, but no one wants him. His baseball card is not great.
Adames?
Yeah, he hits for power. But like in a ballpark that was made for power, in a lineup where he wasn't asked to carry.
As your best hitter, yeah, not great. But if he's hitting in your fifth, sixth spot, it's not that bad.
And he had a lot of errors the second year prior in Milwaukee. He claimed it was because of it was the infield. They changed the grass and the dirt in the infield. He's been okay. I mean, he's been okay defensively. It's not about just this year. If you can get off of something that's not going to age well next year and the year after that and the year after that and the year after that, you have to make some calculated, long-term decisions here, and you just got to look down the pipe a little. I don't love it. I hate being like this. I really do. I hate being like this right now. But this team has showed you, and Adames in particular, for a full year, that he is a very inconsistent player for this team. And if you can get out from that money, it has to have crossed your mind. Like, it has to. No one's sitting there like, dude, I can't wait till 5 years from now. What's it going to look like 5 years from now? How can anyone feel that way?
888-957-9570. Are you with Shasky? Are you ready to move on from this core completely? And by this core, I mean specifically Chapman, Adames, Devers. Are you willing to move on from that core? The 925 texts, why wouldn't you entertain the idea of trading guys from the core? What has this core accomplished to give anyone or to have anyone emotionally attached to them? It's a fair question, 925. For me, it's not about emotional attachment. It's about this era of Giants baseball, and I still think that group of three gives you the best chance to be a better baseball team right now. They have failed terribly so far this season. Last year wasn't amazing either. But I just don't see the better option for this team right now. Now, where you do have a point, I think, Shasky, is getting off the money for 5 years from now.
That's what it's about.
Because that is prohibitive into the future.
Every day you wait, it becomes more and more difficult to move off that player. I mean, looking at it now, knowing what we know now, if I polled Giants fans, who's doing the Devers deal again? I still might, which is insane. How many Giants fans? Would you, knowing everything you know now, would you still do that deal?
Devers. I think you have to do it.
Okay.
If you're serious about trying to win.
Giants fans, how many agree with you?
Oh, not many. I don't think.
And we're armed.
I think I'm in the minority opinion.
And I told you, I would still do the deal.
I wouldn't sign Adames again, but I would trade for Devers again. Yeah.
I applaud all these moves.
How do you get a big middle of the order bat like that in San Francisco? I think it's the only way to do it. And you take a risk.
Yeah, I mean, develop was the other alternative, and they haven't done that in so long. And so, look, I know it sounds insane.
How does this statement moving one of the core pieces not insinuate waving the white flag?
Because this core is not Draymond and Steph. This core is not Kittle and Warner. We're talking about Adames has never been an all-star. Chapman's been an all-star once. That's not a core. Those are role players.
So you don't believe that they're a core at all, basically. What? You don't believe they're a core at all.
No. We overrated them because of contractual value. When you look around the league, those guys are not all-stars. Like, look, Kittle They haven't won a championship. Kittle and Warner are stars. That's a core. Trent is a star. CMC is a star. Purdy could be a star in some people's eyes. That's a core. Steph is a megastar. Draymond, whatever you want to say, Hall of Famer, that's a star. Jimmy Butler's been a star.
What would you say to the people that say Devers hasn't even been here a year?
Totally fair. Totally understand that. But I'm alarmed by that year. But no, Devers has been a star. Chapman is not a star. Now, because of the money you gave him, you might think he's not. Like, he's just not. Is he?
No, he's not.
No, and Adames is not a star.
Yeah.
I advocated for them overpaying, but we have to, step out of the Giants bubble, guys.
I'm with you. And we'll get back to that in a second. I see Aubrey. You're good. I see Aubrey. We're going to get to your phone calls coming up in just a sec. But first, we've got the injury report. Well, the Giants announced that reserve outfielder Jared Oliva was transferred from the 10-day injured list to the 60-day injured list as he continues to recover from a left hamate bone fracture. There is no timetable for his return, but the move to the 60-day IL ensures he will not be back on the field until at least mid-June. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Shasky, I guess I would say everything that you're talking about right now, and I feel where you're coming from emotionally. I think I disagree strategically, at least in this moment on May 1st. It's still so early in the season. I would, I guess, wonder if you feel this way about the core, why aren't you more, aggressively against everything that Buster Posey has done? Because this is the group that he handpicked and put together.
I know. Well, because I think he's new to the job, and I think the situation was really dire. I think both Farhan's situation was dire that he inherited, and I think this situation was extremely dire. And they made bold moves. I'm always going to sign up for people making bold moves. It's what the hallmark of John Lynch. Let's sign Pierre Garçon and Malcolm Smith and Juice and Goodwin, and let's trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, even though we're 0-8 or 0-9. Like, that's bold.
If you're terrified of making moves and taking risks, you're Farhan Zaidi.
Exactly. And look, Farhan made some nice moves. My whole thing on Farhan was he was here 6, 7, 8 years, and it wasn't good enough. It wasn't that he was the worst. It's that he wasn't good enough. And right now, he's only been here a short time, and a lot of these moves are immediately regrettable. I mean, they just are. And if you're not thinking about that, then I think you're crazy. The other part of this is, I got in my mind, I start thinking, all right, so you keep saying core, okay? When I think of core, the Niners core has won how many huge playoff games?
Oh, a ton.
The Warriors core.
Oh, countless.
Has won how many huge playoff games?
Countless, even countless series.
I owe nothing to this core. They have won nothing for me, and it's not their fault.
Yeah,
they've only been together a year.
For me, it's not because of some emotional attachment or what they've accomplished. It's what I think makes them the best team in the moment right now.
Do you think this team, with Devers, Chapman, and Adames making what they're making and being the top 3 dogs, is winning a playoff series over the next 3 years? I know we're projecting. I'm just asking. As them being your top 3 dogs.
If those are your 3 best players?
Yes.
Probably not.
Okay. So at least we can agree on that. I agree with that. So if that's the case, and we acknowledge that we need other players to supplement that via free agency or your own farm, you need to provide runway, if you're going through the farm, for those guys to develop. And right now, third base and first base are stymied. Shortstop is stymied. So we've got to move something to open stuff up. It's not about waving the white flag. I think staying with this core is closer to waving the white flag than moving one of them. And I know that may sound counterintuitive, but that's, to me, I'm looking at the big picture, and I look at their ceiling. And right now, their ceiling with them is relatively low. And so I think it's smart and prudent to look down the line and contemplate moving somebody.
Well, let's hear from Giants fans. 888-957-9570. Aubrey is in Vallejo and wants to weigh in. Are you willing to move on completely from this Giants core? Chapman, Adames, Devers. Aubrey, what's up? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Man, that was a frustrating day yesterday. They could have really took this serious. But honestly, I give it a few more weeks. If they don't change and if they keep going lower and lower in the ceiling as a fifth-place team, there's going to be some drastic moves, I'd say, by June or July. And by then, it might be a lost season because this core does not have enough power to compete, not even good decision-making towards as well as hitting, as well as basically first base. That's a major issue because especially with Devers on first base, he may have some costly errors. And I think that's where Elridge should probably come up and fill that spot. But if they don't improve probably by Memorial Day or the beginning of summer, I got a feeling one of those guys might be out of here. And 3 of those people has been just disappointing, like, towards hitting. I'm very disappointed in Adames and Devers. It's like, you have all this money from San Francisco who is willing to compete and try to end the playoff drought, but you're not making any progress. This has been going on for over a year. This is really frustrating.
There's no doubt it's not frustrating, Aubrey. It absolutely is.
Here's one of my boys texting, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
You're good. Go ahead.
It's hella on Posey. Experience or not, results are results. And this is one of the biggest diehard Giants fans I know. My boy Matt Murphy. Adames might be the most overrated player in the bigs. He's never been an all-star. I love him. Look, he smiles. He pours Gatorade on players getting interviewed. I get it. He's a huge clubhouse guy. But re-upping Chappie was bad, and he was against that in real time, my boy Matt. Devers trade, I don't mind as much, but he's a DH at best, and if he's not hitting, then what value is he giving you? The Adames aspect, like, we can't overlook it. The Adames has one of the worst contracts in the game. Devers, too. That's like 2 unreal contracts weighing you down. So this third one, which isn't as bad in Chapman, might be the only tradable one you have. If you don't,
it just feels awfully quick to pull the plug. All my point is.
No, of course it sounds quick, and of course I sound crazy. But
you got a lot of people agreeing with you.
But because we're watching, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good, but you got guys going through slumps at the same time.
Have you bought in on this?
They're supposed to be your 2 best hitters. I get it, but they're slumping at the same time. They are better than this.
If it was a month, I'd agree with you.
Our eyes don't. It's a little more than a month. It's
they
May
were terrible
1st.
for 6 months last year.
Adames was not, or Devers was not terrible with the Giants last year. He had 236, but he had 20 home runs, 51 bombs in 90 games. That's not that bad.
No, it wasn't bad, but he wasn't. He never really had.
Pace for like 35 bombs and almost 90 RBI.
But he struck out almost 2 times a game.
Would you acknowledge, though, the way you're talking to it makes it seem like Jung-Hoo Lee and Casey Schmidt are going to continue this throughout the season?
There's no doubt that they could both, drop back down. And look, Jung-Hoo Lee had a month last year and then came back down to earth after really struggling for a couple of months. He's an up-and-down player. But, guys, these other guys are... Like, Adames was awful all last year, right? Not good.
I don't know about awful.
Offensively?
I don't think he was awful. He had a really rough beginning to the season, and I came out here and I told you.
I thought he was close to awful,
I feel
given
like
how much he's been paid.
His 30 home runs were relatively not impactful 30 home runs. I don't think he was awful. I think that's a stretch. Was he a great hitter? No. Was he an all-star level hitter? No. Was he an average hitter? Yeah, probably. I think he was probably somewhere around average. All things considered, he wasn't great.
I mean,
I'm not telling you he's the best player on the team. I want to take more calls. 888-957-9570.
I love how we're just kid gloving it. Just like Adames was bad last year. The guy got paid $182 million. 182. Like,
okay, when you compare it to the contract, sure, you're not getting, but we knew you weren't going to get the contract paid back. Yeah, that's the price you pay to bring in a hitter to this ballpark.
He wasn't even close to justifying that contract.
I'm not saying he was.
I mean, we're asking for give me a month, man. Just give me a month, please.
It's been one bad month.
Well, no.
Give him more.
Piled on to last year.
888-957-9570. BPA. Brian in Palo Alto wants to weigh in. What's up?
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you been?
I'm good. I'm good. I think it's all like, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. It's all about the farm system and developmental program of the Giants, which is a joke, continues to be a joke, and has been a joke for most of 2 decades. No, wait, is that right? Has it really been that long? No, 15 years, whatever it's been. And this was my principal criticism of Posey like a year ago. It's my principal criticism of Posey today. Most of the people that ran the developmental and minor league operation and scouting and drafting for the Giants are still there. They're the same guys that were there with Farhan. Kyle Haynes, or I think that's his name. Horrible. Like, what are these guys still doing in those roles? And so, yeah, we can talk about Adames or Devers. You can't trade them now. Their values are low. They'll heat up. And when their values are at their crest this year, you should trade them. I'm ready for a total rebuild. I'm tired of this rationalization from the Giants that we have to be competitive, and 81 is, we're shooting the moon.
Like it should be celebrated to be around 500.
Rebuild. Take these guys if they have value around the trade deadline, and hopefully they're hot, and somebody will give up some good prospects, because you can't seem to draft your own and develop them, right? So maybe you can fill up your farm system with other people's prospects, but yeah, just blow it up, man. It's not working. This ownership group not working. But yeah, and they won't do it. They won't, because they always have this sort of justification for our fans won't accept a rebuild. But dude, you've been an 81 team for 6 years, right? You are absolutely the textbook definition of mediocrity. So that's my take. All right, have a good day, guys.
Appreciate the call, BPA. I mean, I know I've said it a couple of times, but I don't think I can say it often enough. It's May 1st. It's May 1st.
So what?
And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it has been good. Let's see, the 707, right? So every year we just got to deal with the same slump. We're still talking about a performance-based industry, correct? In sales, if you bleep the bed for 3 months in a row, guess what? You get fired.
It's true.
Regardless. I get it. It's May 1st.
Yeah, but it's not.
We are so broken as Giants fans.
It's last year was not great.
13-18.
It's not about the record.
World Series year had a 13-18 month.
It's not about the record. It's about the amount of money that they have and the amount of years that they have with this team moving forward. How can anyone in their right mind feel good about the financial situation of the Giants when you're competing with those two teams? And then, to take it a step further, not only are the Dodgers a conglomerate that's going to spend at every single turn, with the new ownership in San Diego, who's to say they don't start spending again?
And they might.
When they've sold off some of their players in the last 2 years because of the impending sale of the team.
They might.
We've got to aim higher.
I'm not telling you that it's all sunshine and rainbows in the future. I agree with you. The future with the contracts looks dim, but I'm just not willing to give up on this season. And I know you say it's not giving up on the season. It's about more than that, and I get it. I'm not willing to move off of somebody right now. It might come in the future. It's just, I'm not there yet. We got to hit a break. 888-957-9570. Brett, I see you. We will get to you when we come back. Plus, if you want to weigh in on anything related to this conversation, you can give us a call, 888-957-9570. Shasky is ready to move on from this core. Chapman, Adames, Devers, are you? 888-957-9570. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you on this Friday on 95.7 The Game.
Football fans! History is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with True Fan Travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. It is the ultimate fan experience. Think premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. This is your chance to be a part of football history. Spots are limited. Don't miss your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need.
I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you. Hey!
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
It's officially the playoff season for pro basketball and hockey, and the action is heating up. Round 2 for hockey kicks off next Wednesday, with just 4 teams remaining in the fight for the cup. While on the court, the conference semifinals tip off earlier in the week, as 8 teams move on in the tournament.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space.
Come on, guys. Mill cleats on a seat.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Now back to the morning roast.
Want to talk about basketball?
With Joe Spadoni.
Anything about the game?
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Spadoni. It's Shasky and Grandy with you here on a Friday on 95.7 The Game. Man, a bad day for Giants fans. And I know that Shasky, he's feeling it. He is definitely feeling it right now. Giants lose twice in walk-off fashion in Philly yesterday. They lost game 1, 3-2. It was Ryan Walker that blew a save. Giants had a 2-1 lead in the ninth. Ryan Walker gave up a triple to Bryson Stott, then an RBI walk-off infield single by Justin Crawford. Giants lose that game. They followed up in game 2. They fought back. They were down 2-0. They were down 4-2. They take a lead with a run in the ninth, give up a run, though, in the bottom of the ninth, don't score somehow in the top of the 10th. The worst hold by a third base coach that I've seen in a really long time. And then they give up a run in the bottom of the 10th, and they lose both those games. And, man, those two games, they have Joe Shasky feeling some kind of way. Shasky is ready to trade everybody. Get him out of here. Move on. Wave the white flag. Season's over. I don't know why you're not calling for Buster Posey's job if you feel this way.
Well, because he's only been doing the job for a year and a half. I mean, I'm sure there's some people that are, but like again, you got okay, guys. I think you're trying to paint me into a corner. I'm saying it crosses your mind to move one of these guys, and here's why the situation's so dire. I want you to think about what I'm going to say here.
Okay, I'm listening.
Because I was talking to Steiny and I'm talking to the big boss man. The top 3 dogs who are making a lot of money together for the next 5 years after this one have been so bad, we're relying on Casey Schmidt to be one of the impact bats in this team
and Jung-Hoo Lee
for weeks on end. Now, this is a guy, Casey Schmidt, who couldn't crack the team last year. Not the lineup, the team. This is a guy who no one had faith in. We are so down bad with the expensive core that you're praying to God they find a creative way to get Casey Schmidt's bat in the lineup. If that doesn't resonate with you to understand how severely bad these guys have played, I don't know what to tell you. Now, has Chapman been better than Adames and Devers? Absolutely, I agree with that. But those other 2 guys can probably go nowhere because who wants them, right? So I'm not saying you gotta trade everyone. You've heard me go gloom and doom and I'm saying it's crossing my mind. I think you might have to contemplate moving someone, open some stuff up.
If it continues like this for 3 more months, yeah, absolutely.
3 months, it might be too late.
It might be. I mean, for this season, yeah, it might be too late.
You have to strike when someone is willing to give you. So like Boston last year, they knew they were in a Devers dilemma and they were like, let's strike. Now, they kind of botched it by trading both guys away, Tibbs and Harrison, after the deal.
Yeah.
But knowing everything we know now, do you think Boston regrets the actual trade, Harrison and Tibbs and Hicks for Devers, moving off Devers? Now, they've been awful this year, but I don't think they miss Devers at all.
No, I mean, the way Devers is hitting right now, no. But if Devers has had slow starts to seasons before.
Sure, last year he was very, very bad.
He finished with about 35 home runs and 90 RBIs. He could pick it up, and he could be good for the rest of the season. And I would say, yes, absolutely, Boston would be regretting that deal. They're terrible. They're a mess. They just fired their manager.
I acknowledge
everyone
that.
hates their general manager. Their president of baseball operations.
I'm asking about that deal. And their number 2 guy ended up going to Washington, and he's running the Nationals right now, Taboni. But I'm asking you about that. That deal. Do they regret that deal? Not the other 2 deals, meaning trading.
I mean, in the moment, probably not. But I'm telling you, Devers can have a very good rest of the season. And then, yes, they will regret it.
I hope so.
We're just so wishy-washy, and we're so reactive to what just happened.
I don't think so. Yeah, bat quality has been so bad.
Yes, I'm not telling you there's been a good aspect of Devers and Adames this season. I'm just telling you, you will feel differently when they are hitting the ball better, and they will hit the ball better. You will feel differently. It doesn't mean I think they're a favorite to win the National League, but what are we in this for? Are we in this for a championship or bust? Is that where we are?
No, I just think that right now, we're in it for the long haul, and if you're truly in it for the long haul, well then, as important as these guys are today, you do have to have an eye on the future. So, like, their next playoff series winning team will probably not have Devers, Chapman, and Adames as your top 3 everyday players. Will you meet me there?
Probably not.
Okay. So then you better open up a spot for those guys that are coming up. Well, who are those guys coming up? Well, you do have a lot of shortstops, TBD. We'll see.
It's a ways away.
Eldridge, you need to open up a spot for. I feel like today, and we will, this could change in a month. We could have a totally different conversation. Casey Schmidt's got to play every day. Every day. And right now, I really don't have a spot for Casey and Eldridge to play every day. And so, yeah, it's crossing my mind that they're going to have to move one of these guys to open up a spot every single day for one of these 2, if not both these guys.
Well, 888.
And it might be someone else down the line that I'm not thinking about.
888-957-9570. Do you agree with Shasky? Brett in Clayton is up next. Are you ready to move on from this Giants core? What do you got, Brett?
Good morning, gentlemen. Let's peel this onion back a little bit. So they were 7-3 going into Philly, which means they're playing 700 baseball for the last 10 games before they went into Philly. That's good baseball as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they had a nice homestand.
A very nice homestand. I mean, we're 9th inning away in 2 games from going 2 out of 3 in Philly, which obviously weren't playing good baseball before we got there. But that's not on Adames. That's not on Devers. That's on the bullpen. And Devers is notoriously, and look, you can stat check this, a slow guy in April. Look, I don't know what he hit in Boston last year. It was like 180, I think, or something like that.
He had like 50 strikeouts in the first month.
I get all that. But when you look at the bulk of what he's doing, and Boston, as far as moving off Devers, they know they weren't going anywhere. They're in a division, by the way, they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Are we going anywhere?
That Devers deal, you tell me where they're going, because it's not going north. They're heading more south.
No, but where are we going?
Chuck, I get you're emotional about it. I love that about you. But we're 30 games into the season, brother. We're not even a third of the way into the season. Baseball is a marathon, not a sprint.
Okay.
So,
wait a minute. It's a marathon? No way. They play 162? No way.
Come on, Shasky.
No way.
Thank you, Brett.
No, Brett, seriously. No, I don't mean to disrespect Brett, but guys, okay, if that's the case, it's a marathon. Do you feel great 2 years from now when you have 33 and 34-year-old Chapman and Adames on that side of the infield? I don't. You might. I don't. So if you're telling me, do you get out of it now or do you get out of it a couple years from now? No one's going to want them 2 years from now.
Can you acknowledge that things could really turn around in 2 years?
What are you talking about?
Could you acknowledge that some of these contracts might look better down the line here?
I have a better chance.
There's no shot that they're going to look better, you're saying.
You think Adames is going to be better 2 years from now?
I'm just putting it out there. There's a chance always, right? It's baseball. It's hot and cold sport.
Sure. But the history of the game tells you, outside of the steroid era, most guys in their mid to late 30s don't get better.
That's fair. But I'm saying you're trading them right now for 2 years down the line.
No, I'm trading them right now because I have guys right now like Casey Schmidt, who actually is better. He's been better than most of these guys.
Okay, well, what happens if the next month plays out? Maybe the team still isn't great.
I want to be wrong.
Listen. What happens if in the next month?
You guys are making it so consequentialist. Like I'm blowing everything up, and we're not doing. I'm saying if you gave me the opportunity to get out of one of these contracts, I would have done it in a heartbeat.
This is Buster Posey's hand-picked core, and they have not been together for a full season yet.
I bet he regrets some of the deals.
Probably.
He has to.
It doesn't mean that you cut bait the second it goes poorly before they've played even a season together.
Well, they played half a season last year, and it wasn't great. And I look at this rotation. This rotation is not playoff worthy. This bullpen is not playoff worthy. And the young guys are not playoff worthy ready, even though they've been a lot better. And then I look at the core, is that a playoff winning core? No. To me, that's process of elimination and reading the entire roster, not just them.
The 925 says, I hate when people use the it's early excuse. All these games are worth the same, so you can't just trick off games and shrug it off. It's early. A win now is worth the same as a win in September. Yeah, I hear you. I'm just saying there's a plenty of time left for these guys who are proven big leaguers and have been pretty darn good offensively for their whole careers to get near their career averages. It is still possible for that to happen.
Sure, but they dug such a big hole. There's still a very minimal chance of making the playoffs today, even though it's only May 1st. Them pulling off what the Mets did last year and going on a run would be pretty incredible. To see this team go on a 95-win pace and force themselves over the last however many months to get into the playoffs, we would all agree that would be a special run, right? Right?
Yeah. Let me ask you, what do you think the Giants, according to FanGraphs, the Giants' playoff chances are?
I don't know. What is it, 32%?
17.3%.
Wow, it's half of what I thought.
To make the playoffs.
Wow.
According to FanGraphs currently, at 13 and 18.
I view the team overall as multiple pieces away, and I'm just trying to be realistic about this. And I know you guys want to like this core. I want to like the core. I want to like these guys. And I think if we had a better pitching staff and maybe we had another younger player or two that was contributing at a higher clip, I could be bought in on them. But I look at the team as a whole and I go, you got 2.5 pitchers, right? You've got, in the starting rotation, you've got no closer. You've really got no true setup, man. You got 2 guys you kind of like, but you don't really even necessarily trust them in every situation. And Keaton Wynn and Ryan Walker, like I'm talking about late in games, forget the 9th inning. And then you got a first-time manager. You know, like, we've got a lot of question marks. I wanted it to be better. If they were 18 and 13, right? Let's say I flipped the record. I would have almost all the same concerns. I would feel better, but I would have almost all the same concerns.
I don't know, man.
You wouldn't?
I'm not sitting here telling you they're a perfect team, and if the record was magically reversed, they'd be a perfect team.
Are they even a playoff team?
No, probably not. Because they have dug themselves a hole. I'm just not going to rush into the decision to move off of players. But it was so hard to ever get anybody here that would ever hit 30 home runs.
No doubt.
And now you have 2 guys that can do it and have that regularly in their careers. I'm not eager to move off of it. It might fail spectacularly. But you know what? Buster Posey took a couple of risks. They might ultimately be terrible decisions. It could prove out that way. But you know what? I'm going to give it the chance that it deserves to at least prove that it's going to be terrible.
I don't know.
It might not be the right move. You might ultimately end up being right and that this is a terrible core and they're never going to win anything of any kind of significance.
I don't think they're terrible.
But I don't feel comfortable moving off of it and giving up on it until I know for sure it's not going to work.
Well, I would put it this way. I don't think they're terrible. And I'm not giving up on all this. I'm saying that if I could get out from underneath one of these deals,
I know what you're saying.
I would be much more open to it today than I have been in years past. And this team right now, like, what are they trying to build? They're trying to build a culture, which has been a bunch of losers. They've been about 500, it feels like forever, perpetually, correct?
Yeah.
So they're trying to build something. And right now, it's not coming together quick enough for them to justify staying with this group. And I don't see them as a core. They're overpaid players that are solid role players. Adames is a solid role player who's dramatically overpaid. Devers could be. Like, I hold out hope for Devers. Adames, not as much. And Chapman is solid. But again, every year you see, he got hurt last year twice. Twice last year.
He's 33.
He got hurt twice last year.
He's the oldest of that group.
And, I like him. I think he's a really good player. I think in the right team and in the right role, he would be extremely impactful.
And he's under contract through 2030. He's 33 right now. I think we're miscasting
him and Adames as center of the organization guys, and I don't think they're good enough to be that.
Look, where I think you are correct is the future looks kind of difficult. Like, okay, let's project 3 years from now, 2029, okay? 2029, Devers is making $29 million. Adames is making $26 million. Chapman's making $25 million. Devers will be 32. Adames will be 33, and Chapman will be 36. 3 years from now, in 2029, that's a gigantic sum of money tied up in 3 guys that are on the wrong side of 30, and in Chapman's case, closer to 40 than 30. Like, so if this group, Shasky, is to be successful, this group led by Devers, Adames, and Chapman, if they're to be successful, it like almost has to be this year, next year.
I understand.
Maybe at the most 2028. So I get where you're coming from.
And I'm probably jumping the gun, but the problem is I saw this with the prior regime when you had Belt and Crawford.
You gave them one too many contracts.
And Longoria. They stuck with that core too long.
Yeah. And that one was understandable because it was a World Series core.
Now you're preaching. And look, just say what you want about Evan Longoria, multiple Gold Glove winner.
Best Ray of all time.
And all-time leading home run leader in Rays history. Like, there were things to buy in, and you had Posey. and you still had Bumgarner. Like, it made sense. I get it. And that team had earned the benefit of the doubt.
You were 2 years removed from a playoff run where you felt like you actually could have won that World Series in 2016. I thought they should have won the Cubs series.
Yeah. Yes, I'm with you.
Casilla,
so that situation was different, but similarly, did we not learn our lesson? You said one contract too many. Well, that's the problem with where we're at now. It's like we already gave the contracts out, and now if you hang on too long, you might be stuck with it.
888-957-9570. Are you willing to move off of this core, this Giants core? Chapman, Adames, Devers. 888-957-9570. KC is in Marin and wants to weigh in next. Shasky and Grandy on the Morning Roast. What's up, KC?
Gentlemen, good morning. I love the conversation as usual. My question is not about the players. It's more to the ownership. And what is their goal? Is their goal an ROI, or is their goal a championship? If we look at the ownership group, especially with the newest ownership that was just announced, where we have the Saudi investment fund that is invested in the Giants via Jared Kushner's brother. We have Greg Johnson and his father. What are their goals? I don't know if the Saudi investment fund wants to win a world championship. I don't. I'd love to know what the goals are. That's the biggest question I have as a Giants fan.
So it's funny you bring that up because, Carter and I have talked about this. Like, okay, if these are going to be your three high-priced guys, and you to your point about, I think you're right. I think on their big board, it's like you got to win this year and next year. Like, that's how they're viewing it. I would say to them, well, then you should have spent another $40 million on a power right-handed bat, which they didn't do.
You there. Absolutely.
You should have spent another $30 million on a starting pitcher.
Even if the lineup was performing to what we expected, there are still holes on this roster.
Thank you. And so when you don't do those and you we spend just enough, it's like, well, you're going to have a really flawed team that's going to be wildly frustrating, and it's going to drive me into, again, consequentialist conversations where we get into the extremes. And it's like, that's not the case. Like, for example, he's having an start to the year. Kyle Tucker. Like, if you had added a bat like that, I'm not saying him, but like that, be like, all right, this is all for now. If you added Framber Valdez, all right, this is all for right now. Yeah. Like, that's called going all in. You didn't bring in a closer. You didn't bring in a setup man. We watched Ryan Walker up and down the last 2 years. Yep. As you watched Camilo Doval up and down the 2 years prior to that. These relievers are fickle, right? You've got to bring someone in who can solidify the ninth inning, and then you can kind of rework 6th, 7th, 8th inning for the rest of your bullpen. That would have been a huge help. You needed a starting pitcher, a top dog. Robbie Ray, so to your thing, like right now, and this is where I've suggested this, Robbie Ray is in his free agency season. Mm-hmm. He's going to walk at the end of this year.
Yep.
All right? They have no one in AAA that I trust. They have no one. So if you're asking me, are we doubling down or are we letting him go? So Robbie Ray would be, if you were to dangle him at the deadline, would be one of the most coveted arms you have.
It would be. Yep.
By far. But you have no replacement. So I'm like, well, I almost feel boxed in to re-signing Robbie Ray, given you have nothing coming through the pipeline. And you failed in free agency to bring in anyone else to this situation. Landon Roop is extremely optimistic. I'm so optimistic on what his future might be.
One of the best pitchers in baseball so far.
You need more than that, right? And then I get to the lineup, like left field's not good enough. Center field is probably not good enough. Like, they needed to add more to that. They added Arise. I like that, but it's a one-year deal. What do you do with Arise at the end of this year? You know, with Casey not really having a place to play, what do you do there? Got to get Casey's bat in the, like, let's say Casey dips a little in terms of production, but he's still one of their better everyday hitters. What do you do with him? What do you do with Arise?
Well, you let him walk, and then Casey Schmidt plays second base, assuming that he's still hitting well.
What would this team look like without Arise right now? See, do you see the conundrum? You see the conundrum that they're in?
Okay, so this is a core. Again, you got Devers at 29, Adames at 30, and Chapman at 33. All are under contract until at least 2030. Chapman is under contract till 2030, Adames till 2031, and Devers until 2033. This is a core that, as we talked about, doesn't have a gigantic window. And the window itself might only be open barely because they're not very good right now. But if that is your reality facing this team, then you had to go all out elsewhere to complement the rest of the roster and to give them the best chance and to open the window as much as you possibly can. And this isn't necessarily about like winning a World Series or you're a failure. It's about making the postseason.
Exactly.
Making the postseason. And this team, I felt, had a pretty decent shot to make the postseason this year.
I thought that going in.
That has now gone to the wayside. They're a long shot to make the playoffs. It could happen, but it's unlikely at this point. It's still a ton of season left.
Sure.
But the reality is when you start 13-18, your odds, they drop significantly. So it's not looking good. So my biggest issue isn't necessarily the moves that they made to bring Devers in here and to sign Adames to those contracts and to bring Matt Chapman back and extend him at the very end of the Farhan tenure. My issue is if that's the moves you're making, you're clearly suggesting that these are a set of moves to help you win baseball games in 2026 and 2027. And if you don't fill out the rest of the roster accordingly, then I got issues there. That's one issue. The other issue is also, I generally just disagree with the whole idea of, with this team in this ballpark, building and spending all your money on the lineup. I've always just been, give me the best pitching staff in baseball, give me athleticism and speed and good defense, and we'll go from there. That's what's always won in this park. You have never won in any other way. Look, it doesn't mean I don't like the swing for Devers. A great hitter. He hasn't lived up to expectations yet, but I'm just not sure that is the path to winning in this ballpark in the first place.
Yes, the pitching won us the World Series. Early on, Bonds and Aurelia and Kent in the ballpark were prolific hitters. Yeah. Moises Alou less so.
I'm talking about the best home run hitter in the history of baseball.
Sure.
It's kind of like saying with the Warriors won with Steph because of 3-point shooting. Okay, good luck finding another Steph.
No doubt. But look, again, guys like Aurelia and Jeff Kent and other guys did ball out, right, early in their careers. Now, it was also the steroid era, so we have to have that in our line. You bring up pitching. Here's the problem, and this is the biggest problem. Pitching on the open market is more expensive than everyday players, okay? Pitching on the open market leads to guys like Corbin Burns who are one pitch away. Now, this could happen to anyone, but more so with someone as many bullets as thrown as a Corbin Burns who has Tommy John a month and a half into signing with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who the Giants were looking at last year. They won World Series, not just because of great pitching, homegrown great pitching.
Yes.
That they kept homegrown infielders. Now, the first one, they had a cast of guys, but they had homegrown guys coming through the pipeline to supplement when Uribe leaves, to supplement when Pat Burrell retires, to supplement when Aubrey Huff gets, we move off him. They had homegrown guys. They had a homegrown guy replace Pablo Sandoval, who was also a homegrown guy. So I think their pipeline being as dry as it is a major element of why this is very dire.
That was the biggest sin of the Farhan era, in my opinion.
No question.
Was the farm system.
No question.
I was into the Farhan idea because of the promise was, well, he's going to transform the farm. And by the time you get 5 years away from when he was hired, you're going to have one of the best farms in baseball. And yet they were one of the worst farms in baseball. They're still recovering from that.
The best guy that they've developed, Logan Webb, they get a lot of credit for, and clearly, but he was an Evans draft, I believe.
That was pre.
Yeah.
He was drafted a long time ago. Pat Bailey
has been a big leaguer, and he's been solid. I mean, I know he frustrates people offensively, but he's been solid behind the plate. The problem, though, Granny, and this goes back to the ownership question. I think they want to win, but what they don't realize is they were so behind the 8 ball to win enough, and I just mean to make the playoffs, you needed to spend even more. And that could have blown up even worse than what we're at right now.
Yeah.
I mean, look, like hypothetically, let's say they did land Corbin Burns last year and he goes on Tommy John. How would we feel today? We'd be like, Buster traded for Devers.
Entire day, just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live, instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts and the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. It's the Morning Roast, Shasky and Granny with you on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, it's easy to find the one that fits your drive. Like the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid or the 51 MPG Camry. Every mile goes further. Or go all electric in the Toyota BZ with up to 314 miles of range. Get 0% APR plus $3,500 finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 5/4/26.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connects to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the Morning Roast.
Hi, how are you?
With Joe Spadoni.
Yeah, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
And Joe Shasky.
Sure, whatever, okay.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we heard from BPA this morning.
Dude, the amount of my friends that want to have a beer with BPA is like through the charts, dude.
Welcome back. It's the Morning Roast. No Spadoni. It's Shasky and Grandy with you on this Friday. Happy Friday. It doesn't feel like a happy Friday because of the Giants. Legitimately, that was one of the worst days I can remember being a Giants fan. Yesterday. Like, that's not crazy, right?
Dude, my son runs the bases better than they do. Like, how's that even possible? He's 2.5. He's 2.5.
That was not on the player. That was on Hector Borg, the third base coach.
It's like, what are we doing?
How do you hold Drew Gilbert there?
I don't even get it. I don't even get it.
I don't understand.
Ramos is like, what the blank are we doing?
Yeah.
Or why didn't they send him?
Could you read his lips? What did he say?
It looked like to me. Why the blah, blah, blah didn't you send that guy?
Why the bleed?
Yeah. Oh, my God, dude. God.
Now they're in Tampa. Ugh. You just played a doubleheader. Second game went to extra innings. You used all of your bullpen. Is it Robbie Ray on the bump today?
Oh, jeez.
Is that who's going?
Oh, boy.
Let me double check. Oh, yeah, you're just going to hear the grunts all game long in Tampa.
Dude, the capri pants from him are hilarious.
Oh, they're too tight.
They
are
hilarious.
too tight, Robbie.
There's so many kids now that in high school, they wear no colored socks, right? And they just wear the white tube socks with those capri pants, and they look ridiculous.
Robbie Ray versus Shane McClanahan for Tampa.
Oh, McClanahan, okay.
Yeah, lefty. Another lefty facing the Giants. But they need Robbie Ray to give them 7 innings today. The bottom line. They have no fresh arms after that back-to-back, or the doubleheader, I should say.
After we flesh this out, I know I sound like, everyone is painting me into this, like, I'm punting, I'm caving in, I'm giving up on this. That's not what I'm doing.
We're not really painting you there. You're kind of talking your way there.
I don't think that's a fair assessment. I don't think that's a fair assessment. All right. Am I frustrated?
You said trade Matt Chapman right now.
No, I said it has crossed my mind that I would contemplate maybe trading one of the 3 guys right now to open up a spot for one of my younger guys. I didn't say I'm doing it. They should do it. They got to do it. Like, that's different. I'm tiptoeing. You know, like when you see like the pool and you're like, how cold is it? It's really cold. And you're like, I don't know. And you're like looking at it.
You were doing more than tiptoeing.
No, that would have been a cold water plunge, right? Of like, trade Chapman, it doesn't matter. He sucks. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like right now, they're closer to a team that would move a guy than a team that like is in on a playoff run. Now, do I want them to swing and add to the team? Of course I do. That feels really unlikely though. And I then asked myself, all right, well, what are you willing to sacrifice for this top dog crew? And I'm like, I don't even know. They need starting pitching. That's going to be really expensive, right? No one wants to give up a pitcher with team control.
Yep.
They need a power right-handed bat. That's going to be really hard to find. I thought I signed, guys that could give me elements of a power right-handed bat in Adames and Chapman, and so that's been very disappointing. I thought Ramos could give me elements of a power right-handed bat, and that's not really coming into fruition. They need bullpen arms, so they need a legitimate closer.
They need a closer.
Those
the bullpen's
are pricey.
Honestly been pretty good, but they need a closer.
Well, I think it would just stabilize everyone else.
It would. I think they're a closer away from being a really good bullpen.
Agreed.
Honestly.
Agreed.
The bullpen's been, for the most part, a strength. They've had 9th inning hiccups.
Sure.
But for the most part, the bullpen has been a strength. Much better than I would have expected it to be.
But getting a loogie, right, a left-handed out-only guy, is a lot easier to acquire than a pure closer.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? Those guys are they're just few and far between. So, closer, power right-handed bat, starting pitching. That's 3 things, not one. That's 3 things that this team needs.
Those are all really expensive on the trade market. All very expensive.
Exactly. And then there's the conundrum of, like, what do you do with the young guys? Like, come on, man, at some point, whether you guys want to keep him down there or you think he's ready or you don't think he's ready or you think he needs more seasoning, I think most of us would be disappointed if we don't see Bryce Eldridge this year.
Yeah, I want to see him.
All right.
Yeah.
Where does Casey Schmidt go? He's been one of the best stories of the year. You don't really have a spot for him to play. I'd throw him in left field occasionally, like once a week, to give Ramos a day off. You're not really playing Gerard. You're not really playing Christian Koss. You're barely playing Will Brennan, right? So I'm less worried about those people over there. And it's like my top dogs are just underperforming. So yeah, like everything is on the table in my mind because they have so many glaring holes.
I will say if any part of the reason why Eldridge isn't up, and I don't think we're here, maybe we're there eventually, but if any part of the reason why Eldridge is not up, or maybe in the future does not come up, is because they don't have a spot to play the guys they need to play every day, then you've got a major issue.
100%.
Like if you're delaying bringing Eldridge up because you're like, well, we can't really play him every day, even if he's one of the better hitters. Because we're locked in elsewhere. Like I hear
I
you.
think that's legitimate.
It's a bridge that you cross when you get there, specifically as it relates to Casey Schmidt. Because who knows? Maybe Eldridge comes up in June and Casey Schmidt's in a 1 for 27 slump,
or
and like
whatever
the case, or someone gets hurt.
Which,
exactly.
That sometimes opportunities present themselves because of injury,
Absolutely.
right? And I'm not wishing. No one's wishing on any injuries.
Absolutely not.
But like
it happens.
We gotta get a look at this guy. We just do. And so I don't know,
but
man.
We're at the point of the sea. Are we at the point? Are you talking about in the future or are you talking about right now? We're at the point where you got to see what your young guys do. Because to me, I know you will not agree with this.
We're a couple series away from that.
You will not agree with this characterization. But the translation of let's see what the young guys can do, that to me is translated to I don't think we're doing anything this year. Let's wave the white flag and build for next year. That's what that sounds like to me.
I don't think so.
Let's see what the young guys do.
I mean, Pages played for the Dodgers last year. He was a young guy, came out of nowhere and was awesome.
Well, because they have...
Just saying.
They have Mookie Betts and Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman.
Sure. Jackson Merrill started center field 21 years old on a team that had championship aspirations, right? I mean, like...
And turned out to be great.
No,
they play him for a month and he sucks. They're not going to play him anymore.
Oh, no doubt.
He was an all-star as a rookie.
I know, and he was amazing. But again, like...
Would have won Rookie of the Year if it wasn't for Paul Skeens.
You're acting like that it's signaling that you can't win, and I disagree with that. Maybe it does to some people. I don't think that that's the reality. Like when they let Benji Molina go and they brought up Buster Posey, did that signify that they weren't going to try to win? Back in 2010?
Well, no, but Buster was the best of the best as far as prospects come.
Yeah, but we didn't know what he would actually do.
We didn't know what he'd actually do.
A little bite of the apple the year prior, and it was And Benji was, even though he was depreciating at that time, he was a seminal piece of the team for a couple of years.
When did they trade Benji?
In June-ish, May-ish of 2010.
And Posey came up in May. I think there was an overlap where Posey came up and Benji was still up. Right?
I'm going to look it up.
They didn't trade Benji the second that they called Buster up.
I can't remember.
I would imagine there was an overlap there, and that makes more sense. You see what Buster is, and you say, oh my God, okay, this is the guy. This is the guy. Okay, Benji, we don't need you anymore. Go enjoy the Texas Rangers. Benji won't meet you in the World Series. But, like, I don't know. You don't make them... Go ahead.
So Posey emerged
in May.
June 30th, they traded him for Chris Ray and a player to be named later.
So we had almost 2 months worth of Posey with the big league club, hitting great and being one of the best defensive catchers in the bigs. And then they said, okay, Benji, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a couple months of overlap. You don't trade somebody away now with the hopes that Bryce Eldridge fills the gap.
Yeah, but I think...
Or that Casey Schmidt fills the gap. Casey Schmidt's hitting well right now, obviously, but who knows what it's going to be like 2 months from now.
I don't know about if it's necessarily fill the gap. It might be to accomplish 3 or 4 different things. Again, these are things that just cross my mind. I'm not saying I'm doing them. I'm saying like it's something to consider. And I think you're being disingenuous as a Giants fan if you haven't considered trading away everyone. Like that's what we do as sports fans.
Is it a cop-out for my main point to just be it's May? Like, I don't...
I said that last year, and Adames still struggled.
I'm frustrated as hell. I'm not saying that this is good. I'm not even telling you I think it's going to be good the rest of the season. I'm just not going to make a decision that changes the course of the future of the organization after a month.
Yeah, but for me, it's been 2 years with Chapman and this month, and then it's been a whole year with Adames and this month, and then it's been almost a year with Devers. Look, you could play the May game. I'll listen to it. You're not wrong, but I'm not overreacting to a month. I think I'm overreacting to the body of work.
I just don't think the body
in a Giants uniform.
I just don't think the body of work is as bad as you're making it out to be. We're being influenced by how ugly this last month is, and
I don't think Adames' at-bats overall have been good.
Overall, you mean last season and this season combined?
Yes. He had a strikeout issue last year that was driving people insane.
Because the expectation is he's supposed to be your best hitter, but that's not who he is.
He struck out 175 times last year.
He's not your best hitter. He had 30 home runs for you.
I don't know. I was thoroughly underwhelmed with him, just the totality of last year. And look, then you look up and you look at the stats and he led the team in stolen bases. I think he was second or third in hits. You know, obviously led them in home runs. Like, he led them in a lot of categories. He also played every day.
Yeah.
You know, and Chapman missed a month and a half.
Which is what we've been asking for so many years. Give me a dude that's going to play every single day.
Yeah, but I don't also want to pay him what I paid him and have him for as long
you
as I
can't have your cake and eat it too.
And in this situation, yeah, that happened.
You're going to pay that guy that much money. He better be playing every day. Otherwise, you're going to get a knock on the door from the Johnsons. They're going to be like, Buster, what are you doing? I'm not paying this guy $100 million so he can sit on the bench every third day.
No, $182 million.
Yeah, 100 plus. Whatever.
$182 million. If it was only 100, I would look at it very different. No, I'm serious. It's $182 million.
$26 million for the next number of years.
You know, and part of why Kuminga drove everyone nuts, like, he's not making $6 million, he's making $22 million. You know, like, people lose their mind about the actual number.
We're going to go to the phones here in just a second. First, I want to remind everybody that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Out to the phones we go, 888-957-9570. Are you ready to move on from this Giants core? Father Time's in Napa and wants to weigh in. What's up, Father Time?
Hey, good morning, guys. What a great day followed by a terrible day. You know that I woke up at 6 and I've been listening to Giants talk all morning. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, the sky isn't falling, but it's descending, and it's right there, and the horizon looks pretty bleak. I mean, it is dark clouds ahead. Those contracts are just, albatross contracts, as somebody said. If it's me, I'm, ready to move on. Hell yeah. Give me Chapman to whoever, the Yankees. Send Devers to San Diego. I don't care. You can hold on to Adames because you don't really have a shortstop ready to play there. I would rather see Casey Schmidt at third base and Bryce Eldridge at first base making fractions and learning and developing at the big league level than the two guys that are there. We're tied up for, $500 million? Something like that, some crazy number. And you're not going to be able to move those players as they get older, right? There's just no way that people are going to be interested in a 36-year-old Chapman, or at least not the way they're interested now. So I just feel like it was swing for the fences by Buster, miss, and sometimes it's better to pull the cord sooner rather than later, and I think that's this case. I think if they could get maybe a fourth starter, a little bit of relief pitching, an outfielder, that would be thrilling if they got some prospects. Anyway, what do you guys think?
No, I think it's a good point.
Father Time.
Look, I know I'm always early on these things. I know I sound irrational and crazy, but I think the bulk of Giants fans feel that these three guys in particular haven't really earned much in terms of benefit of the doubt.
That's fair.
Okay. And
as Giants, they haven't accomplished anything.
Like, we will be patient with individuals when they've earned it. And I think, like Draymond's a great example in this market. Like, oh boy, he drives everyone nuts. He's earned a lot of leeway. You know,
Some
I think
people say too much leeway.
You know, like Jimmy Butler is one of the rare guys that gets traded somewhere, shows up, and immediate impact.
Yep.
And everybody buys in. I remember when Andrew Wiggins got traded here, that first year when we were talking about him, not the 15 and 50 year, the year after, they had Oubre. And me and Bonte would do shows every day.
Oubre.
At one time, we ran multiple polls. This fan base wanted Kelly Oubre on this team more than Andrew Wiggins. You think I'm crazy? We ran so many polls at this station. That sounds insane, doesn't it?
Kelly Oubre and the Sixers in the seventh game against the Celtics. Don't look now.
Right? So it took a long time for Andrew Wiggins to kind of earn the benefit of the doubt with the fan base, and then he did, and then...
Second best player on a championship.
Exactly. You know, so I look at this particular team with the Giants, and you could tell me, hey, we got to be patient, Well, at some level, they've got to earn some of that patience. And I feel like, I know it's a small amount of time, but for a lot of people, they haven't earned it yet. And so we're going to be irrationally impatient because they haven't earned anything.
Does the nature of the manager position impact you at all? The fact that Vitello's in his first month as the Giants manager and you're already immediately thinking about, all right, this core that you signed on to manage, we're breaking it up. Does that mean anything to you? Does that impact your decision at all?
You guys just keep getting stuck on the core. I just don't think, maybe they view it as such. When I hear core,
look, it's not a great core, but it's their core. It's their guys that they're paying to be their three best players.
Yeah, to me, core means championship. Like, what's the core of the Rockies? Well, you're laughing, but I'm asking,
well, it's the Rockies.
How could core mean championship? You mean there's no such thing as a core unless you win a championship?
Well, unless you're championship. Who's the core of the Raiders? I guess Brock Bowers, maybe Genti. Do you see what I'm saying?
Bowers, Genti, and Mendoza. They got a young core that they hope develops into something.
I don't know. Maybe I'm using the word too tightly.
Core just means your group of players that you lean on to be your most impactful guys.
All right. Okay, that's your interpretation. I guess my interpretation is
different cores have higher ceilings, have lower ceilings. This isn't a particularly great core, at least not right now, but it's their core, whether you hate it, whether you like it or not.
When Oklahoma City sucked, they had Shai Gilgeous-Alexander still on the team. He was clearly part of the core of the future.
Yeah, sure.
None of these guys are...
Piece. That's what I would disagree. He was a piece.
Yeah, but that's my point, is even bad teams can have pieces of a core.
Yeah, but that core might not be, I'm just
ready to sell on it.
To me, core is elevated. I'm getting in the minutia here, but to me, core is elevated, right? When we use core in this market, we're talking about Hall of Famers and guys that have won big playoff games. So I have a hard time putting them, and I get what you're saying, because it is. When you make your bed with these guys and you invest in these guys and you sign them to big deals, you have kind of laid in bed with them. This is the family you created. So I get that. When I hear the core, I'm just ugh.
The next, let's say the Giants keep Devers, Adames, Chapman around for at least the next 3 years. Let's say this year, 27 and 28, they're Giants, okay? I'm not even talking about success. Just let's say that. What is that prohibitive to in terms of the Giants doing? What opportunities are they missing out on by keeping them around?
Well, you limit your DH spot on every given day if you bring up Bryce Eldridge. Your first base and DH spot are completely stymied by those two guys alone. Third base and shortstop, well, those are two positions defensively. You have a ton, I think they have 4 or 5 prospects they love at shortstop. So at some point...
Quite a ways away, though.
Johnny Level's probably going to get jumped up to AA, and maybe he'll be here by the end of next year. Maybe, who knows? But you're going to move Adames to second. Would you agree? At some point in the next 2 or 3 years.
Maybe. Yeah, you would think by 2029.
He's not playing shortstop 4 years from now, right?
He's not finishing out the contract at shortstop.
Okay,
yes, I
agree
with you. I don't know exactly when it will be, but he's not finishing the contract at short.
I would agree. So as you're long-term planning for this, that probably puts Arise in a weird spot where he's only a 1 or 2 year player.
Well, he's probably not a Giant next year.
Exactly. Yeah. What do you do with Casey Schmidt? I don't know. Well, if third base is locked up and second base is locked up, and I don't love Casey at short, well, then is he now trade bait?
I don't think second base is locked up next year. Or even 2 years from now. I think Adames is still going to be your shortstop next year and probably 2 years from now. But 3, 4, 5 years from now, yeah.
I don't know.
He can't play shortstop then.
I mean, we'll be having these same conversations about range with Matt Chapman in 2, 3, 4 years as well. And so, I start looking at it and I'm this isn't a team that I like. I'm looking down the pipe multiple years and feeling really good about it. Like, even right now, I've got my own questions. 3 years from now, I'm like, whoa. You know, like, very rarely does a guy only play shortstop his entire career.
There was a text. I want to go back and find it. It was a while ago. Here it is. The 806, when we were in the middle of our conversation about if you're done with this core. The 806 says, I'd rather lose 100 games for the next 3 years than be 81-81 for the next 3 years. This team is 81-81. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is there a benefit to, for lack of a better term, is there a benefit to bottoming out entirely? And I feel like what you're talking about, I know you're not suggesting this, but in general, moving off of your veteran players, making way for youngsters, that is a quick way to bottom out, at least in the short term, hoping that it means a quicker turnaround. Because the scary part is if you have Devers, Adames, and Chapman as your 3 centerpieces in the year 2029, you're kind of capped at what you can do because of the money, and because at that point you feel like those, if they're not already, they should be dwindling in terms of their production at that point in 2029. So are you better off bottoming out early and resetting your whole situation? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I mean, I think moving one contract as opposed to trying to, flip all 3 is like there's levels to it to me. And I don't know. Like, Granny, do I want to be a 100-loss team 3 years in a row? No, I don't. Do I see the merits of what that might produce? I do. I acknowledge that.
It's kind of the middle ground the Warriors have been stuck in for a while.
Absolutely. But I get why they have chose that path
Steph
because
and
of
Dre and Steve.
And yes, exactly. Yeah. So, again, going back to earning the right? The earning the right to be mediocre.
The core, your definition of core.
Yeah, you've earned the right to be that way. I mean, how are you closing the gap on the National League if you can't close the gap right now? Like right now, when they're in their primes.
Well, should the Giants just take a note out of a page out of the book of all Western Conference teams in 2018 other than the Rockets? Everyone else said, you know what, the Warriors are the Warriors. We're just not going to compete. We're going to gear up for 2020 and beyond when the Warriors run ends.
I think there's a happy medium that I'm trying to provide, which is I think they need to explore over the next month moving one of these big contracts to free up some spots and free up some financial wiggle room so they can be a player that builds a sustainable product year over year.
Does it matter to you what you would get back for in any of the theoretical trades for one of those 3 guys, Devers, Adames, Chapman? Because I mean, you're right. Adames doesn't have much value, and Devers probably someone would buy on Devers. They're not going to give you former first-round pick like you gave up to get him, but he has value attached to him because he's Rafi Devers.
And you have to think he's better than what we've seen. And you just have to think it.
For a team that's trying to win a championship this year, Chapman has some value. But I guess what I'm trying to ask you is, does it even matter to you what you're getting back? Or your main motivation is we need to find a space for Eldridge and for Schmidt to play every single day?
Ideally, it would accomplish both. But, I mean, at this point, if you made me choose between the two, getting more younger players under team control who don't cost a lot. Like, that's the other thing about some of these younger players. They don't cost you a lot. So you can be a big-time player in free agency when you're playing Casey Schmidt, making $1 million at third base. And Bryce Eldridge, if you don't buy out his contract, he's making team-controlled money under $1 million for 3 years before he hits arbitration.
Yeah, I hear. One of the things that we were talking about yesterday, getting ready for the show, was one thing that I'm concerned by is this experience, Devers, Adames, Chapman, and maybe to a lesser degree, Jung-Hoo Lee, might scare the ownership away from being willing to hand out more big money in the future. But I don't know how,
it's plausible,
this is all going to play out.
I think that for a long time, Jed York, after he fires so many coaches, it cost him to be like, whoa, we're extending guys prematurely.
You get gun shy.
Exactly.
Yeah. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 95.7 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the big games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. What's coming up on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, as we continue on the morning row. Shasky and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
All right, Grandy. Let's just start here. Gas prices right now, they're out of control. And every time you pull into a station, it feels like a bad decision. And that's why I got to tell you about what Ceremony Ford is doing this month. It's called Fuel Your Ford. And when you buy a 2025 Ford Maverick, you get a $2,500 Visa gas card. Yes, $2,500 for gas. Here's the thing, though. Mark, listen to me. I've actually driven the Maverick. It's one of those vehicles that just makes sense for the Bay Area. It's compact, it's easy to park, it's great on gas, but it still gives me and will give you that truck utility when you need it. So think about this. You've already got a vehicle that's saving you money at the pump, and Ceremony Ford is literally handing you $2,500 to fuel it. It's not a promotion. That's relief. Inventory is there. The process is easy, and you're working with a team that actually respects your time. But this is an April-only thing, so don't sit on it. Ceremony Ford in Coleman Daly City or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh, no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together ring heals.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Mother's Day, celebrate her with something truly special. At P.F. Chang's, enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at just $89.99. Featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice, plus the bold signature flavors she loves. It's more than a meal. It's a celebration made just for her. Reserve your table now and make Mother's Day unforgettable. Only at P.F. Chang's. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area and the whole country, 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's the Morning Roast on a Friday. Joe Shasky, Mark Randy. I'm in for Joe Spadoni. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Welcome back, Joe. Taking out there with Steiny and Goo. We got Steiny and Goo crossover today. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, Steiny actually yesterday referenced me because he was late coming back into the break. Liar! Carter had to get him in.
Liar.
Yeah, I'm not a liar. What are you talking about? But he goes, I pulled the Shasky. Does that 4 times a show? I do.
You do?
I do. I like to walk around and see everybody. I'm a people person.
Did you hear what Steiny and Goo said to me as I left the studio?
No.
They said, Granny, you're doing the Lord's work today.
Why?
Because you're going crazy with the Giants.
I don't think I am.
Well, they'll come in here and tell you during the crossover.
No, this is like Grandy, trust me.
Yeah, this is nothing. This is like nothing. I don't think I am. And if you're not like a little ticked off about the Giants,
I'm ticked off.
Are you a Giants fan?
I'm ticked off.
So sign me up for another 2 months of this, and then I'll make a decision on this team. That's what it sounds like when I hear people.
There is no rush to make this decision.
No. I'm just saying.
No reason to rush into it.
Well, you don't think there's a little sense of urgency now that we are in May? I think there is. And just in general, not in terms of roster decisions. You don't think there's a sense of urgency?
Sure, there's a sense of urgency, but I think the betting favorite is that Adames and Devers will figure it out. Maybe they don't carry you to winning a postseason series,
Devers
but they will play better than this.
Yeah, you're just higher on Adames than I am. I'm very thoroughly underwhelmed.
Look, I'm not telling you that I think Adames is one of the better players in the National League, but he's better than this.
You said that.
He's better than this, Joe.
Than what? Than a guy
what he currently is.
Well, he's a low 200 hitter who strikes out a lot and is feast or famine. Like that's what he is. Like this is what he is. Yes, he will hit more doubles.
He's hitting 197. His on base is 240. He's slugging 352. He's better than that.
Okay, so he gets up 20 points, 30 points. I mean, he was this last year.
And Devers is miles and miles and miles better than he currently is.
Him I will listen to. He cannot be this bad. Him is a totally different conversation. Adames, I'm very worried about the Adames deal.
I know what your goal is more about just this season. It's not about doing what's best for this team this year. I know you think that's part of it, but it's also about the future and moving off of a contract that you view as an anchor, and a lot of these might turn out to be anchor contracts.
They might.
If I am doing what I think will help this team win as many baseball games as possible, look, Eldridge could be great, and maybe Casey keeps it up, but I think the likeliest scenario, the way that this team wins the most baseball games, is you trust that Rafi Devers will pick it up, and Devers will hit 30 home runs this season. And the only way to do that is to just keep playing him and not move off of anything.
But using your logic, wouldn't it then not be a huge stretch to say, well, then why aren't you considering trading Bryce Eldridge or Casey Schmidt to help this win now core?
Well, I'm trading Bryce Eldridge if I think that gives me a legitimate chance to win a World Series this year, next year, 2 years.
So that's the only thing?
Yes. Because that's how highly I think of Bryce Eldridge and his future. But I don't think he's ready to do that for you right now.
It seems to be a really high bar. I mean, do you see the juxtaposition?
You're willing to trade Bryce Eldridge? What would it take for you?
No, but I'm asking those that are like, hey, like, this is the win now team that we've made, and we just got to stick with it. And what I'm saying is like, I like all these guys individually. I don't believe in them that much. I don't. I want to believe in them. I don't believe in them. I think their next batch, the next time they're in the playoffs, not one of them will be their best player.
When I say I think it gives them the best chance to win as many baseball games as possible, I'm probably talking more about like 83 games than 90 and winning a postseason series. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if you want to do what you think is best for the Giants team this season in 2026, the way the Giants are at their best is Adames and Devers just hit better.
For now, sure. I just don't. I don't see how he's going to be exponentially better than what he was last year. I just don't see it. I think it'd be really difficult for him to replicate his finish in the last 4.5 months from what he did this year.
What's really sad, we got a text that came across in the 510. Just turned on the radio. Couldn't tell if you were talking about the Giants or Warriors. Sad how far Bay Area professional sports has fallen. Go Niners.
It's just
the 510.
I think that the build back up, I thought you could patchwork it with some expensive guys. And the more and more I like watch this team, the more and more I realize like they've just got a lot of holes. And I think getting back to being a legitimate playoff team is just probably going to be really hard. And it's going to require even way more patience than you're displaying right now.
You might be right.
And that sucks. It just sucks. Like, it really sucks because I supported every singular move because we're so desperate and we've been wandering in this 75 to 80 win like desert for a decade. And I want them to be good, and I want them to be relevant, and I want them to be better than what they are. And yet we're really expensive, and we're kind of sneaky old, and we're not much better. And that is a really crummy place to be in.
I do think there is something that is very, honorable in a front office executive that is willing to take risks, swing for the fences. If it works out, great, you're a hero. But if it fails, to pivot quick and to try to reset as quick as possible. Like, there is something, like, that is something that I don't think we're used to in the Bay Area.
Well, they did it with remember, Jimmy Garoppolo, and then Jimmy, hey, he's great. Oh, my gosh, no, we don't like him. Oh, let's go get Trey Lance. Oh, we'll keep Jimmy. Oh, my gosh, Jimmy's out the door. Actually, we're going to play Trey Lance. Oh, no, actually, he sucks.
That feels more normal in the NFL. Things change really fast.
Yeah, but how many teams in the history of the NFL would have maybe reverted back to either Jimmy or Trey? Like, to go with Brock was a very bold pivot, I thought.
It was also a performance drop-off with Jimmy.
100%.
That was the if Jimmy kept playing the way Jimmy was playing, they would have never drafted Trey, and they would have never found Brock and whatever.
100%. But I look at this situation, and it's like, performance drop-off is a part of why we're losing our minds right now.
Yeah.
Are we not?
Like, for example, let me bring the Phoenix Suns into this. Phoenix Suns, they build what they thought was a super team with Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. And they absolutely were the laughing stock of the league. And how many first-round picks did they give up to get Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal in town?
So many.
They traded away all their future picks.
I know.
They had nothing left. And it failed spectacularly. And in one offseason, they said, okay, Bradley Beal, we're just buying you out, and you can move on, go wherever the hell you want. He went to the Clippers and then fractured his hip or whatever and out for the season. Whatever. They trade away Kevin Durant to a team that was good, that needed a scoring punch. The Houston Rockets, unfortunately for Houston, the way that it went, they were the team that wanted him. And they gave up Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks and multiple first-round picks. So Phoenix resets, and everyone's thinking, okay, they're going to be bad for a few years, but at least they got some first-round picks back, and they can reset. Well, they were stuck. They had nowhere to go. Matt Ishbia, their new owner, felt like they were one of the worst investments I feel like you could make because they were stuck for years and years and years.
No picks, no nothing.
In one offseason, they got rid of talent. Kevin Durant, still one of the most talented dudes in the league. They got first-round picks back. They got a guy in Dylan Brooks who we might hate him here. And
he was great this year.
He's a winner.
But
he wins everywhere he goes.
The guy you haven't brought up though, Devin Booker is in his prime and is a multi-time All-Star and was on the USA team.
Right. Yes,
that guy didn't reside on the Giants.
But the point that I'm trying to make is they swung for the fences. They went for it all, and they failed spectacularly.
Sure.
And they said, you know what? We're not putting more money. We're not putting more bad money into a bad investment. We're going to get out from underneath this. We're going to reset. And you know what? We're going to surprise people, and we're actually going to be better. right after we get rid of talent, get rid of who we thought was our best player, and we're going to win more games. We're going to make the playoffs. Now you lost. You got swept by OKC. You're not going to.
They had a great year.
They had an amazing year.
Yeah, all things considered. I totally agree.
And I'm not comparing the Suns going all in with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal to the Giants with Devers and Adames and Chapman. But there is, I think, smart managing, smart executives can tell when the experiment is failing and can get out of it quickly.
So what are you getting at with the Giants?
It doesn't bury you for a long time.
So how does that Sun situation now correlate to what you're seeing now?
If Buster Posey gets to a point where he feels like, yeah, this is not working the way that I thought it was going to work, and it's unlikely going to work in the future, then he needs to get out of it.
How do you?
But I don't think he's there, is my point.
Well, that I agree with. And I
don't think Buster is close to being there.
I know who I am. Granny, I'm always first to the trough on the irrational, crazy opinions.
And sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong.
It's part of life. Like, it's just know who you are. Self-awareness is a big key in life. I know who I am. I'm very well
person?
aware. Yeah, I would have, done a lot of crazy things. But all I'm saying is that when I look at this team, I don't believe in those three guys being the best three on my team and you being a playoff team right now. I just don't believe it. And I'm way less in belief of that moving forward, years forward. Now, if they had a different pitching staff, if they had some younger supplemental players that were more impact, I might have a different opinion.
Yeah.
But right now, they're asked to carry the load, and they're so far behind, and specifically Devers and Adames. It's hard for me to buy in on a team that has flaws in other areas when my top dogs aren't pulling their weight.
The 307 writes, I feel like Wilmer Flores and Yaz would be better than this core.
And I was tired of them, right?
But that's the frustrating part is for years as Giants fans, we felt like we were rooting for a team that didn't get the necessary investment from ownership, that was severely under-talented, and yet honestly did a pretty good job with their talent. One thing that I think Gabe Kapler doesn't get credit for is he managed a team that was not 500 level talent to 500 level records.
Well, and he got the best out of Darren Ruff and Lamont Wade. I'm talking about best seasons of their careers. Yep. Mike Yastrzemski, just go right around the diamond.
Crawford in 2021.
Unbelievable bounce back year. And even Belt before he got hurt had a monster year. So there's no doubt.
And the difference is you have maybe a similar record around 500 last year, this year, but you have studs.
So let's say they're
studs, quote unquote.
6 games under 500. It's the end of May. They go 500 in May.
Okay.
The batting averages don't improve much. The at-bat quality from your eyeballs don't look good. Now, how are you feeling?
Less confident than I am now.
And you're still blowing bullpen games, which maybe we haven't talked enough about, but they're blowing bullpen games.
The bullpen hasn't been that bad.
No, I agree with you. But they still don't have a closer.
You don't have a closer.
Yeah.
The rest of the bullpen's been good.
Yeah.
They're 500 in the month of May. It's another month of data. It doesn't encourage me that they're going to come out of it, but I still think it's too early.
What about June?
Then I start thinking about it.
All right. So probably around the All-Star break for you then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not feeling this team right now. And I wanted to. I was so hyped up for this year. And I just, every time they lure me in, they get 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. They get 2 out of 3 against the Marlins, and they win that game.
Big homestand.
They win that game, basically coming from behind. And they stick with Landon Roop. It was extremely promising. And it's just 3 games.
Vitello had his best stretch, I think, by far.
This 3-game set is just.
Vitello wasn't good in Philly. Left Malley in game 1 for too long. Malley was good through 5 innings. It was 1-0. Then he gave up. They gave up 4 runs in the 6th inning.
I don't think Logan Webb will be as mediocre as he was this month. But the other part of this is Robbie Ray going to stay healthy? Is Landon Roop going to be as good as he's been through the first month? So they've had some great stories.
If you would have told me that after the first month, after April, Landon Roop would be pitching like an ace, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Robbie Ray would be great.
He's on a short list of guys that could start the All-Star game. It's 1 month.
Casey Schmidt's OPS is near 900, and John Hooley's hitting around 300. I would have said, oh my God, are they 20-10?
Exactly.
Because I would have expected Logan Webb to have a 2 ERA. Mm-hmm. I would have expected Devers and Adames, and Chapman's been fine, but Devers and Adames specifically to be better than they have been. So you're right. Like on one hand, you say, well, the big boys are going to start hitting and they'll be better. But on the other hand, it's, well, can Landon Roop keep it up?
Exactly.
Can Schmidt keep it up?
Exactly.
Can Jung-Hoo Lee keep it up? You got all those great stories and you're still 13-18.
And then I go back to like player development. Like Ramos is just, and he had a big hit yesterday. Big hit. But what has happened since that All-Star game? What? Why do you put your hands up? Like, because since that All-Star game, I bought in. The power numbers have been erratic. The at-bats have been erratic. A lot of strikeouts. He's not hitting for like gap power the way he used to. It's not just raw home runs. It's just like barrel rate.
Yeah. And
then defensively, he's an adventure at best. Like, what's going on with Ramos?
I don't know if you were on this. I would have thought about trading Ramos in the summer.
So it's fun. Okay.
Last summer or in the offseason.
Guys, you work on the show. Carter, how long have I been saying that?
Yeah, you've been saying that a while.
Yeah. Now, I've been early on that. Had they jumped a year ago and maybe moved him, it would have been controversial. Giants fans would have been heated. You probably would have maximized his value.
He was an all-star last year, and it wouldn't have been popular at the time. But
it didn't feel sustainable.
It did not feel sustainable, and even if the bat is sustainable, what he is elsewhere is it sinks it.
Especially
as a base runner, as a fielder,
yes,
you're already hiding him in left field.
Yes,
which at Oracle Park is it's the place that you put your Aubrey Huffs.
Mm-hmm. Barry Bonds at 42 years old.
It's the place you put Pat Burrell.
Yes. So
it's the place you put Mike Morse.
If you put him out there today, like you're not getting much for him, even though he's making very little.
That sounds harsh, and it sounds crazy. We're talking about
I don't think it's crazy.
A bunch of older guys that are performing under their standards. And here's Ramos, who isn't having a terrible year.
No,
he's been better of late too.
He's okay.
I don't know. I'm just not wowed by Ramos.
He's not an impact bat. Would you agree? He's solid. He's a role player.
He can be. Yeah, he's not hitting 3, 4, 5.
No,
you. If he is, you're not a good lineup.
Which goes back to...
Which is kind of the case for a lot of them.
Exactly. And the guys that you've tied up big money to are also in that same category. Not a middle-of-the-order guy.
I don't know. They feel...
What don't you know?
They just feel stuck.
I would agree. Hence why, if you're asking me, like, stick with this, ride it out till June or July, or, contemplate a bold pivot, I would contemplate a bold pivot. I don't even know what that looks like. I'm not in the camp of trade Logan Webb. No.
How do you think Buster Posey feels?
No. Oh, he's got to be just furious.
What do you think ownership? Do you think ownership? We had a caller who asked, what is ownership's goals? Ownership obviously wants to win, but do they want to win enough that this is bothering them if they're still making money as they are?
Well, that's the question. Do you want to make money or do you want to win? I think
what comes first?
I think Joe Lacob wants to win, knowing he will make money.
If he wins.
I think the Giants, my POV, is I think they want to make money, and if they win, that would be great.
Yes,
and if the winning helps make them more money, that's fine. But again, that's the feel I get. It doesn't mean that that's accurate, and they'll probably be furious with me saying that. Because if you really wanted to win, you would have bit the bullet and tried to get a starting pitcher, get a closer, or get an impact bat in free agency this last year, and you would have said, we'll make money in September and October, but on the short term right now, we're going all in. We're spending money to make money.
In the offseason and leading into spring training and into the start of the season, do you think Buster felt that this was a good enough team and the holes that you mentioned we were all making it up, that was a figment of our imagination, or was it, guys, I just don't have more money to spend?
I don't know.
I think Buster's too smart to go into this season being like, I like Malley and Hauser as our 4th and 5th starters.
Well, it's not just him. It's Minasian too. I want to make sure we make that clear because he's making a lot of baseball decisions as well.
I think those guys are too smart for that. Or too smart to be like, we trust Ryan Walker as the closer for the whole season.
I said to Sam last year, I'm like, look, you cannot fall victim to the trap of guy looked good in the last month and a half. Henceforth, that's who he's going to be next year. It's like a lot of those lost season, end of the year things. Like they're great, they're awesome stepping stones, but
it's like a player scoring 20 points on a 20-win team in the NBA.
100%, and it does not mean that they're going to be sustainable for next year. Who was the third baseman they brought up a couple years ago? David Villar, who had a monster September.
Yeah.
You don't remember David Villar?
I remember David Villar.
Yeah, he had a monster September and was terrible. Was never good.
Aren't we doing that with Casey Schmidt right now?
Well, Casey was good last year in the absence of Matt Chapman. Not this good, but he was good. You guys don't agree with me? You don't think he was good last year when Chapman was out?
No, not this
I thought he was admirable. Remember, he had that huge home run against the Dodgers? We don't remember that?
Casey Schmidt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he was good last year.
He had good stretches over the course of the entire season. Wasn't great or amazing.
Well,
or
he didn't
anything.
get a full-time playing.
Yeah.
He only filled in, and then when
he had moments here and there, which is why I think what is happening right now feels
way more
real
I
because
agree
you've
with that.
seen it in stretches.
Yeah, but
in the
if you're
past.
asking me if he dipped down, would I be shocked? No, I wouldn't. That's baseball.
Yeah. All right, we got the crossover with Steiny and you coming up in just a little bit. So for now, we got to get out our final thoughts. Go ahead, Joe. What do you got? Final thought on this Friday.
Oh, my final thoughts. I'm watching Maul on Disney Plus right now.
Maul?
Darth Maul. It's a Darth Maul cartoon. It's pretty good. I like it.
I lost my Disney Plus Connect. I don't pay for it myself. I was mooching off somebody else. I got to start paying for it myself.
We can talk off air. We can discuss this off air.
Okay, sounds good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. I actually really like it. Darth Maul, I thought, was one of the most overrated characters in the history of the movies themselves.
Yeah.
Him and Boba Fett. There was so much lore, and yet I didn't get into Rebels and some of the other cartoons.
Yeah.
My brother did, so I didn't really understand how cool it was. And then I'm watching this Maul one. It's like a 6-episode cartoon. It's pretty good. I like it.
All right.
And then like Boba Fett, though, they ruined it for me.
Yeah.
Like they ruined Boba
great.
Fett for me.
That wasn't great. My final thought is, oh my God, the Denver Nuggets. Gutless Denver Nuggets. You know what? This is not me clowning on Denver. By the way, Jokic, pretty soft this series. My God, Nikola Jokic, what are you doing? This is not me clowning on Denver. This is me just what the Warriors did. You win a championship and you win 3 more. It is not easy to do it. Denver has been to the Western Finals once. Denver's been to the Western Finals once. And I think they should now blow things up this offseason.
I told you so.
What'd you tell me?
I'm talking about you.
What'd you tell me?
They've got to go get this guy from the Nets. It's going to be such a great trade for them.
Who?
Cam Johnson?
Yes.
I never said that.
I was on the Cam
First
Johnson
of all,
trade.
I still am on the Cam Johnson trade big time. It's literally 50% of what we're paying MPJ. They pay him $20 million.
Anyway,
and if you've been watching the games, he's actually played really well.
I think they missed MPJ.
Have you watched the
regular
game?
Season.
Call me a homer.
I did, but I think during the regular season
he played
they
really
missed
well. So he played well last night. I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night he did.
Yeah.
Last night, but overall this year he's been not as good. I'm talking regular season.
Call me a homer.
He is half.
What happened with Denver this year, it gives me a lot more respect for what the Warriors have managed to do. It's not easy to win and keep winning. You overpay players when you win a championship. The Warriors find a way to keep winning somehow. So
yeah, you do that trade 20 out of 20 times. The fall off from MPJ to Cameron Johnson is not $20 million. It's not double the salary.
Yeah, I just think that his offensive repertoire was way better for the regular season.
Yeah, I agree with you.
He did. Thank you.
Look, I agree with you that maybe he's not as good, but is he twice as good? Like, is MPJ twice as good as him? No. So you do it, and they had financial problems. That was a terrible contract. Anyway, an awful contract.
Agreed.
If I'm the Warriors, pick at the scraps of the Nuggets this offseason because they are going to be blowing things up, my opinion.
Kerr would ever want to coach the Nuggets?
I was thinking that too. He's got to be fired. What's his name over there? No, their coach. What's his name?
Adelman's kid, yeah.
My final thought is really simple. I want to say thank you to Steven Risotto. This guy is just a warrior, and he is covered for me being out on leave. He's covered when Spadoni's been out on leave, and we just think the world of you, Steven, on this show.
He's the best.
So
I love you, Steve.
Best.
What's your final thought?
Thank you. Well, I appreciate that. I got one more day left Monday. Anyways, my final thought is this. I've been listening to this conversation the past 4 hours, basically. Yeah. 3.5 hours, 4 hours. And I do want to clarify something about a core, right? And I think every team has a core, good or bad. And just to Grandy's point, a core, this Giants core might not be a core that is a championship core or the Dodgers core per se, but I do think it is the core. The reality is this is the core. And whether you want to tear that down, that would be undoing everything that Buster Posey's done so far, and it would pretty much end any hope you would put a good grade on Buster. So it would be undoing everything pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. All right, we got to hit a break, but when we come back, it's the crossover. Steiny and Goo join Shasky and me here for the next half an hour. It's coming up on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Crossover next on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowe Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Low Riders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Kohl's has Mother's Day gifts that feel like a treat because moms deserve something nice. Preferably something that doesn't involve snack duty, carpool, or reminding anyone where their shoes are. Make her day with 25% off across the store during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale at KohlsandKohls.com. It's just too bad you can't buy her the one thing she really wants, a nap. Select styles, 25% off or ends May 3rd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MOVE to borrow up to $10,000.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
No Spadoni today. It's Shasky and Grandy, and now we've got the crossover with Steiny and Guru in here as well. Hey, guys, how's it going?
What's
Happy
up,
Friday.
baby? You guys have been on one early.
You think so?
I got two words. Hector Borg.
Oh, my
You
God.
got one job.
Oh, my God.
You have one job, Butch.
Have you seen a worse hold by a third base coach than that?
No, I haven't. And then he says, I feel good about it after. That's when people start looking at you sideways. Just the whole outfit.
What'd you think, Steiny?
Did you actually see the play? Because when the play happened, we were giving back to the community at the Boise Miles
how'd
Club.
that go?
If this really were the penitentiary and we really were in jail, you would be done. The episode of Oz,
Now
you would be done.
You're smart enough to know a penitentiary and a jail are different.
No, I understand that, but the point is some rough dudes in there. When?
I've been to jail.
Did I ever tell this story?
Not prison.
Did I ever tell you the story about YGC and Guru?
No.
Did I ever tell this on air? Have I ever? I've never told this. So the youth detention juvenile.
Oh, now I know what you're Me
Okay.
and Pops.
Dude, this is an all-time story. I got to tell this one. Guru, I love you. I'm gonna say it.
How did this
the way
even
it really
come
happened.
about?
I'm gonna say it the way it really happened.
I have not heard this.
Okay, so my boy is running the YGC at the time. And so that's anyone from who's about, I want to say 12 to 17, maybe 18.
Yeah.
And it's me, it's Covey, it's Guru, it's Lucas, it's my dad.
Yes.
And my boy Matt showed up. And so, like, what happens is these kids have a basketball team. And if you have good behavior, you get to play on the basketball team. And the basketball team will go up against the sheriffs and the cops and the fire department. And, you know, a lot of these kids are been in youth detention hall for a long time, or juvie, whatever you want to call it. And so we show up and we're going to, do this like long talk or whatever. And we're warming up for this game. Yeah. And out of nowhere, this giant team shows up, right?
Man, big boys.
This one kid, they're like, he's 17, he looked 26. And he had the dreads and everything. I mean, he was ripping
They were
rim.
ready.
They were ripping rim. So I'm like, oh, we're in for like a real, like legit, like hardcore game. Ryan Williams, the 7-footer from Sarasco State, was playing with us. Does not pass.
He knows.
I mean, does not
he
pass.
shoots, baby.
And so Guru fouled this kid as hard as I've ever. Guru.
I was playing.
He fouled this kid so hard. The kid jumped up and like got in Guru's like ear, and Guru like put his hands up. They had referees. There were kids alongside. Everything. Guru, you fouled him so hard. I thought a fight was going to break out in again, juvie. We're adults against you. And so then Guru's just screaming at me to pass him the ball at the block. My dad goes to sub out Goo to calm him down. Goo is cutting the throat on my dad, subbing him out. And
we got into it. I was like, Pops,
so my dad yanks Goo. Goo goes back out onto the floor. We feed him the ball on the block. Guru throws one up, gets the and one. This is the best. He gets the and one. Now, the referees were like legit. The kids are all on the sideline watching. And Guru hits the kid with the muscles and then kisses the biceps and high fives the kids. It was on the real.
Dude,
you had two Draymond flagrant fouls in that game that were as borderline as I've ever seen.
That's special for you. Remember that was 6, 7, 8 years ago. Almost.
We played so hard. We barely beat them at the end. It was like 6, 7, 8 years ago.
But you got a little game. You got a little rhythm to you, man.
The best. We're talking to kids, stay in school and try to work it out. And Guru's like, "Who's the kid that hit me?"
Yeah,
you like that? Yeah. You like that in one? And it was all time. Guru, I love you for that.
And we love the kids.
I love you for that. It was great.
Yep.
Sorry, that's just one of those.
That was hilarious.
Out of tension stories.
So now, Mouth, pick it back up about did I see the play? I thought that was a bad look for everybody. The whole coaching staff. That move right there. It's happened in Baltimore with Bader when I text you at third base. Jung-Hoo Lee a few times. You can lose in the walk-offs with the walker. I'm just saying nobody asked. Like, that's what will have Tony answering questions or like, what's going on?
But why not walk Schwarber? Why not walk, or
bring
why
Gage
not go
in?
to Gage?
He was ready.
Yeah.
And I gave all the numbers out. I mean, guys are batting under 100 against lefties. I mean, lefties are against him. And, Ryan Walker is great against righties. He's not great against lefties. Wow. And Schwarber's on fire.
Keaton Wynn was pitching.
Excuse me, who did I say? Ryan Walker. Yeah, you're right, Keaton Wynn.
And it was his second inning of work. He was up to 30 pitches.
I know.
You guys have been going at it, but I'm Team Grandy in the sense that, Butch, I feel that venom or you want some change, but it's like Kevin Costner. I think it's no way out. You got so much invested in Devers, Chapman, and Adames. You got to ride this out. It's early, but it's getting late early. That's how I look at the Giants right now. Going to Tampa Bay.
Yeah. I don't feel good about it, but I don't know what choice you have.
Do I sound completely irrational this morning?
No, you sound pissed. I'll let Stoney answer.
I don't even know if I'm pissed. I feel like I'm assessing where we're at.
I'm reading Baggerly's story today, and baseball's changed. Like, you know what he spent a lot of time talking about? Ryan Walker threw one slider out of 21 pitch. Like, how do you talk about the pitches that these guys are throwing? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, we'd be he's throwing too many curveballs. That's why he's not. Like, how can we even get to the problems if I'm seeing something like, well, the guys aren't even throwing the right pitches.
7 splitters in a row.
You know what I mean? Like, we never even used to.
Schwarber fouled 5 of them down the line.
Pay attention to that anymore.
No, it's a good point.
Now, is that on Bailey or is that on everybody?
I don't know.
Everybody. And they wasted their challenges 5 seconds in the game.
Yeah, man.
Second inning, they were done with challenges.
That's not good.
I mean, look, so then where are you going with that?
What I'm going with is that we know guys are struggling, but like it's hard to figure out why. Like, I'm watching this game yesterday, and Walker throws one slider out of 21 pitches. Didn't really notice. Just
but that's his pitch.
I know, but it's like coming out of that game without reading this, I'm like, wouldn't have thought, man, Walker's got to throw that slider more.
But what if
what I mean?
But what if he wasn't
How do you
feeling
determine
it?
who throws the pitches?
I don't even know.
Who's calling the game? Is it coming from the dugout? Is it coming from the? I'm seeing stuff like not Walker. Somebody doesn't like to shake guys off. You know what I mean? It's like these are such small things that are hard to gauge how much they're playing into it. Like, the Giants have had bad pitch selection this year from their pitchers. I don't know.
I think
maybe they're not.
It's been okay.
Sure.
I mean, overall, the bullpen's been, like, to Grandy's point, good.
Second in the Major League Baseball.
It is a strength of the team. But
I don't have a closer, but the bullpen is a whole
team. You know,
damn.
This core thing, because we've talked a lot about the Warriors core, the Niners core. I know we were kind of kicking it around. Like, I like these guys. I just don't believe in them as being your top 3 dogs on a team that's going to the playoffs. And I sound harsh, but and maybe it just sounds like I'm contradicting myself. I'm not. I do like these guys. Devers, Adames. Devers, I don't really even know. Chapman, I like them all individually. I want to love them as players. I just don't believe in them being the top 3 dogs on a team that's going to go to the playoffs in the landscape of the NL.
Well, you haven't asked, but I'm just going to stop at Devers. And I came up with Rafi Devers because that's what he's been here recently.
You and everyone on the text line.
See, that's what the rumors the streets are saying. I've never seen that. That's a good original.
San Jose Jazz fan was hitting us with that last year. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sonny, you did tell the truth.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Tell the truth.
He's pretty clever.
But there's no way in the world Boston knew something was up with Devers. The fact it's the way he's getting out that makes me not even look at Adames. Adames is like Rod Carew to me. Chapman, okay, I don't like the Devers fiasco or what this guy is right now is so concerning and alarming. But if you tell me, hey, you know what, Goo, in 4 or 3 weeks he'll get out of it, but Butch, there's guys that don't get the pitches and then they're overzealous, they're thirsty. This dude's getting them, and he's not hitting them.
Not even close.
I'm like, if this keeps up, oh my gosh.
I don't know what to make of it. The at-bat quality for me, it looks so bad. Like, I know they're like, well, he's close. And it's like, and I've talked myself into like, maybe he is close. And then it's just the whiffing so.
And he looks back at the ump like, did that just happen? It's become a staple.
And then he looks at his bat.
Yes.
I watched him look at his bat and I go, oh, this guy's in his head. I don't know. Goo, I question, and this sounds insane, like, does he have a vision issue? Like, legitimate. Like glasses.
But he didn't have one in Boston, though.
Well, I know friends that have had problems with their eyes later on in life. I don't know. I'm just asking. It looks so bad.
It does.
Everything should be on the table. You're laughing, but like.
Well, I mean, if he had a vision issue, they'd fix it. I don't know.
Or maybe not. Maybe he doesn't know. Who knows?
But it's that bad for him to think that it might be his
He's
eyes.
300. He's 300 points off his OPS.
It's the worst OPS of anybody that's had 120 at bats,
in
right?
all of baseball.
That is wow.
I mean, his OPS is 537. Worst hitter in the league.
We see this with guys like Mark Wohlers. He can't throw a strike. Rick Ankiel can't throw a strike. Steve Sachs or Chuck Knobloch can't throw to first base. Sometimes you see guys like Josh Hamilton just couldn't get out of their rut, and there was a lot of stuff with him. There are a lot of guys in the history of baseball that just, for whatever reason, cave in mentally, and we don't really understand why. The psychology of sports in this sport, a game of failure, I think it's the most under-analyzed aspect, and it's impossible to know how these guys are feeling. We talked to Brett Boone yesterday, and he's like,
I heard it.
I was telling guys, because he's the batting coach last year for the Rangers, he's like, it's not, are you chasing the perfect swing? Because you're chasing something you'll never find. He's like, can you get a hit tonight when your shoulder hurts and it's game 5 of a road trip and you've never seen that guy before and you got to get that runner over to third? Like, he's like, we're maniacally obsessed about swings and path and launch angle. And he's just like, it's an imperfect game. And it's going back to the mental part of it, which I don't know. I don't know.
It's early, but Stoney said something. I'll let you go, Stoney, but he said something yesterday to me. He doesn't even know it. It was so profound. So let's just go to the rotation if you're not into Molly or Hauser and they don't turn it around. I said, okay, Buster has a to-do list come the deadline. And I know it's early, 1 month in. Stoney goes, what if they're sellers? Like, I said, oh my, that's obviously the worst case scenario if this thing doesn't get fixed. But I was always looking like, Buster go get another starter. But if this thing were to continue and it's 1 month in, I'm like, that would be holy hell for the Giants and everybody involved.
Well, okay, if you're buying, I said this to him, closer, right-handed pop, and starter.
Yes.
How do you even prioritize them?
How do you have to give up Eldridge?
No. I'm saying, but not that.
That would not.
What is the number one?
That's a good question.
Closer,
probably
power bat, or starter.
It would be
starter.
If the
but you still need a closer.
I'd probably say starter as well, but the point is that those are like 3 of the hardest people to get at the trade deadline. So if you're going to do that, you're going to have to give up your prized prospects.
Exactly. Which I don't want to do. Do you?
No.
Here's what struck me yesterday with the second game. All right, so now we're in the 10th inning, and you get a runner at second, so it's Gilbert, right?
And then Ramos gets the single.
Ramos singles to make it, so now they got first and third.
No outs.
And Chapman, don't even start me.
Chapman strikes out. Arise lines out, and then Schmidt flies out. But here's what I'm thinking. So Devers and Adames were the next guys up because they've been moved down in the order to 5 and 6. And I said to Evan, I'm like, so you're in the 10th inning and Casey Schmidt is batting for the 5th time. Wow. Meanwhile, your 2 guys, Devers and Adames, don't get to come to the plate to try to win that game. You're theoretically 2 of your best players. And Evan goes, yeah, and rightfully so.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
he's
that's the problem.
Yes, because that's what I was trying to explain earlier.
That's the problem.
Casey Schmidt has been excellent, but if he's your best player, and these other guys are making $550 million or whatever it is combined, we're in trouble. Man. Not that Casey hasn't been a great story. He has.
Yeah, I gave up on him now.
I did too.
Apology.
I'm really happy for him.
Really quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I was going to ask you, Steiny, well, are you questioning the decision of the lineup card? But, I mean, I don't know how you could, given what those guys have done so far this year.
Well, and this is where I'm not sure what the answer is. Okay, so you're not giving either of those two guys, and I'll throw Chapman in there, more than a day off, right? You're not sitting for a series.
Right.
All right, so if you're moving them down, though, in the lineup, then, you know, they're not going to have as many at-bats as the guys at the top of the lineup, which is fine when they're not hitting. But at some point, they have to hit, or you're going nowhere anyway. So what I was saying to Shasky was, can you even move them down in the lineup? Because the only way you're going to be the best possible team you can be is if those guys are slotted where they're supposed to be slotted and at some point hit like they hit. But if they're hitting down in the lineup, I don't know. I don't know what you can do with them, because they're the most important players that you have to have come out of this. You have to keep them in the lineup, but maybe you can't move them down in the lineup either.
It's such a double-edged sword.
I love the effort for trying to move them down and them not throwing a hissy fit for being moved down. Like,
who knows? Who knows what they did behind the scenes? I don't know. But, I mean, you can't just... Devers is the worst hitter in baseball. You can't keep putting him third or fourth or second.
The ballpark here, but you're playing half your games here. This is him everywhere.
Also, ballpark doesn't take away your ability to hit doubles.
I don't know.
Thank you.
It's incredible.
Thank you. The barrel rate for Devers and Adames is just like, I'm talking about eyeballs. Forget, I know they have data that'll be like barrel rate, blah, blah, blah. Like, you're just not seeing a lot of line drives and a lot of hard contact. You know how we were talking about Bailey? Like, Bailey has had some better at-bats in the last week or two. But for the first 3 weeks, it was really bad. It was. Even his singles were like little flares, you know? But, like, I mean, I'm celebrating a sac fly and a CNI single from Devers late in that game.
And the CNI single would have been a double play if there wasn't a hit and run.
Exactly. Steiny's telling me I'm not allowed to give Bob Melvin an apology. And again, I didn't like his mannerisms. I didn't think there was any fire. But I was blaming him for this inept or impotent offense that we saw last year when they were losing every other game at home, 14 out of 15, 15 out of 16, whatever it was. But, man, never in a million years these bats or these names, and I'm not saying they're the Dodgers, I never thought they would be this putrid through 1 month. But then you could say, goo, what happened last year after, and I can't explain it. Like, it is truly offensively mind-boggling.
If you were to sum up the Adames contract and the production that we've seen in a year and a month, how would you summarize it?
I'll let you go.
I think both Adames and Devers have been close to failures.
Wow.
Close. Not total failures, because Adames can come to the table and say he had 30 homers. And the problem with baseball is guys can be playing well but not be impacting winning, and it might not be their fault. But those guys haven't impacted winning, along with Chapman. Those three guys haven't, impacted winning to the degree that we thought they would. You know, where you look at a box score, Giants won 5-3. Chapman had 2 RBIs. Devers hit a 2-run homer, and, Webb pitched 6-7 good innings. They're piecemealing everything, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm with you. And, Adames, as far as last year goes, we get caught up on the 30 home run thing and first Giant since Bonds to do it and whatever, but I know you had this the other day, Steiny. The lowest batting average of any player that hit 30 home runs in baseball last year was Willie Adames, and I'd have to go through the game logs, but how many of those 30 home runs were important home runs that helped you win a bit?
22 were solo.
And it felt like a lot of them were down 5 runs, hit a home run in the 8th inning. All right, congrats. What does that do for me?
But I will give him this. There were holes for his coffin to be in early when he started out just atrocious. And to his credit, he got out of it, and he made that ballpark look small. He got 30 homers. And when you say 22 of them are solo, we know the game. That's not all his fault. But if you're going to, I had Yankee fans say Alex Rodriguez is a 5-5 guy. I'm like, what's that mean? Oh, he hits his home runs when we're up 5 or down 5.
He's one of the greatest players
if we're going to live like that, then I don't know.
Well, so let me ask you guys this one. This is something that's just I've been thinking about, chewing on, and maybe it's a topic for next week. Can you win a championship in the modern era, NFL, NBA, or Major League Baseball, strictly through free agency?
I look at the Dodgers.
Trade, Mookie Betts.
Freddie Freeman, yeah.
No, Freddie Freeman was a free agent.
No, I'm just saying both.
It's a good point.
Yeah, he wasn't homegrown.
Will Smith's homegrown.
Yeah.
You know, Clayton Kershaw was homegrown. I know Yamamoto's a free agent. They are as close as it gets.
Yeah.
Is there anyone even close, like, besides them, in terms of primarily through free agency? The Lakers?
I was thinking the Lakers are back a few years,
with LeBron, because he chose them, but they traded for AD.
Yeah. And that's how they do it. They're like, we'll go to Nordstrom's.
There's no chance ever it happens. It doesn't happen in the NFL.
Well,
it doesn't happen.
New England spent more money last year than anyone in free agency, cash dollars or whatever. But the core of
quarterback's homegrown.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just asking the question out loud, and I don't think they're entirely
I don't think it
built
can
that
happen
way.
in baseball. Really, the Dodgers are the exception.
100%.
All right, let me ask you guys this, because here's what I would do.
And Pages was homegrown, and he made one of the biggest plays of the year in the World Series.
I like him.
I do
They
too.
were one strike away from losing.
I just didn't start me.
Yeah.
Who's the Giants? In an ideal world, who leads off for the Giants?
Who leads?
Who the hell knows?
I feel like him.
They don't have a lead.
That's what he was brought here for.
What I'm saying is, and I'm not a slave to the calendar, but I have noticed it's May 1st. All right, so if you're telling me Devers gets off to bad starts, I'm willing to meet you halfway there. Then let's put the lineup out starting today that we think is our best lineup, regardless of how guys are hitting right now. If it's Devers at 3 or 2 or 3, put him at 2 or 3 right now.
And keep him there.
And just kind of keep him there. Just for the next couple weeks and see if in 3 weeks we'll say, well, he gets off to slow starts because he's hitting 245 at that point. I don't know.
But here's the issue with that, and I agree with it. That would force me, if you're asking for today, like we talked about this, what do you do with Casey Schmidt?
They got like an extra hitter, but they've got 3 hitters, but only 2 positions for him.
Exactly. Right? And so I'm viewing this now, and I've suggested this. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. Casey in left field. I would try it 1 day a week, and then you talked about guys aren't going to have more than 1 day off a week. Would you say 1 day off?
You're not going to give them more than just a day off here and there.
Chapman, Adames, and Devers, you'll give them a day, but I don't think you give them a series off.
So this is where I'm going. Like it's really difficult to find a position for Casey because these guys play almost every single day.
It becomes an issue when Eldridge comes up.
It's even more so.
Mm-hmm.
But even now, like, what if I want to get Gerard Encarnacion's at bat? You're laughing, but like, let's say I'm going to Levy Hefty. They're a lefty that they're pitching, and I want righty Hefty. Righty,
but that's
heavy.
the manager's job. Like
I know, and what
you
I'm
only
saying,
have so many spots, Goo.
and here's the other part. They have a lot of redundant parts. They've got multiple DHs. They've got multiple corner infielders. They've got multiple middle infielders, and they all kind of, stymie each other.
And the guys that should be the odd man out because of how they're performing right now are the guys you're paying millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to. So you can't take them out.
The Giants are in the wrong neighborhood. If a month into their season, we're saying and you're saying you got to find more at-bats for Casey Schmidt.
You do.
I wouldn't have had that on my bingo card.
You do, but I mean, did you expect Pajemski to be so good a couple years ago?
Goo, do you think?
I don't know.
No.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Do you think Bryce Eldridge is going to come up at some point this year?
It's almost going to the point to how do you not bring him up?
So if he comes up and
he
Casey,
can hit,
so where does he go?
hit
Where does he
right
go?
now. DH. Let's start at DH.
No, let me ask you this, Goo. He comes up.
Okay.
Casey Schmidt's still hitting the ball well, so you have to get him
Where's
in the
Casey
lineup.
go?
How do you play both Bryce Eldridge and Casey Schmidt?
Man.
And Devers.
Yeah.
And Devers. That's the key. And Devers.
Because
somebody's going to get some Scooby snacks taken away. And
but if you're bringing Bryce up, to his point, he's got to play every day, right?
So between Devers and Eldridge, you have your first base and DH every day. So where does Schmidt play? You playing Schmidt over Adames? You playing Schmidt over Arise?
I was going to say second Arise is there already.
You playing Schmidt in left where he's never played before? It's what Shasky's talking about. You don't have enough spots.
And I sound nuts even suggesting that. But I want to find creative ways to get his bat in the lineup.
But I'll say this about Podge not throwing rocks at him. Yeah, he did that and played that well, but how good was the team?
Well,
You know what I mean?
Look at where we're at right now.
No,
13 and 18.
That's the sad part.
And I know you, but you got me in you, but you haven't given up. It sounds like you have, but you know that I was with Granny.
No, I'm not giving up. No,
there's too many games left.
No. I'm not giving up. No, I'm not giving up. Like, there's been plenty of times where my team has made a trade that maybe the outside world viewed as a step back, and I viewed as opening up an opportunity for someone else.
Yeah.
Many times it's happened.
I don't know.
That's a 71.5-hour tease for next week.
Now, look at you.
What do you guys got coming up? You gonna be talking about what Monty Poole wrote? You guys are talking about that?
That he could come back?
Yeah.
How good a job is the Warriors' job? Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting question.
It's not a hot take.
Well, it's depending on who you are.
It's not a take. It's a question, Geltzy.
And we went and talked to we're going to do a recap, the Boys and Girls Club in Oakland yesterday.
Very cool.
It was awesome,
Very
man.
cool.
Yeah, we love the kids.
Yeah.
Looking forward to hearing about
If you're
that.
going to foul someone, make sure you get an and one on the other side.
And flex on them.
I don't think I flexed. Would probably add that.
You 100% then kiss the bicep and then high-five the kid in the chair.
All right, Steiny and Goo on a Friday. That's what's coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
I might go viral.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Happy Friday, everybody. We're going to have a good time today. No, seriously. Let me just get situated. What's up? All right, I'm here. All right, what do you want to talk about?
Everything.
That shirt.
What about it?
I like it. Steiny, it's got a pajama feel to it, but nah, you looking slim and trim, baby. I saw you when I came.
I wore it 2 days ago.
Don't do that.
But
you never say that out loud.
Well, Susan home, so the laundry was done. It hadn't been done for a week. Then she got back.
How you doing,
I'm
baby?
kidding.
No, I know.
I do my own laundry.
Steiny, I am on a high. Just to tell the people again, we went and talked to the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland. Thank you for setting that up. That was a great time.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Guru and I went to the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland. We had some young folks coming up and sitting at a table with us, and we were pretending we were doing a show with them and that they were callers. And Goo hung me out to dry a few times.
Oh, please stop.
But that was okay. We got a super chat early, $1.99 from Truth Jay-Z. Kuminga, a record-breaking minus 44. What? I'm not doing this today, people, unless you keep paying.
From me? So we're going to say, and I asked Evan this, he's the reason they lost by 200 points?
I love Kuminga.
And Willard, if he's out there, I didn't do it when he had a good game. So I hope you guys refrain from the Kuminga slander. And what would the slander? Put in C.J. McCollum. Put in the rest of the team. But we got out of seeing the boys and girls, and I looked at that score. I said, my phone's messed up. There is no way the score is 900-1, but the Knicks put it on them.
Yeah.
And you owe me. I won the bet.
Okay. So now we're even.
Bing.
Now we're even.
For what?
Because the Giants have already lost the 90-win bet. They've now got to go. They got to go 77 and 54.
You collect that late
That's
September.
a 100-win pace from this point on.
Yeah, but no. You collect that late September, baby.
Yeah, you think?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you'll see what you collect today and what you don't.
I got to say something about a coworker. That story that was told about me on the basketball court, Steiny, half that stuff didn't happen. Flexing, kissing the bicep. I just want you to know that didn't happen. Butch is theater.
I believe Joe.
Now you're playing with that.
I'm not, buddy.
Who would kiss a bicep? That was cap. And I'm playing against kids. Well, they weren't kids, but you know what I'm saying? Young cats. Anyway. Foul them! Right. Butch is down on your team, Steiny. Damn. Grandy was doing the Lord's work, man. It's still early. They lost a double.
I do what Grandy does every day. You rip the team, and I try to say, Goo, well, I either try to say, Goo, it's early, or Goo, what did you expect?
No, you've been ripping the team, but
Stoney, rip the team. They're good. They're a nice 500 team.
And I know we're not here, but you talked about, what they might be possibly at the break, because I was like, well, that's when you can go add. But I don't know where this thing is headed. But for Borg to hold up that runner, I just can't get over that. And then you look at Ramos, he's looking like WTF. Like, those are the little things that have people looking like, what's going on with the outfit? And you talked about the Baggerly piece, the pitch sequence. You throwing 7 straight fastballs to Schwarber, or like I don't know. But when you start, that little stuff like that comes out, then you start scratching your head. But you got to win that game. And Chapman to strike out after that debacle at third base, that's just on brand for him right now. But I won't dare say, Stoney, they're done. It's just too much time left.
No, they equal a season high, 5 games under 500, though. Oh. And this is the thing with baseball. Oh, they won 3 series in a row. Well, they're now 500 over their last 4 series.
And the Phillies are undefeated since they fired their manager.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the issue, the biggest issues are the big boys aren't producing. It's really that simple. Devers and Adames have been flat out awful. Chapman's been barely passable.
Right.
Defense has been as solid as usual. And
they got a tough series starting tonight in Tampa Bay. That's a pretty damn good team.
And I'll say this, and you're going to say that's kind of baseball, Steiny, but it's also, to me, what separates consistent teams from inconsistent teams. I'm hearing after game 1, that was probably Webb's best performance of the year. They lost because they didn't score when he pitched well.
Right.
All right, then the next game 2 of the doubleheader, we get 5 runs. Now our bullpen lets us down a little bit, and our starter, it's like, I just don't see long stretches where they hit, pitch, field, and middle relieve, if you will.
Yeah. Well, yeah, good clubs are able to do it more consistent, more nights than not, right? But the bottom line, and I told you and Grandy this, Donnie, I mean this, my number one project and concern in Giant world is Rafi Devers. And I know Butch was having a little fun, talking about his vision or whatnot, but you just talk about the metamorphosis of what he's been in a Giant uniform, including last year. I just, like, something's got to change. And you were having that conversation about moving guys down the lineup. I get that, but to me, you don't want to lose a dude. And that's why we were having a conversation about his comment with Willard and Dibbs yesterday during the crossover. I'm not mad at Ralphie, but I'm rooting for him. But I am starting to wonder, damn, have we seen the best version of him? And if you have, and this is the guy you have on your watch that Buster brought in, then the Giants ain't winning nothing no time soon with what you're paying him and what he's giving you in regard to return.
This is the play you're talking about at third base.
Oh, my God. Hector Borg.
Giants have Drew Gilbert at second, Ramos at the plate.
Hits that one hard and off the glove into center field. Gilbert somehow got the stop sign and doesn't score. Oh, my goodness. Hector Borg, I think, didn't see that it got deflected and rolled away from Stott.
You got one job. Follow the baseball.
He had a bad angle.
All right.
He had a bad angle.
Oh, man. First time in 19 since 19, help me out, 56 that the Giants have lost a doubleheader in walk-off fashion in both games. You and I weren't even around.
Yeah, it doesn't look good right now, and they're heading to play Tampa Bay Tampa this weekend.
I'm trying to be positive. It didn't look good last year either, and I blame Melvin, and shame on me. These dudes got to go up and handle business, man. And Ryan Walker blowing the first game, that's the last of my worries. The bullpen's doing their thing to a degree. Things happen. But, damn, you could have took the lead in extras if Hector Borg, and Matt Chapman made contact.
Come back and tied anyway like they did and probably scored and won 7-6. Yeah.
Obviously not a good day. A lot of things you'd like to replay, redo.
Play it again for me.
Obviously not a good day. A lot of things you'd like to replay, redo, but you can't do.
Ah, man. It's early. What'd you say, May 1st?
Season's about 19% over.
I did not like, what did you say, 77 and 20, 55 is what
54 now because they lost the second game.
Yeah.
Giants need to go 77 and 54 for Goo to win the bet.
What are you feeling good about the Giants? Honestly, anything you feeling good about? Casey Schmidt, all right, okay. But for Butch to say, and I'm not saying he's wrong, you got to find a way to get him in the everyday lineup. I'm like, that means 8 things have gone wrong.
The best part of the season by far has been Landon Roop.
Well, Stoney, I love you for that. I'll give you that.
Roop's been excellent. Ray's been good.
Yeah.
And I think Webb's going to be fine, and he's starting to pitch better.
Yeah, he got out of some jams yesterday, and he did well only giving up 1 run. But I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Well, we got a lot to get into. We'll talk about the Giants.
No Marcy.
Some more. Oh, yeah, no Marcy today. She's off. We'll talk some about the Warriors and the latest on the Golden State Warriors.
And Evans,
got to talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves.
No doubt. And Evans said something in regard to legacies about, some sad players and how we look at play.
He got pissed at me today.
Why?
Obviously not a good day.
What happened? Why am I happy?
As soon as he came in, he got mad at me.
That's why.
He keeps poking, man. Early in the morning. I haven't even had coffee yet.
Okay.
See, trouble in paradise with my fellas.
Just keep instigating.
It's not an instigation.
And I'm not here, and that's what I love. But what did you poke him for?
Let me just ask you this question. If Nikola Jokic, Evan, I'm going to knock you out, I swear to God. If Jokic is saying the Nuggets are done, where does that leave the Warriors?
Oh, wow, man.
He didn't say they were done.
He said everybody would have been fired if we played this game in Serbia.
I heard that, but he was having some fun.
No, I said to Evan, he's like, something about Jokic, and I said, well,
yeah,
he's on the downside.
That was weird. He looked gassed, but he carried that team the whole year while Murray was out. Gordon, what's up with Gordon? What's up with all these young dudes with nagging injuries that have fallen them into the playoffs? But I will say this is the first time ever I can look you guys in the face and say out loud on the microphone, I was disappointed in Jokic. He looked soft. He crashed out. He got a technical again last night getting into it, but he couldn't shoot the 3-ball. He looked fatigued, and that's the first time Rudy Gobert got love from the basketball world in regard to the job he did on him. But Murray did him no favors, right? He couldn't hit the side of a barn. But I do want to just tell people some days I like working with you, and today's one of them, because I do think the honeymoon's over for Adelman. You said the loser of this series was going to get a new coach, and I'm just telling you, Stoney, it looked like they were not coachless, lifeless, and I think he's going to pay the price, and they might go get another coach.
Steve Kerr may be available.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You're going to love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free.
QUO.com/SPORTS. Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-2000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-2000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in LA.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Hi, I'm Jade, an 8th grader at Marin Country Day School and soccer athlete. Playing soccer has brought me joy my whole life, but I recently had an injury and had to get surgery. This created a mental block to resume sports. The community at Hot Yoga Republic helped me get back into action and supported me every step of the way. The people, laughter, and encouragement has helped me find joy in the difficult journey to recovery. Whatever step of recovery you are in, you're not alone. Brought to you by Hot Yoga Republic. Visit hotyogarepublic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
All right. Well, that was fun. And now it's going to change. Willard and Dibs.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, there he is.
Where's he at, baby? Steph Curry, baby.
What about him?
One of the top 3 athletes I've ever laid eyes on. See, you're so sometime. You're like these new young
And
punks.
you're so past-timey.
Let's not even. That was a one.
Guru doesn't ask, what have you done for me lately? He says, what'd you do for me 10 years ago?
I'm the author of that line, myself and Janet. Real quick, back to yesterday, the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland. I can't speak about them enough. Evan, I did pat myself on the back in the car on my way home. I looked at the kids and told them, there's only one test that matters in life. It's the eye test. Trust your instincts. Oh, my God. Oh, Spidey, that was a bar.
Well, I hope they didn't all take it to heart.
Well, there was no reaction. Lizelle, he didn't care.
Lizelle, oh, he was great.
The teacher just chimes in. Well, actually, the ACT is pretty important, too.
Felt good
exactly.
Off the rip. Trust,
yeah, don't worry about the SATs. Whatever you do.
Your entrance exams don't matter.
Oh, man, it's the eye test. But anyway, you down on Jokic, huh? Evan told me what you said. You came in this morning and said he was slipping.
I am high.
Yeah,
on
you are.
The Minnesota Timberwolves. Very happy for them.
That is a hell of them. I don't understand.
I think they were going to win.
I don't think anybody thought they were going to win once Ant DiVincenzo went down. Your boy's going nowhere. Not that he should have been on the hot seat anytime soon, Donnie. Your boy is.
What are you saying?
Is actually sweeter than Ant and DiVincenzo were out. He rallied the troops. And McDaniels, that's what you call in the street an OG. He called the shot and then went out and backed it up. Man.
If before round 2, Chris Finch came out and said, you know what job I'd love? The Golden State Warriors job. Would you hire him?
No, I'm still in on Kerr.
Okay.
I think Kerr is, I know you've been using that word a lot. Kerr, I didn't like what happened with Kuminga, but the bottom line, Steph and Dre are going to be here, and they're going to be here, I think. You bring them back. There's more noise growing about, and I know Willard and Dibbs, we all had a difference of opinion, but if this stance on, talking about or speaking about what's going on in our free world is really an issue, Stoney, I'm telling you, I wouldn't come back. I couldn't do it. I couldn't front on myself and say, and it's not like he's doing what Mark Jackson was with church. Like, that's a whole different ball game. If there's a school shooting or something popping off, it's not like every night he's saying what's going on in the nation's capital is raggedy. It's when things, things like disastrous things happen, and he comments on it. But so I couldn't dial that back, I guess, if I've been with you 12 damn years, and now all of a sudden it's a problem.
I think we've omitted. I think we've omitted part of the reason that maybe the organization wants Steve Kerr back.
Oh, do tell.
Because, okay, if the Warriors have to hire a new coach, two things have to happen. One is they've got to find the guy they want.
Okay.
And two is the guy who they find has to think it's a good job. And how good a job, realistically, is the Golden State Warriors head coaching position right now? And you answer to me, what kind of coach with some experience, who knows his way around the league, who you really respect, would look at Golden State and see Steph at 38 and Draymond Green Butler and say, that's the one I want. I want to usher out the Warriors era. It doesn't make any sense.
I hear you, but beggars can't be choosy, and I don't even want to go racial here with you, but I had some fun in the morning telling you what type of coach. An unemployed coach. That's who's going to look at Joe Lacob, who went into the red and paid the taxes up to you-know-what forever until it was a rule. So you got an owner that's going to spend. You're coming to one of the best cities in the world, the greater Bay Area. So, yeah, just like with any project or whatnot, or rebuild, you got to usher out Steph and Dre. So I'm going Halle Berry, Nia Long. Very attractive.
I don't think so.
But if you're unemployed and you truly love the work, you're going to take the job.
That's right.
If they call you.
Right.
Like, let's not front on that.
Right. But my point is, if there's a coach out there right now that people are like, that guy's a great coach, he's going to Denver. And you know what? If the Portland Trailblazers hadn't just hired the cheapest owner in sports history,
who's trying to pay his
Blazers
coach the cheapest,
would be a better job than the Warriors.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
so that's
he's
what
not.
I'm saying. They may not have the pick of the litter for the best candidates.
But what if they want their new Steve Kerr?
That's fine. But what I'm saying is, they might not get, like, if I've heard this, they could be waiting for a coach to be eliminated. All right. Well, guess what? Any coach who's been eliminated is in a better situation than coming to the Warriors for an owner like Joe Lacob, who's going to really put the pressure on to keep this thing rolling.
And I will say this about
That's why it's going to be a Stackhouse or an Iguodala or a Stotts
I would love
or a
Dre.
guy like that, I think.
I would love Iggy or Mullen. I keep putting you in there, Chris, but more than a Stackhouse and a Stotts. But I will say this. I'll keep it real. Put the right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control. When you go player for player and you talk about the future or whatnot, right now, I know they got a pick coming in the lottery. We'll find out when it is, this upcoming draft here. But, the covers look bare. And, and I'm saying that with all due respect to Steph and Dre because they're on the back nine. But as far as what Portland has as far as players, my gosh, we don't have those thoroughbreds in the barn.
If the Warriors with Draymond Green aren't an attractive
you ain't got to tell me that.
Like, I would say the Warriors, how do I want to put this? The Warriors without Draymond Green is not a great job. The Warriors with Draymond Green is an even worse job. It's an even worse job for some, and for some, like, the more I think about it, if Kerr leaves, they cannot bring a coach in here that doesn't have some familiarity with what goes on here.
It's why it'll add to the intrigue.
Can't. Yeah. They just can't. But what I'm saying is I'm taking it a step further and saying a coach like that wouldn't come here if they weren't a desperate coach. Right. Like if 2 or 3 guys get fired who lose in the, semifinals or Western Conference or Eastern Conference finals, they might be like, yeah, I'll wait a year.
Rather than come here.
Yes.
I'll tell you what. I don't know when you expect, I know you got some sources, Steiny, but I don't know when you expect a decision. I know Kerr and the FO are supposed to meet again next week or any day here, but I am kind of scratching my head, a bit perplexed as to when this decision will be made. I told you, Willard and Dibbs and the listeners yesterday before we got out of here, I thought he's not coming back. Then I said he's coming back. And now that there is a part 2 to, their meeting after the other day, I just feel like, Steiny, it would make the most sense to just have Steph Dre and Steve Kerr and your older players ride it out together. And I could be wrong. And maybe they decide, hey, Steve, it's time to go our separate ways. But you can't tell me, since I've been in the Bay and I've known you and we've been doing radio, and there's been all these open vacancies in regard to head coaches across the board, this is the one that's really intriguing to me to see who's going to follow the Warrior one, who they deem or dub, no pun intended, the guy at this juncture with Steph and Dre still on the books to take over.
Yeah, it's got to be
Andre. Like that, or Stotts or Stack.
Because maybe I'll take it a step further. I don't know that a coach that's really, let's say here's what I mean. Yeah. I don't know if he wants to coach again, and the Warriors probably don't want him anyway. But like a guy like Thibodeau. Now, the Warriors have reached out to Tom Thibodeau. Now, again, they're not gonna, but they've reached out to Tom Thibodeau. Yeah, he's not interested.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
See, I think he loves the game so much, he would listen.
Oh, he might listen, but, I think what would happen, but it wouldn't work with Thibodeau because he's not a great front office guy. And
so you saying the
Lacob
relationship
would have a lot of trouble with him, I think, especially coming in from out of nowhere. But But I don't know. You tell me, Warrior fans, how attractive the Golden State job is. I also got to get into this Monty Poole story with the headline, man. Steve Kerr hints he's open to Warriors' return, but alignment needed. Kerr came across to some, according to Monty Poole, that he was preparing to re-sign and be on the bench. But he still says it's 50-50. So,
but that, before you got to the 50-50.
He said it was 60-40. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but those words before we got to the number part of it, it seemed like a slam dunk, right? Saying everybody seems to think that, he's going to be on the bench. Then the 60.
Well, he's got a quote from another league source said, I think it's 50-50 he comes back. And I think that we all have realized nobody knows. Not even Steve Kerr or Joe Lacob probably at this point. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a Friday. So that means anything goes. And, anything goes.
That sounds like a podcast.
Bringing a plane in, Evan?
That's a 40.
I actually do it 7 times a show.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by The Inn at the Tides by Bodega Bay. Escape to the coast for an unforgettable evening at The Inn at the Tides. Join their upcoming Winemakers Dinner Series, where stunning ocean views meet expertly paired wines and seasonal cuisine. Reserve your seat now and savor every moment. The Inn at the Tides, where every dinner tells a story.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson. Your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Let's welcome in Sergio Garcia.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
All right. Thanks, Macklin. Appreciate it.
I talked to Serge, too. We're about to get on the links, man. I'm ready to go, man. This is going to be my summer.
No, let me know when you're done.
All right. Well, I need before we get to it, I'm being real. I'm having a moment.
Come on, dude.
I am, too. Like, I have no interest in talking about sports today.
Like, do you mean that?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Steve Kerr, it's a great job, Steiny. No, it's not.
Okay, what about this? I'm not insecure.
I feel like saying everybody's wrong about everything. I'm done discussing sports.
Girl, that's what you do daily. I just want to tell you and Evan, and I want your thoughts, and you can keep it real with the people listening. I met somebody yesterday, and I introduced my name as Daryl, and they responded, Evan.
Well, that's your name.
Yeah, and I'm proud of it, named after Daryl LaMonica. Not a black quarterback, but that's the norm. The person said Daryl is an old name. And it got me to thinking about my name, E. And I responded back to that person, every hood movie, How to Be a Player, Vivica Fox, all the main characters are named Daryl. But Steiny, ain't no new Daryls, except my son, Daryl the second.
No.
But I
Those
drove
are going
in
to be the
today
only Daryls
thinking
left.
about my name, like, and what did you have to say when I shared that with you before we went to the Boys and Girls Club? It ain't jazzy.
I just said if you don't like Daryl for him, just call him Darrell.
I don't like that one.
Okay. I don't.
So I just looked it up.
Why would the person say that?
The internet is telling me that while the root is old, the name Daryl grew in popularity as a first name in the 1950s and 1960s.
That would fit.
See,
it's derived from an Old English Diorwild, which means dear ruler or beloved ruler.
Nice.
I feel a little better now.
Nice.
But yeah, do you know a Daryl in your life? Evan, do you know a Daryl? Because I know a Evan and I know a Matt.
Daryl Davis.
Well, there you go.
I know a Daryl Johnson and a Daryl Davis.
Is he a brother?
Yes.
Well, that was one of the topics of conversation because she was insinuating that it was, associated with a certain race, and I'd said, I think the only Daryls that I know are black.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, Steiny, I'm a movie buff. All the hood movies, the main character's Daryl. But anyway, it got me feeling some type of way about my name, man.
Yeah, you can't take it back.
Well, you are a main character.
And Daryl Dawkins. Chocolate Thunder, Daryl Stingley. But give me a new one. Strawberry.
How about Daryl Hall?
I mean, you are the man. Let's end it there.
Daryl Hannah. That's all.
She was
text
beautiful.
line. Okay, let's start out with somebody ripping me for saying I'm an idiot. 408, once again. Hold on, let me do it. Once again, Steiny is not understanding the real bottom line. The Warriors are a globally recognized organization with an owner that is willing to pay their head coach the most in the NBA, spend on players,
bing, bing.
Consider draft capital to keep any coach would strongly consider coaching the Warriors. Steiny just trolling again. SMH. The Blazers are a better organization to coach for. Stop it. I said the Blazers are a better coaching job now than the Warriors. Not a better organization.
But that was a walk-off, though, the whole text. Like, we all agree Evan hit the buzzer. Like,
right,
nobody kind of put you in your place.
The Warriors' job, the coaching job right now, the Blazers are a better job than the Warriors. They're a better team
yeah,
with younger
but
players.
We're talking about the whole enchilada.
That's fine. I never said the organization was a failure. I never said, and you know what? I am going to raise my voice today. Today is going to be one of those shows I may go at people.
Well, you and Evan started early. I guess you came in and, yeah.
He poked the bear.
So I guess Jokic and Evan are the same age. And then you said that's why he was defending Jokic.
Exactly.
That's Steiny-esque. Like, man, come on.
Evan's trying to tell me what it's like for a 35-year-old getting older. He's 30.
Right. Oh, man. No, but Jokic, Steiny, was weird to watch. I've never seen that from him. Now, there was no Gordon. I don't know what's going on, but both Browns are out of there if I'm running Denver. We need upgrades.
We're both 31 years old, by the way.
If you told me.
God, I hate you.
If you told me, like, all I'm telling you, you mouths out there can talk about how you think that the Warriors are better than 99% of the franchises out there. I'm just telling you that name me, if Steve Kerr leaves, name me a guy that you want to come in here. Draymond Green's last year.
I got it.
Steph Curry's last 2 years. Joe Lacob's first year coming down. Like, I don't think there's a coach out there that is outside the organization that you would want and would take the job. It's got to be somebody that's got some familiarity with the Warriors.
Here we go.
Transition decision-making was diabolical.
And you know I don't steal. Shout out Ricky Henderson. Rest in peace. My boy Vince just sent this, and I want you to honestly put it through the Steiny computer and give me the pros and cons. What about Luke effing Walton? I'm being serious. Draymond loves him. Steph, tell me the pros and cons of just one Luke Walton. You know he would take the job.
Well, of course, because he's not a head coach. Wasn't he a head coach? Yeah. How did he go in L.A.? I forget.
Well, he didn't really, you know
okay.
But
no,
Luke Walton.
No, I.
But isn't he Stotts or Stackhouse or maybe even better because he did it?
But he hasn't been here. Yeah, so he's going to come back. Like, again, we've got to. So apparently, but this is like the other thing. You're right. I'm in here saying they need some kind of familiarity with the organization. That's why they're limited in their search.
Right.
They just are because of where they're at right now.
Yeah, but that name to you, I still think he's got great relationships. I don't think
Luke Walton is a good coach.
Oh, okay.
I've
never heard you say
he's
that.
A good coach.
So him and Mike Brown to you aren't good coaches. You're not
That's
a fan
correct.
of Brown, right?
Of all the kind of Warrior familiarity guys, I definitely put Stackhouse and Stotts at the top because they've been here the most recently. I'm not crazy about Atkinson, but I could see if they get eliminated, sure, talk to Kenny Atkinson. But here's what I think: if Mike Malone had North Carolina and the Warriors sitting in front of him, I think he'd go to North Carolina.
All right.
Just because of where they're at right now, and that's the other problem.
Before he took the job, I would have said you're crazy. But he did. Go ahead.
That's the other thing I think they're kind of up against a little bit. For a seasoned coach that knows his way around, that you have a lot of respect for, he already knows Lacob's demanding. Let's just put it that way.
But what if this is a stopgap, like you said? So Luke Walton would be perfect.
Then you're not going to get a big guy. Well, then you're not going to get.
Maybe they don't want one. So that's why I'm saying Willie Green, Stott, Stackhouse. But I got to tell you, partner, unless the bills got to be paid, right? So somebody not working, they want to work, so they'll be like, hey, it's not really my number one, but hey, I'm in. Stott's, he doesn't strike me as the type of dude that would take, oh yeah, you're just going to be a stopgap. I mean, you can say, hey, the sky's the limit, the world is yours, but behind closed doors, dude, Laker could be like, he could be out of here in 2 years. Like, I wouldn't want that job I wouldn't want to put that on anybody to know you're a stopgap.
Well, I mean, you don't hire the guy and say stopgap.
Yeah,
and if you don't want him to be a stopgap, you got to give him 3 years. Whoever gets the job. 3 years means we'll fire you if you stink, and we'll keep you if you don't stink.
For the people in the back, Kerr may be coming back. He's still the Warriors head coach, but we're just having some fun with some names. But Willie Green is somebody you would not interview.
No. Do they have the Rooney Rule in the NBA? No.
They don't need it.
I don't.
I'm just trying to read. I like Willie Green, but for you to think about or say Mike Brown, and that's your prerogative. He's been in a few spots, Cleveland, Lakers, and Zach. But it's just interesting to me that you're like, Goo, you just for whatever reason, he don't do it for me as a coach or certain guys like Mike Brown. But Luke Walton, to me, now that my boy Vince sent me that text.
Has he done a good job since Cleveland in 2007?
Yes, he got Coach of the Year with the Sacramento Kings, and they eliminated the Warriors.
Yeah. That's 1 year. I don't think Mike Brown. I think, to me, Mike Brown is, what's the word? Passé. I don't want Brown. I would much rather want Stackhouse or Stotts. Right. Because they've seen the dynamic here now the last 2 or 3 years. And a guy like Willie Green or, Mike Brown.
What about Iguodala?
They haven't seen what's happened to Draymond up close.
Wow.
And they haven't seen the reality maybe with Steph Curry and the injuries. And they don't know what the new normal is right now. What was the other guy?
Iguodala. Dre he knows he don't need he's watching and he's lived it, so that one's exciting to me, man. And maybe you're saying Goo for the wrong reasons, but again, our trip to the Boys and Girls Club in Oakland yesterday, one of the young men asked us who we thought the best basketball NBA coach was or basketball coach, and I went Phil Jackson, and it was bigger than the X's and O's, and in life, I think that stuff matters, Steiny, and I believe a lot of coaches, good coaches, couldn't have got Shaq and Kobe to come together for a moment.
Brian Shaw did.
Now, if I was having a bad day, I'd say
Brian Shaw was the go-between between Shaq and Kobe.
But Evan's the go-between between you and me, and he don't get all the credit.
You know what? As long as we're having this discussion, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FMH, San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app. Okay, there are many aspects to being a basketball coach, right?
Bunch of them.
Okay. Like, in a way, I think Don Nelson's a better coach than Phil Jackson. I think he's a much better strategist, much better knowledge of the game.
But for the people that don't know Nelly like you do, you could understand they're just looking at the paper,
and
the totals.
Couldn't I say that about you? Like, you're looking at the totals, you're looking at the championships. That's why Phil's the best.
But I would say Don never doesn't know what it's like to coach in the finals.
That's right.
So I wouldn't go to him to, hey, coach, how do you know what I mean? That's just something he wouldn't have experience on.
Right, but do you think he would have gotten some experience in the finals if he had coached the teams that Phil Jackson had coached? Now, he might not have had the extended success because I think Nelson wears himself out more than Phil Jackson. But what I'm getting at is, I don't necessarily think Phil Jackson's the greatest coach of all time. He's probably he's got the best resume, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he's also had by far, right, the best rosters of all time.
No doubt.
He's had he's had Michael Jordan, who everybody says is the greatest player of all time.
But look what Steve Kerr inherited.
Yeah.
Like if Rick Adelman had that team, I think he would have 4 titles. You know what I'm saying? I like Adelman. I'm just a big Adelman fan. And he should have one, but refs jobbed him out of it.
So you assume they just win the finals?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'd have beat the Pacers.
Well, I should have known that you would assume that the Kings would have just won those finals because I heard he did it again last night, Evan.
Don't tell me.
He did it again last night with a bunch of impressionable 11-year-olds. 6 titles he's trying to tell these little punks. The Warriors won 6 titles. 6 titles.
Well, I did hear you guys got into a violent discussion, a debate about Curry and LeBron.
Yeah, he hung me out to dry. He hung me out to dry.
Was that Lizelle? I forgot who asked.
Who's better, Curry or LeBron? We're in a room full of 23 11-year-olds, all from the Bay Area, all wearing Warriors jerseys. And Goo goes, it's Steph Curry. And buzz in the room.
No, I said,
Steiny, what do you think?
I said, Evan, if they played one-on-one, obviously it's LeBron. But if you step back, no doubt. Come on, man. It's just like, I love how you're sticking up, and I have no qualms with it for Don Nelson. But there's Steinies in other markets or other parts of the world that have their Nelsons. You know what I mean? So
and you always just choose the easy way out with these things.
No,
who's the best? Who has the most championships?
Okay, listen,
we can do that.
I got you, but now I'm not even doing that.
Right. No, you are doing that.
No, because I'm going back to Luke. I really think if there's an opening, he might have some track. He might have an interview. That's all I'm saying. But the fact that he did it, you can say, it was short, but still, and Dre, he knows Steph. I'm sure they still got a relationship. That would be a name I would say watch out for if they did have an opening.
And
he would take the job if it was the Pelicans.
Don't you get it though? They're just going to hire a guy to take the job.
Well,
they don't their list of candidates because of who they are, what they want,
and where they are,
and the parameters that the guys got to fit into. There's only like that many names as opposed to everybody. And the other thing is, you bring a coach in here. If everybody's on the board, even a Danny Hurley. And you bring somebody in here who's got no clue about Joe Lacob or Draymond Green or Steph Curry, I think it'll be a disaster. That's just me.
I got to do with the daily question. Do you feel one way or another if he's coming back? Has that changed or fluctuated at all with all these reports? I feel like he's coming back. I said it, and until something else drops, I just feel like he's not walking away from this. Or they're not going to walk away from each other. Because if you were, you could have already did it.
I am starting to realize that if Kerr isn't back, they're not going to be able to, the coach that will coach next year won't be as effective as Kerr. That's just me.
Why is that? What would be the number one thing to lead you to say that? Because that's strong.
Because the situation, I really do believe this situation right now is so delicate that Kerr's like the only one that can handle it.
Ah, man.
Dre, if he is on the team this year, he's got to be coached by Steve Kerr. He's getting too frustrated. They're not winning enough. They're getting more young players on the team.
He played 65 games.
Yeah. And they won 37 games. And one of two things is here's what I think's going on with Draymond Green too. He's frustrated,
no doubt.
Because, he's not the player he was,
and he didn't have the power.
There you go. So I don't know who you hire.
Is Nelly? Somebody, I think it was Max Moto in the chat. Is Nelly the true inventor of small ball?
Yeah. Yes. No doubt. He said. He used to, no, Steiny, I totally disagree. The situation is not delicate. Kerr is at the center of all the problems. He's not the solution. Oh, boy. Well, Kerr is at the center of all the problems.
Well, if the reports are about his patriotism, then that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I want to just find out about. Like, is this thing, one, real? And then when did it happen? And Monty Poole said a couple weeks ago to Willard and Dibbs, Joe Lacob thought about jetsoning Steve Kerr in the past.
Yeah.
That shocked me.
I don't know how to respond to that. You know, it's like all those things. Oh, he's almost fired Kerr a couple times. Okay, well, he didn't, and Kerr's still here. Or, hey, the Warriors made some calls about Kawhi 2 years ago. Okay,
nothing happened.
So what? Like, they make calls all the time. But yeah, I mean, I'm. If you ask me the question, what I think more and more, and I think Kerr's back. But I have no idea. But I think he's back because. It's not a reason to keep him, but they don't have any. They don't have any better options. If they're going down this road with this group still for another year, then go ahead. Kerr may as well be here. He may as well be here.
And then once they announce Kerr's coming back, do they go talk to LeBron when their season's over? Kawhi, I just can't wait for the offseason to start. I just really can't. And it really can't start.
It started for the Warriors.
Well,
remember,
we don't know
because they didn't make the playoffs.
Well, yeah, that is day 12. But we need an answer to this question. Is he going to be back or not?
Right. And let me ask Warrior fans this. Of all the things they got to do this offseason, is the coach the biggest one? I'm going to say no. I think there are decisions out there bigger than Kerr, even though if Kerr were to leave, it would be the end of his coaching era.
Can you give an example of one that you think is...
Yes. Curry's extension.
I don't know why I think that's just easy street.
To me, it might be easy street. It might be easy street. But the decision to bring Kerr back for a year or two is far... less risky of a basketball move than extending Steph Curry. Even if extending him is easy, I'll take your word for it. It's easy, but if you're talking about consequential moves in the offseason, it would be an extension for Steph Curry. Wow. And then number two would be losing Draymond Green if you could do that. But yes, to me it goes Curry is the biggest one, Draymond's the second, and then Kerr. And I'm just talking in terms of consequence of what it might mean for the next year or two. Like, what would it mean for Porzingis or Horford? Nothing. I think both of them are good enough, and they're not good enough players, and they help. And what if both of them say you're not good enough? But they're not consequential players. All right, they're not consequential players. They're role players. We're talking, and like the other thing is we're talking about two guys who have been here for 15 years. But, Warrior fans, of all the moves, which is going to be the most consequential? Bringing Kerr back. And what I mean by consequential is it could go great, it could not go great. So you make a decision on Kerr. What's at stake? The positive and negative. You make a decision on Draymond. What's at stake positively and negatively? You extend Steph Curry. What's the positive? Could there be a negative? I mean, to me, I think the Warriors, I don't want to say they're in trouble, but I think the Warriors have a ton of challenges beyond Steve Kerr. Well, hello, they didn't make the offs. That's why I don't, if he coaches next year or not, to me, that's not consequential. We got a personnel problem still. Right. Yeah. So but if you think the coaching's the biggest thing. I don't. Okay. Well. No, but when I say it's the biggest thing, it's continuity for Steph and Dre. That's the worst thing you could have said to me. Honestly? Yes. That why? But you got to elaborate. First of all, let me tell you, I'm not saying you're wrong. No, and I don't feel I'm wrong, but you might not be. What did he say exactly? What's the word he used? Continuity. Continuity. Warrior fans, for continuity's sake, what do you say we bring Kerr back for a couple more years, extend Curry, and give Draymond 2 more years?
No, I'm not doing that. That's a problem. I'm trying to offset him. I'm trying to move Dre. That's what I'm trying to do, regardless of who's back.
All right, then you need a new coach.
But if
Dre
is not going anywhere, some new coach, maybe not named Andre Iguodala. Dre's got too much respect for him, and I'll even throw Luke Walton in there.
A new coach is going to come in and get Draymond under control?
No, a coach could come in here that doesn't have familiarity with Dre and drowned with the whole Draymond Green experience. I truly believe that.
Yeah, I truly believe it,
He has the power and tidal waves to do that, but he wouldn't do it to somebody he respects and is, balled with like
So he doesn't respect Steve Kerr?
No, he does.
Well, he almost killed Steve Kerr, but he respected him. So, the respect.
Yeah.
I mean, he might, Draymond, I'm sure has respect. I'm sure he had respect at some point for Jordan Poole. Then you knocked him out. All right. And
I got a new favorite player in the NBA I got to tell you about, and Evan and I got to have a discussion.
And you give me 1 minute after last night's game, I'll be able to tell you who it is. Who was the leading scorer in last night's games?
Jaden McDaniels.
That's going to be it. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is Steve Kerr even the most consequential offseason decision if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, or do you think there are even bigger fish to fry? I understand it could be the end of an era, but I'm not sure the coach is the be-all and end-all for where this team is right now. All right. Hey, as you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. All you got to do is search 957 The Game and you'll find us. Now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you're going to get live instant reaction, post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. All you have to do, again, is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows brings expert craftsmanship and big savings to your home. Get 25% off all windows and doors only this month. A real upgrade to your comfort, curb appeal, and utility savings. We've installed over 1 million windows and get most jobs done in 1 day. Hurry, this offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only, some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
You know, we're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Let's talk about a big win on and off the field. This April, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and you're automatically entered to win 2 luxury suite tickets for the Giants versus the Diamondbacks on May 25th at Oracle Park. We're talking suite level, great views, all the food and drinks included. Your one donation saves lives, and it puts you in the best seats in the house. Make the call to donate today. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org for an appointment.
On May 6th, come celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month at the APA Heritage Awards and Gala. Everyone is invited to this amazing community celebration. This year, we're honoring milestone organizations and AAPI youth for their distinct community impact. Stay for the after party, where you can enjoy delightful Asian Pacific cuisine, unique cultural performances, raffle drawings, and more. Find out more information and register to attend at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
Misread the calculations.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Game recognized gang, man.
I don't know what that means. What is that this song?
JT.
This is not Jay-Z, not JT. It's Jay-Z.
No, your Bay Area rappers, JT.
He's from the Bay?
Yeah. You just heard him say, from the Bay, man.
Well, wait, so is he, okay. Is he better than
from
E40?
the city? I don't get into that.
Is he better than
is Hennessy better than vodka?
Yeah.
Well, that's it's a preference. Hey, real quick, Squirt texts me. He's back. You mentioned this name. Now we got to call him on the carpet real quick for possible Warrior head coach. Jeff Van Gundy.
Oh.
Sam Cassell, like, talk to me. He's got to want to get back in the game. Sit next to Ty Lue.
I think there's two issues here with the Warriors. One is a coach coming in here looking at, the age of the team saying, oh, boy. But there's another issue, and that is looking at the team's age and where they're at and saying, oh, boy. And there's an owner who is going to be demanding.
But aren't all bosses demanding, Steiny?
But would you acknowledge, if you look at all the teams in the NBA, that for the next year or two, the Warriors are very, there's more uncertainty with the Warriors than many other teams.
I would give you that. But it's called work.
I'm just looking of course, Matt Steinmetz is a former NBA coach and he's out of a job. Steiny, you want the Warriors job? Yes, sure. Yes, I'll take it. Why? Because I need a job.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, but there's another list of candidates of really good coaches who might say, okay, Joe, I'm interested in this job. How do you envision things going? Okay,
am I going to be here after Steph Curry?
One sec. Okay, so Jeff Van Gundy.
No doubt.
Okay, well, that's a guy who's been around. All right, so now I'm Jeff Van Gundy and you're Joe Lacob. I got news for you. You got to sell me on the job. I don't have to sell you that I'm the coach.
And well, if I'm Jeff, I'm saying, Joe, I want to be here for life after Steph and Dre. That was a great run, but, I'm being realistic. I know they probably got 2 to 3 years left here. If that, I want to be the guy that leads you back to the promised land and help identify getting our next Clay, Steph, and Dre.
Yeah, Jeff Van Gundy's going to say, what do the next 2 years look like for you guys? Joe, what are... Can I assume Steph Curry? No, that's not what I'm talking about, Joe. Can I assume Steph's going to retire here?
Yes.
Okay, so as a coach coming into a new situation, you're going to be asking me to balance Steph Curry's deal with his health, with his age. Okay, so that's going to be tough, but okay. But yeah, I want to coach Steph Curry. Where are we at with Draymond Green, Joe?
It's fluid. Something comes available and there's an opportunity.
How many?
He might not finish his career here in Golden State.
Okay, you know what, Joe? I got to be honest with you. I'm interested in this job. I think it's going to take a minute or two. So I'll be the coach of the Warriors. Just give me 5 years.
Can't do that, Jeff.
Why not?
We can give you 3.
This is the heart of it.
Yeah.
Why would I take a 3-year deal, Joe, when the team is trending downward?
Last I looked, you're not working.
Yeah, I am. Well, I'm an assistant.
You're not a head coach. You just told me you wanted to, you know what I mean?
But this is Jeff Van Gundy.
No doubt about it.
So he'll say, sand.
All right, give him 5. I had no problem. Give him 5. Still fine. Then he might take it.
Yeah. Then he might take it. But what self-respecting coach would take any less than a 2-year deal right now with the Warriors unless it's Steve Kerr? That's the other thing. The Warriors want more than 1 year out of Steve Kerr.
That would have came out, though, if it were that, right?
If it were
the years.
It is the years.
But we haven't heard. We've heard it's his
there have been
talking
reports,
about the politics.
There have been reports that Kerr is willing to do a 1-year deal. The Warriors don't want to do a 1-year deal with Kerr because they don't want next year to turn into some last dance where everybody knows. Exactly.
You already lived that life.
That's been reported as one of the sticking points is they want Kerr to be in for a couple years. And
he wants to wow.
I think that's his preference. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
Our man.
Hey, Big Smooth.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
So I kind of agree with Steiny from the standpoint of, man, you cannot bring Draymond back if Steve Kerr's not at the helm. I'm sorry. It just wouldn't work, man. It's too many. I mean, who's going to coach him while he's blowing up and you're down 20 or you're down 5 and he just got a technical? That Steve Kerr did an excellent job because that's a hard thing to do. And on top of that, I think Dre might be gone, man. I think you could tell what's going. I think Dre knows something.
Yep, I do too.
Wow,
I do too.
Wow,
for him to throw Kerr, I mean that wasn't a compliment to me.
No doubt about it, Smoothie.
How did he hinder? I guess the word. How did he hinder your career? When you had every open shot. Bro, you had more open shots than anybody on the team. Listen, if Draymond Green shot, let's just pick somebody marginal. Let's say Draymond Green could shoot like Rui Hachimura. Draymond Green would have averaged 16, 17 points a game.
Yep.
I mean, he had all the open shots in the world. And then one thing I want to kind of push back Steiny a little bit is, now, first of all, I love Don Nelson because I was a huge Bucks fan with Sidney Moncrief, Marcus Johnson, Junior Bridgman. But we have to admit, Don Nelson, when he got here, he threw our franchise back into the Stone Ages because his pride got the best of him.
No
and
doubt.
we had the best rookie in the league with Chris Webber. And how do I know this?
Oh.
Because before he left, he tried to go back and get Chris and bring him. Chris had 2 bad knees, but to right his wrong, he goes back and gets him. That was an admission of guilt. And we always talk about Wiseman, Kuminga. Don Nelson set this franchise back further than that because the rookie of the year, because of his pride, we didn't get the rookie of the year back, who would have probably averaged 30 a game. I don't know. But his trajectory was high. We had Mullen, Billy Owens. Don Nelson single-handedly, he had to do all this small ball stuff because he destroyed and demolished our team. Yeah, he has to come back with putting the team together and coaching them with duct tape and chewing gum because of his pride. And I'm sorry, it became a novelty. It became a novelty.
You
after a
preaching,
while.
baby.
Yeah.
Smoothie, let's have a little conversation on this. I would not. I'm not disagreeing one iota. I would kind of say that was the Don Nelson general manager issue, and he was a disaster in New York. He wasn't great at the end here in Golden State. Like, I know all that. I'm just saying, when you talk about basketball minds and the greatest coaches, and people say, "Oh, Phil Jackson," it's like, of course he won how many 10 titles. I'm just saying, but Don Nelson as a basketball mind is up there. Very, very up there. It's just that, he ran Webber off. He, didn't really care the second time he was around after We Believe, and he absolutely has some warts as a coach.
Oh, I thought
that's usually when.
No, I thought Smoothie was going to respond.
He's not even on the phone.
I didn't know. I thought
didn't
he
either.
was. You guys said said we're going to conversate.
Well, you know what? And that's what happens here. Let me tell some people what happens here. I'll say something like, Smoothie, let's have a conversation here. And Risotto then hangs up on.
I paused him up. I was just like, I thought Smoothie was going to.
Smoothie, blame Risotto.
Like, after going to the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland yesterday, Steiny, and letting you talk, I had to refrain from jumping in like when we do the shows.
Yeah, so you didn't.
And I grew. So I was trying to do the same thing for Big Smoothie there. But let's just put it right on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control on this non-payday Friday. Steiny, how big of a line would it truly really be for Draymond Green if they did try to go Arsenio Hall and get busy and try to move him? I don't know now.
All they need is one. They could find one.
That's my line. All you need is one.
They could find one. I think they could find one. Smoothie's right about, and like I said it a couple days. No, I'm talking about Draymond knows something.
Yeah, there's no
Something's
doubt.
going on with Draymond.
There is no doubt about it.
And it started at the trade deadline when
he showed vulnerability because he thought it might be a time.
Yeah.
What about this part? Did I just say, No, I'm waiting on Evan ain't here. I'll wait for him. Got a little bone to pick with him.
Well, go ahead.
No, he's not here, so I'll save it.
So you interrupted me, but now you're not going to say
you stopped
what you did it again.
Hold on. Now you're acting like the police. You stopped talking, and then you wanted me to go. I'm running 4 corners today.
That was prior to. Which Boys and Girls Club did you visit yesterday?
Oakland on High Street. Pasta. I mean, seriously, I gave out the number. Go ahead and tell him. 3300 High Street.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Hey, Antonio, how you doing, buddy? We got 2.5 hours left, and I'm out of here.
Hey.
Okay, all good, man. Yeah. So as far as the head coaching goes, maybe it's time for a fresh change, man. Curry did his thing, putting Iguodala into the starting lineup. Doing things like that. Small ball was great, was unstoppable, but now he don't really adapt. So it might be time for a change. Get Rajon Rondo, and you see the Denver Nuggets they just lost. Jokic might want to leave there. Never know. Get him, trade our lottery pick for him. Now you got Steph Curry and Jokic, the best point guard center duo since Penny Hardaway and Shaq. So, do that damn thing. I want that.
That greatest duo that never won anything.
Well, Nick Anderson makes his free throws. That whole series has changed.
He makes his free throws. They might win one game.
It's Kenny Smith talks about it like They lose that game, history would be altered.
He said something I want to.
People will never remember this.
That's great.
Penny and
Shaq.
Okay. Let me tell you, let me give everybody an example of what flavor of the month sounds like. Hey, Goo, if the Warriors jump up in the lottery and get 2, would you trade it for Jokic?
Wow. Now that is, I love it.
Try to tell Steph, no, we're taking Boozer.
Nah, I would take my man. Yeah.
You take Jokic?
Yeah, I take Jokic. Even though I'm a little mad at him, I'd take him. He crashed out. Like, it ain't just about his play. You ran and exerted more energy than you did in the game to go get Jaden McDaniels a couple games ago. And I'm like, that's really weird. And then it happened last night. But, yeah, I would do that. I got to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's like, Goo, I'm carrying these, you know what, and I'm tired.
If the Warriors were to jump up in the lottery.
It could happen.
Would you trade that pick for anybody? Anybody. Realistic. You know, you're not getting Shea.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But can I go get my new favorite player?
I think Jokic is, a name to bring up.
Oh, Stoney, he can.
But I don't know that I would do it, believe it or not. I can't believe. Like, this is what I mean. Let me show you how things change. Would you give up the number 2 for Jokic? And I'm like, ugh.
Because we're reacting to new information about his worst showing of his career in the offs, I believe, of him being Jokic. This was not his standard at all. He looked tired. He looked weak at times. He couldn't shoot. He crashed out. So I don't know what's going on with the Joker. But if you're telling me it's the other year's Joker, hell yeah, Stoney.
Well, you have to make a decision on just what you know.
I'm bringing him here, and we'll get him right.
Okay, is there anybody else? What about
Shea?
Well, I know Shea. What about Luka?
I would not do it for Luka, and that's my guy. I'm not, and that's why his ass is hurt now.
Because
I'm not. Luka, listen, I love you, but nah.
The crazy part is not the names we're bringing up.
All right.
The crazy part is them moving up. But like I said, they move up to 2.
Oh my gosh, man!
I mean, at that point, like Warrior fans, if they were to jump up to 2, at that point, Giannis becomes a possibility. At that point, Kawhi becomes a possibility.
Miss me.
At that point, maybe Jokic becomes a possibility.
We can talk.
Maybe, hell, who knows? I mean, if you need one team to think a guy like DeBansa or Peterson is a superstar.
But what if they have one of those dudes? You know what I mean? Like, and they'll be like,
that's what a great team will do. That's what a great team will do. They will give you their star who's really, really good, but because they believe they saw something.
Evan, I'm about to share something because I come in here every day and you two pretty much are my best friends. You know, I see you every day. We talk, go through stuff. And unlike Evan, you make fun of a lot of stuff. Oh, he likes scoring, but I like the game, defense. Jasky told you that this morning. I think it was late last September, Evan and I were at the cafeteria. I was having a chicken Caesar salad, and he might have been having a brewski. And I looked over and I said, Evan, that Paolo Banchero is a bad dude. And Evan responded, I don't disagree with you, Goo. But I don't think him and, you tell me if I'm getting it out of context, D, but this is how I took it. Him and Wagner, they not, how I took it, the Guru computer took it like they offset each other and you had to make a choice. And I say that to say it was a great conversation. And I got in the caddy, and for a couple days and hours, I thought a little different about Banchero. But that dude I'm seeing now, and this is my new favorite player, is who I thought he was, Evan. And his body is incredible. He's a Banchero.
Yeah, because Wagner's not playing.
Yeah, I was going to say, who didn't play in Game 5?
I'm in love with me, Banchero, man.
Wagner and Banchero equal Kuminga and Jalen Johnson.
Stop it.
You will not get good games out of both.
That dude is headed, if he's not there now, Evan, just your thoughts on him. Has he shown you anything different, or you knew he could ball? But he's a bull, and he's playing big-time ball, man.
I mean, he is a wide load. He is so freaking strong.
Dude,
it's not even funny.
Now, Stoney, speak to us on him. I love Evan for being honest. He's got the wiggle. He got that with the size. Talk to me.
I don't know what it is. There's something that's preventing me from being crazy about him.
Wow. Even after this little series, huh?
Well, they still got to win tonight.
No doubt they do, but he's gone toe-to-toe with Cade. He's shooting.
What do I know? I thought Kuminga was going to lead the Hawks to a first-round win over the Knicks.
You couldn't just
So
resist.
what do I know?
You just couldn't resist.
Oh, my God.
I bet on the Hawks, and Kuminga doesn't win a game after that. You know, you thought I didn't like him before. Now he's the reason I lost a bet to Guru. He's dead in my book.
Dude, that was wild. But Ben Carroll, Stoney, is a dream for me.
I've been ripping Kuminga for 5 freaking years. I finally come around to him. I bet on the Hawks, and they can't win a game. In fact, they lose by 78.
That was incredible. Fascinating.
What part was incredible? Minus 44?
Yeah, the score.
Your text last night, what happened in Atlanta?
And I didn't know what he meant. I'm like, what? Then I said, Lord help us. That's just wow.
Dan's in San Francisco. I'll tell you why I took the Hawks.
Yeah, Matt, the Knicks might be the best team in the East, so it was an ugly game last night. But, anyhow, I want to get to the Warriors.
All right.
Steve Kerr, Matt and Goo, something's got to change. Like, something needs to change. If it's Steve Kerr gone and a new voice comes in, because I do think his voice is quote-unquote kind of expired in the locker room, I think the team would benefit from a fresh voice. But if it's Steve Kerr going and a new coach coming in, I think that's a step in the right direction of this new era that is upon us, undeniably. Or if it's, keeping Steve, maybe getting rid of Draymond. But something's got to happen to push the ball forward in the right direction. The Steve Kerr, Draymond, and Steph trio, hoping that they take us to the promised land. Like, Matt, we squeezed the last drop out of that lemon in 2022. Somehow, some way, and it was fantastic. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. This team's not going anywhere. And we're trying to circumvent the inevitable, quote, rebuild that has been upon us for the last 2-3 years.
Right. Wow.
We need to start making fresh moves. I don't understand. It's crazy. And what would Steph think of getting rid of Draymond and Kerr? He's 40 years old.
Yeah.
So we're going to pander and cater to a 40-year-old player with increased fragility? It's it's frustrating to me to sit here and watch this, Matt.
Yeah.
Wow, he sound like baby Stoney. Wow, Stoney.
Well,
that was like, wow.
I love Kuminga.
But what can you do?
Well, that's the point. And he gave us an out more than, and I agree with him. Like, I can get into it, and we will, but something does have to change. Like, I'm with him. They can't bring Kerr back. They can't bring Draymond back, and they can't bring Steph back, and drafted 11. And
but it looks like that's all about to happen. It looks like that.
I'm with.
I'm with him too.
I'm with the caller. I agree. Draymond's got to go, or Steve can't come back.
Wow. Wow. I think all three are going to happen. I mean, still be here. Come opening night, but man. And it's like, you living in a person living in a bad neighborhood, and they want better for themselves, and they want to go get a big home and change their lives. Well, but they don't have the job to do that. You could want to do that, but if you don't have the necessary, tools, you got to sit still. And that's why you said the other day, the Warriors seem to be stuck.
Yeah. They don't have to be. They could move on from Steve Kerr right now if they wanted to.
Okay, but what does that mean on the basketball court?
I don't know. What did it mean to have him there this year? Again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here because I agree with you. You know
And
what I
I
mean? Like,
agreed with the caller.
who's going to coach this team if
Steph and Dre. I like Luke Walton. I like Van Gundy. I like Willie Green. I like Cassell. I like Stack.
The problem with Jeff Van Gundy is he'll tell Joe Lacob he doesn't know anything, and then it's over.
But he hasn't done that to Ballmer.
He's an assistant coach.
I know, but he's up every time like he's the damn.
And
misses it.
Do you think Ballmer pressures his guys? Like how about this? Bob Myers got burned out and won 4 titles. Lawrence Frank has been in L.A. for 8 years working under Ballmer.
I got you.
So, all right. What do we got here? All right. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for first of the season red cherries for $3.99 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever. Suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you lacking energy, have low libido, stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of, working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay. Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for the crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru, presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy, we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started at Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
Early morning clouds in San Jose with a high of 74.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour, Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at LiveNation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Don't stop now. Just keep it going, baby.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jan, keep what going?
Oh, dear.
I hope she's okay. Well, Giants not doing anything for her. Dude,
come on, front office. What are you waiting on?
Which one?
The Giants got a rough series this weekend. Tampa Bay is not no punt.
Obviously not a good day.
But when you're not a good team, there are no easy series.
Steiny, I mean, blunders like Hector Boy, that can't happen. Especially when you're starving for runs.
You said that all last year, and it kept happening.
And I said the year before, how many L's have I taken with the Giants?
Oh, my God.
No, I'm serious.
A lot.
Yeah. I got the Giants
a lot. You take
75.
You take an L every time Devers looks back at the ump.
Dude, that's the new Melvin Kill thing. The new thing is him looking back like, did I miss it?
Let me tell you the mistake I made losing this bet to Guru.
It's really bothering you. I can tell.
It is, but I got the Giants win in hand, so that's fine. No. You'll never, the best you'll ever do in a doubleheader with me is a split. You'll never sweep. Never. Because what I always do is I'll always have a sure winner in my pocket.
Oh,
always.
Stop.
And the Giants getting 90 wins, that's as close to a lock on May 1st as we can have.
Yeah.
Let me tell you why I did pick the Hawks. I just thought the Knicks were done. They were tired. They were old. The Hawks were running around.
And they were being coached wrong.
However, I was worried before Game 4. I love Kuminga. When C.J. McCollum was praising Kuminga and he said, that's our NBA champion there.
Hey, man. That's interesting.
That's our guy who's been there before.
That's amazing.
Now, this is not a shot at Kuminga.
Because it wasn't all his fault by any stretch, damn it. He did well for himself since the trade. Let's be real. If you're Atlanta, you're happy with Kuminga, right?
Wait, what?
If you're Atlanta, you're happy with that trade. I mean,
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? I mean, he played the role on a team that win.
So he
won a series?
It looks to me from afar like he is coming off the bench for the Hawks, and he's had some mixed results. He's had some good games and some not good games.
But for the most part, he's been I would think Atlanta went crazy with it. You know,
go get Dominique Wilkins on today. See what he says.
Now
see if he's thanking the Warriors.
You know what I mean, though.
No, I don't know what you mean. I think, what is Atlanta going to do with Kuminga?
Right, and what does he want?
No, I'm asking you. If he's been so good, what? Keep in mind they have a lottery pick. The Hawks have a lottery pick this year.
Wow.
So Jalen Johnson's not going anywhere, right? Okongwu's not going anywhere.
I think he's better than Daniels, though.
All right, but I think Daniels... Really do. Okay, well then...
there's a spot for him. You're going to make a spot that we might not even foresee right now. I don't think they're looking at him like, how do we unload this dude?
I think, I don't know if Quinn Snyder is telling the GM... I don't think Johnson and Kuminga can play together.
Well,
I don't know.
That could be something.
That absolutely could be something. And you can say whatever you want about Dyson Daniels. He's a great defensive player. And they don't have a lot of great defensive players.
Yeah, and I won't come down Kuminga's road because last night Cat was just, he looked like a statue. But you're guarding Cat. You shouldn't be able to guard Cat.
Will Jonathan Kuminga, we'll find out what the Hawks think of Kuminga.
It's coming.
What is coming? An extension?
No, answer in regard to what they decide to do and what Kuminga and Aaron Turner
So are they gonna pick up his option for next year, 25?
I would bet on that.
Okay. That means they're not going to extend him.
And do you think he would be in a hissy fit?
I think he probably wants to be extended, yes. Of course he does. He was pissed off that he had a team option, but he had to take it. Yes, he wants a new contract, I would assume. And if he doesn't get it, Evan, do you think it's within the realm of possibility that I don't think they will. Never mind. I was going to say let him walk, but I don't think they'll do that.
Let him walk, no. Trade, potentially.
Yeah, I do.
So this would be his third team.
Well, the decision they probably have to make is between him and Reese Hachey.
Yeah.
Because I think he's extension eligible.
And he was on the bench so Kuminga was winning that, if you call it that.
No, I agree.
I think he's staying with Atlanta, Steiny. I think he fits. I think they like him. I could be totally wrong. They got this draft pick. So what's interesting to me is what's going to suffice Turner and Kuminga. It's going to be all hell to break loose if he doesn't get extended. Will some come out?
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't. I don't know the answer to this. And I'm willing to acknowledge once Kuminga got to Atlanta, I didn't watch a lot of them. Okay? I just looked at the box scores and the stuff.
I watched a lot.
I love Kuminga. I hear a lot of people say he's the same player. He pretty much was the same player. He came off the bench. He had some really good moments. He had some bad moments.
I have no problem with that assessment, but when you say he's the same player with the free mental space.
Okay, there was not getting any more minutes.
There was no knives in the back, no doubt.
But if his play's the same, who cares?
But
if he's happy or sad,
I think Atlanta does, and I think they were happy with what his services.
Okay, so they were happy.
I believe so. And Evan, how would you answer that? I don't want to come in here and front because I miss him. And I'm not going to sit here and say Kuminga didn't have any stinkers, but I think they like what they got from Kuminga from my vantage point. And again, I don't have any sources in the ATL but my eyes.
I don't think either team regrets the trade, if that makes sense. The Warriors don't regret trading him, and the Hawks don't regret moving on from Porzingis and getting a guy that helped you win a playoff game or two.
Evan's so solid. He's so solid. When he put it like that, I think he's right.
And the Warriors had to get him. You know what I mean? They had to move him. You could say, they didn't want to, but they had to.
Well, they wanted to.
No, because it got funky, the relationship.
And they decided they wanted to.
It got toxic.
Well, you're saying Kuminga got toxic?
No, the situation, the relationship did.
Gotcha. Yeah. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Our man.
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is our guy.
He didn't even want to talk about Kuminga.
What's up,
and
Coach?
And now we let into it.
What's up, baby?
Man, you guys are cracking me up, man, from the screener and everybody else. You guys know me so well, and I appreciate that. But right off the bat, they love Kuminga down there in Atlanta, and I think he's going to stay. But check this out. I got the perfect coach for the Warriors. And you know I think deeply. The perfect coach for the Warriors because this guy has recently played and he's young enough to relate to the young ball players, and he's probably one of the smartest basketball minds ever, Chris Paul.
Wow.
Chris Paul would make a great coach. And, who's smarter in basketball than Chris Paul? Okay, and he's in touch with the game right now, and he wants to stay with the game. I would go Chris Paul, followed by a Jason Kidd, who has also the local angle, okay? But I think about it for a minute.
Coach, you got me fired up, but I got to say this. We don't know that he wants to coach, but I'm telling Evan, I'm all excited. We don't know he wants to coach, though. Coach?
I'll tell you why I think he wants to coach, because he still wanted to play. Okay, he still wanted to play, and nobody wanted to sign him to a contract. Chris Paul would play forever if they would sign him, okay? So I think that will keep him with the game, and I don't want one of the assistant coaches. Know why? Yeah. Because I don't want anyone that feels a loyalty to these players. I want a new coach to come in that's going to judge these current players on the roster objectively, so that's why I wouldn't go a Stotts or a Stackhouse. But Chris Paul or a Jason Kidd, I think one of those two would be ideal, and let's start this thing over because if you notice, the teams that are winning are the athletic teams. They're going away from the three-point shot, okay? Look at New York, just big and muscular, athletic. Minnesota with missing three of their starting players, and these young, fast guys and athletic guys, they beat the old, slow Denver team.
Yep.
So that's what we need now. We need that infusion of a young mind and a smart mind. Man, if I was a Laker, I would talk Chris Paul in being the head coach of the Golden State Warriors.
Wow, that's a good name. But now we got to feel if coach is right, does he want to coach, Donnie? It's just funny. I believe he was just on TV. Chris Paul looked like he dyed his hair.
Plus, does he want to coach guys older than him?
Well, he would also be for the new iteration of the team. But I like that name. And I like Iguodala's name. I like Sam Cassell's name. Uncle Looney's saying they hated Kuminga in Atlanta. I just asked him politely, where are you getting that from? Because I'd watch the post-game shows when they play regular season.
Okay, that means nothing.
No, but the guys or the Bontes or Mullins out there, they liked Kuminga. They didn't hate him, Uncle Looney. That's all I'm saying.
707. Dude, guru. Kuminga is exactly what he was with us. The good, the bad, and the inconsistency. He's not done. Quit trying to say he's better than he is.
No, I'm not. 707, his ass should still be here.
Well, it's not.
So it was good enough for me. He should still be here.
Right, don't you get it?
Don't you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? He should still be here. So he was good enough for me.
He couldn't meet the standard out here.
Minnesota playoffs last year. Please.
Win a game.
Hey, he did what Jokic couldn't do to Minnesota.
What are you talking about?
Last year's 4 playoff games in the playoffs for Kuminga. Yeah, look at you.
You love big performances in a loss. You do. Notice how, what does it tell you when a week ago...
What?
Kuminga, here's how bad Kuminga must have been against the Knicks. That guru now has to bring up last year. Notice he can't say, you see what Kuminga did with the Hawks.
Basketball doesn't work that way.
Thank you, Steve.
Oh, man,
Thank you.
He didn't talk me into it. No, seriously, to the 707, I think Atlanta likes what they got from Kuminga.
Yeah, I have no idea.
But you're not going to say that minus, and I got mad when I saw it, that
he had a minus 44.
It's a record. So that's not why they lost the series. I don't like that.
No, but it's why they lost by 40.
Good God. What did you say that score was when you turned? You said 80 to. I didn't. Was it 80 to 21? You said so.
83-36. I think. Somebody said it might have been 77-20.
It wasn't his night.
Is that true?
The Knicks at one point led by 61.
Just stop the game.
Yeah, there's got to be a slaughter rule or something.
Atlanta went to the clubs. Atlanta went to the naked booty clubs. That's where they went, Stoney.
You know what some people are calling it? The Magic City Massacre.
That's a 9. Somebody went partying. But you're right.
Give him an excuse.
When CJ said that's our champion, I said, you might want that back, Pimp. You should have saved that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the left.
And my last thing on Kuminga, and I'm going to put it away like fine wine.
I'll put it away when I want.
The crowd was saying, thank you, Golden State. Remember that?
Yeah, after his first game.
It might have been the first week. Down 56. Dude, 61 in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob. What's going on?
Hey. I never want to hear about Kuminga again.
Me neither. Bob. Except when we rip him.
He's in the perfect team. Those
I
guys.
love
You
Kuminga.
look playing with the big boys. What happened to them? With him.
Yeah.
But what I want to talk about really is Kerr. I think that this whole talk of him leaving. I think it's crazy because Kerr is like one of the best coaches to come along in basketball in years. I mean, you look at who he played under, who he learned from. I don't know who you're going to get to manage a team that's that good and gets the most out of his players, no matter what I think it's the personnel that's really impacted him, like in the last few years. And if he goes, you wait till after the playoffs. He's going to wind up with offers from 30 out of 30 odd teams. I mean, he'll and if he leaves. If Houston loses that series, Houston's going to make him an offer.
I tell you what, I think he'll be the Spurs' next coach if he doesn't stay in Golden State, regardless what happens with the Spurs. I mean that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think I don't know if they, Boston fired their coaches, after they win. So, sure, they'd put him in San Antonio. And how well do you think he'll coach up and bring the most out of his players? I think here. It's like what happened to Bruce Bochy. I mean, the best coach the Giants ever had, and they basically were like, pushing him to the side and railing him out. And what does he do? Goes to Houston. He wins a World Series. I mean, you don't find coaches like that very often in the years I've watched. I mean, very few are that good that you can't tell the team is so good, and you can't tell he's coaching, but he's coaching because of the way they play. Thank you.
Yeah, that Texas, and I know you're going to laugh here, or Guru, you're being sometimey, but I've expressed myself and I'll stand on it. Just this giant take. Bochy was not done, and maybe he didn't fit what was going on with Farhan, and they pushed him out. But that was nasty business and a bad look for the Giants that he went to Texas and won a World Series, man. I know he's no longer the manager, but he went and did that. So there was still some ketchup in the bottle. And I say that to say is you hope Steve Kerr, that doesn't happen here, that he goes somewhere and works his magic, because there will be people lining up or teams lining up for him.
Yeah, I think Steve, the other thing, and maybe he truly feels this way, but I'm not sure he does now that he sees the realistic landscape, is he's locked himself in to a decision where he should have more options. I mean, for goodness sakes, I mean, if I'm the Denver Nuggets, I called him last night.
Oh no, man, that's phenomenal. And I mean that. I hadn't even.
Why wouldn't?
No doubt about it.
But so let me get this straight.
But he's still the coach right now, though.
But you can talk to him. You can have a conversation with him now if you ask permission. But what I'm getting at is, like, he's locked himself into either here or nowhere. And I don't understand that. I mean, if Denver comes, like, why should, if the Denver Nuggets look at Steve Kerr like the Warriors did after Mark Jackson and said he can get us back on top, why wouldn't you offer Steve Kerr a boatload of money And why wouldn't he take it if he loves coaching?
But the sentimental part of this where he feels like he's stabbing Steph in the back.
That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard, kind of.
Evan, I got to ask you, the people are asking.
Like, I would never, I love you, Goo, but I don't know if I would ever.
And we don't know if that's real.
If what's real?
If he would not leave or coach another team if that came to fruition. His loyalty to Steph.
Think he will. But what I'm saying is, if
I looked at Denver and I left here, oh my God, and I really wanted to coach.
That's my point, is if he wanted to go to Denver, I'm sure he could go to Denver, but I guess he doesn't want to go to Denver because of someone else. That to me is, I don't know.
If that someone else is Steph Curry. Like he doesn't want to coach, you know what I mean?
What if Steve Kerr doesn't, what if he doesn't want to end his career right now? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
what if Steve Kerr in his mind is like, okay, I'm 60, I see how I feel.
I love coaching.
I definitely want to coach another 5 years.
I believe that.
Okay, then what do? If you're everybody, Steve wants to coach 5 more years. Doesn't have to be the Warriors.
He would get 5 from me. If I'm Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, and Mike told us in our face he could coach here as long as he wants. So maybe that's not an issue, or it is.
No, I don't know. I get the loyalty part of it from Steve. I'm just, he might miss out on a hell of an opportunity.
Right. So that hasn't been put to test yet. Evan, people wanted to know and I know you never lie, the Magic City Massacre, was that Evan original?
Yeah, I think I texted you guys that last night.
That's amazing. My man. But yes, we don't know yet. And obviously the Spurs job would be more attractive than Denver. Get your hands on Wemby. My goodness.
If you like San Antonio, I'd rather live in Denver. But
why?
It's a better city.
I haven't been to either.
Yeah, trust me.
Do you think he would wait a year for the possibility of joining the Spurs as opposed to jumping at the first chance?
Yes. I think if he takes a year off and then takes another job, nobody's going to hold it against him if Steph Curry's still playing in the league and he's not coaching him. But I do think if he were to go to Denver right now, then it would be, But after a year, I think everybody would kind of understand. Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Our man.
Hey, Austin, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Listen, the disrespect for other coaches and other players is unbelievable. I mean, listen, we know Kerr's a great coach, but why are we so quick to disrespect other coaches? I mean, I'm not sure San Antonio looks like they've got a pretty good coach. And for today's player, we have to look at Steve in the context of, are we talking about today's athletes, or are we talking about, athletes that are more mature, like the guys we have in our core? So I think I think it's roster dependent. We can't just say Kerr's going to go somewhere and do better than a coach that's there now. He might not be able to handle the roster. I mean, so that's something that I think it depends. I mean, it depends on what team we're talking about. And I keep hearing, Steve can have any job he wants. Well, yeah, but there's only probably 5 jobs that he probably would be a good match for, right? Can we kind of agree on that?
Yeah.
And every team in the league wouldn't even be a good match for Steve. So I just wanted to kind of say, hey, nobody's disrespecting Kerr, but I mean, at the same time, we should be a little bit more measured in terms of he can just go anywhere. I don't think that's the case at all. And then on the Hawks, I think listen, we're so quick to judge the guy that got away or the guy that we didn't like or some people didn't like here, and nobody said much when Kuminga was doing pretty well. And the Hawks, last time I checked, did make the playoffs, right? The Warriors didn't. So I don't know why
I thought he did well for himself, Austin. I thought JK did well for himself.
Yeah. So why are we gleefully throwing stones at the Hawks? I mean, they had a bad game. I mean, it was a horrible game, but I wouldn't say that Kuminga was the reason why they lost. I mean,
who said that? You said, hey, I love you, Austin, but I never heard anybody here say today Kerr could go anywhere and coach. I mentioned Denver. I didn't even mention San Antonio. And as for Atlanta, I'm just the conversation centering on if Kuminga was a different player for Atlanta than he was for the Warriors.
Well, he's obviously he's playing for a different coach. So whatever that coach is asking him to do, he's getting court time, Tiny. So I mean, listen, is he a top type A player at this point? No, but he's only been there. How long has he actually been with that team? And nobody talks about the adjustment period. I mean, when Horford came here, as I recall, he didn't do very well, and he was a veteran with a championship. So why are we so quick to say that Kuminga's got to go in and all of a sudden be a star when he just got there? I mean, Who's
saying that?
I'm getting the sense that the judgment is coming across as if this guy is already. We already know he's the same player, and so that whole kind of statement is a negative statement. That's not a positive statement unless you. I mean, come on, Stoney. You're being negative when you say that. Let's be honest. Come on,
Austin. Like I acknowledge I didn't watch a lot of him in Atlanta, but if you look at the numbers. Tell me what's significantly different.
Well, they won games. I mean, they were in the playoffs and they won games. He's not the guy. He's not the guy that's totally responsible for everything that happens in Atlanta.
Right. He won. He won games with the Warriors, and there was frustration.
Yeah. But they're in the playoffs. They're in the playoffs right now. Let's talk about now. Why are we talking about the past? Let's talk about now.
But what? No, I'm giving you the point. Like when the Warriors in 2022 and 2023 were in the playoffs, he played in the playoffs for them, but it was not. It wasn't enough for a lot of people. And now he's in Atlanta, and he's coming off the bench for them too.
Right, and he's playing with a different set of guys. He's playing with a younger team.
Sure.
Let's give him a half a year. Let's give him a half a year in Atlanta before we decide that the guy is the same guy. He's not going to do any better. I mean, come on, man. Let's give it.
I never said he wasn't going to do any better, Austin. I said he might be a better player next year, but it looks to me like he was pretty similar to the way he was here in Golden State.
So when you say similar, what are you saying though? When you say similar,
I don't believe that he is playing at a noticeably higher level. Well, first of all, you ask me. Why don't you answer for me? Because you probably watched him more. Is he playing at a higher level now than he was with the Warriors?
Game by game, I would say there's games when he's played better. Yeah, okay. And I think there's games where he hasn't looked very good. But I think you can say that about a lot of players. You can say that about guys that have been in the league for a long time. So my whole point is, why are we singling out this guy who's having a chance to go to another team? Let's see what happens over the next year before we start saying, oh, my God, we didn't lose anything and it's no big deal. And we don't know that yet. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. Thanks, Austin. I wish we didn't have to go to break.
But we're coming back.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/the game.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear the Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh, no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm afraid.
Of what?
I think the older
that
you
you'll
get,
never wake up?
No. Well, you're practicing dying. That's too much sleep.
Obviously not a good day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
This from the text line. Why did Austin's voice drop mid-call? Well, he'd been on for 5 minutes, and we were at the end of a break.
Yeah, went past a break.
Yeah, we did.
That gets Evan in trouble. I never do that.
It should be me that gets in trouble, not Evan.
I kind of wish it was that way.
I don't need a babysitter.
You'd be out of here.
Yeah, when's that ever happened?
You all right, huh? Austin he came for you with the Kuminga take.
Yeah, and he, first of all, he did what Willard hates. He put... Who said, Steve Kerr can get any coaching job he wants? I didn't even mention San Antonio. I mentioned one team, Denver.
I brought up the Spurs.
Here's the issue. Here's where I'm at with Kuminga. I didn't know we were going to do this. I don't know what he's going to do next year. I have no idea what he's going to do next year. Now, his potential belongs to the Atlanta Hawks. What I'm telling you is, when I look at the numbers, all right, it doesn't feel like anybody out there really will say, Steiny, he was good for Atlanta. Really good. No, he's a player who looks essentially like the same player. He's had some really good games in wins, like he's done with the Warriors. He had some bad games and losses. He's run the gamut. Mm-hmm. And when I look at the numbers, they're exactly the same. He's actually playing less in Atlanta than he did in Golden State. I'm not crapping on the kid. Yeah. He fit into their rotation, and they went 20-6 or something. Yeah. That's great. But I don't the Warriors didn't make more of a mistake today than they did at the trade deadline, in my mind, if you think it was a mistake.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Austin's one of my guys, our guys. I'm gonna say he is putting what he's hearing on the socials at your doorstep. But we also can admit you've never been the biggest Kuminga fan. My thing is, you're right, he is playing less. The numbers look the same or relatively the same. To me, I'm a Kuminga fan, and I thought he did well for himself in Atlanta. And he's not a finished product. I think the Hawks, from what I've seen, especially in the playoffs, because he had some moments and he had some bad moments. My thing is, if we just meet halfway and say he's exactly who he was here, that's still good enough for me. And I thought on his best day here, he would pop, and in Atlanta the same way. But you don't need me to defend you, and I'm not. I think Austin's hearing some things somewhere else about Kuminga, and he took it out on you, and he felt like,
Oh, I'm fine with that. Yeah. What's the disagreement about Kuminga today? I
can't speak for Austin. He did. I felt like he thought you were selling him short. I'm
selling him the same. I'm not selling him short.
It didn't sound like that to him.
He's the same player.
Yeah, it didn't sound like to him. Okay, from what I heard,
he's the same player, essentially, for the Hawks that he was for the Warriors. And maybe the reason he's playing freer, probably has to do with the fact that he gets to play with young guys in Atlanta, and the standards were a lot higher playing with Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler.
And there's no resentment either way,
Not that we know of.
Right.
But,
the Hawks had a good season. Now, you're asking me what are they going to do with JK? I don't know.
This is where I don't want to be a jerk, but did they have a good season?
I thought.
They didn't win a series. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals 5 years ago.
But they were dead on life support. No, I'll give you that. Now, that's a whole different story. But
do you hear what Jeff Teague said?
No. Well, he says a lot. I agree with like him, but he says a lot.
Everybody's like, Atlanta. And he's like, okay, you traded your franchise player. You lost in the first round. And now you need another franchise player if you don't think it's Jalen Johnson.
Well, I think they're looking good.
The Hawks?
Yeah, you wouldn't. With Alexander, McCollum, Jalen Johnson,
McCollum's getting up there.
And this pick. Stoney, they were on life support this season where I didn't even think they had a shot at the play-in. And they got their act together. What did you say, 20-9? They start balling. So I'm just saying, I thought towards the end of the latter part of the season, they had a good showing. And unlike the Warriors here, this could be unfair. It hurts me to say, and I think Austin said it, they made the playoffs.
This is from No. Steiny, 37 wins is a higher standard. Yes, for the Warriors it is. You have to maintain a high. Were the Hawks better than the Warriors? Yes, of course they were. Right. But you don't think that it was harder for Kuminga to adhere to playing with Curry and Draymond and Butler. It's easier for him to play in Atlanta, I'm going to believe, right?
Okay. I feel like, Steiny, that's not the issue. The guy was playing regardless of who you fought for a coach he didn't like or trust. Okay. So that right there is bigger than playing with Steph Dre. Okay. To me, that's why he was free.
And I would tell you, I don't give a rat's ass because he's the same player under Quinn Snyder as he is under Steve Kerr.
Well, the proof's going to be in the pudding in regard to what they want to do with him for the future.
Well, I mean,
that'll say a lot too.
No, I don't. And here's the other thing: I don't think Kuminga's a finished product.
Okay, no,
he's not a finished
and I
product.
think that's why I give him the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, let's go to Marcus in Oakland. What's up, Marcus? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? What's up, guys? Good
Hey,
to talk
hey,
to you. I love the Kuminga conversation, even though I think it's kind of insane and extreme on both sides. This is a player who essentially is just a role player, but everybody's acting like he's either the greatest thing that's ever happened to Atlanta or he's the worst thing that's happened to the Warriors. Like, I agree with you, Steiny. He's the same player, dude. And guess what? After 5 years, you don't become a completely different player. I think he's going to be this guy for the rest of his career, which is essentially a guy who can have some high highs, but you're not going to build a team around this kid. That's not a knock because you don't build a team around 95% of NBA players. He's a fine player. He's athletic. He can do a few things, but I don't think this is a dude who in 10 years from now we're going to be going, oh, my God, what a loss for the Warriors. Like, yeah, he's fine. And it's okay to be just fine. Yep. There's a lot of transference going on between the pro-Kuminga, anti-Kuminga camps. But ultimately, Kuminga is the player that he is. I agree with you, Steiny. He looks the same. He's going to have a good game here. He's going to have a crappy game there. He's not going to be the difference maker on a championship team. And I think that's the issue that he has with the Warriors. The Warriors have higher standards. They need you to be in that structure. They need you to play the way we want you to play because we want to win. Atlanta doesn't, let's be honest, Atlanta doesn't have that type of pressure. They can just throw him in here, throw him in there, and let him do whatever he wants. And he's still a sixth or seventh man. So I'm just saying, let's be honest about what we're saying.
Well, let me say this before you hang up, Si. Let me say this, too. Let me rebuttal. The bottom line, let's say you are right. Kuminga may never turn into a guy worthy of being picked at number 7. And we did that, and now we're paying for it. Let's just say you're right, and that's what he is. But why did we think he was worthy of the 7th pick? And regardless of what happens to him, we still missed out, and he's messed up our future because now we get nothing from that pick, just like Wiseman. So it doesn't make us, you know what I'm saying? It's still bad for us.
I don't see it that way, Guru. I don't see it that way. I see this as most draft picks aren't superstars. No matter where you maybe pick them in the draft, they're typically not going to become a superstar. At number 7, yeah, you want somebody who's going to be a headline dude. But ultimately, at number 7, you're probably going to get a guy who's a decent starter for most of his career, or maybe even a bust. You never know. But it's not. I would never say that because the player doesn't work out that the team screwed up unless you really make a terrible choice. But like the Wiseman choice wasn't a terrible choice. Like Kuminga wasn't a terrible choice. They were probably the best players at those positions at that time, and it's fine to pick them there. And it's fine if it doesn't work out. It's fine, but we're acting like Kuminga is the be-all. It's the weirdest conversation ever.
But I'll say this.
Marcus, let me pick it up for you, Marcus. Appreciate it.
If you're going to tell me, Marcus, and I appreciate the call, that Wiseman was not a terrible pick at number 2, then the word terrible does not exist. And Steiny, you should be ashamed for co-signing that.
Well,
Wiseman was a terrible pick.
What he's saying, Goo, is that if Wiseman hadn't gone 2, he would have gone 3 and been a terrible pick. He would have gone 4.
But I don't care. Right? We're worried about the Warriors.
Yeah, I know.
So number 7 is still 5 spots down from number 2, and he's in another city. So that's an F. That's a failure for us. And now we're paying the price. So how is it not terrible, Marcus? How is that? That's the definition of terrible. We effed it up. Yeah, whatever Kuminga does, he's still got time to kind of fix his career, but we got to deal with the fallout of not getting his services and Porzingis somewhere else. How is that not bad or terrible, I guess?
Well, I think it's a semantic thing. What he's saying is that was Wiseman a bad pick? Yeah, it was a bad pick, but it wasn't like nobody thought they were going to pick him and he was an unknown. And what was his name? Marcus. I think what he was saying is he would have gone 3rd. Now, doesn't mean it was I think he was saying the process was what everybody was following, and he was going to get picked shortly after. But no, I mean, he didn't work out.
Yeah, I love you, Mark, but I guess Marcus was so chill and calm, and I get it. But to say those picks weren't terrible and keep moving and walking through the park like life's good, no. And now it's Armageddon here in Golden State because of those misses. And I got to be honest, would you rather be Kuminga with we still don't know what he is because of his age, or would you rather be stuck with us where we traded him and we still don't got no hot shots?
I don't care.
Young dudes.
This is where I'm with Marcus. It doesn't matter to me. Because you know what? If Kuminga were still on the team, he'd have this contract, and the Warriors would be like, what should we do with him? And at least they have Porzingis, and they're like, he's coming off our books. And this is where I am wholly with Marcus. And this is exactly how the conversation goes. I am completely with Marcus. This guy's been in the league 5 years. Is he a bad? No, he's fine. Kuminga's fine. He's been a 6th or 7th man most of his career, and he started at times. He's fine. He's an okay player. He's pretty good. That's the way I think of him. The problem is when the people come in from the other side and say, this guy's a superstar. This guy got away. This guy's being held back. This guy's a number one down the line. That's when I'm like, are you kidding me? Right. Like, can we wait till he becomes a consistent starter first before we talk about him like that?
I don't disagree with that at all.
So then what happens is people call in and say, Kuminga. And after a while, I'll be like, he stinks. But of course he doesn't stink. It's just... He's not as good as some people think he is.
Including the Golden State Warriors.
For 5 years.
So why did they use the you don't
5
think where
years
he
ago.
But
they
you don't think where he was drafted is a big part of people thinking he's supposed to be on the come? You don't think where these guys are drafted that coincide with what we possibly expect? He was the 7th pick in the draft. I'm just telling the Marcuses of the world, and it sounds like you a little bit. It's not okay that they missed the 7th pick in the draft. You use that. That's a mistake. And you got mistakes
every team
with
makes
Wiseman.
Mistakes. They made a mistake.
But don't act like those mistakes don't have us in this territory.
I don't. I just wonder how long we're going to talk about him. Probably for the next 10 years, I guess.
No, until we go replace him or find a new the next.
Well, that'll be this summer when they get an 11th pick.
But you still got to know. You got to get it right.
Okay. Well, let Mike Dunleavy draft.
I mean, the 7th where Kuminga was drafted is a big part of people thinking, or at least for me, holding on, that this dude's got the goods.
Blame the Warriors. They drafted a guy who's a 7th player on a team.
But you and Marcus are telling me it's no big deal.
I'm not saying it's no big deal. I'm just like, okay, well, I guess we're going back to the Kuminga draft. Go ahead. Tell me about Halliburton.
Maxey.
Tell me about Maxey. Go ahead. We want to do that? Let's keep doing that. Tell me about Şengün.
Yeah. LaMelo Ball.
Sure, LaMelo Ball. Okongwu. Tell me about them all. Let's go ahead. Tell us about them all. Let's rehash all that.
That part I get. It ain't going to
the good news, Goo, is look, if you want to blame 37 wins on something that happened 5 years ago, that's great because it takes the onus off Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, and all the guys playing now.
How unfair with that? I'm not doing that.
Bottom line.
37 was injury, a lot to do with injuries too.
Right. But the point is like you're not blaming the injuries. They're a 37-win team. If Kuminga, I mean, like, here's the thing that I don't get. When you talk about Kuminga and Wiseman, you call them misses, which I get.
Okay.
But you expected one guy to be Olajuwon and the other guy to be Karl Malone. Like, that's not automatically what happens. It depends on the draft. And they made a mistake in the draft. In a draft where it wasn't like a great draft. Did they miss players? Of course they missed players. But like
you just named 7 players that are playing and would help this team right now today.
Yeah, to 39 wins.
Well, you say that, but still, oh my gosh, it feels like you're there's a player development.
I'm just over stuff that happened 5 years ago.
Because it doesn't sound like it.
Well, if we keep talking about Kuminga and Wiseman, you know what that means? We leave Draymond off the hook and Steph off the hook.
No, I guess, and we're all different. Marcus was like, this is what I took from him. It's not a big deal that we missed on the 2nd, and the 7th pick. Marcus, that's an earthquake. That is a big deal.
Right.
And but now we got the same people. Marcus. Well, Bob's not here, but we got the same people that may get this 11th pick.
Nate, don't say that. Pick. Mike Dunleavy has not had a pick yet. That's not fair to Dunleavy. He's had one pick,
but he's not making it by himself. And Joe Lacob said it's a group effort, so he's still around.
Scott Morin. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, guys. It's amazing that we're still here over this guy. It's amazing. Anyway, lots of things can be true. The pick didn't work out.
Right.
But I put 90% of this or even greater percentage on the failure he had here on the player. And it's for the reason he thinks he's one type of player. He thinks he and his agent think he's a superstar in the making, when Kerr and the coaching staff and anybody with half a brain could see that he could fit here as a role player. If you could rebound, play the dunker spot, maybe hit a three from the corner like GP2, play some defense, rebound. That is his ceiling. His shot is suspect. His handle is suspect. He's the same player in Atlanta. He's going to be playing with different players, but his skill set has not changed. I don't believe will change. I don't think that shot works. He plays great. He can play great. He's got amazing athletic ability. Jump out of the gym. He can go off in a game, whatever. But he can't you cannot have him come to the arena every night and you know what you're going to get from him. He can't shoot the three. His free throws are suspect. I mean, he's just not good enough. The Warriors and Steve Kerr were pretty simple. They told you what they wanted him to do. Steve Kerr told the media what they wanted him to do. Exactly what I said. Rebound, defend, run the floor, play the dunker spot. He could have been a better GP2.
Yep.
And he would have a flourish. His career would have flourished. The team would play better.
Right.
But he just doesn't have the mindset.
Not yet.
Not
yet.
But Steiny, what if I said it? I'm saying it. He's 100% right. It still doesn't change the fact that it was a miss for the team. Okay, that assessment, I'm just going to say for the sake of, okay, you're right. It still doesn't make me or Warrior fans feel better that we missed.
Right. Obviously, because you keep talking about it.
No, the caller called up.
No, I'm over it. No, you're not. It's what you're going to rely on for the next 5 years.
My problem is we didn't make the playoffs. That's my problem. Like, I've moved on. My problem is we didn't qualify for the playoffs. I didn't bring this up.
I got a little problem here.
You all right?
Well, something by wire stuff.
You got stuck, yeah. Dude. And then Austin came in and said he felt like he was hearing you say something about JK. And then it went this way. I'm over it. My point is, I'm looking at the bigger picture. We still didn't get anything from those two picks. And now we're going to get the 11th pick, and hopefully they get it right, or the 3rd, or the 2nd, or the 1st.
Yeah. Look at Atlanta. They made the playoffs, and they made the worst pick in the draft 2 years ago.
And now they're in the lottery as well.
Mistakes happen. Zachary Richauche.
Yeah.
Number 1 pick. Wiseman was the number 2 pick. Bad pick. How about Philly? Markelle Fultz. How was that?
Yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah. I wonder if they're talking about that in Philly, or they got their maxi so they don't talk about it.
Well, that helps.
Ben Simmons.
Your boy.
How about Anthony Bennett?
Come on now.
My point is that's 6 teams that have drafted and made mistakes, and the Warriors are one of them.
Right.
It happens.
Mm-hmm.
It happens. And you got to overcome it if you're a good team.
Right.
Yep.
Are the Warriors a good team right now?
No, they're 37-win team.
Well, when healthy.
No, I don't think when healthy the Warriors are a good team. I think they're a 500 team when they're healthy. Now, especially, they might have been a 46 or 48-win team last year when they were healthy. But next year, first of all, they're not going to be healthy. They're going to miss Butler for half the year. So I think at best now,
man.
and things are going to change, but right now, if the Warriors came back with this team next year,
no, it's a nightmare on Warrior Street right now.
They're not winning 41 games
and
right
I got
now.
mad, just not at you, just hearing you state the real, that come late October, November, whenever the first home game is, Jimmy Butler won't be in uniform. And Uncle Looney saying, Goo, you need to be mad at Lacob for drafting Kuminga. I am.
See, I think.
I am.
Yeah, I think, like.
That's all Uncle Looney?
In my world, trading for Jimmy Butler is a mistake like Kuminga.
But you didn't say that when he was upright.
And we didn't say it when they drafted Kuminga for a year. We didn't know it was a mistake that first year or two. Well, guess what? Jimmy Butler, good first year. Mistake now.
And a problem. And a problem financially.
1240. Hold on, Goo.
Shout out to the Boys and Girls Club of Oakland.
That was very enjoyable.
No, seriously, it was, man.
Very enjoyable. You know, let me tell people something. There's something about giving back that makes you feel good.
I'm about to cry. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
You know what? Okay, Evan, let me explain it to you this way.
Your mood has changed a lot in the last 24 hours.
Let me give you an example that you might be able to understand.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Giving back makes you feel really good. Now, you don't do it, so you don't know what it feels like. But let me give you a hint. Giving back feels like the opposite of a hangover. All right? Now do you understand?
Boy.
Giving back is like the opposite of a hangover.
No, seriously, it was great, man.
Dude, if people could have seen you before.
Knock it off.
No, but you did it. Started with you.
I was just tired after work.
I looked at my sister and my father, and I felt different, like your son gave back, man.
Good job, Steiny.
It was good job, both of us. It was a great time. And I'm glad you hooked it up.
Thank you.
I was like, we got it. And then I was like, I didn't want to leave.
I just needed a second wind after work, and I got it.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, good job to both of you, obviously, but you were in more need of a charge. You know what I mean? Like, Goo was ready.
That's why I went to Sam's before I went, and I got recharged.
Yeah.
I did. No, I'm going to drink around the kids. Stop. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the day. All you got to do is search for 957 The Game, and you'll find us. Now we're expanding our community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to new videos, private AMAs with our hosts and insiders, and exclusive content from the biggest events. Plus, you'll get live instant reaction post-game shows from your favorite hosts after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I never drunk around my kids when they were looking.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is time for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
95.7 The Game is proud to support Drawbridge and the Aragon Foundation on the Bridging Creative Possibilities Gala, May 9th in San Francisco. Join us for live music, dancing, and an art auction with proceeds that help fund music and art education. For tickets, head to 957thegame.com.
I could give a rat's ass. Are you raising your voice at me? Come on, dude. This is on camera. They can hear you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Could he coach the Warriors? He ain't ready. Nicky ain't ready. Is he ready, Evan? He ain't ready.
Cronin?
Yeah.
You know what?
What the hell?
I'd like to see it.
I would love to see it.
Dude.
It's been a problem for a month.
Now, let me tell you what. We get Mick Cronin in here. We are taking over the Steve and Mick Cronin show.
We can't make a free throw.
You know what life is about, Steiny and Evan? Personality. And he's got that. We know he knows ball, but that's just excellent to me.
By the way, did you know one of the things you said,
irritated
and
too.
you must have not meant it. It just, you must have got tongue-tied. You said, talk about Kuminga, and he's like, he messed up our future.
Yes.
No, he didn't mess
the
up
Warriors did.
the Warriors'
Joe
future.
Lacob did,
Thank
Uncle
you.
Looney. Stein, real quick, I'm irritated.
Good.
So we got a co-worker, Ken. Ken Luttrell comes in today, hair looking good. He's letting it grow. And he's got some tats, some nice tats. But he came in and he's a grown man with a new baby. And Steiny, I'm judging him because he came in with a new tat, and I saw the ink, it looked different, on his right arm of a damn octopus. And you're rubbing off on me. I told him I didn't like it.
Why?
Why'd you
I
get
thought
an
it was
octopus?
very colorful.
What's the problem, Goo? Why don't you like it?
Not a whale.
Also,
why
it's not
a fly?
I have a
Why
3.5-year-old. He's not a new baby.
Right, but he's still young. What is he going to say? Hey, Dad,
They're very intellectual creatures. Very curious, very playful. I mean, I'm looking up some facts right now because we were talking about it, and I didn't understand because they can learn how to adapt and camouflage their bodies in any dangerous situation.
So you have, I'm being honest, you have a thing for him. When did it start?
So I'll tell you this. It started with that Netflix documentary, My Octopus Teacher. It's about a guy who went, he would go snorkeling off of South Africa. And I know Steiny's definitely watched it, or at least, knows a little something about it. But it's incredible. He befriends this octopus who has to camouflage herself away from, I think it's pajama sharks. And it lost an arm. It hid for a few months.
Okay.
And it grew it back within a matter of 3 months. It was the most incredible thing.
I mean, if you're an octopus, you can lose an arm.
What's their job? What's an octopus's job? What do they do, Ken?
They can squirt ink.
Like rats. What are they here for? We hate them. Don't you think about all these creatures that are just... what do they do?
Octopi do stuff.
What?
They do, they're great for the environment.
I feel like they do. I feel like they clean things up.
They do things you're not even aware of.
Yeah. By the way, they have 8.
Yeah.
It's
right.
an
Who cares if they lose one?
It's not a septopus.
You would have lost that on the game show trivia. You would have said, how many tentacles did that?
I said they have 8. He's got 7 left.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you.
Huh?
He grew back the 8.
How much you pay for that thing, Kenny?
That's a Steiny question.
I was going to say, do you really want to know?
No, not if you get an outfit or shoes.
It was a fair price.
I got it. Okay, that's a lot of ink. Over 300.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea how much tattoos cost. None.
Well, you see what gas is.
That one looked like, about half your forearm?
Dude, 300.
Yeah, it was it took about 3 hours.
Oh, that's 300 for sure.
I think it's more than 3.
Yeah, no doubt.
I bet it's 5.
Kenny.
You meet in the middle.
Wow.
Thanks, Kenny.
But I gave him a $100 tip.
Hey,
so
Kenny, I don't like it. But anyway, good for you, baby.
So it'd be $400 for you, Goo.
What's that mean?
Well, he said he left a $100 tip.
Go ahead,
so that would be $400 for you.
Would you have liked it if he had got another animal, say chonkers, as the tattoo?
Oh, here we go. Here we go, Evan.
I consider that.
This is Evan's what's bugging him.
Well, Steiny's got a problem with him.
It's stupid. It's just dumb.
He's a sea lion.
It's dumb.
But what's dumb? Tell the people what we're talking about.
I hated to do this to Marcy. I had to tell her it was dumb, too.
I'm a little shocked, Steiny.
This is what... Tell the people who... Evan...
You know what? Fat shaming a sea lion.
No.
That's usually Goose thing.
Evan, help us out and tell the people what we're talking about.
So, chonkers is a 2,000-pound sea lion. I think a little unfairly named, but if it's appropriate for you, that's fine. It was spotted at Pier 39. I actually think the mayor went down there today to see if he could get a look at him. He stands out. He's a big boy.
Wow.
And he just flops right up on the boards like all the sea lions do, except he is the size of about 3 of them, and his name is Chonkers.
Sure wasn't Brandon Ayuk?
That's a 9. Yeah. What's he eating to get that big?
Everything.
Underwater.
Yeah, give me the Kyle. Everything. Now, I'm in a dilemma here. I've got a couple guys who've been on hold for a while, but then the guy who's been on hold the least, it says he wants to tell you to calm down.
Oh, he's talking
about
to
Chonkers?
you.
No, he said Guru needs to calm down.
About what?
Well, let's find out. Let's go to Matt in Oakland.
Matty.
Hey, Matty.
What is up, fellas?
Hey.
Give it to him.
I'll tell you, octopuses, and it is octopuses because it's Greek, not Latin.
Are you kidding me?
That's in my face.
I did not know that, Matt. Wow.
In fairness, there is some debate, but it is Greek, not Latin, and they are fascinating, and they are as close to aliens as you'll see on this earth. You know what? They're far more interesting than Jonathan Kuminga.
That's a good one.
I looked up the last 20 number 7 picks, and besides the most obvious one, who's a Hall of Famer, who we know and love, I see 2 All-Stars maybe. That would be Markkanen in 2017 and Murray in 2016. How about Ben McLemore, Emmanuel Mudiay, Wendell Carter, Shaden Sharp,
Guru's gonna.
I can't even say his name.
Look, Matt, I won't even cut you
Guru's
off.
gonna explode soon.
I'm
trust
not.
me.
I love Matt till I got Matt. I'm just gonna say this. Does it make you feel any better reading that list? I could give a rat's behind. It still doesn't change the fact that we got a 0 from that pick. If I go home and say, hey, they laid off. I lost my job, but they laid off 60 people. My wife's not going to feel better because 59 others got ran. All that she's going to matter is I lost my job. You're not telling me you feel better because you read that list. We were supposed to get a guy. It didn't happen for whatever reason, and we're still paying for it, Matt.
Yeah.
That's all.
And all those teams were supposed to get a guy.
Let Matt respond.
Matt? Oh, I will.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah.
Okay, I would agree it's not a good pick. Now, the Wiseman pick, that was an absolute bust.
Right.
The reason I'm calling, though, is I am so sick of talking about this guy. He is a mediocre player. He is maybe the 100th best player in the league. He was last year. He is now. He just broke a record for the worst plus-minus in the history of the playoffs. I'll give it one game. I'll give it to you. You know, people give – and this seems to be the thing they give Kerr the most crap about. He's not that. We should not be talking about him.
All right.
And we poop on pods. I got to tell you something. Not that it's apples and oranges, but I'd rather have pods. I mean, this is his 3rd or 4th year. He's a smarter player. I mean, he may be a moron on the street, and Kuminga may be, a Mensa Society guy. But on the basketball court, Kuminga still doesn't know what he's doing. I
got you, Matty. We get you, man.
Talking about this guy.
Yeah.
He didn't make any difference, and he doesn't make any difference to Atlanta. He's an okay guy. He seems nice. Let's get past it. Yes, I wish we'd have gotten somebody else. The only pick that they've gotten that's under 10 that really was stellar is obviously Curry. Moody was okay at 14. They seem to do well after that. But, man.
Matt, I'm gonna throw Matt before you hang up. I'm gonna throw my last. I'm gonna throw my last rock and run. He made the playoffs. We didn't. How about that, Stoney?
Woo!
He made the offs. We didn't.
He shot 20% from 3 in the postseason.
Yeah, that was bad.
Oh, God.
What did we shoot?
Nothing.
What did we shoot? What did we shoot?
Hey, Steiny, a group of octopuses is known as a consortium. I didn't know that.
Why is he fascinated with him, though?
Why don't you
By the way, I'm out. I'm out on Chonkers. I just looked it up. Do you know what they eat?
Oh, boy, what?
They
Salmon.
eat fish, squid, and octopus. I'm out.
Well, how smart can octopus be then?
They're just not that fast.
Apparently.
Sea lions are faster.
No, they should be able to move with those 8 arms.
So they're cannibals.
But sea lions are
they
much
should be able to
faster.
run swim twice as fast as a dog runs.
No, they're cannibals.
How'd you get that math?
Because the dogs have 4 feet and octopus have 8 things to swim with. So they should be twice as fast.
They're significantly lighter.
Yeah, exactly. Makes them go through water more quickly.
They don't have enough strength.
Well, you didn't tell me that. So they're scrawny.
Compared to a sea lion.
So they're like nerds. They're smart, but they really don't have any wherewithal. Okay. All right. Well, unfortunately for Matt, we still have a Kuminga call.
Oh, man. Look at you. It's Friday.
You didn't want to talk about it.
I don't know how he came up. Because you were bragging, you made 24. You knew what you were doing.
By the way, don't think. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, just fine.
Matt was being generous. He's not a top 100 player. That's 3 guys per team. He's probably like 175.
No, the idea that you're going to call and tell somebody feel better because the number 7 picks throughout the NBA have never popped doesn't make me feel any better. I just care about our pick and what we did when we were up at the plate.
Well, maybe if you had any sense of basketball history and you understood that not every draft is the same and not every draft pick is a sure thing, you wouldn't have assumed that Jonathan Kuminga would be Karl Malone so that then you can compare him to Karl Malone and know that he'll never be as good as Karl Malone. That's the problem.
That's how you see it.
How about this, Goo?
Yeah. Let's get off it.
Okay, we can. This has nothing to do with Kuminga.
I wanted to get off it anyway.
That's fine. How about if you make a promise to me? Okay? Just make a promise to Maddie.
Go ahead.
Okay? Just repeat after me. There's no guarantee that the Warriors will draft a Hall of Famer this draft. Guru, there's a chance that the Warriors could draft somebody in this draft that doesn't end up a Hall of Famer.
All right. That is too funny. The concept.
Carl's in Oakland. Hey, Carl.
Carl. Think it's with a K or a C?
It's with a...
That's it. There's an answer to it.
I don't care. Charles in Redwood City. Charles in Redwood City.
Listen, Steiny and Guru.
Hey.
Steiny and Guru.
He's ready.
Hey, easy. All right, go ahead, Charles.
What you got, baby?
I got a rapid fire because y'all done talked about so much since First of all, the seal runs away from great white sharks. That's why they're so fast and they can catch anything. Second of all, and this one's so fat because he keeps on getting away. Second of all, with the Kuminga thing. Okay. First of all, Jonathan Kuminga is a role player in the NBA, but most players picked in the first round, whether they're in the lottery or not, are role players. But me, I'm a San Antonio Spurs fan, and who won Sixth Man of the Year? Keldon Johnson, and he was our first-round pick about 7 years ago, and we sucked for years and years and years. But guess what? Now he could help us win the championship. So all the people who be ragging on Jonathan Kuminga, learn basketball first. Let me break it down to you real quick. When he went to Atlanta, they were the hottest team in the NBA. They won about, I don't have the stats in front of me, but you can fact check me and I guarantee you I'm right. They won about 25 out of like 35 games, 25 out of 34 games, something like that. Meanwhile, the Warriors lost that same amount. So he wasn't playing with the Warriors. So he helped them. He helped Atlanta in a weaker Eastern Conference, I'll give you, win 25 out of 34 games. When he left the Warriors, the team that wasn't playing no more, they lost that same amount of games. So when people keep on trying to rag on him like, oh, he's this player, he's that player, he's the same in Atlanta, it's the same season. Most players get to work on their game in the offseason and come back the next year to see if they worked on their game. I guess not Kuminga. He has to be able to be a better three-point shooter and a more disciplined player in 2 weeks. And then on top of that, Guru, for you, for the 7th pick and the failing thing, the organization really failed.
No
because
doubt.
Steve Kerr isn't going to play. And I'll tell you what, just let me tell you why. It's not because Steve Kerr doesn't know what he's doing. It's not because this, and that, and the other. It's because they tried to draft all these young players for a championship team, and Kerr didn't want that. He wanted somebody he could trust. The picks should have been traded. It's not a bad pick. That's like saying Bo Jackson was a bad pick because he hurt his hip. Like, come on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it doesn't work out, but you knew what kind of team you had. When the Warriors were winning in strength of numbers, those were all vets. Livingston, Barbosa, David West, Spates, Bogut, the list goes on and on. So it's just like, calm down. He's not the best player in the world, but people see he has talent, like in Game 2 against New York when he was making left-handed three-point plays on the lane on thing. And the Warriors need a player like that, but they didn't want to play him. So he should have been traded when his value was higher. That's on the team, not on Kuminga. He can play on any team in the NBA. So all the people that call and talk about how he's not this and not that, I'll tell you what he is. He's somebody who will play on any team in the NBA, and he can score 30 points on any team in the NBA. And that's a fact because we've seen it. Right. So you can't even argue.
Well, I mean,
get in and get out.
Yes, he can. He scored 30 in a game. Yes, he has scored 30 in a game.
Not yesterday.
And let me also say, like Kuminga had seasons with the Warriors where he played and contributed while they were winning.
And then they ripped the rug right underneath.
He did the same, he did similar things for the Warriors. He played, he scored, they lost, and he probably got an unfair amount of blame. Yep. But there was plenty of times where he played well in a Warriors win, just like he did in Atlanta.
Yep. I'm on with the new. What you going to do this? Hopefully, whoever they decide to send to the draft lottery.
Oh, my God.
We're going to find out. But
I hope we don't now.
No, we will.
Well, hopefully it's not on our show, because that'll take over the last hour. Hey, Steiny, do you think Pat Spencer, you think he's got what's your good luck charm?
This is a new voice you're trying out,
What's your good luck charm, Pat?
Well, we need it.
Lock of hair. Let's take a lock of Draymond's hair for good luck.
Dude, I like Macklin Celebrini. Send him.
He doesn't work for the Warriors.
Well,
you have to be an employee.
You could send an email saying, hey, can we get an injunction? It's one time, got the guru coming. They'll be like, so go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Evan?
Well, you guys best friends now, huh?
What?
Yeah, I didn't like that. That's the wow.
Kenny, good to see you today, buddy.
Dude, I'm doing something back here.
Okay, guys, he's working.
Producer.
No. Hey, Kenny.
Hey, go.
This from the 4-1. I'm not going to do it.
No, you got to read it.
Kuminga played the same amount of minutes on the Warriors as the Hawks. Right. You just said read it.
You got to get off this.
First, okay. Evan, I've told you this, and you know me well enough. When you tell me things like that I must do,
which way do you
chances are I don't do it.
Okay.
I don't
keep this up until 142 then. Keep it up until the crossover.
This is why you'll never be a coach. Go, hey, Steiny, how about that Marcus Stribling? That's the way you do it. Or Steiny, Vitello, interesting, huh?
He's obviously not a good day.
Dude, man.
I'm just trying to make it to 112 right now.
No, listen. Come on now.
Well, you don't help.
This is a dream job.
No, it's not.
Like, you don't believe
Tack
that.
2 zeros to the end. It's a dream job. Notice I didn't say 1 0, 2. What were you going to say?
If we come in here Monday, and let's just say the Giants drop 2 or 3 to the Rays, I mean,
that's what I expect.
When do you hit the panic button? I'm asking you personally.
The Rays are 19-12.
No,
they're playing at home.
They've been consistent.
Now, here's where I would caution. I would expect them to lose 2 out of 3. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the same as the draft. Don't expect a sweep every time the Giants play a series.
All right, let me clean my question up, Einstein. When do you hit the panic button for the Giants?
You like that?
Well, it's the one.
Einstein Mets.
Because Steiny's hit the button. He don't know it yet. I have not. Shasky, Steiny. Evan's kind of with me. I don't want to speak for him. Like, we need to see more. It's 50. But when do you hit the panic button? Seriously, man.
I think, see, one of the silver linings, okay, of being a lousy team is you never have to hit the panic button because you're lousy.
Yeah, but their payroll doesn't equate to lousy,
hit
man.
The panic button.
Nah. We're talking about a second. This Buster Posey put this together, and I'm not ready to throw rocks at him.
Of course you're not.
But I am telling them you might need, man, clean up on aisle Buster. I mean, it's headed that way. But at what point do you just ring the alarm to where you're like, "Goo, this is all bad"? Because you're not going to fire Buster, and it's too early. You're not going to fire Vitello. See, this is what I know. It's all about Devers. What are you going to do? And you know, I've been thinking, you don't even know this. about those comments, and I'm like, man, okay, he's defensive. Is that the worst thing in the world? Or do you just take all that out and it's about him hitting the baseball? But if he doesn't get his act together, Stoney, this could be an expensive, disappointing season.
Yes.
And I'm talking about Molly, Hauser, and then what you said yesterday, and I gave you some love this morning on the morning crossover. I'm assuming Buster's going to be shopping at the deadline, but if it got real ugly in the Bay, they would be sellers.
Yes, that's baseball.
But that's not how it was drawn up, man.
See,
I'll
be honest with you, and I'm going to ask you this question. I'll also ask it to Evan, and then we'll jump into this next segment with it. Like, A, I'm not a fan. B, I thought this was a 500 team. So when you talk about panic, I would just say, well, I didn't think they were a 90-win team, but you guys are right. They're not playing well, and they don't look good. I do think they'll be better, and they'll look better, and they'll play better, and they'll win more games. But I don't think they'll win enough games to, make the people that think they're going to win over 85 or close to 90 enough. So when are you panicking?
No, it's incredible. I asked you that question, but you kind of explained it. The fundamental difference between you and I is you really, truly are sticking by your guns, and you think this team is not as good as I think.
Yeah,
so that's why you're not over here alarmed.
Right.
But what about the payroll? What about Devers? Something is going on. How do you fix that?
Well, I look at it this way. They won 81 games last year. I thought their offseason was very underwhelming. They didn't really add a lot of pop to the lineup, if any. I thought their starting pitching goes halfway, 2.5. I didn't even They're
in last place. Oh, it's May 1st. Okay. What about when it's June 10th?
Evan, when would you panic as a Giants fan?
Or are you now?
I mean, after that series, I think you're pretty close.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you're back to your low water mark. You blew 2 games that you should have won. You got swept by a team that came into the series having won 9 games, was one of the worst records in baseball. They just fired their manager. And by the end of the series, Don Mattingly, who's an interim, looks better than Tony Vitello.
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
I mean, good God. No, that was wow, man.
So, yeah, I'd say I understand why fans are there right now.
And the whole, how much? Well, we could do it on the other side. The whole Eldridge thing. Like, you and Shasky were making a point to kind of like, where's he going to play? But I'm almost like, if this is going to be what they look like without him, I could give a rat's behind. Like, bring him up because you need him in the lineup. We'll deal with that as we move forward.
Well, it's a simple question, though. Who's playing first? Who's DHing?
Well, I had him doing both. How about both?
Okay.
How about both?
But, this isn't something that's out of your pay grade. This is Schmidt, Devers, Eldridge. They can't all play in the same lineup unless you do something.
Schmidt doesn't belong in that same sentence. As
All right. That's fine. I don't... I don't disagree with you. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota truck and chase what's out there. With legendary capability and reliability on your side, see all of California from behind the wheel of a Toyota truck. Get low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get $3,000 cash back on 2026 Tundra. Make the most of the open road in a rugged and reliable Toyota truck. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offer excludes Tundra TRD Pro and 5426.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together, like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Step back into a darker chapter of San Jose history. Join History San Jose at noon on May 2nd for a special book talk featuring St. James Park, a gripping novel set during the Great Depression and inspired by the infamous 1933 Brook Hart kidnapping. Author John Dahl brings this powerful story to life, exploring labor unrest, corruption, and the forces that shaped our community, themes that still resonate today. Books will be available for purchase. Visit historysanjose.org for details and tickets.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowe Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride, let's ride.
Here's your spring upgrade. Sun's out. Drink in one hand and a free Samsung Galaxy phone in the other. All on unlimited 5G. Switch to Total Wireless and stay connected through every road trip, beach day, and everything in between. Now that's a total power move. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited or Max 5G plan, single or multi-month plan. Additional port-in ID verification or device financing requirements vary by device. Purchase limits apply.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows brings expert craftsmanship and big savings to your home. Get 25% off all windows and doors only this month. A real upgrade to your comfort, curb appeal, and utility savings. We've installed over 1 million windows and get most jobs done in one day. Hurry, this offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only, some restrictions apply. Call us at website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
Struggling with social isolation? Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Togethering heals.
On May 6th, come celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month at the APA Heritage Awards and Gala. Everyone is invited to this amazing community celebration. This year, we're honoring milestone organizations and AAPI youth for their distinct community impact. Stay for the after party, where you can enjoy delightful Asian Pacific cuisine, unique cultural performances, raffle drawings, and more. Find out more information and register to attend at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's tough for me to go without Fitz when I'm watching a Warrior game.
Well, I told you all you got to do is go to Macy's or somewhere and get you something nice.
What are you talking about?
You said Fitz.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm mad.
On the corner. Why? It's Friday.
Because I'm lighting the wallet $25.
Again?
What do you mean again? You owe me a drink today.
We'll see.
Well, you owe me a dish, but
we shall see.
The NCAA tournament is coming on, and 95.7 The Game's treasurer, who needs to be fired, and I'm saying it now, Lucas Alexander.
Oh, my God.
Did not collect all the funds, and I didn't left E, who won the whole thing. I guess what? E's been about a month. I owe you $25, and I'm mad you hadn't said anything, but I thought I sent it. But damn, Commissioner, collect the fees.
Yeah, I don't want to out him or anything.
You now.
I've kind of nudged him several times. It's like, just send an email.
And I guess I'm irritated, Sonny. I'm like 25.
Wait, what does that have to do with you, though? Why did you have to pay $25?
Because I was in the bracket and lost.
Okay, you got to pay.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're upset about.
I should have paid
him a month ago.
Hello, whose job is that?
Well, I mean,
the commissioners.
It's yours.
The treasurer. You're fired. I'll send it to you, Evan.
Nice, Goo.
I got.
Oh God, what? I can't wait for the weekend. I'm tired of you starting. Yesterday took a lot out of me.
What happened yesterday?
We had to go do something after.
Yeah. And by the way, let me just let people know what Guru and I are all about. You know, I got a call separate. They didn't come. They didn't go through Odyssey. They didn't go through 95.7 The Game. They certainly, the Boys and Girls Club, had no interest in going through Matt Nahigian. And so I got a call from the Boys and Girls Club if I'd like to, address the group, and along with Guru. And I said I would love to, and I'm pretty sure Guru would love to also. And the bottom line is Nahigian said, so you guys are going to do this? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, I don't know if I can, let me see. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, well, let me see if I can. And I'm like, Matt, this is giving back. I don't want to be paid. I don't need to be paid. I don't, just, this is, it's what I do and it's what Guru does. It's just who we are. I don't need money for it. You know what I mean?
Oh, but now you got Austin and San Jose the way you said it. Stoney took Guru along as a special guest.
No, I didn't. You were asked.
I know, and I'm 50% of this show.
Yep.
Some say 80. On a bad day.
Well, the reason... No, I mean...
What you got? Because we got bad news to get to.
Guru was absolutely part of it. The problem is that when Jackie Krentzman, who
she was awesome,
runs the Boys and Girls Club, and, she wanted to get in touch with us on a Thursday. And so she did, and obviously you were nowhere to be found.
Oh, man. That was pretty good. I'm going to give you a 3.
She asked me if
hey, where's the group photo? Because I want to put it on my socials. We took one.
I'm not
sure. With the kids and the staff.
I don't know. Not sure.
What about this breaking news, bad news? Jason Tatum, even forget what he said last night, has been ruled out for Game 7 tomorrow. The other calf on the other leg. Thank you, Evan. Dude, how marred have these playoffs been by injuries? It stinks, man.
It's the way it goes.
Oh,
every single year is like this, Goo. Every single year.
It doesn't make it better, though, Stoney. I'm just telling you, that stinks. But now it has me thinking, should you have even brought him back? Because Boston without him was balling. Well, now they got to go back to that, which has been in the refrigerator.
He's got 4 months to heal. Relax.
No, I'm talking about the team, though. Yeah. Okay, no Tatum tomorrow. Man, I don't like it for him. And if I get this victory lap of the Sixers, remember I told you a couple months ago, watch out for Philly.
Yeah, that's not a hot take at all. Ernie Chavez with a $2 super chat.
Okay.
I don't know what it means. It says 60-40 Steiny, 5 days Guru, 4 days.
That dude is legendary, Ernie. But now you're talking about my family. I'm not, that's like Ernie, that's like, wow, I'm shocked. Like, that's not even funny. If you know where I'm at.
I couldn't even understand it. That's why I was kind of chuckling. That's all. Hey, I saw this the other day. I was thinking about a game.
That's where we work at the game.
I'll just give you two things. You ready? You ready?
Go ahead.
5 words. It's going to start a great discussion. You ready?
Let's do it.
Scottie Pippen or Kevin Durant?
I'm being real. And this is fascinating that you brought it up because I was just thinking about Scottie Pippen.
No doubt.
I'm serious, man. You know how much he helped Mike in that 91 finals guard Magic? We take Scottie for granted, but then he was a top 50 player, so we don't.
Might have been the greatest perimeter defender of all time.
But he pulled off one of the most egregious things ever in sports. He left his dudes for dead.
I would have done the same thing.
Sonny, no, we would have never been friends. If you had pulled that on...
What if I told you I did it at Franklin and Marshall College?
You did what?
I didn't, but if I had, you'd still work with me.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't know about it.
What?
Nobody would have known about it.
He got mad because the play wasn't drawn, and Kukoc made it.
Hold on one
The
sec.
basketball gods do exist.
Hold on one sec.
Yeah.
I'm a
selfish son of a...
I'm a freshman at Franklin and Marshall College, and there was a senior, Steve Conway.
All right.
And he was from Maryland, and we were playing Western Maryland, and he was like the third to last game of the year, and the coach comes down and goes, Steve. Steve doesn't move. And he goes, Steve, I need you to go in the game. And Steve's like, I don't think I'm ready, coach. And coach goes, what? What do you mean you're not ready? He's like, I don't really want to play. And Robinson was like, okay. And he went to somebody else, and Steve Conway got up off the bench and went up to like the 9th row and sat with his parents for the second half.
I wish this was on a TV show.
My point is, if I were Steve Conway, you'd still be working with me.
Now, that's different. Stotty, that's incredible.
It was incredible.
And he sat with the parents like your kid is a...
I think he was even cheering for us.
Wow, man. On a Friday.
All right.
But I will say this.
Evan, you got Kevin Durant, right?
I do.
Can I ask why? Like, what's the one that just seals it for you?
Well, I am surprised that Warriors fans would feel differently, considering he might have been the best player on 2 championship teams here.
Yeah, but what was he before he got here? He's
an
still
MVP.
Okay, but
a scoring champ.
But he was part of a big 3-1 choke.
So were the Warriors.
My point is, Durant wasn't a champ until he got his big brothers, Draymond and Steph. I really believe that.
Would Scottie Pippen be a champion without Michael Jordan?
I don't know. But I don't have I don't have the data to show, they choked against the Lakers when he was on Portland. But that was old Pip.
I mean, we were just talking about players before. Like, if I'm trying to build a championship team, I probably want Scottie because I think he fits better in a team. But if you're just talking about players, like who's better,
and offensively,
I think it's Durant.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just mad at Durant.
No, you are. Why don't you just say make him what's bugging you today? Because he's been bugging you for a month or 2 now.
I mean, but the world's caught on, so it's not just me doing it.
Well, nobody's infatuated with Durant like you are, but
like he's not playing tonight.
Well, he's hurt.
And you're okay with the league like this happening in the play. The Tatum thing's a big deal to me.
Yeah, happens every year.
So do you question them bringing him back?
I remember, Evan, back in 1987, it was the Boston Celtics playing the Lakers. Boston was going for a back-to-back, and they lost in 6 games. And turns out Kevin McHale was playing with a broken foot. You know what I mean? So as far back as you can remember, injuries do affect the putt. What are you doing?
Go ahead, finish.
What did he say, Evan?
You are so insecure.
What did he say?
Don't worry about it.
What?
Snotty, I know who you were in high school. I would break your heart if I was a woman. You are so insecure. Finish your thought.
I can't remember now.
So many people think you're tough, and it's just a facade.
Well, you got it backwards.
What?
Nobody hurts me. Nobody hurts
Only
me.
Steiny can hurt Steiny.
In fact, you've now stumbled onto something that has been a burden in my life. Is that too many women fall in love with me? That's my problem.
Oh, boy.
Okay,
I'm trying to zap you.
I got to stop. People are going to think
But you
I'm
had no
serious.
problems with the injuries, huh? This stinks.
It feels like it happens every year. To me. Look at last year, Curry.
And then
Butler got hurt for a game,
Halliburton.
Right? Exactly. I mean, he only missed one game. But he only missed one half.
My goodness, man.
There's one other.
Give me your picks for tonight, too, before we get out of here.
What are the games?
Lakers, Houston. Dude, Bron's running out of gas.
I want Houston to come back and win that series. I do.
Okay,
absolutely.
Can I ask really, truly why? Because Reeves is back, but to stick it to somebody or what? J.J. Redick?
No, just maybe a little, yeah. I don't know.
It's never been done before, right?
Well, you know what? What hasn't?
Down 3-0 and come back and win the series?
Okay, my God. That isn't play.
No, actually, you know why I want Houston is because I didn't think the Lakers could go far this year. So if they win this series, that means they get to the second round where they'll lose, but that'll be one more round that people will say, well, they got to the second round. So I'd like them to get beat in the first round so that I can validate what I think I saw at times during the regular season.
How about the Raptors in Cleveland? Cleveland in Toronto, Cleveland up 3-2. I think it's going 7.
I don't have a feel for that
and
one.
I want a 7th game Sunday. Evan, who you got? Cleveland, Toronto. Toronto at home, 3-2. Down 2-3.
I like Toronto at home.
So do I. And then Pistons, Magic. Who you guys got? That's
going to be a good. That one, believe it or not,
I got Orlando at home, baby.
Is that like a 4:00 game today?
Yeah, yep, 4:30. Yeah, 4 o'clock.
That's the one I may watch.
I actually like Detroit tonight.
I kind of do too.
But they don't have enough punch. It's just Cade this, Cade that.
When he scores 45, you don't need a secondary score.
What happened to him?
He's got Eric Dampier hands.
But we didn't know it. He looked like Moses Malone during the season.
Not if you watch close. If you didn't have 7 screens on, you would know a little bit more about all these players. By the way, I hate to do it. And I feel like Guru, but I have to respond to new information. It was just 2 days ago where I had my 95.7 The Game talent fan chart.
Well, you picked Shasky.
I said I was making a list of the biggest, the best and the biggest fans here. And I how I like guys to be fans. So Shasky was my number one fan because I was like, you know what? He's obviously, pro Bay Area teams, which comes with the territory, but he's also pragmatic, and he's also he's not afraid to criticize. He went a little overboard today.
So he's being demoted?
He's being demoted.
Not even a week.
He wants to break up the core before they play the game on May 1st.
So who takes the spot?
There's only one guy, Mark Willard. Mark Willard takes his spot.
Because you're scared of Willard.
No.
Then how does Willard get it? He always is pro team.
Not always. Not always. Like, at least he does what you're unwilling to do, which is acknowledge when they're not playing well.
He'll at least for Melvin to be fired and Kyle.
Yeah, you were wrong.
Put my greatest hits together. Blow it up.
You're proud of those things?
No, that's Shasky.
Was that today?
Blow it up.
It's every day.
It sounds like a bomb is detonating. One more time, E. Blow it up. That's special. And then the next day he'll come in like it's all good.
That's like you.
Right. That's why I love him. We react to new information.
Yes.
But he's panicking on the Giants too soon.
You know what you guys do? You overreact to new information is what you guys do.
I thought you were going to say Grandy was your next fan. I thought I was going to Willard. You got to tell him.
You know what?
You're placating to Willard. I don't like it.
Look at you using placate. Nice. I remember I used that this week once.
You like that? Evan, boy,
it's a good word.
If we were in the pen,
it's a good word.
I'm telling you
what are you talking about? It's a good word.
But nah, that ain't cool, bruh. You know what I mean?
Your take's not a hot take.
A black radio host uses big word. Let me stop
would
the
you
show.
rather?
I just want.
Shut up. You've got a great vocabulary.
Lexicon.
Yeah, yours is great.
Evan has a great one.
Vernacular.
No.
Evan used the word the other day. Me and Norm were like, give me the Webster.
See, like, what would you...
What word was it, E?
Go ahead. You want me to do this right now? I'll do it right now.
Don't get jealous. Yeah, go ahead.
You use the word placate. It's a great word. Great word. And I was like, that's a great word. and you got mad. Okay, so would you like me to actually tell you the words you say that are wrong?
Right. That's our show.
You did it yesterday again, and this has been going on. I knew it. This has been going on for years, and I've let it go.
You better not say library.
Dude,
No,
that was I love that.
I will not.
Library.
No, it's not that.
Uh-oh. Oh, be careful here, baby.
You often misuse this word and say, Draymond Green is very boisterous.
Oh, I did it yesterday.
That's not a word.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Boisterous.
Yeah, I got what it be.
Or vociferous.
Never remember this.
But why didn't you say that?
Because
people
you know why?
I'm like
exactly
Kenny.
why.
I'm like Shaq or Chuck.
Exactly why. Because of him. Right there. I didn't want.
No, but I'm going to. That's what's bugging me.
Well.
Why didn't he say it?
I mean, we could do that every Friday. With him.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Anyway, you are.
No, seriously.
You're the best. You're the best partner I've ever had on radio. Bonte.
And you're the only partner I've had.
Dibley.
Bonte.
OC.
Yep. And who else did you have?
Well,
there's one guy.
Ray?
I actually like Chris Townsend a little better than you.
Townsend's the best. I still talk to him.
Do you really?
Yep.
That guy, I hit him up.
A's better than the Giants.
Did we not expect that?
Well, they were laughing. I'm just, dude, this is.
What? It's what?
What's Tony to do?
I'll be plotting my revenge.
Are we not going to he sounds funny in a good way, right? Give it to me one more time.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
That was in a good moment. That was after his first win, I believe.
Man.
Obviously not a good day.
Bonte
Obviously
tweeted.
not a good day.
Yeah, Bonte
a lot
tweeted
of things you'd like to replay, redo, but you can't do that. So it's a bitter pill to swallow. Get on a plane and see what you can make of the rest of the road trip.
Yeah, Bonte tweeted he didn't have the best day yesterday.
Who, Bonte? What happened to
Vitello.
He didn't have?
Vitello in the doubleheader.
Oh, I thought you meant Bonte said he didn't have a good day yesterday.
Yeah, he put in Keaton loss.
Oh. How about my guy Stuttgart winning 2 games?
Stuttgart.
He won 2 games.
Snarty, you are something else.
Phillies pitcher got 2 wins yesterday.
You heard me use the word voice, and I use it all the time.
No,
I'm stuck on that one.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah, it's not Stuttgart.
Like, we have that relationship, man. If I use the wrong word, say it.
All right, I will now.
Well.
How are we going to get over this next 6 minutes?
Is that what we got?
We got 6 minutes till.
No, seriously. The Jason Tatum thing, is it fair to double back and say, should you?
You can.
You know the calf is connected to the Achilles. He's overcompensated to wow and woe us with him coming back early. What if something were to happen to the other Achilles?
Well, that's why he's not playing
This
tonight.
would be negligence, right?
No, he's not playing tonight. Playing tonight would probably be negligence. He's experiencing a little pain.
Yeah.
He's not going to play tomorrow. If they
I'm
lose,
just talking about the
season's
future,
over.
moving forward.
Well, he's got 4 months off.
All right.
That's like, this is the precaution. They're not going to play him tomorrow, apparently. Tatum.
Man, I was hoping Denver won to give us another Game 7, but.
Yeah. Well.
And that's why I'm rooting for Detroit tonight to give us.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, seriously.
Why don't you root for the Timberwolves with me?
I do.
No, you don't.
I told you they're one of my second, third
Actually, I don't
favorite
want
teams.
you to, come to think of it.
How come?
Because you'll take credit. You will.
I will ask you this. You ain't got no inside info on the Ant-Man?
I got a lot of info, bro.
Is he out the next series for sure?
Week to week.
So what's that, 3 games?
Let me tell you what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be just like the Minnesota series with the Warriors last year. Except they're going to start the series without Ant, and then it's going to get to Game 4 and maybe Game 5.
That's too late.
And then they'll be, is he going to come back? Remember how the Warriors were waiting for Curry to come back if they could win Game 5 and they didn't? I think that's the way it's going to go with the Minnesota Timberwolves.
That hurt.
Tonight.
Yeah.
You know, they play different without Anthony Edwards.
What are you saying? You are not. They got into the Western Conference Finals twice.
Right, and they just beat Denver without him.
But Denver had a melt. They had something to do with it, but you'll meet me halfway. Jokic and that Denver team was crashing out, and it's almost like James Logan High varsity would have beat them.
How about this?
You know what I mean? I ain't taking nothing from many, but
I'm going to put it this way. If Anthony Edwards is a superstar,
There's no doubt he is.
How many superstars are there in the NBA? If he's one, like 8? I don't know. 15?
Wemby.
I think that
Jokic.
I'd love for Evan to look at these numbers.
Steph.
I think the Timberwolves play better without Anthony Edwards than most teams do when they're missing their big boy.
Well,
okay,
Boston's like 25 games over without Tatum this year.
I was thinking more about Doncic. I was thinking more about not Embiid. I was thinking more about
like Jokic. Denver falls apart.
Like the Warriors, obviously without Curry, struggle. Why can't I think of the guy I was thinking of? Who was out for a while?
Cade. Like Detroit played okay without Cade.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But now they need another dude bad. He needs his Pippen. He's great.
By the way, it is funny how different my Denver buddies, I'm on this Denver thread.
Evan has one out there. He ain't happy.
Oh, my God. They are like, who do you want on Denver? You can have anybody. Seriously. All of a sudden,
the
Brown
Browns
now.
Both of them. Get out of here.
They were ripping Aaron Gordon.
What's his deal?
A hamstring.
No, again? Didn't calf, hammy? Like you missed damn near the whole year. That I felt bad for the Joker, man.
I feel like a lot of the Nuggets fans, though, did believe that this was on the table.
They thought something wasn't right this year.
Well, then your boy, Alfred E. Newman, the head coach, he's getting ran.
Yep. And rightfully so.
But who do you replace him with?
Steve Kerr.
Sam Cassell. If he doesn't get a job, I'm done.
No, you're not.
Yep.
Quit trying to cheer us up. Is there anything that
you
could
just said I was your best partner you ever had?
You are.
Now you are.
You are.
Hey,
I don't like it.
Is there anything that could happen sports-wise that would make you quit?
No. Because whatever I would do, I would still be doing the show.
I'm trying to think.
You want to tell us something, Steiny?
No.
Wow.
I'm not.
That was odd.
No, what I mean is
hey,
I'm not working through 2 or 3 more years of this Warriors crap. I'll tell you that. We better get on the move.
You're a pig in heaven with this.
No, I'm not. I mean, look, I've had a lot of history with losing.
That is.
And I'm not losing anymore.
They're not sending you to the lottery. Let's just say that.
By the way,
I can't wait for that's our playoff game, the lottery.
Dang, Raymond Ritter said that they have to make a decision by 2.
Who are the candidates? So Pods is going. He has not been. No, they wouldn't do that to him. Because if Pods came back with a 13, they'd be like, oh, it was his fault.
How about this stat? Now, this is one I'd never even heard of. And I've heard it now a few times, so it must be true. Jokic has never beaten a 50-win playoff team?
That is true.
Wow.
Well, who'd they beat in the finals?
Wow. They beat the 7-seeded Miami Heat.
Oh, my God.
They beat Jimmy Butler.
That doesn't change my That's a bad dude on his best day. I'm sorry. And had 25 last night.
It might not change my overall opinion, but it is noteworthy.
Not his fault.
No, but
let's say this. Well, no, I was about to say who's the best player he's played with. Jamal Murray's going to the Hall of Fame, and it's Jamal Murray. Like that, he's a big boy.
You want to hold off on that just for a few more years?
If Iguodala's going to the Hall of Fame, Jamal Murray's already.
Well, he's got 4, and he also had big numbers in Philly.
How many does Robert have? Ori?
7.
My point being like, miss me with that. I love me some Iguodala.
If Jamal Murray doesn't play another game, he ain't a Hall of Famer.
But he's not half the player Iggy is. Iggy's not even half the player Murray is. Murray's a bad boy.
Who's a better defensive player?
Iggy.
I want Iguodala.
That was the greatest.
You know, it's funny. You say Jamal Murray's a better player. I'm like, then Iguodala?
Steiny.
Didn't he just make his first All-Star game this year?
Yes, and that, yeah.
I mean, I just look at it like, okay, Murray's definitely a better scorer.
Evan, that's an indictment. Murray
like, he's definitely a better scorer. What else does he do better? Murray.
I said what I said.
Yeah. Nothing. He doesn't do anything better except put the ball in the hole. All right.
That's a big deal.
Guru, life doesn't give you a warning when everything changes. It starts with shock, confusion, and 1,000 questions running through your mind. Maybe it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a tragedy that changes your family forever, and suddenly you're dealing with insurance companies, paperwork, and pressure, all while trying to heal. That's when Beam Law comes in. They take on the legal fight, the negotiations, and the stress so you can focus on recovery and taking care of the people who matter most. Beam Law is local, and they've recovered millions for clients across the region. It's why SF Weekly has named them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or you've lost someone because of someone else's negligence, please call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Join 95.7 The Game weekdays Monday through Thursday from 1:45 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. for The Crossover, when Willard and Dibbs join Steiny and Guru. Presented by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hey, I'm Hadley, a senior at Archie Williams and a water polo athlete. Right now, it's college decisions, grades, jobs, family stuff, and it adds up fast. Something that really changed my life is finding group workouts. Hot yoga, hot Pilates, the music, the laughter, the community. It calms me down and helps me see life more clearly. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, get up, get out, join in. You don't have to do it alone. Brought to you by Hot Yoga Republic. Visit hotyogarepublic.com.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Mother's Day, celebrate her with something truly special. At P.F. Chang's, enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at just $89.99. Featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice, plus the bold signature flavors she loves. It's more than a meal. It's a celebration made just for her. Reserve your table now and make Mother's Day unforgettable. Only at P.F. Chang's. Available when you dine in for a limited time only at participating locations. Offer may vary.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Daryl Guru the Johnson.
Obviously not a good day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I get enough of that with goo. Oops.
That's my quarterback.
Yeah.
Like my quarterback.
That's a tough break.
Quarterback lined up behind the guard right there.
Butt fumble.
Woo, 99. Woo, that's not funny,
into the
Evan.
end zone.
Don't do that.
He's turning it off.
Is that confirmed? Did you do that, Evan?
Did you?
No, I don't think
Feel free to do
He
it.
could have helped him out.
Oh.
And you see that about once every 3 years where the quarterback will come up and like put his hands under the guard and the guard will look back and be like, slap, dude.
Not there, buddy.
Yeah. One crotch over. One crotch to the left.
Man.
Shout out Beyonce.
It is crossover, and it's a Friday, which means it's brought to you by Atco Pest
Yeah, let's
Control.
go, baby.
Yeah.
Hector Borg.
Oh, fuck.
I can't believe it.
You know what? Do you want to know what the biggest problem is? Is we all know who that is. That's
So
the
that
biggest
is a bad
problem.
thing.
Yes.
But it's happened. It's kind of happened before. Remember I told you Bader in Baltimore, the Saturday night game, he was
way past that.
And Jung Hoo Lee a couple.
He sent him.
You have one job is to look and identify where the ball. I know that's a little part, but it's
No, the Giants.
that was criminal.
Giants
They
are
didn't
getting
score.
cut down at home plate all year long, and this guy says, I'm an ultra-aggressive third base coach, and then we get this in extra innings?
Wow, man.
From an ultra-aggressive third base coach? I didn't know where the ball was, but I like who's on deck. How the hell could
that's
you like
bad.
anyone being on deck in this lineup?
And the baseball gods were like, once he struck out, I was like, they're not going to score.
No
Well, and then Arias absolutely laces one to left, but caught.
Yeah.
You know, and that's tough. And I was telling Mark off the air that whatever, I've coached a number of different sports and a number of different things. I'm good at like a lot of different things in coaching, but third base coaching, I am flat terrible. And I was coaching Little League with a guy, Matt Hershey. I'm sorry, Kevin Hershey. And he was the head coach, and we were kind of whatever. I'll coach third. And after 3 games, he's like, you're not coaching third.
Oh.
I mean,
So what did you botch?
I bet I know.
Well, I mean, you send the wrong guy, and then you hold up the right guy, and it's just like you have to make a call.
Gilbert's fast.
Right. And,
yeah, you got a lot. There's a lot to think about in that moment.
In that moment.
But you should be thinking about it before the ball was put. You know what?
That's not an excuse for, last night.
Yeah, okay,
last
gotcha.
night is just an absolute.
But I'm shocked you weren't good at it. Huh?
No, terrible. And then, I mean, and I know where he is right now, Borg, potentially, where you start to second guess yourself, where you were aggressive and you were wrong, and so now you're going to be a little bit more conservative and you're wrong, and so now you're all locked up.
I got Pajemski'd by my own son in a game last weekend. I was first base coaching. See, now this is where all the analytics comes into play. What would you have done? I'm glad I get this opportunity to run this by y'all.
Yeah.
So you're the first. Okay.
I'm the first base coach. My son legs out a two out. Actually, maybe he didn't leg it out. Whatever. He got a base hit.
Okay.
Oh, he walked. He walks with 2 outs. We're in the 6th. This is the last inning. We're tied 2-2.
All right. I need to stay.
We're in the 6th, and he walks with 2 out. So he's at first, 2 outs, and the next batter is okay hitter. All right. All-star catcher. So I told him, I go, listen, we're not, just listen for me.
This is great.
Don't take off unless I tell you to, because it's an all-star catcher. But then the pitcher hucked one over, like, straight to the backstop.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go.
Straight to the backstop.
Forrest Gump.
So what do? Go. And
Lord, don't tell me he got out.
Well, it wasn't even close.
Wait for it.
He kind of did the I don't know if I agree with Dad for like a split second. Then
tell me.
Catcher gets a great bounce off the backstop. Wheels, fires. He's out by 17 feet.
Steiny.
He's out by 17 feet, and he turned around and he Pajemski'd me.
No,
Just
man.
palms up. Why did you send me?
Pods.
Because once again, they're coaches. We actually have a rule on our team. You coach my kid, I'll coach yours.
Okay.
Because they react differently to their own dad.
Did that conversation follow you guys home? Was it?
Oh, yeah. Followed us to the dugout, followed us home, went to bed.
But you say he paused, though. So you said...
Yeah, because he wasn't feeling it. He wasn't feeling it.
Oh.
But I'm also like getting scoring position. This is the last inning.
No doubt.
We got to force this. They made the play.
Yep. All-star catcher.
All-star catcher.
Right.
So Shasky went off this morning. We got a lot of similarities. I love him. But even for him, I thought he was overreacting this morning because he's saying blow it up. And I'm like, it's May 1st, but it doesn't look good. Bags' piece with the pitch sequence. Why are you throwing Schwarber 9 straight? Like, what do you make of all this early? Because the Devers thing to me is all I want to talk about, if I could, about is he going to snap back or is this dude – this is, what does Steph say, the new normal? Because if it is, then they're in a major trouble.
And I wonder, like, what blow it up looks like. So, okay, blow it up, and you want to trade Devers, and he's got, I believe, 7 more years under contract.
Good luck with that. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can go ahead and trade him for like nothing, and you've got Adames, who has, I think, 6 more years.
Good
and
luck with
this year is
that.
actually kind of a small number relative to what's coming. So I don't even know how you quote blow it up when it comes to baseball. You're kind of like stuck with, hoping these guys at least approximate who they should be.
I mean, I get his frustration, but you don't even do trades on May 1st. I don't even think you can. Like you can. You're allowed to. No one's taking your call. Do you remember how early it felt when the Giants got Devers last year?
Yeah, when was that?
Mid-June. That was mid-June. You don't deal
I was
on
at
May
Keon's
1st.
graduation.
Right. Yeah.
Santa Barbara.
That's not a
70
thing.
games.
And then also you would be dealing them, as you just laid out,
At the
their
worst.
absolute lowest value.
Yeah.
So, I'm more kind of where you were yesterday. The more I sit with these quotes from Devers, the more I'm kind of annoyed by them, to be honest with you.
Wow.
And just to remind everybody what his quotes were, and we're paraphrasing, but it was like there are ups and downs for a baseball player. I'm not frustrated. And I don't like that the media assumes that I'm frustrated. And this is why I don't like talking to the media, because the media is always negative. And first of all, the media is not always negative. Especially in this town.
Yes.
Second of all, boy, if there isn't some negativity around what you're doing right now, that means indifference. That means nobody gives a rip about you. So you better, I hope you're frustrated. You better be frustrated.
I would have said I was if I wasn't, just to appease the fans, Donnie.
Yeah, baseball's a funny game, though. These guys, they go this isn't the first time these guys go through it, and I think honestly, it's such a mental game. You don't want to acknowledge you're frustrated sometimes because that makes you think yourself as more vulnerable. I don't know. To me, if you're frustrated, that might be a confidence issue, and you don't want to not be confident if you're up at the plate. So you probably don't even want to acknowledge any kind of frustration.
I mean, but at some point you have to put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, which is, if you're Rafi Devers, you are dead last among qualifying players in OPS. You're dead last in the bigs. Among those people who have, I think it's 100 plate appearances, your numbers are the absolute worst, and you're one of the top, 10 paid guys in the league. So it's hard to shove that off and just pretend like that's not really happening. It's happening.
So Tony being a new coach and a first-time big league coach, if this were to continue, and I'm just thinking of Bochy, Herzog, all the greats, La Russa, whatever, at what point do you, if this doesn't pick up, use the media as Willard's got to pick it up or something to that effect? Because I'm not saying he should do that now, but if this were to continue, Tony probably would be put in a position like, dude's got to start hitting the damn ball.
You want Vitello to use the media to...
Yeah, not yet, though. But if this were to keep getting raggedy...
He's in it. This is actually an interesting topic with regard to the hiring they made in the first place. I don't think Tony...
Does he have that car?
I'd be real careful if I'm Mr. College Coach and 38 games into my big league career, I'm throwing Devers under the bus to the media in his 10th year in the bigs.
Like it's shaking his head, right? But I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying
you can be honest.
Talk to these guys.
Yeah, you can be honest.
I mean, one of the big things Vitello's got to do is make sure those 3 guys respect him. And I think the fastest way for a guy like Vitello to earn their respect is to shut up for the first few months.
I got you. All right.
He may have to talk to Devers about something at some point, but you better know who your players are, and I don't know what you do with Devers. I probably just keep my mouth shut and let him keep playing.
Keep in mind, Tony Vitello, on some level, or the organization as a whole, has already kind of given them an elbow. Remember, he removed Willie Adames from a game.
Yeah, he did.
He sat Adames last week, and I love what you guys talked about earlier. He batting fifth. Devers should not be batting fifth. You can't do that.
I totally agree with that.
You are not allowed to bat Rafi Devers, that bat, that talent, that salary. Batting fifth should be a personal affront to Rafi Devers.
Well, and yesterday, and this I had this with Evan, yesterday, the last out's made by Schmidt, and they're Devers and Adames, the next two batters who are supposed to be up, so they don't get a chance. And it just struck me. It's like, man, if they're batting where they should have been, they would have been involved in this inning. And Evan's like, well, they're not batting like they should have been. Schmidt's
right.
And I'm like,
you'd rather have Schmidt right now in that spot than those guys.
And it's a problem. If that's your thought process, even. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't even mind. I don't personally mind Adames batting sixth because I think the contract has gotten us into a spot where we think that Willie Adames is a better hitter than he is. Willie Adames is not a great hitter. Willie Adames has power, and he brings that at the shortstop position. They signed him when they did because I feel that they felt like that left side of the infield needed to be the culture builders. Chapman and Adames needed to be the culture cornerstones for the Giants. But Devers is the hitter.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Devers is the professional hitter.
No doubt about it.
So I don't mind. Like, I'd love to separate those two guys. Devers should be batting third. Adames, I don't care if he bats sixth.
And a three-run homer seems like it's just a thing of the past. Like, I picture the first two, and the big ball, and he's getting the pitches right there, meatballs. Just whatever's going on right now mechanically. Shasky was talking about his vision. I'm like, it ain't that. But
we had somebody yesterday talking about how I think Devers needs contacts. And so, I mean,
if it were that easy.
Make contact.
We're going to go ahead and be an amateur ophthalmologist from a distance. But one thing about Adames, Steiny, and you know this, he's a slow starter.
Yeah, he is.
And here we are in May, so let's go.
Yeah, it's May. So.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KJMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. And if you've noticed on that calendar, we've turned to May. It's May. And by May, ladies and gentlemen, Yellow Jacket workers are already active and aggressive. You've probably noticed nests grow very fast once workers appear. Those are worker bees, not actually the people who are working in your yard, people. Atco Pest Control removes nests and controls activity. Visit atcopest.com and mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off Yellow Jacket services for all of May. All right.
Can I go first?
Bees don't really bother me.
Go ahead.
I want to go first because I got like a kind of a little bit of a curveball today. So nothing's bugging me. So I want to do what's bugging you on behalf of my wife, the lovely Christy, because something's bugging her.
Okay.
And I wonder if we, as a family, not just the four of us in here, but everybody listening to our voice, the entire crossover family here in the Bay Area, if we could all do something to help relieve what's kind of bugging her. You can also help me kind of do something fun for her. So you guys know this. I've talked about it before. Last year, she launched a business called Premier Bay Fitness.
Okay.
And she does EMS, which stands for electromuscular stimulation. It's a great workout. Okay.
I've seen you do it. Yeah.
You can go look into that if you want, and actually here's a way to do it. But I bet you guys also know when you're a business rather than an individual, kind of building your social media imprint can be a little challenging because I think most people like to follow people on Instagram. So through all of this, her personal Instagram has done very, very well. The business Instagram, she would like some more action. So she's been like working really hard on cool content and it's all there. And I don't think that the followers that she has right now, she's just in that little like, come on, I want a little bit more payoff. So
business.
Yes, just the business one.
EMS.
So the handle is at Premier Bay Fitness. You guys could all also help me surprise her.
Okay.
Just flood the damn thing. Just go follow at Premier Bay Fitness. If you go to my story, I actually just have a story. Like right there, like if you go to my story, it'll say, just follow Premier Bay Fitness. And so it's an easy way to click on it.
I got you.
Mine's is MT Willard. But if you go, I want to see how many we can get because that's been bugging her a little bit.
Okay.
And I wanted to stop bugging her so that we can have an awesome weekend. And
that's easy.
Y'all can do me a favor. So at Premier Bay Fitness or just go to my story, MT Willard, and it'll lead you right there.
Has she considered throwing a nude up there?
I've suggested that, but then we would have to privatize it, and then I'll get mad, and then we go down that whole route, right? Because that's my Instagram. That's my.
No, I got you.
That's my camera.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, thank you for indulging. Yeah.
I guess what's bugging me is so the other day. I put a pair of sweatpants on, come into work. I don't usually wear sweatpants, but kind of felt extra casual. And got out of the car and started walking toward Bart and reached back into my back pocket and realized there was no pocket back there. No back pocket.
No back pocket.
No back pocket on this particular pair of sweats, which of course meant I forgot to put my wallet in there. Which, of course, meant I had to go back into my car, drive back home, and get my wallet. Are there any instances why you should not have a pocket in the back of any pair of pants? Ever. What is the upside of not having a pocket in the back of your pants?
Preaching.
Yeah, I mean, sweats can be a little bit loosey-goosey. Shout out A-Rod. So, like, the back pocket in sweats can be a little bit droopy.
Droopy, yes.
A little bit droopy. So, I would not recommend putting the wallet back there anyway. And I think you and I talked about this maybe a lifetime ago about if you're out and about and you're drinking, you get to some point during the night where you go what I like to call front pocket wallet, where you're so deep into the night that you go from the back to the front with your wallet just in case of a droopy sweats pocket, or you happen to be like somebody will give you the bump and grind and take your stuff.
Well, I don't like sitting on it anyway. Unsightly bulges.
Costanza.
Yeah.
But I'm like sitting on that man.
Thing. No, and sweats, I don't feel like that's sweats is kind of at best 50-50 on having a back pocket anyway. I got a lot of sweats that
Plus,
don't
I'm
have
with
a back
you, Stoney.
pocket.
I need to have, man.
If you don't have a back pocket, if you're a woman and you don't have a back pocket, it means you can't put your iPhone in that back pocket.
Yeah. Well, the trend now is people are putting it in the front.
Yeah, I like that look.
You like that look?
Yeah, I like that look.
But a lot of people are putting it in the front too, Stoney. Look at it.
Yeah, I don't like that as much. You put it in that back right pocket and the phone sticks up about that much.
The hell you been looking at?
I like that look.
You
sound like you should play for TCU.
Coming off the heels of asking for naked pictures of my wife, I'm a little...
The horn frog.
It's a Friday. No doubt. Yeah.
Oh, God.
TCU horn frog.
Jeez.
I mean, I'll jump in and just say...
Please do.
What's bugging me are the people who thought that they absolutely had to get rid of horse racing in Northern California. Ooh. Golden Gate Field's closed, and Pleasanton closed. Santa Rosa, it's over. And my beloved Ferndale, where my father used to go every year, we had the Dwayne Dibley Memorial, where now they don't race anymore up in Ferndale because Northern California racing is over, and it's for you bleeding heart liberals, and I'm one of them most of the time, but the whole thing about animal cruelty and all the rest of it, like, this is not where you need to have your crosshairs, because the majority of these animals, and we've got animals riding animals tomorrow in the Kentucky Derby.
Man, Julep.
It's a big day for horse racing, but we up here in Northern California feel like we can't have human beings riding other animals, and so we had to do away with it, and so now Golden Gate Fields just sits there, and we have no horse racing, and it's a shame.
And it's beautiful, too. When I drive by, like, wow.
What do you mean animals riding animals?
Well, we're
Humans are animals.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Russell Bays was an animal.
I got you.
Yeah.
Still is.
Yeah.
I mean, don't try to...
No, he's not dead. He's just not riding anymore.
Right. I mean, he's not riding in competitive races, but, without any further ado, I will give you my Kentucky Derby pick, and it's Further Ado. And Further Ado is a horse. It's going to be a fun derby if you're into it. If you are interested in animals, riding animals, this is going to be one of those classic and down the stretch they come races, and you're going to have 5 or 6 horses all making that late charge there's not a lot of early speed in this race. So the closers, I was in need of a closer, and you're going to have all kinds of closing over that last quarter of a mile tomorrow. The Run for the Roses at Churchill. Hello, friends.
Don't tell me how to animal.
Now,
You can animal
I
however
have
you
to
want
do
to
this,
animal.
guys.
Sorry.
One of my first, horse racing events, Russell Bays was there. He is no longer with us.
Oh.
Yeah. Russell Bays is.
I didn't.
Remember, he had found him in a car. Remember that a while back.
Found him in a car?
Hold on.
How about you do what's bugging you?
I'm looking
Finish it up.
right now. Russell Bays is
67.
living in Vancouver.
And very alive.
Oh, no.
I mean, he might be in his car.
No.
Are you thinking about Kent Bazemore? He's also still with us.
I got a 24-year-old jockey who rode this year's Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
What's bugging you?
No. It's Tyler Bays. No relation.
I
He's
got it. I
also
got
still
it
with us.
wrong. I got it wrong. All right, he's still with us. Let's go.
Jeffrey Bezos.
No, I got the name, but I don't want to say.
Bays Meadow is gone. That died in 08.
Wow.
Hey, Steiny, relax. Cleaning up a mess on aisle goo.
That was my bit from when we had a show together. Clean up on aisle goo.
You stole his bit this week, though. We didn't say it.
Which one?
Like Steve Kerr tapping on the table.
I'll be that guy.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. So I went to see the movie Michael. It's grossed over $217 million. You listening?
I'm listening.
Okay.
You know me and you in movies,
And the topic of the conversation among the kids and the grown-ups and everybody was who's the real MJ? Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan?
Oh.
Then I drove into work the next morning. I'm thinking to myself, and I feel good now because it was bugging me and it no longer. We never referred to Jordan as MJ. Michael Jeffrey Jordan was Jordan. And that's how Jordan or Braun, Jordan or Kobe. There is no fight among Michael. There's one Michael, and it's Michael Jackson. His movie's doing incredible. But we tell me if I'm wrong, guys, we referred to Michael Jordan as just Jordan. Like we did Kobe, like we did Bird. So there is no battle amongst Michaels. It's Michael Jackson, and MJ Jordan is Jordan. And they didn't
what's bugging me is that you're refusing to acknowledge that many people called Michael Jordan MJ.
They did, but the original MJ was only an MJ, and it was Michael Jackson. So I'm going to back you up.
Who's more well-known throughout planet Earth?
Oh, Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
No
Michael
doubt.
Jackson.
We called MJ. We called Michael.
Close.
That was close.
I think there's a conversation there, but I can tell
Air
you.
Jordan's Will? We called Jordan. He was Jordan.
I never called Michael Jackson MJ.
Oh, okay.
That was the king of pop.
No, that's what I'm saying. I
Like,
called
that was
Michael
just-
Michael. Prince or Michael.
Yeah. Like, I definitely called Michael Jordan MJ more than I called Michael Jackson MJ. That's not a statement on who's a bigger deal.
I called MJ Jordan.
Yeah,
Michael Jordan.
And I'm with you. For me, it was more Jordan was Jordan, and then MJ was Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
But it could go, I don't know, either way. You saw the movie? You liked it?
No, the lights went out. I got a refund.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on a minute.
Lights went out. I can't say what theater.
The night the lights went out in Georgia.
How deep were you? Yeah. Was he like, had he moonwalked yet? Or?
We paid for the ticket. The movie, it
never
happened.
started.
It never started.
You haven't
But I
seen
was
it?
with
Okay.
about 8 people. Did he leave?
Where are you going?
He moonwalked out of here.
Then there were about 11 family members who said, we'll wait for the next showing or two. I'm like, no, the playoffs are going. They had San Antonio and Denver and Minnesota. So I was like, I'm cool. Yeah. And I didn't stay.
I do want to see it. And just today on my walk over, I put on my Spotify playlist.
Look
and it
at
was
him.
the Michael Jackson.
I've done it.
It was the soundtrack. But it was
PYT?
all that. I haven't gotten to that point yet. But I do want to put this out there while you're here because I saw the movie Marty Supreme. And
here we go.
You loved it. He hated it.
I know what you're going to say.
I wanted to give my official review with both of you in front of me because I liked it.
And I thought he was great. But Will explained why he didn't like it because he couldn't identify with the. But he was in his bag.
It's not even just identify. I wanted them all to just die. Like, I mean,
See, if he did that, though, my boy had some bad luck.
He had some bad luck. Everything he touched went to.
The one piece that I will agree with Willard on, and this is how I felt at the end of the movie. So he comes back.
I didn't like the end.
He comes back after winning 22-20 over his rival, and he gets a flight with the military, and he goes back. And I was thinking either the wife died in childbirth or the kid is dead.
Yes.
She's healthy. The baby's healthy. I was kind of like, well, I mean.
The ending, but it was up for an Oscar.
Not that I'm rooting against him.
It was up for an Oscar. A lot of people liked it.
I was shocked I even got to the end.
All right.
By the time, I'm like, all I was rooting for is the credits.
And he did the brother wrong. He did my cousin wrong, man.
Yeah.
Right? He did my brother 50.
Everybody did everybody wrong in that movie.
And it was a little
From
bit
the
like
opening scene, he was an awful person.
It was a little outlandish, but I did enjoy. I enjoyed the journey, and I enjoyed watching him try to do everything he could. He fished the necklace out of the drain, and it was worth $2. And then
got caught in Central Park.
I thought it was entertaining.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm Team Guru. It's gonna be a long 4 hours.
I'll be listening.
Because you're angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
This is awesome.
Yeah. All
Where'd
right.
Steiny go? Well, what's going on?
Yeah, well, that was weird.
212.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
See you.
Steiny, relax. Cleaning up mess around good.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do Friday, okay? Let's do Friday. Mark Spears is going to be on a little bit later. And so as the Steve Kerr turns, we'll get to that a little bit later on in the show.
Does it turn?
I don't know. But I tell you what, there's we got to get to this kind of, hang on a sec. Right out of the gate. There we go. Now I'm ready.
Yep.
I just feel like everybody's got to get that off of our chest. We get an opportunity to, dude, this stuff that's going on with the San Francisco Giants right now.
Wow,
we gotta pull this apart. And I want to just send out an invitation right now because there's about 8 different things that you could try to, quote, get off of your chest. And so let's do that. Let's do it. 888-957-9570. I told you, I think that this is a very diverse set of angry fans right now. The Giants lost that first game in the doubleheader yesterday. And a guy who comes on our show quite often because he's the voice of the Phoenix Suns, my good friend John Bloom, sends the entire group of friends on the thread, whew, this bullpen. And I'm like, woof, this bullpen? That's literally the only part of the team that's been any good. So if you're mad at the bullpen, then what would you like to say about, I don't know, people with bats?
The middle of the order.
I mean, so
the third base coach.
888-957-9570 if you'd like to get anything off your chest. But all I can do is tell you that after 2 blown saves, ridiculous work at third base coach, and a bad day for Tony Vitello, and what I'm sure felt like a 9-hour plane flight that was only 2 hours, I can only tell you what's bothering me the most today, and it's what Rafi Devers said to the media yesterday before the games even started. It's like it didn't hit me the first time I read it, but then they went out and played 2 games and had 2 frustrating losses. And I slept on it for a night, and I thought about what he was saying, and I'm just like, wow, that's pretty entitled. That's pretty entitled. And let me just give a synopsis of what he said so you all understand, because Rafi has not been talking to the media, and you're not going to hear from me, oh, he needs you. Right. He owes it to us to speak. No, if you don't want to talk, don't talk. But then he talked. And in the process of talking, he said, basically, I'm not concerned. I've got full confidence in myself. And I'm thinking, okay, I can accept this. And then he says, I'm kind of bothered by the fact that everybody just assumes I'm frustrated. And that's why I don't like talking to the media sometimes. because the media is always negative. We'll take it from Captain Homer over here. The media is not always negative. But if we're not negative right now, you actually have a huge problem. That would be called unbridled indifference.
Right.
If we were not concerned, angry, frustrated, what have you, right now. So to make $30 million a year, to have that kind of thought, to know that you will continue to make $30 million a year
no matter what.
No matter what. You never get a hit again. You'll be paid $30 million a year for 7 more years. You'll be able to retire from life if you want to by your mid-30s. And for you to then have that entitled thought of, I don't even understand why you're negative. There's ups and downs, and that's all this is. I don't even dispute that. Of course there are ups and downs for any athlete, but to sort of turn this on the media or the fans and say, I don't even know why you would think I'm frustrated and I don't like your negativity, to me, in his position, still getting to know the fan base, by the way. We're still getting to know him.
Right. Hasn't even been a full year.
That's not, that is an entitled space to be in.
And it's not the message you want to hear as a fan, because you watch him and he swings and misses at every pitch that's over 95 miles an hour, and he's showing you that he is frustrated. So there's a certain amount of that is disingenuous, because he strikes out and he slams his bat and then he breaks off the handle and he stalks to the dugout. Well, you're frustrated. So don't tell me you're not frustrated. And yes, it's a long year, and nobody, I don't think, some people can and some people are like, this guy's got to go. You got to trade him right now. It's May 1st. Like, Can we go ahead and let him get to June, July, and August, and then we'll see what's really going on with Rafi Devers? Is he hurt? Is he washed? Is he hurt and washed? What's the story? It's only been, a month? Barely a month and a couple of games in March. And so, yes, you're frustrated. The fans are frustrated, and it's okay for you to be frustrated. You don't have to be like Joe Cool, and we know you're frustrated. We saw you break a bat, and we see you out there with the worst OPS in all of baseball right now. Among those who have qualified, you're the worst. You're the bottom of the barrel. You are DFL. So if you're not frustrated, then what's wrong with you?
Yeah, which is really where our focus should be, by the way, because I like the whole thing about the core, Chapman, Devers, Adames, we got to stop making these three the same. They're not the same. They're not the same. Devers is the dude. That's different. If you don't know the back of his baseball card, if you don't know Baseball Reference, go check it out. We're talking about a superstar hitter. This is somebody who wakes up and does an 850 OPS. If he has a good season, it's over 900. He wakes up and hits 30 home runs. He wakes up and drives in 90. He wakes up and scores 85 runs. Period. That's just it. That's who he's been, not for a short period of time, for a long period of time, and did in a big market that has a fan base that gets mad and cares and all of these things. So he didn't come from Florida and now he's in the big city. This guy has been a champion on the Boston flipping Red Sox. That's the dude. The guys on the left side of the infield are really good longtime major leaguers that are also culture builders. They're leaders, vocal guys in the clubhouse, Gatorade throwers.
Yep.
And by the way, Chapman's numbers aren't even really bad. He's fine. He's totally fine.
Yep.
And Adames is not ever going to be a plus hitter. He is a sub 250 hitter. That's who he is. But he is a great culture guy. That's what he was brought here to do. Devers, that's a different stratosphere. That's the dude. He can't be batting fifth. He has to bat third. I'm not blaming the team for that because, as you just said, he's literally the worst hitter in baseball.
Right.
But what I get frustrated with is when people choose to be in performance-based industries, just like we are, by the way, and then you get mad at somebody else when they're flustered by your lack of performance. You can't do that. You can't do that. You cannot be in a performance-based industry and then get mad at other people when they get flustered at your lengthy period of a lack of production. That's just the way it works. Like,
Right.
I'm with you. It's May 1st. We got to ride this train. I'm not mad.
No.
I don't want to trade him, but don't start pointing fingers in the other direction when you got the worst stats in all of baseball.
And it's troubling because last year he drove in 109 runs over his time in Boston and his time here. And the year before that, just in Boston, he drove in 83. The year before that, 100. The year before that, 88, 113. Like you said, you roll out of bed and you drive in 80 to 90 to 110 because you're just that good. It doesn't matter National League, American League, Hitters Park, Pitchers Park, whatever. The problem right now is he's not putting the bat on the ball. He strikes out too much. And, even when he does make contact, it's not loud contact.
No, I mean, he got a big hit yesterday, and it was a seeing eye single.
Huge.
To right field.
Yeah.
Seeing eye single. I mean, okay, it's better than striking out.
Yeah, hit's a hit.
But yeah, the barrels and the stuff and all of that, again, ain't nobody probably in the whole damn world, as you know, that can be more patient than me as a fan. But don't point the finger. Don't do that. Don't. Do not the media is so negative. Come on, man.
You came from Boston. Really?
You're in San Francisco. You think the media is always negative? Are you kidding me? The media is not always negative. Like, you know what you could have said? Yeah, I have been really, really bad. I got a whole lot of confidence in myself that I'm going to turn this around, which he sort of did say. But he left out the, I've been really, really bad. Instead, he was just sort of like, I'm not mad. Why are you?
Right.
You got a minute?
I mean, we're mad because we have 7 more years of this. And, I mean, we brought you in to be, better than this. And you have an OPS of 537, which is ahead of only, checks notes, Patrick Bailey on the team.
I told you this yesterday. It is May 1st. You know what I sat down and mapped out last night? Summer. I'm a dad with kids.
Right.
We got travel. We got camps. We got all kinds of things that we're planning. Hey, Giants, would you like to be a part of the plans? Because that's what May is for. I'm not paying for this. I'm not like they're not going to want to go 13 and 18 and you get a hit every 47 minutes. Like, no. So that's what it has to be different in this month. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. All right, 888-957-9570. Giants fans, what do you want to get off your chest? Those of you on hold, we're coming to you immediately. Oh, and by the way, there was another quote yesterday from someone completely different that I was like, that quote's not okay either. I'll let you know what that one is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right.
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Join the YMCA of Greater San Francisco for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park. Enjoy live music, family-friendly activities, and fun for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the two right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Legendary fuel efficiency that never compromises on style. Get the Civic today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
They're back. Logic and G-Eazy are hitting the road with their Endless Summer Tour Part 2. They'll be making a stop at Shoreline Amphitheater on October 28th. Buy tickets at livenation.com. And for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Goes again. It is lined down the right field line. That's a fair ball. And with the head start, Garcia is going to be waved around. Stott digging for third. The tying run is scored, and the winning run is 90 feet away. Crawford, ground ball. Going to be tough play. Adames not in time, and the game is over. The Phillies scored twice in the ninth. The Giants are checking, but I think He was clearly safe, and that's a tough way to lose game one of a doubleheader, 3-2. 3-2. Schwarber down the right field line, and that's going to tie the game. He stayed with the splitter. It's 5-5, and Schwarber, the winning run, is in scoring position. They've done it again today. Home to center field, and that is going to be deep enough. Gilbert is going to catch. Garcia tags. The throw is going to be late, and the Phillies walk off the Giants twice in one day.
Obviously not a good day. A lot of things you'd like to replay, redo, but you can't do that. So it's a bitter pill to swallow. Get on a plane and see what you can make of the rest of the road trip.
Back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Man,
walked off twice in a day. That's rare.
By the way, not just walked off twice in a day. Walked off twice in a day where you led going into the bottom of the ninth both times.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's different.
Yep.
That's one, like, they weren't tied. They had a closer, somebody attempting to close both games. Lost them both. And quite frankly, I don't want to call it a comedy of errors, but a lot of different things that happened in those ninth innings and beyond into the 10th inning that were absolutely brutal. There's actually one more sound clip I want to play for you here in just a second, but I want to set it up first. So Hector Borg is the third base coach for the San Francisco Giants.
I guess. I'll take your word for it.
Sure. He's exactly like an offensive lineman.
Yep.
Which is, if we say his name, something's wrong. I don't want to think about the third base coach, okay? The only time that's ever been fun in my entire life as a Giants fan was when Wendell Kim was over there doing all kinds of stuff and wheeling that arm and becoming a personality in and of himself.
And Flannery, too.
Sure.
Like, Flan was fun.
Yeah.
He'd run halfway down the line and give you the big windmill, the whole thing.
And he was a big media personality in town and had a big league career that was, well known and all of these things. But outside of that, if you become a story as a third base coach, something's wrong, and let me go ahead and say it, something's wrong. So he's been overly aggressive so far this year. You can usually live with that. But he is the one, like, I got mad at Jung-Hoo Lee for a second there against the Dodgers until I found out that Borg sent him last week.
Right.
You know that play where he almost got hurt that then, by the way, turned into a 3-game and who knows, maybe multi-series fight between the Dodgers and the Giants with Dalton rushing? The reason for that, in some respects, indirectly, is Borg sent Jung-Hoo Lee on a play where he had no business sending him, and he almost got hurt.
Maybe that's what Rushing actually said. Borg him.
Yeah, maybe.
Borg him.
Maybe. But Borg, after the game, to me, this is a mistake. I don't mind when you screw up in life. We all do. But just say that. Just say I screwed up. Like, I was not in position to see where the ball was going. Well, that's your job.
Yeah.
But okay. And then you followed with the sentence that tightened my shoulders. But Chapman and Arise were coming up.
Yeah.
So I felt great.
Save my bacon, boys.
And I'm like, have you been watching the games this year? What do you mean you felt great? You felt great because another Giant was coming up to hit? Have you looked at the numbers? You're the worst hitting team in baseball. So I don't want to hear that you felt good about holding someone at third when they would have scored if they had moonwalked home in the 10th inning.
Shout out MJ.
Well done.
Yep.
At the end of a day that was already hell, and then it turned worse because exactly what you'd worry about happening in that situation is exactly what happened. And by the way, yes, the rest of us knew in real time that he should be sent. I'd like you to take a listen to our friends, Dave Fleming and Hunter Pence, on the call when this actually happened.
Hits that one hard and off the glove into center field. Gilbert somehow got the stop sign and doesn't score. Oh, my goodness. Hector Borg, I think, didn't see that it got deflected and rolled away from Stott.
That's on NBC Sports.
Somehow got the stop sign.
NBC Sports Bay Area. And by the way, if that had gone on, you'd hear Hunter Pence jump in and go, yeah, you're going to need to score there.
Yeah. Going to need to score there.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, I don't know, man. Some people don't like this. I love it when people are just like, yeah, screwed that one up. I didn't see it right. And that's on me. And I would, if Hector Borg had said that after the game, let's get on the flight and go to Tampa. Let's get him tomorrow. But do not give us, well, hey, Chappie was coming up. What could go wrong?
Right.
I don't know. Like Chapman could,
strike out.
Do what giant hitters do way too much. Not hit ball when at plate.
And then Arias hits a line drive, but it's caught and the inning's over.
Yeah.
I just think that Borg is in a spot where he is completely locked up, where you're overly aggressive and guys get out, and now you're overly conservative and you don't score. I don't know if he's in a second-guessing mode. The guy's been doing it for a long time, and he's 40, and he's been in the organization. And so you've been through a lot as a third base coach, and obviously the organization thinks you're really good at it. That's why you have this job. But it feels to me, just watching him, like he is really second-guessing himself. And part of that, I think, is a young, brand-new coaching staff.
I mean, you don't see stuff like that get changed mid-season very often. But, as long as we keep saying it's early, that's true. It's May 1st, blah, blah, blah. But, think how many things have already happened in 31 games that have involved the third base coach. There's the Jung-Hoo Lee play. There's Bader in Baltimore. There was a game against the Phillies when they were here a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, where the Giants are already up 1-0, and I think it's like the third inning, and Adames is at second base, and Chapman hits a line drive to right field. Nobody out. Sends Adames to get tagged out by 7 feet.
Yep.
Nobody out in the third inning. What happened to, I like the guy who was on deck then. So it's what you just said. This is way too herky-jerky. If you've got a tendency and you're overly aggressive, I think everybody can deal with that. You're probably going to steal some runs sometimes. But everything they're touching right now turns to dirt. And wow, it's a tough watch.
I just think that they, as a staff, are kind of locked up. Like Tony Vitello is brand new, and he's trying to find his way. And Borg over at third, he's sending guys when he shouldn't. He's holding guys when he shouldn't. And now he's starting to second guess. And you got a pitching coach who's calling pitches from the dugout. And you have a pitcher who doesn't want to shake off the catcher and the whole pitch comm thing. And so we have a whole system right now, I think, that is not seamless. And how could it be? It's a brand new staff. And so it's all fine and good. Yeah, Tony V, he's great. Good soundbite. He's fun. He had a really bad day yesterday.
Yep.
But it's one thing to make mistakes and still, float and win games and be around 500. But yesterday was one of those ones where those mistakes cost you not one, but 2 games.
No doubt. And then, the Vitello one, for those of you who kind of aren't, maybe you didn't watch all this. I know this was happening in the middle of a work day and a weird day and the rain out and the doubleheader and all this. But Matt Gage, who has been death to left-handers, had been ready for a full inning down in the bullpen, and this is in game 2. The Giants enter the 9th inning up 5-4. Got a real clutch run there from Luis Ariz in the top of the 9th. They take the lead to the bottom of the 9th. Keaton Wynn is asked to get 6 outs. He gets 5, but there's a runner at third with 2 outs and 2 strikes, and he's up there just throwing the same pitch over and over to Kyle Schwarber, and Schwarber finally knocks a line drive off the wall in right field and ties the game. The left-hander Matt Gage is watching from the bullpen, ready to go. And Vitello, this is where I'll back him. He did what Hector Borg didn't, which is Vitello went to the microphones afterwards, and he's just like, I made the wrong decision, and you all know it. I made the wrong decision. And so at least I do like that about Vitello. At least he'll stare you straight in the eye and be like, that didn't work. We messed that up. But what, that one seemed like a very clear decision to make, and they didn't make it.
Right. I mean, you go to the lefty who's been nasty on lefties, and Schwarber's been eating you up for the majority of the year early on. So either you're going to put him on base or bring the lefty in to face him and neutralize Schwarber if you can. But, you stayed with it, and you splitter and a splitter, Tiago, splitter. And I mean, ultimately, Schwarber is a professional hitter. He's probably on a Hall of Fame track. And so he's going to see the same pitch 8 times and finally wear you out.
Who wants to get something off their chest about the Giants? Let's take some calls. 888-957-9570. Mike in the city. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling in. What you got?
Hey, it's complete. You guys have analyzed this fiasco every which way this Sunday, but you've missed the biggest culprit, in my opinion. 90% of this can be attributed to Buster Posey. As great as he was a player, that's how bad he is as a general manager. He has single-handedly destroyed this franchise. Devers, Boston snookered him. They knew he was a bad guy, and they knew he probably couldn't get around on the fastball anymore. Adames, I don't care how much Gatorade he throws. He's a stiff. He's an average fielder and a .230 hitter. Chapman, he gives him this extension. He's a strikeout machine. And so I'm 73 years old. I go back to Seal Stadium. Am I gonna live long enough to see the Giants not paying Devers $30 million a year? And the worst of it is, not only has he contracted with all these losers, but they're blocking anybody else from coming up. Tell me, guys, if Eldridge burns it up and they want to bring him up, where does he play? The only solution to this is Schmidt moving to shortstop and Eldridge going to first. But they don't have the kahunas to not play Devers and Adames.
Mike, thanks.
Yeah, it's a little early, Mike.
I'm a really big fan of Devers and kahunas.
And I'm also I'm fascinated to see what lasts longer, the Devers contract or Mike.
Oh, Mike, we're rooting for you.
I'm pulling for you, Mike.
Yeah, let's go.
73.
Let's go, Mike.
And Devers has 7 more years.
But his point.
A nail biter.
His point about Posey. So here's what I'd say about Buster Posey. Right now, it very much appears that some of the buttons he's pushed are concerning. You know that I stated, this is just my position, I think this is kind of year one in terms of really judging Buster. Last year was a set-the-table situation for Buster Posey. He very much did. Now we're going to judge him. I'm not going to fully do that on 31 games. So to say that Buster Posey has single-handedly ruined the organization, I'm not going to go there. There is some frustration, no doubt, with regard to, A, how some of these contracts are starting to play out, but B, I still don't understand the way that they did not address the pitching staff this offseason.
Right.
They clearly needed another starter. They clearly needed another reliever or two, probably a back end of the bullpen guy. They didn't do it. They tried to ride it out. And they can argue that the pitching staff has been the better half of the team. So they can argue that if you want, but none of this has worked out yet. Now, with regard to Eldridge, he did at least say it as a hypothetical. If they're ready to pull Eldridge up, where does he play? It's a good question. I don't think anybody saw Schmidt playing this well. So now Casey Schmidt, who was supposed to be a utility guy, has to be in the lineup every day. And if he's in the lineup every day, he's either your DH or he's taken up one of those infield positions, and all 4 spots have an everyday, highly paid veteran guy. So what do you do with him? The answer is you don't have to answer it yet. I know Bryce has been really heating up lately. A couple of nights ago went 4 for 5 with 2 homers. You know I check every night.
Every night, yeah.
Last night, ready for it? 0 for 4, 3 Ks.
Okay.
So he's still striking out too much. I lost my personal bet. It's May 1st.
Yeah.
He's not here. So you don't have to answer it yet. But if we get there, Mike's not wrong. Like, Casey has to be in the lineup every day right now. So between Devers, Arise, Adames, Chapman, Schmidt, and if Eldridge were to come up, what do you do if everybody's healthy?
Right. What do you do, hotshot? And the problem is Adames is I want to play 162 guy. And, he already sat his 1 game. And last year that turned out to be a great thing because he immediately caught fire. So he's a guy who is always healthy and he always plays. And the defense has been solid over there at shortstop, and Devers is the one. So if you want to go ahead and start thinking about taking him out in certain spots, maybe against a lefty, and you're going to sit and you're going to take a break and we're going to play Schmidt, that's not going to go over well.
No, it's tough.
And you've got 7 more years of that. So they're a little bit pot committed, I think, insofar as it's only May 1st. You have to continue to ride this out, Adames and Devers, and hope that they turn it around.
Yep. The other side to it, though, is Bryce Eldridge, as enticing as he is and as poppy as he is some nights, he is still striking out too much. He's not ready, and therefore, you don't have to worry about that yet. And if you get to a point where you do have to worry about that, then I'm of the belief that there will be answers. If the Giants are this bad 2 months from now, guess what they're going to do? They're going to be sellers. And Luis Arraez would be a perfect sell candidate on a one-year deal. That takes care of it. Now Casey Smith's your second baseman, and Bryce Eldridge is your DH in first base, and Rafi Devers is your DH in first base.
Right, and you're still sunk knees deep on Devers and Adames because, that's going to be the case anyway.
And if you turn it around and you're buyers, then obviously these guys are now playing good baseball, and you're probably not going to turn the keys over to Bryce Eldridge. And as a buyer, what people are going to want are your prospects. I wouldn't trade Bryce Eldridge. Right. But, then it becomes a completely different story. The frustrating part is the Giants most likely are going to be right smack dab where they've been every July, which is we can all argue whether they should be buyers or sellers because they're kind of in it and they're kind of not in it, even though we know they're not really in it, but they're too close to not be in it. So now what do? And you sort of split the difference and do these weird deals that we can't even tell if they're buys or sells.
A little bit of both, usually.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mixed bag.
Probably where this is headed.
Well, last year was a buy. You went out and got Rafi Devers and you traded 4 prospects.
That was pre-deadline, though. I think that was bigger picture kind of an acquisition, don't you think?
I do, but I don't know if you have to wait till the deadline. Like with this team, honestly, if you continue this level of baseball and you're playing, 400 ball or 425 ball and you get to the middle of June, that might be a time to actually make a sell move. And, you start to look at maybe it's even Robbie Ray, quite frankly, who's on a one-year deal. Robbie Ray's expiring, and he is great. He'll throw today. And so if you're a team looking for that number 2, number 3 starter, Robbie Ray is attractive.
But this is months away. It's months away. And don't forget, yes, they acquired Devers in June. By the time they got to July, they were shipping out Yaz and Tyler Rogers. I know those aren't like huge names. Rogers was a big deal, though. Wouldn't you love to have him now?
Frisbee guy?
Would you like to have Frisbee back?
Yeah. Let me call my father-in-law and see how he feels. Because, and I love watching Ryan Walker pitch because his stuff, it reminds me a little bit of Sergio Romo where he throws it, it'll either go left or right. It's going whoop or woo. It's going one of 2 ways. And, when they are locked in, they're unbelievably hard to hit. But right now he's just not, and he's predictable, and he's throwing the same pitch over and over. And so if he is your closer, which he's not, they don't have one, but the rest of the arms down there are pretty pedestrian. Shout out friend of the program, Eric Miller.
Yeah. And they have some other bullpen guys who are still on their way back. Remember Peguero at the end of last year? He throws 100 miles an hour. He got hurt. He'll be back soon. They signed Sam Hentges in the offseason. That's a professional reliever. He's not back yet. I don't know what the update is on those guys. But I still, even after a day like yesterday, as frustrating as that was, I still have a hard time coming in here today and screaming about the bullpen because they've been good.
Right.
They've been good. I know I know they don't really have that closer who terrifies you. But at the same time, going multi-year deal, big dollars for a closer. Ooh, the Giants have been really raked by doing that in the past. Mark Melancon, and hey, right? The Dodgers did something this offseason where everyone's like, oh, here we go. And they went and got Edwin Diaz. Well, how we doing?
Yep.
He's out.
Gone.
He's out long term. So I don't know if that was the answer either, but I'm not going to argue with anybody. Yeah, they don't have a comfy closer right now, but the bullpen it's just flat out not their main issue.
Right. Their main issue is that you're big boppers and you've got 3 of them. One of them is carrying his weight and the other 2 are woefully terrible. And so You can't really play them back-to-back in the order, although they are today. Devers and Adames. You have to find a way to split those guys up. And right now, you're being carried by Jung-Hoo Lee and Casey Schmidt. And it's been great. Offensively, you've been mostly fine for the past week and a half, right? Like you've been, other than, Luzardo shoved, you had 2 hits against him, whatever. That was one of those days where the pitcher was just better than your offense. And I just think that if your legitimate all-star caliber hitters were having good years, we would have no worries about the offense.
I just want to point this out because you were halfway through game 3 of this series and you had still only scored 2 runs in the series.
Yeah.
It's one of the best hitters parks in baseball. Let me throw another stat at you. Okay, it is Friday. This is a stat.
That's a stat.
It scored the fewest runs in the National League. Period. We can analytics and BABIP and hitters park, pitchers park, whatever you want to say. They've scored the fewest runs in the National League.
This is a stat.
Period.
You got to score runs, brother.
So we can scream about the closer all day long, which I think G-Money wants to do, and I don't want to pinch your time, G-Money, so stay right where you are. Our next caller wants to get loose on the closer thing. We'll do that in a second. But that's my take on the closer issue. I will meet you in the middle as long as we can agree that ain't the biggest problem. The biggest problem is not holding a lead. The biggest problem is getting one. The fewest runs in the National League. In that game 2 yesterday, they just finally scored their 100th run of the year in game 31.
Wow. That's not great. That's about 3 plus runs a game, which is a stat.
The Braves are closing in on 200. The Giants just got to 100.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Break out the bubbly.
888-957-9570. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, and then Mark Spears in an hour right here on Willard and Dibs. And, hey, it's Willard for Silverado. Gosh, I love this place. I'm heading out there this summer. You all know I'm a huge golfer, and that's why I stay at Silverado Resort when golfing in Napa. Choose from 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the soon-to-open Match Play Kitchen and Bar with newly renovated rooms. It is the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention Alice and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. Money is on the line. Always say hello with Quo. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You're listening to Willard and Dibbs coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio on 95.7 The Game.
Well,
Willard. It's a Valkyries player, I'm sure.
It definitely is, but I'm like all ready for afternoon tea now. Like,
she's Australian.
Yep. A little bit of an Aussie.
Sorry, whatever. Still want some tea.
Shrimp on the Barbie.
Yeah.
Who was that?
Mila Soa.
Mila?
Not Mila.
No. Well, no, but Guru's name for Mila is Mila. So that's Mila.
Mila Soa.
What's her name?
Mila Soa. She's Australian. Hasn't made the team yet. Big couple weeks for her.
So what happens to that rejoin if she doesn't make the team?
It's staying.
It goes down under. 6 feet under. The rejoin, not the person. Come on. Mila Soa. Mila Soa.
Valkyrie's media day was yesterday.
I know. The shit, that was not, like, we were not, just relax. We were not Valkyrie rejoin virgins. No, it's okay. Grandy played some yesterday. That was not our maiden voyage. It's okay. It is. It's okay.
No, it's okay. I mean, no one's saying it's not okay.
No, he is.
You don't have to keep saying that it's okay.
His face is saying that it's not okay.
I'm just looking at the Milasowa Wikipedia basketball reference.
What'd you find out?
She played for the Logan Thunder, which that's kind of a cool name, the Townsville Fire, the Mackay Meteorites, the Melbourne Boomers, the Mount Gambler Pioneers, the Perth Lynx, the North Gold Coast Seahawks, the Brisbane Capitals, and the Townsville Fire.
How old is this woman?
71.
Jeez, how many years are there in her life?
She's about to be 26. But you know, with
what the hell?
You know, in the women's basketball sphere, you play 2 seasons in 1 year.
Understood. You still just rattled off like 12 teams.
Yeah.
Did we start with when she was 12?
16. She played for the Logan Thunder.
Did you say one of them was called Meteorites?
Yes, the Mackay Meteorites.
I think I would like to hear her say...
Meteorettes.
Yeah, I'd like to hear her say that word. Media Day next year. Meteorettes, Meteorite. It really doesn't matter. Either word's fine with me. I think I'd like to hear her say that.
Yeah.
Ken is dying to say something. What's up,
Well,
Ken?
I just want to give you some more insight on her. So she's trying to make the team, and I think she's making a really good impression because the first preseason game, she went off.
Okay.
She had 14 points, 4 threes. 14 minutes, she had 4 threes.
That's a stat.
But still, that's
Wait, well, how many points did she?
That's 12 points there.
Okay, just 12 points. Did she?
She did have 14 points.
She had 14
14 points in 14 minutes. Perfect.
Man.
Perfect from 3, 4 for 4.
Say it with your chest, Ken. Okay, that's a lot of points.
14 minutes. 14
Breaking.
14 minutes points. 14.
Ken is now rethinking whether or not he was dying to say something.
Ken was there yesterday. He wanted to let everyone know he's very into the Valkyries.
Yeah. We're going to be
showed
there.
off his new tattoos, the whole thing.
We're going to be there in a week and a half at Chase Center for the Valkyries home opener.
We sure are. Yeah.
Or maybe it's their first weekday game.
Week from Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
Chicago Sky in town.
Okay.
No longer Angel Reese's team.
Right. And so Ken has a new tattoo. I saw that R.C. Davis, the producer of the Warriors, was flashing tats with one of their players as well.
Apparently that was a thing that day.
Okay. There you go.
Me and Marta and RC. Marta Suarez.
That's the person they got at the draft, right? Mm-hmm. That's their the 16th overall pick. Okay.
Traded back for Marta.
And you guys were all flashing tats together? Damn, you look like media day in the WNBA. People get to know each other fast. Nobody flashed tats with Steph and Draymond in media day. They've been here for 14 years.
The Valks player had a couple on her calf, and RC had one on his arm. And Ken, is your new one that is it an octopus or a squid?
That is correct. It is an octopus.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it the one on your left arm there?
That's it.
Okay.
Fresh.
Is there a significance to getting this?
No. Guru didn't really enjoy it, but Steiny appreciated it.
No, I don't. I can't even see it well enough to form an opinion yet. But even if I hated it, I wouldn't tell you that. That's rude. But like, no.
Hold on. What did Guru say to you?
Yeah.
Ken?
What happened?
He goes, "Now, Ken, why'd you get an octopus?" I said, "I don't know, man. I just like them." I explained in detail that I watched My Octopus Teacher, great documentary on Netflix.
Okay.
So I've become very fond of the animal. And, I kind of explained that to him. And I'm like, they're very intellectual beings. He's like, yeah, but why an octopus?
But why?
Like, I don't know.
Let me ask you again, why? Wait, that octopus thing, that's been on there for a while, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
I watched that. That thing's nuts. Have you watched that?
No.
What's it called again?
My Octopus Teacher.
It's bananas.
My Octopus Teacher.
Yeah,
really good.
Just watch it.
Until the last, 2 minutes or so.
Stop.
Well,
I mean, spoiler, right? I'm struck by the irony of getting ink of an animal that actually is known for ink.
Ink, yeah.
I thought that's cool.
I like where your head went there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I walked by earlier and I don't normally tat watch on other people, but just glancing in the room, I thought it looked like super resplendent and like bright and new, and it is.
Yeah, it is. It's very eye-catching. It's got a lot of big colors. It appears to be new.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a conversation starter. Plus, he's cruising around in a short-sleeve shirt, which means he wants everybody to kind of weigh in a little
it's
bit.
finally healed, so I took the bandage off
Gotcha.
today.
Yeah, that is great.
That's tat number 11 for you, or
6?
Okay, 6.
How many do you have?
0.
Okay.
Yeah, you too.
Lucas?
Also 0.
God. You kidding me? No, we're not doing tattoos.
Is it the pain or is it the commitment?
It's everything. It's actually, I never even, it just never even crossed my mind. It wouldn't look good on me. It's, yes, Lovely Christie has a bunch. I've watched it happen. Hell to the hells no.
But is it the pain of it or is it the commitment to something on your body forever?
Again.
Because for me, it's more the commitment. It's like, whatever, pain is temporary.
I don't know if you've noticed, I don't have the biggest problem with commitment. So it's not that. But yeah, everything to me is sort of it's a
balancing act?
No, I want to say like risk reward, but that's not what I mean. Like, what's the payoff for I don't mind a little bit of pain, but not for that payoff. Not for, okay, now there's a drawing on my arm. Like that nobody wants to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I get it.
Yeah.
Depends. My ex-wife
I got hair on my arms. We're good.
My ex-wife had our oldest son's name on her back, and then we had another kid, so you had to go with the second kid. I mean, you gotta tat the second kid's name on your back, and she has subsequently gone on to get other tattoos.
Right, but women are prettier. Like, tattoos look better on women. I don't think they look bad on men, certain spots, whatever. But I'm also like not really into that. But they look like, yeah.
I think about all the different tattoos that I would get, and the old like the Maori stuff that you put on your arm. My biceps are like 4 inches, so anything that is like
you need
bicep forward is out.
Yeah.
I thought about like a face tat would be cool. Just go full Tyson.
Get you a Kenyon Martin neck tat.
Not bad.
That'd be look good on you. Yeah.
Lips on the neck.
All right. Hey, we promised G Money that he would speak, so let's go to G Money. Hey, scream about the Giants closer. Go ahead, G Money.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call today.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Octopus, that documentary is really good, man. Those are some intelligent beings.
Totally.
Even the octopus would thank Gilbert on that run. But anyway, I got other beef. If I have to watch Ryan Walker end the 9th inning again, I'm going to break my TV. I mean, this is getting out of control. We've seen enough already to know that he cannot take the pressure in that situation. I think he might be good in maybe a setup, 7th inning, 8th inning even, but you're pushing it with 9th. That pressure is too much for him. If I'm Buster Posey, I'm going to do the man a solid. I'm calling his old boss. I'm saying, hey, get the van ready. Buddy, you are a locksmith. Time to go. We got to get this thing on the road. I'm tired of the guy. Enough is enough. We got lots of problems. Too many holes. I don't know what we're going to do with these contracts. I'm a frustrated Giants fan. By the way, Dibs, who you got in the Derby, let me know off air. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll call you at home.
Funny exchange.
That's great exchange.
Well, you said to do it off air, and then you tried to talk, and your mic
and it was off
off
air. I mean, it was literally off air. I mean, I wish that was intentional.
Do you know how many blown saves Ryan Walker has this year?
I would guess 3. 2.
Yep, that was his second.
Okay.
That was his second.
Well, how many save ops have they had?
And by the way, the other blown save, the Giants won. It was that crazy game in Washington, 7-6, in 12 innings. So I'm not going to cape up for Ryan Walker. That's not my point. I am going to cape up for the bullpen, though. I get it, because we flash to the end. Like, that's the last thing we see in frustrating losses, and then we go, damn it, the bullpen. Okay, I get it, but the bullpen has not been, that's just not been the Giants' problem. Like,
patently, right.
Clearly.
I mean, it's been the offense. It's been their inability to score runs, and it's been the meat of the order that's been the problem, without a doubt.
Ryan Walker just last week got 2 saves against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Had 1 blown save on the year, and it did not cost the Giants a game. There was that bumpy save early in the year at San Diego. 3-0 game. They end up winning 3-2. I get it. I'm not saying Ryan has been great, but the Giants' problem, they're just, that doesn't make my top 3. Anyone in the bullpen does not make my top 3 Giants problems list right now.
I would put that behind the back of the rotation, certainly. Like your 4th and 5th starters have been not necessarily great, and the meteor order has not been great.
Well, I was ready to get rid of Adrian Hauser after 2 batters yesterday, but then he didn't give up any more runs the rest of the way.
Right.
So, anyway, all right, 888-957-9570. Not done with this conversation at all. Mark Spears is coming up at 4 o'clock, but a lot of room for you to get whatever you want off your Giants' chest right now here on Willard and Dibs.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why do you have all those cats?
I've been saving them from trees, just like a firefighter. So, can I join SF Fire?
We're not just for firefighters. Anyone can join and get lower fees than banks, ATM access worldwide, and the top-rated mobile banking app.
Wow. Say, do you want a cat?
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Internet work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right.
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Hi, welcome to Sprouts Farmers Market, where we guarantee none of our products have AI in them.
AI? How would food have artificial intelligence in it?
Oh, no, I meant AI like artificial ingredients. Isn't that what AI stands for? Guess I've been spending too much time with local organic produce, 100% grass-fed beef, gluten-free snacks, dairy-free milks, surrounded by ingredients with nothing artificial in them.
Oh, that sounds nice.
With zero AI and healthy choices at prices you'll love, every aisle's a healthy aisle at Sprouts Farmers Market. This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
Hits that one hard and off the glove into center field. Gilbert somehow got the stop sign and doesn't score. Oh, my goodness. Hector Borg, I think, didn't see that it got deflected and rolled away from Stott.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Hector Borg didn't see that it got deflected?
He didn't see it. He was obviously looking at something else.
How the hell is that possible?
He was on his phone. I mean, this is a pretty cool TikTok. Oh, wait, what happened? No, stop, Drew, stop. I got to show you this on my phone.
He even said at one point, he was like, yeah, from my vantage point. What do you mean from your vantage point? You're on the field. You're there. Like that. You're
the man
there.
is on the field.
What the people in the upper deck saw it. What do you mean?
He was obviously looking at something else, probably looking at the runner, Drew Gilbert, and wanting to make sure he had eye contact. Drew, I'm going to need you to slow it on down.
Kind of in the exact same spot, by the way. If you're at third base,
Mostly, yep.
If you're looking at the runners at second base, what are you going to see? You're going to see the second baseman right behind him dive and have a ball deflect off of his glove. Yeah. That one's kind of. I don't want to come down some guy for what, but good Lord. What do you mean you didn't see it? And oh, by the way, Chapman's coming up, so everything will be great.
I mean, that was his damage control after the fact. What are you going to say after that where you totally screwed up? I mean, you could say,
Just say that.
I screwed up, but Chappie's coming up. Good little hitter. Only one out, am I right? I don't know.
I mean, can I read this text? This one, this made me happy. This was this became the theme of the week. And I'm pretty confident it's going to go beyond this week. And I'm glad that it's out of the damn box because it's time for it to be out of the box. 707, good on you. Hey, Willard, don't let these disgruntled callers start to have you second guess the process. It's early in Buster's tenure. The fan base needs to, yes, I'm telling them how to fan. Fall in love with the grind of the long baseball season and not crash out every other week. What do you think about that?
It's what we do. We do crash out every other week. And, you come home and you win 2 of 3 and then you win 2 of 3. And it's like, okay, you go to Philly and maybe you win 2 of 3 again. Just chip away at this thing. And you go out there in the opener. Okay, fine. Luzardo shoves and you had 2 hits. That's going to happen. He pitched great. You didn't hit, which, happens to the Giants a lot. And then you get a rain out and a doubleheader. Most doubleheaders are splits, I think. And I'd have to do a deep dive on that.
I think you're right.
It feels like they're usually splits. And you led and you blew it, and you led and you blew it, and you got swept, and now you go to Tampa. So that's what makes this a little bit more of a ripe time for a crash out because of the way that went.
Yeah, and it's not like they're 500. They're 13-18, and they've scored the fewest runs in the bigs. I have no issue if people are frustrated right now. I'm frustrated right now. I do think to the texter's point, we woke up Monday morning going, hey, 4-2 homestand, took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. Came from behind twice over the weekend against the Marlins. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this team. They're showing fight. And then in the span of 48 hours, we're having trade talks.
Right.
So
that's what we do.
Right. That's what we do. And to the conversation that has taken over the week about telling people how to fan, the texter is absolutely within their right to be like, that's silly. Like, you sound silly. If on a Monday you like what you see, then on a Thursday you should not want the whole team to be blown up. I agree with that. I do. Now, I'm not telling you whether you liked it on Monday. Maybe you didn't. But if you came into work on Monday like, I was a good homestand. That was a good homestand. The bullpen held all the leads. You took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. You rallied from behind twice over the weekend to take 2 out of 3 from the Marlins, who, by the way, are not a bad team.
Right. I mean, they're sub 500, but yeah.
They are now. I think they came into that one 500. But they're not a terrible team. And, okay, now we're going to Philly. Philly's 9-19. They're struggling. I'm feeling good. And then on one calendar day, 2 blown saves have us wanting to trade people. I'm okay if that's your.
Yeah, you can feel that way, sure.
Yeah, well, no, you can feel that way, and then everyone else can feel like that's ridiculous. That's all allowed.
I just don't think it's plausible. Like, if you want to talk about like Adames and Devers and making those trades, it's May 1st, and you've played 31. You have 131 left to go. So I don't think that is even plausible at all right now, let alone at the deadline. But yeah, you can feel that way and you can be mad. And you look at the National League and the only teams behind you are the Phillies and the team that just swept you and the Mets. Yep. They're the only teams with a worse record than you. And run differential wise, it still is early, but those same 2 teams are the only 2 teams with a worse run differential than you.
Yep.
You're in the cellar. You're behind Colorado. It's not all bad, but this is not the way that you wanted to draw up the first 31 of Tony Vitello.
No, it's brutal, but it is 31 games. It is May 1st. And so, I don't know, I'll kind of land in the middle of those 2 points. I'm completely frustrated watching Giants baseball right now. But maybe even more frustrating is this, I feel, fully true point. Not a damn thing you can do about it right now. There's nothing to be done. There's nothing there.
I mean, you can bring up Bryce Eldridge.
That's not I don't ever want to bring up Bryce to fix the Giants' problems.
You want to bring him up because he's ready to go. I'm with you.
He comes up when he's ready, and the last thing I want to do is have him arrive and feel like he's got the word savior on his jersey.
Right.
That's a terrible idea, I think. So when Bryce is ready, Bryce will be up. Everybody's got to keep working in the cage and get your act together.
Yeah.
That's what we can do. And Vitello can keep tinkering. I do think that, the bullpen is a spot. If that continues to be a problem as we go late in the game, I mean, their bullpen has been good in the middle of games, but if it continues to be a problem late, that's the kind of thing where you can find people in your system or whatever. You can tinker, you can move things around. Maybe even at the back end of the rotation. But other than that, Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, Landon Roop, Tyler Mahle are going to keep making starts. Rafi Devers, Willie Adames, and everybody else are going to keep swinging bats, and they need to start hitting some of them. And, it's at least another couple months before we can really start to figure out what the next move is, if you will.
Well, it might be the back end of the rotation. And you mentioned, Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser. Mahle's got a 5.87 ERA. He's got 1 win. Hauser's at 7.12. He's yet to win. So if you want to look at first moves that are not dramatic, trade everyone and gut the thing and fire Buster. Okay, if you want to start talking about, what is a practical actual incremental move that you might be able to make to jumpstart this thing, you look at Malley and Hauser. To me, they've had 6 starts apiece, and it hasn't gone great. And so you might look at somebody down at AAA who might be able to come up and take one of their starts and see if you can't get a little bit of momentum that way. But beyond that, I'm with you. Like, maybe you promote somebody to be a part of the bullpen, but right now the bullpen's not been a huge issue. Your biggest issue is the guys making more than $100 million over the life of their contracts. They have stunk.
Yeah.
That's the big issue.
Couple things from Susan Slusser to pass along, Giants related. First of all, Harrison Bader getting close to playing in some rehab games.
Okay.
I bet everybody's like, oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness we can get that bat back in the lineup because he's hitting over 100.
Is he?
Yeah.
Anyway, barely.
And then maybe of more note is the fact that, coming off of a doubleheader, that kind of messed up the starting rotation in terms of days of rest because they play on Monday. Their homestand starts on Monday. So somebody would have to go on short rest. The Giants don't want to do that. So let's play Can You Name the Starter for Monday's game against the San Diego Padres back here at Oracle Park. By the way, it has not been named yet, but there is a suggestion about who it might be.
Gotcha.
Because he did say there will be somebody else starting that game who's not in the rotation.
Right.
All right, now,
okay. Geez, I mean, you figure it would be somebody from AAA would be the expectation. I don't know what the appropriate move would be. Are we going to fade me? Or fade?
Oh, I missed that.
Wait, I got a button for that. Hold on.
Yeah, we can't say that in May. That makes me think about Scott Hansen, and then I get all distracted.
It's time for
Fade the Devers.
Please explain.
You bet against it. Well, my pick 4 just died at Churchill, so I don't know if now's the best time to talk to me.
They didn't actually die, did they?
No, the horse made it, but he ran second.
Could you choose a different word for crying out loud?
My pick 4, Mark, not the horse. The pick 4, he's a horse, and he's going to pull through, but disappointing stretch run. I'm going to go out and say it'll be Carson who gets the start.
No, I'm not going to let you do that. You're going to have to use a last name, too.
Wisenhunt? Seymour?
No, stick with one.
I'm riding with Wizzy.
That is the leader of the clubhouse.
There's no correct answer.
There's no correct answer. But Susan suggests the starter is TBA, but he has previously praised Carson Wisenhunt for his outing last Tuesday, which also allows perfectly for 5 days of rest.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you.
Into Monday.
Thank you.
Southpaw. He's crazy Carson.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Susan Slusser for the report, and I'd like to thank the organization for supporting me through all this.
Okay, that's great, but let's wait and find out if you're right before you do an acceptance speech.
I'd like to thank all the moms out there who some 24 years ago decided to name their kid Carson because...
thank goodness. I thought that was going to go somewhere else, didn't you? Did that make you nervous as hell when Dibs started thanking all the moms out there? Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh.
If Grandy were here, it might have gone that way.
Crap.
Yeah.
And it's Friday.
No doubt.
Like, jeez. That was nerve-wracking. Don't do that.
I'd like to have me a Carson.
Yeah.
It's not too late.
You just start hitting on moms and killing horses right in the last 2 minutes. Like, it's a lot.
It was the pick 4 that died.
It's a lot.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. Just... hit the brakes. 5 o'clock will be here soon, and you can say whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
We'll start drinking and getting some tattoos.
A lot of people name their kid Carson in and around 98 to 02.
Did you hear Goo earlier get all upset because he introduced himself somewhere yesterday as Daryl, and someone told him that was an old name?
Oh, wow.
And you know how Guru still thinks he's 27 forever? I wanted to hug him because I'm like, don't you understand that's every generation? Nobody would name their... Are there any hosts right now, like maybe if someone was going to do Joseph, I guess, but any hosts at our station right now, Maybe Matthew? I don't know. Is anybody naming their kid Dan or Mark or Daryl? No. You're right. Like Carson, Aiden, like whatever.
Liam.
Exactly. That's just, and by the way, when those dudes turn 50, people will be like, Carson? Man,
that's an old name.
You sound old. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. I mean, some of those names like Mark and Matthew and Daniel, those are biblical. So they do span the test of time, much like, I guess Luke is more of a...
Luke is biblical. Lucas maybe. Ken? Anybody naming their kid Ken anymore? Can you imagine?
I ain't naming my kid Ken, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. What did you name your kid?
Dean.
Dean's a cool guy.
The Dean.
I mean, Dean's a good dude.
Yeah, well, I have no doubt.
I've never met the baby as a toddler, but Dean,
he's the Dean.
Dean's a good dude.
Yeah. I like that. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to the giant phone calls. People are furious. Skills in Vallejo. Hi, Skills. What are you doing?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay before I answer your question?
We've got you loud and clear.
Excellent. I got a little static on my end. That's why I asked. But I'm doing three things. I'm catching up on today's General Hospital.
Okay.
I got the Giants pregame on the other TV.
Okay.
And then I'm looking after my daughter's hermit crabs.
Oh, how's that going?
Well, they're not very bright. And then we got one that's trying to climb out, trying to escape. But she doesn't realize you can't climb up a glass tank. So what she does is just keeps falling over on her shell.
Well,
Skills. So I just go in periodically.
You know what you could do is you could invite Hector Borg over, and he will stop the crab from going anywhere.
That's good.
Actually, that's unfortunately, that's sadly a good idea. Yeah. That probably would work.
All right, go ahead, Skills.
The reason I called in today is I came up with a little rap song about the Giants I would like to share with you if that is okay.
This is fantastic. Yes, please. Do you need like a beat? Like what do you need, Skills?
I can go beat free if needed.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
All right, let's hear it, Skills.
Okay. Here I go.
All right.
I love my Giants, but they can't hit the ball. Getting play from Casey Schmidt. That's all. When Willie give the Eldridge kid the call, there's nowhere lower than fifth to fall. Word.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
There was one verse.
Bars.
But it was beautiful. Oh, and then he hung up.
Yeah, he walked you off.
Gone.
Yep. Nowhere further than fifth to fall.
Yeah.
And that's where they are right now.
When is Bryce Eldridge going to get the call?
That's right. I mean, you thought it'd be before today, and it wasn't.
I did at the beginning of the season, but I was wrong.
Yep.
And I'm now glad that he's not ready. He's not ready. He's getting close. But still too many strikeouts.
And the biggest issue is when you do bring him up, you need him to play every day.
Yep.
You don't bring a guy up that young and that precocious and have him 3 or 4 days a week. So I don't even know if you brought him up where you'd play him. You mentioned this earlier about the Casey Schmidt conundrum where you got to have him be first or DH, and Devers is first or DH. So what's Bryce going to do? He's not going to go out there and play the outfield. So you got to find a spot for him before you bring him up.
There's no question. Yeah, that has to work itself out. And I'm not going to worry about it yet because it's not a problem yet. I will acknowledge it may become one. But we sit here right now in this moment where everybody wants Casey Schmidt in the lineup every day. And Devers is struggling his face off. But at the same time, Bryce Eldridge is still striking out a lot down on the farm. He's starting to do better. He's having some really big games. He's had a big week and a half. But his bad days are often 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. That's happened a couple times just this week. And so I think they want to see a little bit more consistency in the strike zone. And as you just pointed out, they need to have a runway. They've got to have a spot for him to come up and get 5-6 games a week. And they don't have that right now. So I think there's plenty of patience there. Lucky in the city. Hello, Lucky. What is up?
Afternoon. How you guys doing, man?
We're good, man. Thank you for calling.
All right, no problem. Well, I kind of liken our San Francisco Littles to a bad sandwich. You know what I'm saying? Right now, and I say for the last 5 years, we've been, you've had like sandwich bread and gefilte fish on some stale bread. I don't want that, man. Like, go ahead and go to Jimmy John's, man. Give me a number 4 turkey tom, man. I'd rather have that. Like, do something, man. Like, I'm not sure what Hector is doing, but I kind of don't trust certain guys named Hector, I guess, because I've had bad experiences.
Oh.
I mean, something has to happen, man. I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Biff? Man, talk to me.
I mean, something's got to happen, but not just yet. We're 31 games in, and there's $1.31 to go, so we can all wring our hands and think about what could and should happen. And the third base coach is struggling, and the manager at times is struggling, and the pitching coach is figuring out how he's going to call pitches or not call pitches, and the catcher can't hit, and your sluggers can't slug. Pitchers 4 and 5 aren't getting it done. The bullpen's been good until you really need them to be great, and then they're not. So there's a lot of things. None of them, to me, are like, whatever, you take that plunger and the old TNT and you just blow the whole thing up. We're just not there yet.
Well, but that doesn't even work anyway.
Right.
Like, can I take a minute to just, like, address that? It's a take that a lot of people have when things are frustrating, but I don't think that's actually your take. Like, that's not what we're about. That's not what major market sports are about. And when the hell has that worked? And when it does work, understand it takes 6 years. Like, that's kind of what it means when you're like, blow it up. Let's start over. Let's be young. You know what I mean? Let's do what the Houston Astros did a decade ago. And then even when they got there, they cheated in order to get it done. Or let's do what the Oklahoma City Thunder did.
Right, blow it up.
Okay. So that means you lose your right to criticize them for the next 5 years as they build something all over again that, by the way, when you arrive to that, what kind of evidence do you have that even that's going to work? So I'm more stuck on kind of like what Lucky just said. I think Giants fans are just scratching their head. It has felt like a really long time since they've just sort of had that thing. And I wish I could do a better job of describing what that thing is. But that thing where it just kind of all works. You have the right people. It connects with the fan base. It's fun being out at the ballpark. You're not going to win all the time, but you feel like you're in baseball games and they've got an exciting brand or whatever. They've tried like 3 or 4 different things over the last decade. And outside of 1 year where they all got nicknames and won every game in the 9th inning, outside of that, it just, like, I would like to point out that what Buster Posey has done over the last year is exactly what the fans asked him to do.
Right, get an everyday lineup and spend money.
There you go. You wanted to spend money. You wanted everyday lineup people we've heard of with a track record. And he did it. And now we're like, this still sucks. And you're right. So far it has.
Right.
But I
miss the platoons. I mean, I don't, but
right.
You're kind of in that spot now where it's like, Devers, watch Devers again tonight against the lefty, and it's like, oh boy, I don't like the way that looks.
Are you on that Giants email list where the roster moves come to you?
No.
Okay.
No.
We get one now like once a week. We used to get one once an hour.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Yep.
Every single day, somebody was coming up from Sacramento or some backup catcher on the Mariners had been acquired for cash. Every damn day. Now it's almost never. But the product sort of feels the same. They can't hit. They just can't hit.
Right.
Which is frustrating and mind-boggling because some of them are really good players.
Well, and some of the guys who are hitting are the guys who you would think, okay, if you can hit, then we're going to be great because Adames and Devers, we know they can hit, track record, baseball card, the rest of it. But you look at Jung-Hoo Lee over the past, it's quietly been almost a month now where he rakes, and Casey Schmidt is lighting the ball up, and Elliot Ramos has turned it around, and Chappie's been solid. So it isn't just like, they cannot hit. It's the big guys who you need to hit. They're the ones who can't hit.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Still plenty of room for you to get anything off of your Giants chest. 888-957-9570. Also, in 18 minutes, Mark Spears will join us live from ESPN and courtesy of Kendall Jackson. He's out in Toronto for the Hoops game out there tonight, but you know damn well what we're talking to Mark about. All of this Warrior drama, which he likened to something in a communication with our group here earlier today that I think is spot on, and we'll let you know about that coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi, it's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Hey, it's Willard, Bay Area. You feel that rumble? That's Lowe Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story. Chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing, starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo Parade. Live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride. Presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with Council Member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Low Riders, Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law. East Side Pride, let's ride.
The basketball playoffs are underway, and now you can trade on every game on Kalshi. You can also trade on who wins each series, the conference finals, and the championship. San Antonio is trading at 17% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $555 if they take the title. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market. No house, no odds makers, and as the odds move, you can buy in and out anytime throughout the postseason. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I love my Giants, but they can't hit the ball. Getting play from K.C. Schmidt. That's all. When Willie give the Eldridge kid the call, there's nowhere lower than fifth to fall. Word.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I like what you put underneath that.
Little beat.
Kind of felt like that's what he was going for.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it.
Sure, he brought it home. I mean,
I don't want to spin it and run it a whole lot because it depresses me.
Right.
But, there might be certain days of the week, Tuesdays, for example, where I'm already just bummed because it's Tuesday, worst day of the week.
Right. I mean, hopefully we come back on Monday and they will have won 2 of 3 and we could all feel a little bit better about whatever the hell this is that's been going on, which is you're dreadful, and we're right back where we were before, and you go after the 107-win year, and it's been a little below 500, you're 500. A little below, you're 500. And now it's been about 5 years of just flat mediocrity.
Which, by the way, I don't disagree with people who are like, it's almost worse than being really bad, depending on your kind of really bad. Actually, I don't think mediocre is worse than bad unless your bad is the part of something that you're trying to build. Like if you're really young,
right,
and
bad on purpose,
yeah, or you have people and you're just in a certain moment in your process, then it's a little bit more okay. But a good buddy of mine said this once, and he was absolutely right. Like nothing will drive you more nuts than an 81-81 baseball team. Like. It just, because it teases you. It teases you constantly. You're 6 games away from being in the playoffs. And you're 81-81, and you think to yourself, how many of those did we blow? Well, you blew at least 7 or 8 of them. You win those, man, champagne, let's go.
Yep.
So it drives you crazy. Let's go to Joe in San Rafael. Mark Spears in 10 minutes, live in Toronto, talking NBA. Hi, Joe. What's up?
It drives you crazy. Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thanks, man.
You guys have been talking a little bit about the king of pop today, as well as the very rough SF Giants season. So I'm going to tie in a little segment for both of them. What's the difference between Michael Jackson and the San Francisco Giants? The king of pop today, as well as
I don't know, Joe.
Michael Jackson had 7 to 10 hits one year.
There you go. That's not bad. I'll give you a 3. I'll give you a 3.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, the difference between Michael Jackson and the Giants, Michael Jackson had 7 to 10 hits a year. And the Giants don't. Which...
It's not bad.
I gave it a 3.
That's all right.
It's decent.
Yeah,
Giants have played, since the 107-win year, they've played 679 regular season games, and they have a winning percentage of .492. You win 2, you lose 2. You win 1, you lose 3. You win 3, you lose 1.
Well, by the way, if it helps anybody, they're threatening to not be 500 this year.
I mean, yes.
This is you win 2, you lose 4. You win 1, you lose 3.
But based
That's
on
what we're doing right
the
now.
track record, so they're sitting at 13 and 18. I would bet that by the time we get to the 62 game mark, I got the Giants at 29 and 33. I mean, it's going to be this. And I said this before the year started. The Vegas win total over-under was 80.5. And I looked at it, and I thought, over 80.5, this is easy pickings. And before I pressed send, I thought of Herm Edwards.
Yeah.
Don't press send.
Yeah.
And I stepped back, and I thought, if it's that easy, and this is something you taught me, if a spread looks super easy, there's a reason, lean into it, go the other way.
Right. Like, how did Grandy feel about the Warriors over-under this year?
47.5.
Easy money.
I tried to tell him.
Oof. Turns out it wasn't even freaking close.
I'm not laughing at the Warriors. I'm laughing at Grandy.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah, he's asleep somewhere, whatever.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not willing to accept that yet. And that's part of my sort of feeling about Rafi Devers and the San Francisco Giants. And this is, it's not fully about Devers, but it is. Devers is the lead. Okay? If you want to talk about what's frustrating right now with the San Francisco Giants, Rafael Devers is position A. That's number 1 on the list. It's not hate, and it's not, as Rafi would put it, the media being negative.
I mean, come on.
You're the best player. You're the best player, and you're the worst player. And that can't be. And I don't even get all wrapped up in the contract. I don't really care.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. Of course it's a thing. But I'm not going to do that yet because the contract's got a tremendous amount of time left, and we'll see where this goes. But I'm not losing my mind because he makes $28.5 million this year or whatever it is. I know that's the number for the majority of the years that he's going to be here. That's not even that backbreaking of a number. It's just when you look at it as a total, it's $313 million over 10 years what the Red Sox signed him to. So, okay, but it's not the money right now. It's that I know that Rafi Devers is a really good all-star caliber player. But his numbers right now say he is the worst player in the league, and then he got mad that people assume he's frustrated, and we're like, how can you not be? And he's like, well, the media is always negative, and we're like, not negative, but dude, you're Rafael Devers.
Right.
You're Rafi Devers.
And to think we're negative and you come from Boston, like, that's pretty soft to me.
Well, it's a head scratcher.
Rafael Devers. It's a 2, but it's a Friday, so it's automatically upgraded.
Vitello said this before the game on Sunday with regard to Devers and frustration.
It's hard to actually be inside somebody's head. Sometimes guys share thoughts with you, but if we were to just talk about the coaching staff or the players are more important than the coaches in this case, no one has lack of confidence in that guy. They all know he's capable of scaring the other team, carrying our lineup, affecting how well other guys hit in the lineup. But obviously, the success hasn't been there to the rate that he's used to or will be, putting out there on the field. But I think it's more of a frustration. And, usually when there's frustration, that means there needs to be some sort of adjustment, whether it's mental or physical. And I don't think anyone can point a finger at one drastic thing that would need to change, again, mentality-wise or physicality-wise for him. So in a short answer, I don't think there's a lack of confidence. I think there's a large amount of frustration. And that's tough to deal with in this game, and it's different for everybody. And sometimes it just takes time, or it takes one little thing to click, and then the next thing you know, you're on a different avenue.
Okay, so can we add that to the conversation when Rafi says, I don't know why anyone assumes I'm frustrated? Well, maybe it's because the manager used the word about 8 times in a 1-minute sound clip from Sunday.
How can you not be frustrated? Like, we are a full 5th of the way into the year, and you are the statistically worst player in Major League Baseball, and you were brought here to carry the thing, and you're not carrying anything, and you're out there after strikeouts slamming your bat in the ground and snapping off the handle. That, to me, is a sign of frustration. I've seen it on the golf course when, back when I played a lot and I had a higher standard for myself, I'd get mad. A club might get airborne, and it's like, I'm frustrated. I'm not that player, even though I am that player, as we've discussed.
Yep.
And you're Rafi Devers, and you are in the box, and you're thinking, fastball. Here comes a fastball. I'm sitting dead red, and it comes in, and it's up and around the letters, and you swing right through it, and it happens again and again and again and again. How can you not be frustrated?
Completely. And then the other side is you better be frustrated.
Right.
And so, that's where we sit. And I'll just say this, because again, Rafi was quoted yesterday as saying, this is why I often don't like to talk to the media, because the media is often negative or always negative. And I think we've already stated a bunch of times, especially here in San Francisco, it's like, no, we're not. But do you know what starts to bug me? And this might surprise you with the theme of the week, with the whole, don't tell me how to fan thing. Right. And I know that, there's some people in this world that just, you want to scream, you want to yell, you want to be passionate about your teams. Others take a little bit more measured approach. Nothing's right, nothing's wrong. Everybody gets to do you. But I will tell you something that it bugs me a little bit, which is players or coaches being mad that people are mad. In essence, what you're saying is you're upset that people care. So, this whole thing about you don't know what's going on behind closed doors, it's like, of course we don't.
We're not behind closed doors, right?
We're not there, but you damn well better hope and pray that we are frustrated when things don't go well. Because if we're not, that means we don't care. We don't care. You know what in my entire career, you know what I've never taken on a radio show? I've never had it happen in my career. Maybe you have. You ready for this? An angry MLS call. 51 years old, I've never had it happen.
Yeah, we don't take a lot of MLS calls, but
even if we did,
what's to be mad about right now? They're the best team in the MLS.
Exactly. And how many people in the Bay, A, don't even know that, but B, if we did open up, okay, angry MLS calls today in the 4 o'clock hour, what would happen? And that's why the MLS, I didn't mean for this to be a shot at the Quakes
feels
or anything.
Very personal.
It's not. But
I feel threatened, Lucas.
These are facts. The passion for MLS in America is not the same as what it is for, I'm not talking about soccer, but MLS does not match NBA, Major League Baseball,
MLB,
NFL.
Sure.
It doesn't match it.
Especially in this town.
So do not flick off or be upset that people are upset when you have literally the worst stats in all of Major League Baseball. Realize that in fact, is why you make $28.5 million. Have some gratitude for it and some mindfulness to it when you are speaking. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, because you're struggling, and anybody who's watching it on the daily, like many of us are, you can see that he's struggling. And I'm just looking at his career in March and April stats, and yeah, he's a slow starter and all the rest of it, but he's never had this kind of a March and an April. His worst previous March-April combo was an OPS of 739 back in 2018, his first year. This year, he's at 537. He's 200 points behind his previous lowest March and April combined. And so, yeah, slow starter, I get it, but this is beyond a slow start.
No, he's never done this. He has never done this. You're absolutely right. So for there to be questions about it, for there to be some, and I actually think this is where Giants fans are coming from. You know what I haven't heard a whole lot of? I haven't heard people ripping Rafi Devers. There's just a tremendous amount of concern. I had this conversation with my daughter this morning.
Yep.
She thought I was mad at her. I go, I'm not mad at you. I am concerned.
I'm mad at Devers.
No. Well, that would actually been a really funny line. I was concerned. I told you, I did a What's Begging You 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
The alarm doesn't wake her up.
Yeah.
The alarm doesn't wake her up. And then you wake her up, and she'll stand up, and she'll talk to you, and we'll have a conversation. And then I'll go run an errand, and I'll come back, and she back in bed.
Oh, yeah?
And she asleep. And I'm like,
man, I wish I could do that.
Girl.
Chop, chop.
You got to get up.
She's a junior, right?
Yeah, and
okay.
there's days where she doesn't have class that starts until a little bit later. It's almost like a college schedule a little bit, so we're good here. It's not like, but I'm just saying this because when you state a goal and then you're repeatedly kind of not doing it, people are going to express concern. What is it that's leading us down this road? And by the way, we haven't mentioned this a whole lot today, but like part of this, his connection to the media, his connection to the San Francisco fan base, it's affected a little bit by the language barrier. Rafi doesn't do interviews in English.
Right.
So he has been here. We are damn near coming up. This is month 11. We're coming up on a year. I don't feel like the fan base knows him really well. I don't think people really know what to think. There's a high level of concern, but for the most part, I think people are just kind of frozen. I don't hear him being ripped. I hear people just think, what's going on here? This is a great play, like a legitimately great.
I think he's a 4-time All-Star.
This is a great player. Yep. This is a career OPS up near 800, 900 every year. Nothing like this has ever happened in his career. Why would questions not get asked?
Right, and I think that part of the language barrier is personality-driven because Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't do interviews in English, but from his body language and his willingness when things are going good to have his interpreter go out there and speak for him and speak with him, it feels like he's making more of an effort to connect to fans, and Devers hasn't had that. And there's a couple weeks there where he was not available to the media and he's slumping. And now the one time you do hear from him, he's talking about the frustration and how, the media is maybe going in too hard on him. It doesn't do a lot to endear himself, I don't think, to the fan base because, you've got the language barrier is a thing and that will always be there. But beyond that, just an unwillingness to make yourself available, that drives a little bit more of a wedge.
Absolutely. So, and I know he gets that again. I'm going to back up to the whole, he doesn't owe this, that, or the other to the fans or the media or anything like that. But if you're going to push back on it a little bit, that becomes a little bit troubling. All right. I think he's ready to go. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line because Mark Spears is joining us courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, one of our favorites. They've been great to us. We hope you go see them, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. Hey, friend, how you doing?
Man, just standing over here in the arena, not far away from Jurassic Park in Toronto.
Okay.
Raptors dancers just walk by. They say hello. And, so just getting ready for this big tilt. Just saw Donovan Mitchell and James Harden and a very nervous general manager from the Cavaliers. And they're ready to go.
I bet.
Game 6.
I'm impressed by the focus that you just showed as the Raptors dancers walked right by you. Nice job, Mark Spears, joining us here on Willard and Dibs.
They had passed already.
Okay. All right, perfect. By the way, real quick before
one more.
Oh, one more. There's always a straggler. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, Mark, this will shock you, but we'd like to start out by talking about Steve Kerr. What are you hearing? Let me just ask it that way. Everybody's got a take. What are you hearing right now?
I mean, last I heard was some positivity. I mean, I think the thing is, if he was definitely gone when he had done it already, right? But the thing that kind of scares me, like it feels like marriage counseling. So that's how this whole seems like. Well, if you could do this, and then we could do that, and then we could all have kumbaya, and we could stay married. And I just don't really understand why somebody that's had that kind of success, somebody that's going to be in the Hall of Fame, is getting some guidelines. There's a couple jobs open. I don't think Steve wants another job, but whether it's next year or going on TV, I mean, my worry for the Warriors is keep, telling this man he can't do this and that. If and Monty Poole is a great reporter, he knows what he's talking about. But if you keep moving the goalposts, man, I mean, sounds like you're playing with fire, and if you're playing with fire, he could be gone. So the rhetoric I've been hearing the last couple of days certainly is really odd to me based on the success that this guy has had.
But the rhetoric is there, obviously, for some reason, and maybe it's because of the ownership and the things that they want that are going to be different. Do you get any sense that, the divide between the two sides is going to be too big to bridge for Steve to actually come back?
If he wants to come back, he can. Like the Draymond thing don't bother me. I think their relationship is always going to be a love of keep it real relationship. And, but I mean, the fact that it's like lingering on, to me, I think that's a good thing. That shows that he's trying to work it out, because Doc Rivers, he's done right. Milwaukee's already hired another coach. New Orleans been talking to people. Portland's owner been talking to people probably for like 3 months now. But the Warriors are still haggling with it. So to me, the longer it goes on, at least that means that conversations are continuing and they're trying to figure out a way to, both sides are trying to figure out a way to work it out. Because if it's lasted this long, that to me says that both sides are invested on trying to figure it out.
Mark Spears, ESPN. Read his stuff on Anscape. He is with us courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, which are fantastic, by the way. Mark, okay, I'm tapping into what you're saying right now, and it leads to this question, because the idea that the Warriors front office is either making this difficult. Obviously, there's that whole thing about whether or not they're trying to censor him in some sort of a way. And you brought up the fact that it's like, we're talking about a 4-time championship head coach.
Yeah.
Does this feel disrespectful to you?
I mean, it's odd. I mean, look, anytime that there's a new contract involved, we need you to do this and we need to do that, but the thing that makes it odd is it's Steve Kerr, right? It's not like some new guy. If this was him in the first year of his deal, I'd get it. But, but the fact that he's hanging on and he's actually listened to this tells me that he hasn't got to a point where he feels disrespected. But ultimately, man, I don't think Steve compromises the person he is, the morals that he is. I think he'd have a really, really hard time coming back and coaching and not being able to be himself and speak out on whatever he wants to speak out on. In terms of the other thing, coaching things, looking at AI, stats, whatever. I mean, I could get that, but it's just weird that it's one of the most weird things I've seen in coaching history, I guess, because I can't recall another situation where, like I said, where it sounds like marriage counseling. Let's figure this out, but you got to change this. I need you to put the toilet seat down. And that's the oddity of it, but he didn't say no, right? So until he says no, and I think there's hope that he stays. And I talked to somebody a couple of days ago. They seemed more optimistic that he would last week than they did the week before. But, ultimately it's on Steve, man. And they definitely have to let him be himself.
It's crazy when you put it that way, like the little nitpicky stuff. Like you talked about the toilet seat, which is hilarious, but the small things can turn into the big things. Are there any big things that are out there, whether it's Steve Kerr wanting more control over the draft or them wanting the offense to be different? Is there anything that's really, in your opinion, too big to actually get through?
I think the voice thing is important to him because he respects the platform that he has and the change that he could make, or at least the voice that he has. So I don't see that changing. In terms of the other stuff, it'd be hard for me to say. I wonder if they keep the coaching staff the same. Steve typically does make some changes, and I did find it interesting that Willie Green, came and visited, within the last month of the season. He came and visited the Warriors. Obviously, the former Pelicans head coach, former Warriors assistant under Steve. And he also spent some time with Steve during an off day. So if Steve does stay, I wonder if Willie's somebody that can end up being back on the staff. And the fact that even Steve is having those kind of conversations maybe leads to some optimism. But like I said, I mean, the fact that it's just hanging along this long, I guess it's in an odd way, I feel like that's probably a good thing, because if he didn't want to stay, what's stopping him from saying deuces?
I think that's a very fair point. Mark Spears, ESPN, with us on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Can we dive into the offseason also, Mark? And I want to go back to the statement that you made to us just a few weeks ago that Steph Curry, and I don't want to misquote you, but that basically Steph Curry is at least somewhat expecting that the Warriors will go after a big fish. Is that the right word, that he's expecting that? And how does that factor into the whole head coach thing? He didn't tell me that. Okay.
I'm expecting that for him. He should expect that. He's Steph Curry. I mean, and I think that the Warriors management wants that for him as well. And I also think when you have a franchise that has Steph Curry, when you have a franchise that is got a brand, being in the Bay Area, that if the Warriors call, why would you not listen, right? LeBron James is a free agent. Why shouldn't he at least explore the Warriors, which he's going to be? If Giannis is considering leaving, why wouldn't he consider it? I don't understand why anybody would not want to play with Steph Curry. So did Steph Curry tell me something? No. My point is, when you have Steph Curry, you should expect the franchise to put greatness or do the best they can around them. And, I expect them leaving the Warriors to try to do that. I mean, that window isn't closed, but it's not as easy to breathe out of it as before. So I do expect them to continue to, Mark Spears, expect them to try to put the best players around them possible.
How does that factor into the whole head coaching thing, though? Because, the idea of staying veteran and having a new coach, I think to a lot of people feels odd.
Yeah, well, I mean, God forbid Steve leaves. Who's good enough to take this job?
Yeah, I got nothing.
Give me some names.
I got nothing.
I mean, what are you gonna go get? Luke Walton? You gonna go get Willie Green? I mean, that Florida thing sounds. I mean, it's an amazing college coach, but you're gonna ask him to coach Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler as a rookie NBA head coach? I don't care what he did at Florida or USF. Good luck with that. I mean, who are you going to get? I mean, and that's the thing that I think the Warriors got to look at as well. It all sounds good until you got to get a replacement. And getting somebody that's, you can't get somebody that's best for ownership and management. You got to get somebody that's best for your three stars. Yeah. If you don't, then I think if we just assume that, Draymond could opt out, right? Steph, you should never assume that he's just going to be here forever. Not that I'm saying he won't, but you just can't assume those things. It's almost like NIL. You got to keep recruiting your guys to stay. So I just, if I scour my brain right now, there's no one that jumps to mind that's like, you know what? If Steve goes, he'd be perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you two the same thing.
No, I got nothing.
No, Bob McKillop, former coach of Davidson. Mark, you can go ahead and write that in your next little column.
No, I wouldn't do that to Bob. Bob's 95 years old, man. He don't want that headache.
No, he doesn't want that. I think your point is well made about who could come in and try to command this.
It all sounds good till you have to go get somebody else.
Well, I mean, if it's Steph and Draymond and Jimmy, those are three vets and strong personalities. Yeah. So,
and that's a name. Jimmy is somebody that he's still under contract. Let's not act like Jimmy Butler's not a star and still not a part of this equation. You got three superstars in their twilight, and you want to bring in a rookie head coach. I mean, I'm just thinking who could walk in to that locker room right now, not named Steve Kerr, and they'd be like, okay. We good with this. And nobody comes to mind.
Hey, Mark, just because there was a story written about it that suggested that Billy Donovan wanted to wait until the Warriors thing was figured out before he made a next move? Is that a name?
I mean, at least that's a veteran guy, right? I guess. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Billy Donovan.
All right, I'll see you soon.
But those are some huge shoes to fill, man.
Right.
And this is a future Hall of Fame coach who won 4 titles, who also one thing you got to think about too is like what coach can handle the personalities, like to get Draymond to cool down and to play, to get Jimmy to kumbaya and make sure he's okay before the game with his candle burning and get Steph to be Steph. You know what I mean? Like these are part of the. What are they gonna go get Phil Jackson? Part of coaching this team is you got to be a psychiatrist too. It ain't just X's and O's. Like you got to be able to deal with 3 of the 3 future Hall of Famers who are vets who won't be afraid to tell you something.
Right. I mean, Mark, his name keeps coming up. I have no idea if he even wants to be a coach, but can we get your thought on Andre Iguodala? The fans bring it up a lot.
He was a great player. He definitely, that's a lot to add on him. If they were to get him, that's but hey, Steve. So when you look at Steve, right, well, Steve had that opportunity, but the Warriors weren't the Warriors then, right? It's one thing for me to be your teammate and your boy. It's another thing for me to be your boss. But if they did get Andre, I think it would be important. I mean, Andre's a very smart guy, very strong guy, very outspoken guy, very poignant guy. I mean, he would have to have some amazing veteran assistant coaches around him to kind of help him through it. I mean, I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's Steve Kerr, man. Like, does he want it? He has a really good job in New York right now.
Hey, Mark, before you run, just can you give us an umbrella view of what has already unfolded in these NBA playoffs and what it means for some of these teams? The Denver bow out, Kevin Durant in Houston. Give us a little bit of your, headlines around the league, if you would.
This is probably the most unique first round that I could remember to have, and please correct me if I'm wrong, 6 out of 8 first-round series to go at least 6 games is incredible. Usually I'm bored in the first round.
Right.
And now I'm in a situation with the Donovan Mitchell diary I'm doing if they win. Like, I'm interviewing them after the game. If they don't win, and I'm in Cleveland and seeing what happens in Game 7 to do my next diary. If they win and Orlando wins, then I'll be in Cleveland for a Game 1 on Sunday. But, the 3 games were, that's what people love about sports, man. You just don't know what's going to happen. Yesterday was certainly a big surprise. I'm really shocked how Joker bowed out. It was very disappointing for me to see somebody that good just get so emotional the last couple games and let emotions get the best of them in the first round knockout. But, you gotta give Minnesota a lot of credit, the coaching staff a lot of credit for what they've done. Orlando 3 weeks ago, Jamal Mosley was doing smelling sauce and lost his opening playing game and looked like he was going to get the boot. Now he's a win away from making it to the second round. And then Mike Brown looked like he was on the hot seat, and then he beats his team by 300 points yesterday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's been crazy, yeah.
And Lil Boosie sprained his knee in the process. And New York Knicks fans take over the arena. It's just been an amazing, amazing first round, and I think tonight will continue the trend.
Mark Spears, ESPN. Last thing before you go, and you are such an expert on Draymond Green and relationships. The comments that he made the other day, both about Steve Kerr being so great to him, but also somewhat hindering his career. But then maybe even more importantly, where he said, I don't even know if Steve Kerr technically ever really liked me. What did you make of that, Mark?
Draymond need to go on the beach and relax and enjoy his off season, man. He knows Steve loves him. Steve don't put his hand around him and staff and make that kind of proclamation, you know. But Draymond was having a very entertaining podcast. I think, you know, when you got fathers and sons, which I kind of feel like that's kind of their relationship, they kind of push each other and prod each other. And, you know, me and my sister got a relationship like that sometimes, right? But at the end of the day, they love each other. I think Draymond would be devastated if he left. So I didn't put too much into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That goes a long way. That goes a long way.
Yeah.
Hey, you're the best, man. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
When are we going to start talking about the Warriors in the draft lottery, man? Like, I'm going to be at the draft lottery a week from Sunday.
Do we know who's representing the Warriors? Have we found that out yet?
Is it you?
Is it me?
Yeah.
They don't.
I know.
Kendall Jackson pays me. ESPN pays me. And so, nah.
I picture Bay Area guy.
Who do you? No, I don't play for them.
I know you don't.
Mark had a great idea of sending Guru.
They start paying me. I'll go up there, but they don't pay me.
Who do you think it's going to be?
Who would I put up there? I put Raymond Ritter up there, man.
Yeah.
I'll put Raymond. But nah, I mean, Pods, you know, I'm guessing he would be, you know what? If Moses Moody had the strength to get there, I would put Moses Moody up there.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good idea. I like the pick. That would be well received.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, you're the best, man. Go watch the game. We appreciate you.
All right, man. Y'all take care.
There goes. Mark Spears, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah. Marriage counseling is what he led off with, and that's what he said to us on our show thread earlier, and it's a little bit like that, and I guess it's not all small potatoes. There has to be some big issues that still need to get worked through. It's not as easy as, you know, would you put the toilet seat down? Yes, I'll try to remember. Cool, let's stay married. There's more to it than that.
There's definitely more to it than that. I'm going to ask you the same question I ask every time there's any kind of an update. Have you changed your opinion yet?
No, but I'm leaning more toward the possibility that he could come back.
Yeah.
The longer this goes and the more we talk to people, Tim Kawakami, Mark Spears, and you hear about the notion that, you know, both sides kind of want to make this thing actually work. I'm still stuck on what could be the elephant in the room, which is they don't want him to be as open with his comments as he wants to be. And if that is a truth, then this thing's not happening.
Then they're going to lose this battle,
yes.
too. And I mean in a Knicks-Hawks Game 6 sort of a way.
That was pretty one-sided.
Do not do this, Golden State Warriors, and they know better. And when I listen to Mark, the opportunity that we've had just on this show in the last week and a half to be as close as I think we possibly can be in our positions to what's going on. Monty Poole, Tim Kawakami, Mark Spears, and we're working with Ramona to get that too. And these are as tapped in as you can be. And I keep coming away with the exact same thought after talking to all of them. And it's not a prediction. Who cares what my prediction is?
Right.
Steve Kerr not coaching the Warriors next year makes no damn sense.
Yeah. And you've also said, like,
it makes no sense.
The Warriors can't possibly allow this to happen. If Steve wants to coach, then the Warriors cannot, under any circumstance, let this go down this way. That's something that you've also said.
It makes no sense. Like, you have no other option. You have no other option. If he is like, I stand on this, I hate coaching, I'm out, then fine. But he's clearly not there. So outside of that, will you just talk it out with the guy and let him know that, gee, you appreciate what he's done and get this thing done.
Well, they appreciate what he's done.
No, but they don't even want to think about anybody else. So get it done.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that includes him being censored in some way with his commentary, then it's a deal breaker.
Back off of that.
Okay, easy for you to say.
Yeah, it's easy for them to say too.
It's really not.
It's not a big deal.
It might be to them.
It's never been a big deal.
It might have been. It might be a big deal to them. We don't know that.
It's never affected their bottom line. It's never affected their, like, we've done this. He's been here for 12 years. It's never affected anything.
Maybe it's affected the people who pull the strings over there and they get bothered by it. Well, then it's affected them.
Then unbother yourself because you don't have another option.
They might.
So
they will have a coach. I mean, somebody will coach the team if it's not Steve Kerr.
Good luck. We're sponsored by Balance Financial Wellness. 888-957-9570. Your calls. Willard and Dibbs.
Ready to buy a home? Start smart with Balance Financial Wellness. Our HUD certified counselors guide you through credit, budgeting, and the home buying process. Call 888-456-2227 or visit BeBalanced.org to get started today.
Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. Was in there yesterday, talked to my guy Alberto, set me up with exactly what I needed, and it's so great to be in Fremont Bank and know that the customer service is going to be a 10 out of 10, and it was again. I made the switch a number of years ago, and I made the change because I wanted just that. I wanted a family-first sort of a vibe. I wanted a bank that knows me and knows my goals and knows my family. I'm not just another number at a big box bank. I'm a person, and they're responsive, and they provide that great customer service that is customized right for me. They've been doing it now for more than 60 years. They started with one branch down in Fremont. Now they have 21 of them, 20 in the Bay Area, one in Carmel by the Sea. You should go in and take a look at the Fremont Bank branch near you, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's a good, solid, vibrant feel inside the bank. You deposit your money with Fremont Bank, and the money stays local, and it works all around you. And they also designate 5% of their earnings for charity, and that money stays right here in the Bay Area. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-2000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-2000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Hey, I'm Matilda, and I'm grateful to be a student at Marin Country Day School and at San Francisco Ballet School. My life can get pretty packed with school, ballet, friends, and family. Sometimes I can get overwhelmed. Something that's really helped me stay focused is hot yoga and Pilates. The music, laughter, and community lift me up and help me find clarity. You don't have to do it alone. In honor of Mental Health Awareness Month, come join us at Hot Yoga Republic. Visit hotyogarepublic.com and book your first class free.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, No one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
San Francisco will be cloudy tonight with a low of 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Remember when we used to talk to Steve Kerr every week?
Remember when we used to joke around and have fun with Steve Kerr? I mean, hey, your dog's barking. Isn't that fun? You guys are going to the playoffs. You're going to beat Houston. This is cool. Now it's, Steve, did we lose you? And, we may have. We didn't get him last week. I don't like our chances this week as we wind down here to the final 90 minutes of the show. Will we get him next week? Will it be the final Steve Kerr? I'm nervous.
I'm not. I don't even know if we'll get him next week. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's a scenario where he never does sports radio ever again.
Yeah.
But I'm going to stick to this doesn't make sense. And, 415, Mark, you're acting like Kerr being here coaching is going to make a difference. It's not like we're going to win 20 or 10 more games just because he's the coach. Actually, based on the roster that we don't know yet, I don't even know that that's true. But what if I said it a different way? Instead of winning 20 or 10 more games because he's here, what if you lost 10 more games because he's not? I know that sounds like the exact same thing, but I really do believe that. You heard Mark Spears say it. Mark Spears has been in and around NBA locker rooms for decades. And believe you me, the idea of, and I don't know what the Warrior roster is going to be, but if the Warrior roster is Steph and Draymond and Jimmy Butler and potentially another very accomplished NBA player, managing that's not that's not for newbies. And newbies can even be veteran coaches that just have never coached those guys before. So
they'd have a better chance, like your Billy Donovans or your Scott Skileses. They'd have a better chance having been through it and coaching a long time and been around, major high-profile ego-type players. But you're right. I think about the Jimmy and the Draymond part of it. I'd imagine coaching Steph would be fairly easy relative to other super mega stars in the association. But the Draymond-Jimmy combination, that could be something that if you don't get their respect right away and keep it, you're going to be in for a long season.
The long-awaited return of Friday Higher or Lower is coming up.
It'll be the 30th edition of Higher or Lower, and this is weird to say, but our defending champion's Lucas Alexander.
Yeah, and Grandy's not here, which is just a free punch for all of us.
Ken Luttrell, the only one to ever play and not win.
Oh.
So,
stay tuned.
Why don't you get that tattooed on your back?
Yeah, you put the O in octopus, am I right? Yeah.
All right, but a few of you want to weigh in on
Tentacles.
what you heard from Mark Spears, so let's do that first. David in El Cerrito. Hi, David. Thank you for calling.
I'm a Knicks fan.
David.
I used to hear that people. Can you hear me?
Start over.
Oh, you're referencing S Creek. I appreciate it.
No.
No, that's exactly what I was doing, David.
Yeah. No,
From Schmitz Creek. I'm glad you caught that.
And I'm referencing the fact that you weren't turned up when you started talking, so we'd have no idea what you said.
That's on me.
Yep.
Sorry. So all I'm going to say is I'm a Knicks fan. I used to hear people say things like Steve Kerr can go to the Knicks. Former Knicks players aren't allowed to speak, let alone the coaches. So I don't think he would ever go to a place where the owner of the Knicks goes after people who say anything about the Knicks and aren't even allowed in the building. So that wouldn't work for Steve Kerr, for starters. But the second part of it, to me, which I think is somewhat overlooked, is who actually owns the Warriors? What are their life motivations? Are they closer to the way Mark Cuban acts, or are they closer to the way a Larry Ellison and Elon Musk act? Who surrounds them? What is their worldview? And I think the tech guys are trying to create this very odd new world order. And in that order, there's an echo chamber of which they exist in the Bay Area. And they don't have people commenting about the order in which they live in. I think that is their echo chamber. So having someone like Steve Kerr, who by and large probably represents the way most people feel in these parts politically, it probably doesn't work for them and the people they surround themselves with. That being said, he holds the cards.
Yep.
They are at a moment in time where this arena is costing them a lot of money. Is another Steph Curry coming around the corner? Probably no time soon. Steve Kerr holds the cards, so he decides what he wants to do. They don't decide what he does.
David, thanks.
It's a smart call.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of assumptions in there that I don't know. I can't speak on it. I have no idea what Joe Lacob, Peter Guber, or any of the other unknown people who are involved in this think. Sure, we can take some educated guesses based on data and percentages, but I have no idea what they think about this, how they feel about this, and how they would respond to if this bothers you now. Why have you been okay with it for 12 years? And did it bother you when they were winning championships? Does it only bother you now because they're not winning championships? Like
maybe it's always bothered you, but now he's out of contract, and so now it can be a thing that you can flex on. And I'm just looking at what I think is the ownership group, and there are 19 owners of the Golden State Warriors. So it's more than just, does this bug Joe? And I mean, does Joe get annoyed? I'm sure there is a certain amount of, and he said, David talking about the echo chamber, and I don't know what the other owners think or how they lean politically or socio-politically and all the rest of it. Maybe they just don't want their coach talking at all.
Yeah, but you know what? To me, and I get it, okay, they're the bosses, but like in a situation like this, there's a whole lot of things that people are like, it kind of bugs me. Sounds like it bugs Draymond that he never got a play run for him.
Right.
Yeah, well, you know what? Tough bananas, big guy. Like, and I say that sometimes even to the bosses. Do you know what I mean? The Giants bosses would probably like Rafi Devers to hit the ball. Well, what are you going to do about it? So, like, there's always frustrations between people. But as he points out, who's got the cards? Who's in better shape if who leaves who in this whole thing? Like, there's no question to me. And I know some of you are just like chomping at the bit for Steve to get out of here, so you don't care. But the Warriors are the ones with their pants around the ankles if this thing breaks up. That's my opinion.
To the extent that you're going to need to find a coach and, maybe Draymond leaves and Steph could potentially want to leave also. So, yeah, pants around your ankles in the short term. I'm sure you saw the news today that the Golden State Valkyries have been valued at $750 million, and they are the number one valued franchise in the W. So that's a part of this as well where, the arena, even if Steph Curry is not here and you've got 41 home games, you've got concerts, you've got the NCAA tournament, you have a lot of other things that can help keep the building full. And one of those things is the Valkyries, the most valuable franchise in the W.
Ron in the East Bay, and then we're doing higher or lower. Hey, Ron, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Happy May Day. It's a full moon. Two things I want to get to. Steve Kerr is a coach, but what else is he?
He's a man.
He's a lot of things. He's a former player. He's a human being.
I'm going
He's
after
a Taurus.
a term.
He's a public speaker.
He's a leader?
Yeah. He's a horse.
Okay. I would call him a conductor.
Okay.
Like an orchestra that doesn't have a first string. You know, Steph Curry was first string. Klay Thompson was first string. Now we got second and third string players, okay? So he's using his orchestra to, perform a show. And then the other thing I want to bring up about who would be the best coach for the Warriors? Draymond Green. When I was a kid, Al Idols was a player coach for the Warriors. He played and he coached. And Draymond Green has more heart than anybody else could ever replace Steve Kerr for the Warriors. And then my last point is, you want the tolls to go down on the bridges? Why don't you charge both ways? Because the second way back is free.
Yeah, we've had this call before. Maybe it was.
Thanks, Ross.
Maybe it was. Remember, we had this a couple weeks ago.
This, yes.
I love it. So I tell you what, we're going to cut the toll in half, and we're just going to charge you both ways. And I made the point a couple weeks ago when he said that, like, the only time that you're going to actually benefit is the time that you die. So you cross the bridge, and then...
Oh, that's not true.
And then that's it.
No, there are definitely... There's ways around this.
Well, you can go all the way around the Horn if you want.
Well, it depends on where you are and where you're going.
Right.
You know what I mean? What if I took the Richmond Bridge? What if I'm heading for Sacramento?
Okay.
Took the Richmond Bridge on the way out, but on the way back, I'm going to wiggle down 37 through Napa. No bridge.
Right.
If I live in the North Bay. Now I just decided I only paid $4.50, not $9.
Right.
It's doable. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. I mean,
it's doable.
It's doable, but it's mostly nonsensical, I think. And I was just thinking about that 37 maneuver, and yeah, it's before the Carquinez Bridge, the Alfred E. Zampa span, for sure.
Yep.
But
it's doable. I've done it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I usually just do it both ways, so then we don't pay any tolls at all.
Well, and I could go from the East Bay. I could drive all the way down and around 237 and then head up 101. I could go to Mountain View and then cruise all the way up the peninsula to avoid the toll.
If you'd like to spend $82 in gas to avoid your $8 toll,
that's a gallon.
You could do that.
Right.
I wouldn't suggest it.
Nor would I. I mean, $82.
I know.
That's a gallon.
You know, gas is much higher these days.
It's not lower.
And I'd like it to be lower.
Sure would.
Let's play higher or lower.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
It's been a few weeks, but we are back. It's a Friday, and it is time. And it's a special edition, the 30th edition of Higher or Lower. And it's extra special because Grandy's not here. So the man who sits atop the leaderboard with 10 wins, he won't get 11 today. That's Mark Grandy. But we will introduce the guests. First up is my partner who is second on the leaderboard with 9 wins. It's Mark Willard. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Dan. I'm so glad to be here. I'm so glad that Mark Grandy's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's play.
Up next, defending champion. He actually got his 7th win. We give him a hard time for losing a lot, but he's defending. He's got 7 titles. It's Lucas Alexander.
Dano, thanks for having me. I'm fired up. We got half the amount of normal marks, and we're almost there. Next time, maybe we'll have 0.
Yeah, I mean, there is that. And we got Mark with a K, no Mark with a C. And we've got Ken with a K, and he's joining us now, I believe, playing for the second time here on Higher or Lower. And, yeah, we've had Zach Green with a win, Cam Williams a win, Risotto a win. Ken, what's going on? No wins?
No wins, not yet. But listen, I just got a tattoo. You guys knew about that. That was so new me, new ink. I'm ready to go.
I love it. New you, new ink. It is time for Higher or Lower. And today's theme goes back a few weeks when baseball was starting. And I looked it up. It was the 58 years the Oakland A's played at the Coliseum.
Okay.
They played 58 seasons at the Collie. So today, the number will be 58. Everything that I read off will be higher or lower than 58. That's how many seasons the A's played at the Oakland Coliseum. Let's play higher or lower. We start with our defending champion, Lucas Alexander. Lucas, higher or lower than 58. Total regular season touchdowns scored by Paul Hornung, who was suspended for gambling in 1963. Paul
Tough
Hornung.
one to start with, Dib.
Yeah, real tough.
It's
really
right
hard.
around 58. I'll go lower.
And Willard?
I'll go higher.
Ken Luttrell?
I'm going to go lower.
It is higher. 62 touchdowns for the Green Bay legend, Paul Hornung.
First.
58's the number, and that's how many years it's been since the A's opened up at the Coliseum.
What did you guess, Ken? What did Ken guess?
Ken guessed
The wrong answer.
lower.
Okay, so I'm ahead.
1-0 to nothing.
This is exciting.
Yes, it is higher or lower than 58. We start with you, Willard. You're in the lead. Total playoff games played by Rocky Colavito, traded by Cleveland in 1960. Dear friend of the Steinmetz family.
Yeah,
he grew up with Rocky Colavito.
Is this whole thing about people who are all like just from way, way back?
This whole thing was based on this date in history, but that date was now 3 weeks ago. All these things, I believe, happened on April 14th. And so I just kept it and I tweaked it, and that's what we're going with.
It's totally fine. I don't even remember the question, but I'm going lower.
And Lucas.
For the audience, would you mind repeating the question?
Total playoff games played by Rocky Colavito, who was traded by Cleveland on this day 3 weeks ago in 1960.
He's about to ask who's Rocky Colavito.
I've heard the name.
Yeah.
Family friend of the Steinmetz.
Dear friend of the Steinmetz.
Yeah, very
Rest in
close.
peace, Rocky Colavito.
Exactly.
And Willard went lower.
Can you just answer?
No respect to the Steinmetzes nor the Colevitos.
I think we've got to go to break.
I'm
This
gonna
is
go
taking
higher.
way too long.
And Ken Luttrell.
I'm going to stick with my last answer, lower.
Yeah, it is lower.
Let's go.
Never played a playoff game. The Rock.
Wow, you were off by 59,
58.
Lucas.
Yeah, exactly. Which is stunning. He had almost
you said
400
higher.
homers.
Would have to be 59 for you to be right.
Good
So,
point.
anyway.
He should be in the Hall of Fame, but he's not. Willard is in the lead 2-1. Ken's got the 1. Lucas with the 0. And we start with Willard. Higher or lower than 58, Mark? Number of years since the first sanctioned women's Boston Marathon, which happened on this date in history 3 weeks ago.
The first sanctioned women's Boston number of years. Oh, we'll go higher.
And Ken?
I want to say higher too.
And Lucas?
I'm pretty confident. I'm going lower.
Yeah, it's lower, guys.
Okay.
54 years.
Damn.
Women ran against the men, but it was unsanctioned until that year, 54 years ago. Willard 2, Lucas 1, Ken 1.
That was a big noise in there.
It was great noise. We'll start with you, Willard. Higher or lower than 58, which is the number of years since the A's debuted at the Coliseum. Mark Willard, higher or lower than 58. Number of years since Apollo 13 aborted its moon landing and made an emergency return to Earth. Higher or lower than 58.
Number of years.
Apollo 13.
Yeah. So was this more than 7? Ooh, it's close. Higher.
Lucas?
I also think higher.
Ken Luttrell?
Yeah, higher too.
Lower. 56 years
I knew
since
it was
Apollo
close.
13 had to
it
go
was
with the
close.
old switcheroo. No blood. Willard leads 2-1. We keep the same order. This is higher or lower. A's seasons, it's been 58 years since they debuted at the Collie. We start with you, Willard. Higher or lower than 58. Career regular season triples for Mike Schmidt, who had a 4-homer game 50 years ago.
I'll go lower.
And Lucas?
Higher.
Ken Luttrell?
Lower.
Higher, 59 career triples for Michael Jack Schmidt. 4-homer game 50 years ago, a couple weeks ago when I was hoping to do this. But
April, right.
It's April something.
Yeah.
Lucas with the point. He's tied. Lucas 2. Willard 2. Ken still in it with 1.
We got a pitcher's duel going.
We sure do. Defense wins championships. We start with you, Lucas, and we are now on the back 9. This is item number 6. Higher or lower than 58, Lucas. Total years lived by Rowdy Roddy Piper, a WWE legend born on this date in 1954.
Not today.
Couple weeks ago.
Date, yeah.
Yep.
Did he get to 58?
What was it? Total number of what?
Years lived by Rowdy Roddy Piper, WWE legend.
Didn't you say what year he was born?
I said when he was born, yes. He was born 72 years ago. Did he make it to 58? Lucas, higher or lower than 58?
Got it. Okay.
I didn't say when he died.
I'm very nervous here.
I got it.
I mean, if I said when he died, that would kind of blow the bit.
I got it.
Lucas.
Right. I don't think he made it 58 years. I'm going lower.
Willard.
Same. Lower.
Luttrell.
Higher.
It is higher. He lived to be 61 years old.
Come on.
I always take the lower on wrestlers.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
and also on age. 4 to go. We've got a 3-way tie, 2-2. We're going to go from Ken to Willard to Lucas here.
2.
A tie game. Higher or lower than 58, Ken. And this is a good one. Total rounds fought in 1860 in the bare knuckle heavyweight bout between Tom Sayers and John Heenan? Higher or lower than 58?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Higher.
What?
I'm talking about the birth of boxing.
Higher.
I'm trying to explain, Ken. Yes.
Sorry, Dibs.
You weighed in as higher.
Willard needs
Willard.
to go.
Yeah, lower, whatever.
Lucas?
58 rounds in a boxing match? Higher.
Lee Hammer in the building.
Yeah.
It is lower.
Yes.
I mean, you talked yourself right out of it.
Good
42
Lord.
rounds. It's considered the first super fight. Bare knuckle took more than 2 hours.
Both of you said higher? Like this? Anyway, go ahead.
A lot of rounds.
But jeez.
Heenan and Sayers, they were exchanging now. Willard 3, Ken 2, Lucas 2. Willard, you'll lead us off here. We've got 3 to go. It's higher or lower than 58. It's been 58 years since the A's debuted at the Coliseum. Willard in the lead. Higher or lower than 58. Total career postseason strikeouts for Mickey Mantle, who made his debut on this date in 1951. On some date.
3 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Times that he's struck out. You're not like,
Correct.
yeah, he was.
I don't
not
think
a
that the
pitcher.
Mick did
Well,
much
when you
pitching.
say total number of strikeouts, it made it sound
Total
like
number of times he vomited
something
on the
is-
field. No, total number of career strikeouts for the Mick in the postseason.
Yeah, I'll go higher.
Latrell?
Latrell?
That's too long of a pause.
I'll go higher.
Lucas Alexander?
Do I differentiate? I do. Lower.
Good move. It is lower.
Come on.
Only 54 strikeouts for the Mick in the postseason. He
Good
played a lot
player.
of games.
Yeah, good player.
Lucas 3, Willard 3. Ken still in it with 2. We've got 2 items left to go. We start with Lucas, then we go to Willard. Higher or lower than 58, Lucas? Including Benjamin Franklin, who died on this date in 1790.
Not this date.
Who died on some date in 1790. The number of people who signed the Declaration of Independence.
This is a good one, Dan. I'm going higher.
Willard?
I think I agree. I'll go higher.
Ken Latrell?
Let's go lower.
56 people signed the Declaration of Independence.
Ball game. What a ball game.
Come on.
It's incredible. Yes, 1790 is when old Ben Franklin spit the bit, kicked the boot, and the whole rest of it. 1 to go. We're going to have you guys write these down so as to not corrupt each other's guesses.
Yep.
This is higher or lower than 58. It's been 58 years since the A's debuted at the Coliseum. 58 years in a few weeks. You get the bit. Higher or lower than 58, gentlemen. This could decide it. Postseason passes completed by Boomer Esiason, born on this date in 1961 or some date. Postseason passes completed by Boomer Esiason, higher or lower than 58. They will write down their answer. If one of them gets it right and the other 2 get it wrong, we will have a champion. If not, we will go to the sudden death tiebreaker. Boomer Esiason, postseason passes completed. He was born on some date in 1961, a couple of weeks ago, and a bunch of years. We will start with Ken Latrell. Ken, what'd you write down?
I wrote lower.
Lucas, what'd you write down?
I wrote down higher.
Mark Willard.
I wrote down lower.
Oh, come on.
Dan.
We've got overtime. Yeah! It is lower.
Let's do it.
See you later, Lucas. That was fun playing against you.
Down goes the champ.
He will not go back-to-back. 51 postseason passes completed by Boomer Esiason. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the tiebreaker. Now, for this, Ken, you will write down a number. You will not write down higher or lower. The closest to this number, you can go over. The closest to the number will be the winner of higher or lower. Are we ready, gentlemen?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Lucas, for at least doing something. In his 14-year regular season career, how many interceptions did Boomer Esiason throw?
Ooh.
In his 14-year regular season career,
14.
How many interceptions did Boomer Esiason throw? 14. Ken Latrell looking for his first ever win. Willard trying to get number 10 to tie Grandy. Lucas exuberant with the bronze. You love to see it. They're going to write down a number. Whoever is closest to the number will be our winner of higher or lower. Ken, you're the new guy. Have you written a number down?
He's trying.
Okay.
I got it.
Yeah, we do have to do the 5 o'clock hour at some
seriously,
point, Ken. Yeah.
Ken, what'd you come up with?
153.
153 is Ken's guess.
Good guess.
Mark Willard.
I went with 102, Dan.
102 from Mark Willard. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 30th edition of Higher or Lower is Ken Luttrell.
Wow.
Let's go.
Exciting moment for you. What's the answer?
184 picks.
Holy crap.
Just about a pick a game.
Jeez, dude.
A lot of picks for
Didn't even
Boomer.
throw the ball that much back then, or less.
184 picks for Boomer.
Wow, he sucked.
Ken with a good guess. Ken closest. Congratulations, Ken.
New ink, new me, boys.
I love it.
Good for you. Good for you. That's
Congratulations.
exciting.
Way to go, Ken.
All right.
Way to get on the board.
Yeah. God, a free shot at Grandy, and neither of us did a damn thing.
Yeah, it's going to hurt.
It's embarrassing.
He is home running around his living room right now. Does he have a living room? Do they have a living room?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's a mishmash coming up with the Kerr stuff. Bucky Brooks is backing Kyle Shanahan yet again. We got all that coming up here on Willard and Dibs.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE9 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE9 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE9.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, every child deserves a place to grow, belong, and thrive. Through youth and family programs, the Y is building stronger communities, one family, one future at a time. Join us for the Y for Youth Community Festival, Saturday, May 2nd at Crane Cove Park in San Francisco, near the Dogpatch YMCA. Enjoy live music, fun activities, and something for all ages. Best of all, it's free and open to the public. Come celebrate community, connection, and the power of youth. Sign up today at ymcasf.org/thegame.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is the job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today. And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable. Questionable concern.
All right.
On 95.7 The Game.
Last chance. Possibly.
Thank you.
888-957-9570. It's possible that by the time we all get back together, this Steve Kerr and Warriors story has moved. Now, I know that the word is, they're going to meet again next week, right? Steve's on the golf vacation. They're going to meet again next week. Sure. But these things tend to move faster than we realize. You know, remember they were going to meet this week, and then it was Wednesday that we found out that they actually met on Monday. And so I just think that always these things are moving faster than we realize. There's a lot of conversations obviously going on behind the scenes. So I got something Niners related that I want to throw out there. But after that, we would love to take some phone calls, last chance, potentially, to say what you want to say about Steve Kerr, about the Warriors, to the Warriors. I have no doubt in times like these, and I do not mean for this to sound in any way, shape, or form like arrogant. That's not what I'm saying. But I have no doubt in times like these, the key figures, probably not Steve, he's on the golf course, but the key figures in this are tapped in and tuned into what you think. Like, they do want to know what people are saying about all of this. So if you've got something that you want to say about this situation, we'll take your calls right now, 888-957-9570. Real quick before we dive back into that, I saw this, and I thought it was just kind of perfect for us because Bucky Brooks, he's a friend, NFL Network, former player, big-time draft guy, NFL content for sure, and he was on with us on Monday. And just to give a little bit of a synopsis, I guess, if you will, what he said is that the Dejan Stribling thing, that the Niners, in his opinion, were kind of on point. And that's not because he thinks that Stribling is some sort of great player. This wasn't a player evaluation thing. He said he had it on very good authority that a team in the AFC South was about to take him within the next few picks. And so the whole process of leaving consensus, like the Niners and Kyle Shanahan did, Bucky thought was certainly overplayed, and that a lot of teams do it exactly like the 49ers have done it, and that we don't even know exactly what consensus was. So there was that whole conversation. And then there was this. So Cowherd earlier today says, quote, Kyle Shanahan has got so much aptitude as a coach. He is so respected. Half the league is using his schemes. But I think he has way too much power in the building with personnel. That was the take today from Colin Cowherd.
Okay. Like, first of all, how does he know? And I know he's in the know because he's a big boy. I'm sure he talks to people. But when it comes to too much power within the organization, I don't know if I think that's a problem. Like, he's the offensive coordinator. He's the head coach. And so he's going to want to have a certain type of player on his offense. Last year, they used their first 5 picks on defensive players. Now, is that him saying, we absolutely need to draft 5 straight defensive guys? Or was that maybe Robert Saleh coming in and saying, this is what I see, Kyle and John, and I see a defense that really needs some young upgrades. So does he have too much power, too much control? Impossible to know. Yep. I look at what has happened since he's been there, and it's been 9 years, and they've been successful a lot of the time. They've been to 4 conference championship games. They've been to 2 Super Bowls. They didn't win the Super Bowl, and I know that that's something that people want to hold over his head, and you can do that. I'm sure he would love to have had 1, if not 2, but what he's done as the Niner head coach, too much control or not, they've been successful. So for me, that's something that I don't even get triggered by.
This was in response to what Kyle did on Rich Eisen's show in describing his whole process with regard to, hey, they show, the scouts do the work all year, and then they show me the video, and then if I don't like you guys' tape, that's it. We kind of just leave it there. In fact, here, I've got some of the comments that led Cowherd to this opinion. So this is what he said with regard to the role in the scouting process for both him and John Lynch.
I feel like I'm just always playing catch up. That's what John and his whole department, they do all year. So they got a really good idea in January when the season ends. They kind of reevaluate it after all the pro days, the combine and everything, but they don't change that much because, we try to base everything off the film, but there's certain things that guys can do that can hurt themselves or help themselves after that. But for me, I pick up that tape for the first time in February. I don't usually know who the Heisman is or anything like that at that time. I've just been 100% NFL ball, and it's hard to catch up with all those guys. So you got to depend on a lot of other people. One way we do it here is, we give all the position coaches, a responsibility to make highlight tapes on everybody. And I tell them, they got to watch a lot of game tape to make those highlight tapes. And then I study their highlight tapes so I can study, 200 people. And I always tell them if I don't like their highlight tape, then I'm not going to watch anything after. So those guys got to put a lot of work into their highlight tape, because if they can impress you with that, I always say, what's the point of watching more? Which I would love to watch more, but that's the way you can get it done in a 2-month time frame. And when you do get it done, I definitely don't want to look at any more college ball until next February. NFL is a little bit more fun for me to watch, a little bit more what I'm used to, and it pertains to what we do. But the draft's everything, so you got to make sure you put all that time into it. But
all right, so that led Cowherd to be like, dude, you got too much power. You got too much power.
I think that's completely the opposite. What he's telling you is that throughout the course of the football season, he doesn't watch college football. He doesn't know who won the Heisman. He's focused on pro ball. He has his people do it. Then they send him the cut-ups of the highlights, and if he likes it, then we'll get further into it. That, to me, is not a guy who has too much power. It's somebody who, in fact, is delegating the big responsibilities to, not that he's the boss. He kind of is, but, all right, John, you and your scouts and your team, you do all that work. And when the season's over, then show me what you're working with, and we'll go from there. That, to me, is not too much power. That's a guy who's delegating.
Tell me what you're working with.
Right?
I'm with you. I think that Cowherd's point is, if you're not the one who's kind of in the know on all of this stuff throughout the year, should you be the one that has the final say? I bring all that up to read to you what Bucky wrote today, because I thought that this was, again, something that is interesting and good information to have as we all assess the 49ers and all of their wackadoodle picks that they're just out here in the streets, just like wild cowboys, just picking whoever the hell they want, despite all the mock drafts. Bucky writes, the process Shanahan discusses is fairly common around the league. Scouts spend the entire year evaluating prospects, while coaches join the process after the season. The highlight tapes are simply a snapshot of a prospect that leads to a greater discussion if the coaches and scouts like the prospect. At that point, the group will rewatch the tapes and determine where to place the prospect on the board. Despite the head coach having final say, it is a collaborative process that heavily involves the GM, scouts, and coaches. At the end of the day, it's important for the team to take players who the coaches believe fit the scheme. Otherwise, you're simply collecting players but not building a team that functions effectively between the lines. That's from Bucky with regard to this entire conversation.
So it sounds like the way the Niners do it is the way a lot of teams do it, which is you let the scouts and the GM do the scout work and the GM work, and then you get together, and if you have a consensus, you make the pick. And I don't think that Kyle has the ability to just step in and say, nope, I didn't like his tape. Even though all 22 of you really liked the player, I didn't like the tape, so we're not taking him. I think there's a lot more consensus to it. And the whole thing about Dejan Stribling, where, they took him and we were stunned, and I thought that it was a reach and all the rest of it, and the consensus this and reach that. And the more you go through it and talk to Bucky Brooks and other people who do this for a living 365 days a year, not only was it not a reach, but it probably was a good pick based on all the things that Kyle talked about, which I think is, height, weight, and speed, and the other things.
I just want to give a compliment to 49er fans. I want to give a compliment to all of you because you and your care for this team have done a great job of making the San Francisco 49ers the lead story in the NFL all week long for basically doing the same thing that everybody else does.
Right.
Just let that sink in. The Niners are nuts. They're deviating from the process. The exact same thing that all of the other teams do. And somehow, some way, they are largely, more often than not, beating those other teams. They are one of the better organizations. He is receiving text messages after the picks going, damn it, I wanted that guy too. I can't believe you jumped him, or what have you. Not here to say that all the picks are right. That would be ludicrous. Not here to say you're not allowed to criticize. What I find interesting of this week is they became the lead story in the entire NFL. Kyle is on Rich Eisen. Cowherd has dedicated a quarter of his show to the Niners. Bucky Brooks, Cosell is on not just with us, he was on all over the place talking about the San Francisco 49ers, the lead story coming out of the draft, even though they didn't even pick in the first round. And it's all because we ran, or a lot of fans ran, and I don't care if your opinion is this, but we ran with the idea that the Niners are a bunch of crazy people. But they're not. The picks might have sucked.
Right. But it wasn't as much of a wild pick as we all thought.
But they're just the same process as everybody else.
Right. And the process does include looking at what mock drafts say, but you're not going to go by the consensus mock drafts and say, well, they've got him mocked at 75, so we can't take him at 33 because, boy, all of these, keyboard conquerors are looking at their own tape and saying that, yeah, he's a third or fourth round guy. You like him, you take him. And John Lynch even said he was one of their 15 players that they identify with their gold jacket grade, which means they're players that they absolutely love. And if one of them's on the board when you're picking, then you're going to go ahead and draft him regardless of the position.
Yeah.
And that's what they did.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
No, it's just, it's a silly season because we don't know. It's May 1st.
No, I know, but
I think we're about a week away from the rookie showing up, and we'll get a chance to watch him, out there running around in shorts, and then we can make new determinations.
New stupid opinions.
Right. But at least it's based on something. Like, man, he looks good in shorts.
I mean,
did he wear the right shorts? That would be the first test.
Actually think that forming opinions out of mini camp is no less harebrained than forming opinions based out of a draft where people are just calling names.
Yeah.
I mean, even the preseason is a bunch of junk. Trey Lance to Danny Gray. Remember that throw? Trey Lance to Danny Gray.
Gonna be the new connection.
And a lot of us ran around showing highlights of it to our friends on our phones.
Some of us went live on the way back. Got excited.
Yep. Bust to bust is actually what happened that night.
Bust to bust. I like that.
Yeah.
Hoo-ha, hoo-ha.
So anyway, yeah, I do think that this story has a sustainability to it based on the fact that now these particular picks, this became such a story that these particular picks are going to become even more divisive.
Scrutinized for sure.
For sure. Like this, especially Stribling and Black. Stribling and Black are going to potentially, now I don't think they're going to grow this big, but they run almost the possibility of being, you know, Kuminga and Podziemski-esque. In other words, and here's what I mean by that. Too much talk about players that may or may not really deserve that. They are now a second and a third round pick. And if they just become really decent NFL players, you'd actually take that normally out of the second and third round.
Depends on what the people around him do. And I think especially with Stribling, because you took Stribling ahead of what the consensus thought you should with wide receiver. So the receivers who went closely there after him, you'll be compared to them throughout the course of history.
No doubt. But the point is there's been so much talk about this guy. I actually think he needs to be a Pro Bowler, or people are going to be like, yeah, what, you bust. I can't believe you reached for him. Well, no, but he was still a second-round pick. Second-round pick. You don't put that kind of you don't say this guy's got to be a superstar or else you screwed it up. He's got to be good. He's a second-rounder.
Second-rounder, yes, but what is he, 3 picks after Ricky Pearsall? Yeah. Was Pearsall taken 30th? Is that right? Or 30, 31, whatever it was. So, sure. I mean, the whole idea of first-round pick, well, he's the top of the second. So I do think that he'll be in the same vein as Ricky Pearsall, where, you know, Pearsall, the expectations now, year 3, like if this pick is not going to be a bust, you need to have a good, healthy year.
You have hopes and expectations for him, but also every draft is different. I do think sometimes we get too locked in on that number. You know, I heard Goo and Steiny having that conversation earlier today about Jonathan Kuminga was the 7th pick in the draft. Well, what does that mean? I like, how many good players were in that draft? Were there 3 or were there 20? So the 7th pick one year does not mean the 7th pick the next year. There are certain years where the 7th pick should be a really good player, and there are certain years where the good players are gone by 7. So I don't want to hang that around him. All I'm saying is they're already getting over-discussed. They're already getting over-discussed, and there's emotion around them that probably is a little out of the whack. That's why I compared them to Kuminga and Podziemski. Same thing.
Well, it's because we're sitting here in May, and you know we can talk about a third base coach who has a stop sign out when he should have the go, and the go's out when he should have the stop. And we can talk about the NBA playoffs, which I'd like to actually get into a little bit about what I saw yesterday and the reality of where we are in the association, where these things can
fire away. Life
comes at you fast in the NBA, and you have a Denver Nuggets team that was knocked out in the first round by 8 people in Timberwolves uniforms. DiVincenzo's over there with a cast on, and Ant-Man may not even play this next round, and yet Minnesota showed a lot of grit, and they knocked you out. And you look at Denver going into next year, and their window is closing if it's not already shut, and it's because of what we see now in the association. Jokic is making 59, Murray's making 50, Gordon's making 34, Cam Johnson's making 23. You're going to be over the salary cap, you're going to be into the tax, and all these guys are past their 30th birthday. You throw in Valanciunas, who doesn't have a fully guaranteed deal, but he's 34. And so all of a sudden Denver, where it was like, hey, watch out for Denver this year, they might surprise. They're knocked out in the first round, and their window might be closed.
It might be.
It's closing for sure.
I'm with Mark, who said earlier this is one of the weirdest first rounds I can remember in a long time. I don't know what's going to happen in this Lakers-Rockets thing, but eyes are on that too because that affects the future. All right, so the point you're making, though, how does that apply to the Warriors?
Well, the Warriors, I think, are already at that spot where the window is closed. Okay. And the window being like you can rack it back and compete for a championship. Steph even said it. It's not about championship. And if you look at the Warriors for next year, they're in an equal, if not a more hamstrung position. Denver's got $215 million on the books for next year. That is into the second apron. They can't go forward with that. The Warriors are looking at 177 right now, and that's without Kristaps being resolved. And that right there is over the cap as well. So the Warriors window in terms of, we can still give it a go and be a team in May and June, I think that's closed. And I think when you look at Denver and other teams, these things can close very quickly.
Okay, I'm going to agree with you in theory, but let me add this to the conversation. We're still assessing the Warriors next year without knowing who's on the roster. I'm going to keep saying this all summer long. I know what we think we know. We think we know this because of what we just saw, but that's not the Warriors next year. It might be, but it might not be. I don't know if LeBron's on the team. I don't know if Draymond's on the team. I don't know when Jimmy Butler's coming back. I don't know anything. So it's hard for me to assess that. Here's the other thing I'll say, though, that I think is also attached to what you just said. This Western Conference, when you hear people say, how the Warriors going to be doing this next year in a loaded West, is it? Take a look at some of these teams now.
Well, I mean, it's loaded in that San Antonio and OKC are phenomenal.
Right, those two. But outside of that, I'd argue I don't know bubkiss about what any of these teams are or who they're going to be next year. You just detailed Denver.
Yep.
Luxury tax, window closing, what are they going to do? Lakers, don't get me started. LeBron's probably not on the team anymore. So that's Austin Reeves. Are you getting signed? What are they doing? Houston Rockets, is KD still on the team? Or do you all hate each other? Is he on his burner accounts and you've got to redo this entire situation? Minnesota continues to be Minnesota. They're frustrating in that people feel like they should be better. They're now dealing with injuries, although obviously Anthony Edwards one is not long-term, but they are not dominant.
No, but that's a great example because them next year, Minnesota, you've got Ants making 49, Gobert 36, Randall 33, McDaniels 26, Nas is making 24, DiVincenzo 12-5 in a cast. You have a ton of contracts that they're going to need to figure some of this out because some of those guys are McDaniels 3 more years and Ant 3 more years. And, it's going to be tough to keep all those guys too.
Clippers, are they getting rid of Kawhi? Portland Blazers, we all love their young players. Who's their coach, and is that going to implode because the owner will only let them have Tic Tacs on the plane next year? The Phoenix Suns, give me a break. Give me a break. I love that Matt Ishbia thinks they're winning a title with Devin Booker. Call me and let me know when it happens. I can't wait to see it. So, I don't know anything about the West next year other than that OKC and San Antonio are really good.
But even at that,
I don't know.
If you look at the Thunder going into next year, and they very well could win it this year. I think the San Antonio OKC series, if it happens, will be an absolute 7-game doozy. It'll be a classic. But next year they've got $250 million on the books if they exercise Hartenstein and Lou Dort, which they can refuse both of those. That's about $47 million. But you got Caruso. You got Holmgren who's kicking in. Jalen Williams' contract starts to kick. Shea's making 40 on his way to making 75. So you've said this a lot where it's something that kind of bugs you about the league where
I hate it.
You get a homegrown guy and there's kind of an expiration date based on the financials. And so, they're at $250 million next year, which means they're going to have to shed some of their depth going into next year.
No doubt.
Not that their window closes because they still have 2 or 3 amazing players.
Yeah, it doesn't close, but also I would say, are they coming off of a loss to the Spurs or are they coming off back-to-back championships? Because if they're coming off back-to-back championships and they start losing roster players, I think you inherently start to lose a little fire and motivation. As we, as Warrior fans, learned, winning 3 in a row, no matter who the hell you have, is really, really, really freaking hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard. So, all of that, you throw that into a bucket, and I'm just going to keep staying over here in I don't knowville until I see rosters start to come together. You know what I mean? I think philosophically we can have that conversation about the Warriors. We have and we will continue to, which is about sort of how old can you keep your team. Most Warrior fans I know are both sort of buoyed by the idea of Steph is still Steph and we need to put some things around him. And at the same time, there's a rational side to us that's like, what are we doing? Like, really? You're bringing back Al Horford and you want LeBron? Like, what are we doing? And so I think all of that is going to be super interesting to see the way it plays out. What I don't see, other than this lottery pick, I love when people are like, man, just get a bunch of young people.
Right.
There is no way to do that right now. And none of you in your heart of hearts actually want Steph Curry not on the team.
Right. You could trade Draymond for Trey Murphy.
Yeah, you
and the lottery pick would probably go with him.
And the lottery pick.
And he's 25,
right.
so.
You still end up with one young person either way.
Yep.
It's Trey Murphy or fill in blank.
Right.
So you're not going to just get young overnight. You still want Steph Curry on the team, which leads me down to the original point, which is where all the starting points are right now, which is Steve Kerr. And you're still going to be a relatively old team next year no matter what you do. You might even get older. And that might sound ridiculous. But whatever the Warriors are facing right now, it's not a one-year fix, which is why there's no way in hell anybody should be coaching this thing other than Steve Kerr.
Well, it depends on how quickly you want to start that rebuild or the reload or whatever you want to call it, because you look at OKC, Alex Caruso's 32, Kendrick Williams is 31, end of players over the age of 30. I mean, they're all 22, 25, and 27 years old. So you're old and you're getting older. And you're right. You can't just go out and suddenly find 3 amazing 25-year-olds. By the way, you had a pretty good one that you traded to Atlanta, but we don't need to get into that here. You have decided to double down on the Steph window, and so you brought in Horford, and you traded for Kristaps. You might keep them both and continue to be an old team. But I just look around the West and, even Detroit. Detroit's in trouble right now. They're about to have their quaint little run end here in the first round if Orlando continues to hold this lead.
Right.
But that's a team that's coming, and they're young, and they're controllable contract-wise, and so they're on the way up.
Magic are up by 19.
19 now, okay.
In the third quarter. Detroit is eliminated 1 versus 8 if they do not come back in this game.
Yeah, which would be one of the rare times. Only the 5th time ever in a best of 7. Now, best of 5 it's happened, but I believe the 5th time ever in a best of 7 that it would happen.
Somebody, I'm told, is going to the NBA Finals from the Eastern Conference. That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
Somebody's going.
I'm going to wait for confirmation on that. Sure looked like Boston a couple days ago, and then a little hiccup against the Sixers.
Going to Game 7.
Right. Maxey was fantastic.
Probably win it, but still, it's interesting. It's alarming if you're a Boston fan. And then 3 days ago, the Knicks were like in trouble, and now all of a sudden, I'm not sure that they're not the favorite coming out of the East with the way things look in the moment.
I think they're still scoring, actually, from last night's game.
Unbelievable. So with that, it brings us back to the Steve Kerr situation. Mark Spears, ESPN, joined us earlier today, and this is what he said about Steve Kerr and the latest.
It feels like marriage counseling. So that's how this whole seems like. Well, if you could do this, and then we could do that, and then we could all have kumbaya, and we could stay married. And I just don't really understand why somebody that's had that kind of success, somebody that's going to be in the Hall of Fame, is getting some guidelines. There's a couple jobs open. I don't think Steve wants another job, but whether it's next year or going on TV, I mean, my worry for the Warriors is like, keep telling this man he can't do this and that. If and Monty Poole is a great reporter, he knows what he's talking about. But if you keep moving the goalposts, man, I mean, sounds like you're playing with fire, and if you're playing with fire, he could be gone. So the rhetoric I've been hearing the last couple of days certainly is really odd to me based on the success that this guy's had.
Okay. I think that's a very important point. And I think that's something for Warrior fans to hear. And I know there's a faction of you that are like, they're not winning, and I'm tired of Steve, or rotations or Kuminga or whatever, and that's fine. I also know there's a very, very healthy portion of you Warrior fans out there who still really, really respect Steve Kerr and feel like he is a beloved performer in this town. And what Mark is saying and what Monty is saying, I'll just put it this way, like my antennas are up, my ears are open, my eyes are watching. This is fascinating because the thing I've come to, Dibs, Steve wants to coach this team next year. Steve wants to coach this team next year, period. So that's my opinion, my read on this.
Okay.
But if we go on that premise, and in some way, shape, or form, he doesn't coach the Warriors next year, it is because the front office either hip-checked him out of town or in some way, shape, or form set rules.
Right. Tried to put him in a box
around which he is uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I think
either way, that would be a lose
absurd.
for the. It would be a loss for the organization if that's the way that went. If he wants to coach and he's either hip checked or nudged or put into a box, and he decides that I don't want to do it under these parameters. I don't want to sign a 2-year deal. I don't want to have my words potentially censored by the organization. I want to have, certain things. I've earned it. I've been here 12 years. And I'm not asking for that much. In theory, he could be of that mind, and they could say, well, these are things that are really important to us. And then he could just say, peace, throw the deuces. It would be bad.
Well, this is what have we heard all week long? We keep hearing people say, look, the one thing that's unquestioned is that the Warriors want Steve Kerr to be their coach. All right. If you want him to be the head coach, doesn't that in some way, shape, or form, automatically, that means that I don't think you need to woo him like he's already been here for 12 years.
But you're willing to make it work.
If you want him, then you want him. And therefore, you do things to make that person want to be here. So I'm trying to figure out this idea. And again, it's all sort of if it's true. But I'm trying to figure out, Warriors really want Steve to be here. Oh, but by the way, they also really want him to shut up. Why? I'm sorry.
Well, if it's a non-negotiable, then
they don't match.
Well, if it's a non-negotiable, whatever they have in their camp, the Warriors front office, there may be things that they are unwilling to negotiate on. And I'm not sure if this is that or if there are any non-negotiables, but you get into this sort of a thing and you had a meeting on Monday and now Steve's on a golf trip and I'm sure he's thinking about his next move and they're thinking about how to make this work. If all sides want him to do it, but there are some things from their side or his side that are non-negotiable, it may not work.
Well, then you don't actually want him. That's the way I look at it.
Well, it's not true.
Of course it is.
You can want him, but for example, hypothetically.
No, but this is him. He views this as him. That's what I think is going on. This is a personal affront. If you want Steve Kerr, then that's Steve Kerr. If you don't want him to shut up, then you don't want Steve Kerr.
Well, I don't know if they want him to, quote, shut up. Maybe they'd want him to dial it back a little bit. I don't even know. We can do the hypothetical thing all we want. I don't really know what they want different other than, when Steph and Draymond turned the ball over, could you just yell at them instead of only yelling at Will Richard? I mean, can you get mad at somebody when Steph does one of his patented left hand full court length hurls into the abyss? Can you just call timeout and chew him out?
Does that make sense to you?
What?
That's what I'm asking. Does that make sense to you? That what the Warriors front office is actually mad about?
And I'm obviously playing it up.
Exactly. Which is why I keep saying it doesn't make sense when we hear it actually in words like you just put out there.
And I was being sarcastic.
Exactly, which is the only way to do it because it's ridiculous.
It is a little ridiculous. I'm sure the ownership side is much more like, hey, look, we were second in the league this year in turnovers.
Yep.
Draymond was number 1 in turnover percentage, and it wasn't even close. What are we going to do about that? Because I sit courtside at more than 41 of these, and I can't take it anymore.
Well, that's the part that makes sense, and I'm very confident that Steve would be like, sure, yeah, we can talk about tweaks and adjusting the system and whatever. That cannot. There's no. I'm having the hardest time finding out what this deal breaker is. What is this deal breaker that everybody is so worried about?
It could be length of contract. And, the reports early on were they wanted him to have a multi-year deal. And Steve, I don't know if Steve wants a multi-year deal.
He's earned year to year.
He has, but if you are the ownership, you have the right to say, this is where we want to go. We don't want to go through this again of the will he or won't he. So, again, I'm not saying that it's a non-negotiable, but it could be. And, just a quick story from my own life. I met a woman a number of years ago, and we struck it up. Yeah, it was a good friendship, and it looked like we were perhaps going to head down this romantic road. And one of her non-negotiables was if we were going to enter into this relationship, she wanted to have the opportunity to have a baby. And I said, it's a non-negotiable? Let's have a baby. And here we are with a 3.5-year-old. So in that negotiation, I could have said, fine, I'm going to get the snip. You want me to get the snap? I had the snip. The snap is different than the snip, but for me, it wasn't a non-negotiable. So here we are.
And I will maintain that if this is a non-negotiable for the Warriors, then they don't actually want Steve Kerr. Like, I just think that, I think it's...
Depends on what it is,
Well, right, but we're talking about the 2 or 3 things that this is around. And I don't hear what takes 2 hours to talk out and then another meeting the following week after their golf trip and all of these things, unless you are sticking your feet in some cement that you don't need to stick your feet in. Just my take.
Well, they can stick their feet where they want because they own the cement.
I know. We always end up back at that. Like, yes, they're allowed to, and I'm allowed to say that they're nuts for it.
They could be.
Like, and stop telling the world that you want Steve Kerr back if you keep saying, but no, not the Steve that we know. We want a new Steve.
We want the Steve who keeps his opinions to himself and has a team that doesn't turn it over 16 times a game.
We want Steve, but not Steve's offense and not Steve's mouth. We'd like a cardboard cutout of Steve that we could just stick on the sideline and put it there so that people think we have Steve Kerr.
For 2 years,
but not actually, yes, for 2 years. And we could take that on the plane, and his back wouldn't hurt because he's not an actual person. But that's what we want. We don't want actual Steve. We want someone who uses his name but doesn't do any of the things that Steve does. Then you don't want Steve Kerr. So that's my take. Stop saying that you want Steve Kerr to all the media if you're then in a back room telling Steve to not be Steve anymore. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you can be Steve.
It's a hypothetical.
You can be Coach Steve. You don't have to be Ambassador Steve.
That's Steve.
In part,
That is who Steve has been for his whole life.
Something just hit me, and I know we have a couple of calls we'll get to on the other side, but
we're coming.
We've talked about the Steve Kerr golf trip. What if he's on the trip with Joe Lacob? Noted golfer.
Mm-hmm. Then I would say, watch your back. Everybody's got a club in their hands.
I meant to say 4, Joe. Sorry about that.
We're sponsored by Balance Financial Wellness. And yes, those of you who are calling in, we are coming straight to you. Coming up next, right here on Willard and Dibs. Also, Bay Area, you feel that rumble? That's Low Riders taking over Cinco de Mayo. Join Habas Law on Sunday, May 3rd from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. East San Jose, King and Story, chrome gleaming, hydraulics bouncing starting at 10 a.m. It's the Cinco de Mayo parade, live music, incredible food, and a community alive with pride presented by Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and Habas Law with council member Peter Ortiz and the United Lowrider Council. Pull up with your crew for Lowriders Sunday, May 3rd, Habas Law, East Side Pride. Let's ride.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food?
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, it's easy to find the one that fits your drive. Like the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid or the 51 MPG Camry. Every mile goes further. Or go all electric in the Toyota BZ with up to 314 miles of range. Get 0% APR plus $3,500 finance cash on the all-electric 2026 BZ. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction ends 5/4/26.
Football fans, history is calling as San Francisco heads down under for the first ever game in Australia. Join the action in Melbourne with true fan travel as San Francisco takes on Los Angeles at the iconic Melbourne Cricket Ground. Premium hotel stay, epic all-inclusive events, city tours, wildlife adventures, meet and greet with a red and gold legend, and unforgettable moments. Spots are limited. Don't miss out on your shot to experience San Francisco down under. Head to truefantravel.com. That's truefantravel.com.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Okay, kids, let's get these firefighter uniforms on and start acting heroic.
Welcome to SF Fire Credit Union. Why are you all dressed like firefighters?
We'd like to open an account.
You don't have to be a firefighter to do that. Anyone can get lower fees than banks, the top-rated mobile banking app, and service inspired by heroes.
Wow. I guess we'll just keep the uniforms in case the barbecue gets out of hand.
SF Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was a fun week.
It's not over.
Not quite.
Yeah, we got work to do here.
Yeah. No, but the draft was interesting. We started the week. I was like, ooh, Giants are starting to look like a team. Now they're the most hellacious thing that's ever happened to the world of sports. So welcome back to what we've already known. And then I thought for sure, as we sat here today, we would have clarity on the Steve Kerr situation. And we don't. We don't. We've got some things, but not full clarity as of yet. And Steve is golfing, and I hope the ball is going straight.
Yeah, I hope he's just, enjoying all his free time before he says no thank you to the job and has even more free time. Because it may go that way.
It might.
We just don't know. I think I'm kind of in the minority. If I was to set odds, I think based on all the conversations we've had for 2 weeks from, Spears and Poole and Slates and all the rest of them, I would say it's probably not quite a 2-to-1 chance he returns, but 1.5 to 1. So maybe minus 150 he comes back.
It's flipped, though. At the beginning of the week, there's no question that it was the opposite was true.
Right. Didn't Monty Poole write 85-15? He's gone.
Yeah, he sure did.
And then Tim Kawakami came on and said 53-47. I'm not sure which one was which, but I do think now the more we talk to people, it seems like he's more likely to return, but I would put it at like a 60-40 on returning.
Yeah. I'm with Spears. I don't understand what all the discussion is about if you're not going to eventually say yes, or that you don't, that you want to do this. But anyway, next week will probably bring that clarity, at least we think, and maybe not, because I thought this week would. But still taking calls, 888-957-9570. How about Angry Vegan in Richmond? Hello, Vegan.
Hey, guys, in this day and age, if they want Steve Kerr to shut up and dribble, he's gone. I mean, think of the market we're in. Think of the times we're in. There's no way he's going to accept even a hint of that. And I think also the things that have been leaked to the press about Joe liking, this player or that player and implicating that Steve isn't playing the young players enough, that can't sit right with somebody who's won 4 championships. I just don't think, I think if there's any truth to that rumor about them not liking him discussing his feelings on the current state of affairs, forget it. He's gone. He is not. I can't imagine him putting up with that one bit.
I'm with you. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do think, whether it's the ball's in Steve's court or who's got the leverage or whatever. I told you this earlier in the week. I love the comment that some people get to in this conversation, which is, well, they're the owners. They're allowed to say this. I'm like, right. And Steve's allowed to pound sand. And if he really wanted to, which he won't, he would never do this. But if he did want to get into a PR war with the Warriors, he'd lap them.
On Willard and Dibbs.
Oh, my God.
Steve, I'm sorry to hear that you're not going to be coaching next year. What happened? Guys, you got a minute? And he just flambés the whole thing.
Yeah, that's just
burns it to the ground. He won't. He's classy. No matter what happens, it'll be handled with class. And the whole thing about they're the owner, they get to do what they want. It's a fact. It's a stat. Doesn't mean that all owners do the right thing. And the Portland owner, poor guy's been getting fricasseed for not bringing the two-way guys on the road with him and maybe coming across as a little cheap. But he's the owner. If you don't want to bring the two-way guys, you don't have to.
No, you don't. He'd been doing a lot more than just that, by the way.
I'm sure. I haven't totally been following it, but, you usually don't make one, bargain move and then, we're going to spend like crazy. It's usually a pattern.
If I were a player on the Portland Blazers, I would be calling my agent already, for sure. I don't know if they're ever going to pay a free agent ever again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, the owner can do whatever they want, and Steve certainly can too in this particular situation. So, but I'm going to stick to what I'm saying on this, which is, if this even enters their purview, then they're overly emotional. I don't care what your politics are. They can be whatever the hell you want them to be. I do. I care about politics, but whatever they are, whatever your politics are, that's what they are. But to bring that into this conversation, that's you're wrong. You're wrong. It's not about which politics side is right. It's if you are in some way trying to make the case that Steve has lowered the Warriors' value, or
it doesn't even have to be about value.
What does it have to be about?
It could be to the extent that you're annoyed by it.
And then, therefore, I'm going to say you're super wrong. Like, I agree with you.
I mean, if you've got 16 partners in an ownership group and all 16 of them just cringe when these things happen, and it's a hypothetical, but if it's something that bugs you, and I'm sure they've had conversations about it.
You're going to make a decision about this based on what bugs you?
You might.
Draymond Green bugs everybody seemingly all the time.
And he's won 4 titles.
Right. They're same as Steve.
Right.
Like, I don't think you could, that's what I mean. That feels overly emotional.
Well, you get to a spot in any relationship where, if it ends, it usually ends for a certain reason. And I think about the Bulls and Phil Jackson, where they went to him before the last year, which was the last dance, and ownership said, yeah, you're not coming back after this year. This is going to be it for you. And so, yeah, turned out to probably not be a smart move. Chicago never got close to the NBA Finals again after that, but they were the owners. They were allowed to do what they want. They did it, and it was not a good choice.
Indeed. Let's go to another call. Who do we got here? Kurt. Kurt in Hayward Hills.
Oh, heard of him.
Is calling. Hello, Kurt.
Hello. It's the 2 best sports boys in town.
How you doing, Kurt?
We're talking, boys. Let me tell you something about Steve Kerr. First of all, Steve Kerr, he was in that meeting. We heard about that meeting. So he came out of that meeting. So what happened? I'm going to tell you what happened. He didn't leave the Warriors because if he was going to leave the Warriors, he would have left after that meeting. So what does that tell you? He still has that option to be that coach. And if he's not the coach, there's no one out there that's going to replace Steve Kerr at all. No coach that's won 4 championships in a 10-year span, and I got him as one of the top 5 coaches of all time in the NBA history. He's not going anywhere. He's going to hang out with Green and Curry. Just like I said, they're all going to retire together. Moving forward to the San Francisco Giants. What's going on with the Giants? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going on. They're not in any office. What's going on, Devers? If you listen, Devers, come on. Get that bat rolling. Do you know what the stat is about the San Francisco Giants? They only got 19 home runs. That's a stat, and that's a pitiful stat.
That's a great one.
To the 49ers. The 49ers, let me tell you about their picks. We can't judge their picks yet, brothers. You know why? We haven't seen them on the field yet. They got to go on the field. They got to prove who they are, and that's how we're going to judge that. Kyle Shanahan knows what he's doing, and he's a mastermind as a offensive coordinator, and he's one of the best coaches right now in the National Football League.
I love it, Kurt. I love it.
Look that up.
No, we will. Yep, we will. Listen,
what's that, brothers?
I was just gonna. I was gonna say. I feel like any minute here, the Giants are just about to break out. What do you think, Kurt?
Well, of course they're going to have a breakout. We're not going to say anything negative about the Giants with a big breakout. They need a breakout. What else you got?
No, Kurt. So okay. 3, 2. No, hey, Kurt. The Giants are really good this year, don't you think? Kurt trying to extend his time on.
What's up, brother?
Listen, fellas and boys and everybody.
All the people.
Devers can't hit a fastball. That's a stat. And that's a pathetic stat.
I mean,
he brought a pathetic stat today, too.
It's not wrong.
19 homers. That's a stat.
By the whole team?
Pretty much. Pending whatever goes on today. I don't know.
Well, yep.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Lucas, what's about that? What are you doing?
Best of the game coming up.
Yeah.
Thought we had a fun little conversation with Mark Spears about 2 hours ago. We're going to run that one back in the first segment and cross over to wrap it up. Send everybody into a weekend with all 4 of you guys.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. We'll head to the cars and check that out. I can't wait to listen to what we have already participated in.
It's always entertaining.
Yeah, it's very good. All right.
Further ado, tomorrow, my horse players, animals riding animals in the Derby, number 18. Further ado.
What are the odds?
6-1.
Okay. Like what number favorite is?
Probably like 3rd or 4th.
Okay.
Renegade's your favorite, best horse in the race, but he's on the rail.
Wait a minute. 3rd or 4th?
third or fourth favorite.
Hold on a second.
What happened?
Are you telling me that you're going against consensus?
Well, the consensus is just the morning line. We haven't actually reached consensus yet until all the bets come in. But yes, Mark.
I think your pick is a reach. Hey!
No horse has won from the one post position in 40 years.
My opinion. I think you're reaching.
Hey! We'll find out.
All right.
I'm currently hot right now.
What's coming up? The game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Get out of here!
How about on Sunday?
What's that, brother?
I'll do it on Sunday. You want to do it on Monday?
I'll listen Sunday, but Monday, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll also listen Monday as this show goes.
Good line.
Thank
All
you.
right, for Dibs, for Lucas, and for the champ, Ken, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Are you lacking energy, have low libido, stubborn belly fat that you can't get rid of, working too many hours at the gym with no results? These are warning signs of low testosterone. The doctors at Prime Male Medical can test your testosterone levels and prescribe treatment if needed. For just $99, get a testosterone test, PSA test, Doppler ultrasound, and a full year of free visits. Prime Male Medical, 415-761-4037, or go to primemalemedical.com, 415-761-4037, with locations in San Francisco, San Jose, and the East Bay.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Let me ask you, are you still trying to figure this out on your own? Because when it comes to weight loss, DIY can only take you so far. At Jumpstart MD, we do it differently. Local clinicians, personalized care, real results. Plus, you'll get access to GLP-1 medications at some of the lowest prices in the Bay Area. And here's the best part. Mention Alice and save up to 70% this May. Summer is almost here. Don't wait to get started. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge.